See if it connects on that. Okay. And then I want to change titles. What are we doing here? Fnatic versus Na'Vi. And then Liquid versus Mates. VCT EMEA watch party. Click done on that. Now I want to check to see if everything is good on all my channels. So we are live here. I have the right title. Now I want to check if we're live on YouTube. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. YouTube.com. Yo, what's up, Lucas? I am unfortunately not going to be working this week. I'm going to be working. I love how this is actually the screen for when I'm live. That's hilarious. Okay, so we're live on that too. We have the right title on that as well. I have my chat for YouTube as well, so we're all good for that. But no, I've worked week 1, Lucas, and I'm off this week. This week, Doug is going to be casting. I forgot who else is casting, and I forgot who he's casting with. But Doug will be casting. I'll be back on week 3 doing casting and analyst desk, and week 4 casting analyst desk, and first week of playoffs casting analyst desk. Okay, so all that is good. Now I just want to go into this one here. Boom. We'll hit the YouTube stream.
But we definitely try to
audio I think seems good.
So no more Tejo?
No comment.
Masterfully dodged. I thank you very much, Milan, for joining me, and good luck today.
So that's good.
Everybody has a preference when it comes to alpha. I think some people like the duelist. Some
now
people
let me
like
just check on
I don't
TikTok
know many people
to see
that
if I'm
like
live on
the Tejo
that.
as much, but where do you guys sit, and where would you like to see alpha coming into this? I'll start with you, Billy.
I don't like alpha on Tejo. I'm going to put that out there right now.
Okay.
I don't like it. I think that he's too mechanically gifted to be put on an agent such as Tejo. I was really surprised we didn't
somehow
see
I made everything
Tejo.
on time.
So yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing for me seeing him on that agent. I like him on the Sentinel. I think that he's proven time and time again that he's so great on that role.
There's
and
a
then Duelist
possibility
as well.
that I'm not live on TikTok because I got
Kayak
flagged.
is so much more confident when he has his little dynamic duo of alpha on the Duelist as well. So yeah,
It says I'm live.
Well, first of all, it's
But maybe I'm just not showing on like anybody's
we can agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Like
feed
whatever he's playing,
because
it's going
I got
to be
flagged.
good. But once you have it, of course, you want to use it to the best of his ability. So we've seen him in the, as we're saying, we've seen in the initiator and in the duelist. We know that he has what it takes to have the flexibility. I think that for if you have already alpha on your team, you want him to be comfortable, because if he is this good when he's swapping around so many things.
The problem is, if you want him to be comfortable, he will only play ISO. He will.
Wait, did I just see
play ISO.
Sideshow on my?
You know, so
if
he's not by himself, you know.
No, but if you take only his opinion.
Does Sideshow actually have TikTok? I didn't think he was.
What he wants, I'm
use
telling
it.
you right now, he would just be like, plumb me on ISO every map. So I don't know. I think you have to sacrifice comfort like a tiny bit.
I have no idea. It's the first time that I tried to go
but
live
what I mean
on
is
TikTok,
more like,
Lucas.
even if it's
And
one
then
or
I
two,
think
because I like
it
the
said it
fact
got
that
flagged
people
for
have the
like
ability to, if they want to,
unorthodox
anytime
activities
they
or
want.
something like
I
that,
don't
you
think
know?
it has only to do with the ISO. He's a
Yo,
brilliant
Hoverboard, I
player.
actually see you
He's a
joined,
great,
so I'm gonna wave at you.
Player. Like, he
It's
can
so
do
cool you can
everything.
actually do
I
that.
just don't. If I have him, I don't want to put everything in front of him and be like, you know, what you want, and a little bit of Tejo. and a little bit of
It's
this, and a
detected
little
that the
bit of
live
that. No,
chat
just give him
didn't
a
appear
couple
on your
of
screen
roles
in
so
the
he
past 2
can
minutes. Try
focus
using
just
mobile
on that.
device to
But
view
would you
comments in
want
your
him
live
to just
chat,
be a
blah, blah,
Tejo?
blah, so that's
No.
fine.
Oh, full time.
No,
Okay,
because
okay.
he's too good of a sentinel. Like,
Yeah.
he has to be a
Yeah.
sentinel.
You know, open up
cannot-
Discord as well.
He's always an issue every single time that he is your opponent, and he is a sentinel. He's a duelist as well. He is an
However,
issue.
the thing is, when we consider like the meta now, we're not seeing as much Killjoy and Cypher as what we used to see, and we know Alpha for playing those agents. And my concern here is that
Saw that
he
you
doesn't
joined
play
Hoverboard.
Deadlock, he doesn't play Vice, so if he is going to jump
How do
onto
I-
that set,
how do I
where
check
does
on
it
my
slot in?
own
What compositions are they running in that
phone
case?
to see if
I'm
I'm
an
live or not?
alpha duelist truther.
It's called the Alpha Group for a reason.
I am such a truther of just run double duelist. I'm more maps than you should. You have Kayak. He's an amazing Yoru player as well.
With this map pool as well.
Yeah, I'm such a like. upgrade, best ISO player in the world. Sorry, Meteor. Like you said, amazing race player. I would love to see
The Jet,
more.
he played 2 maps in the Jet, and he had 14 kills with his ultimate. It's going above.
Yo, what's up, Sid? How's it going?
else, and also with the operator.
Yeah, but the thing is, if it's anyone that can
Sid,
maybe
can you
deal
do
with
me a
this and
favor?
maybe,
Can you
read
see if
into
I'm
how
live
to
on
solve this problem on the other side, it would be Angel and
on
Navi, the handful
TikTok?
of
Thank you.
times where they have played against each other, you know,
I
that's
apparently
not too
cannot
bad
see your
for Navi,
I
all
apparently
things
cannot see your
considered.
chats
However,
hoverboard.
though, what the
But can you
map
hear
will
me? I'm
benefit
assuming you
both
can
of
hear
these
me.
teams.
I
Are
saw
we
that
gonna
you
see some
follow.
more
I saw
things?
everything else.
We are gonna play a quick
I'm
game
assuming people
and
can't
just
chat
talk about
because
the
I'm
map.
flagged.
Here, I would like to call this
Not sure why it does
draft
that.
or shaft it. Very simple concept. I'm going to give you two a couple of comps from Navi and Fnatic, and I want to know if you were the coach of the
More
these
chat
teams,
settings.
Would you be drafting a comp like this today, or would
So,
you be
Sid, I
winning
see
it
that you just
shafted
joined.
completely? So let's
Because the
start.
draft is yes and shaft is no.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I
So
could
let's,
see you.
Start
Okay.
With the Navi,
For you, it works.
Lotus.
I don't know why for a
Oh,
hoverboard it
Lotus
doesn't.
is still in the pool. I know Billy has nightmares about
Can
this.
you see me? I could see you. I could see you.
I will look at you.
Slay.
Start with you. Would you
Sid, did
draft
your
this
birthday
or
pass
shaft
yet?
it?
Get this
And why?
shafted
Why?
away. Get it out. I hate this.
If
double
so,
cycle,
happy
right?
belated.
I think, especially on Lotus, they were not playing it in the way in which they should. Anytime they had that sage, they were just using
Yo,
it to
Sid,
wall off beaming.
how's the layout?
And then we were just like, okay, now we
It
have
did?
to
Yes,
clear that
nice.
space.
Hopefully you had a good one.
I do not like it whatsoever. I don't mind the vice. I don't mind that. But Qualinub on
So-
stage, I said it in kickoff.
I know it looks weird on TikTok right now, but once we're actually live in a server for a match, I think it'll look
think that
kind of cool, to be honest.
Overcomplicating things. In
The
some
reason
sense,
why I don't
like,
want to make my cam
I like
bigger
the Deco,
is
do I
because
like
I'm
it
focusing
within
a
all
lot
of this?
on
You need this amount of
on the
soft
minimap.
power, you have-
because
you
I
have
want
freaking
people to
vice,
focus
you
more on the
have
game
the
than on my
abstract,
face.
The Deco that can also delay the sage.
So once
they
we get
still
to this
will get
part when
onto
I'm
your side.
drawing on the map,
I
you
do
see how I
not
like
think that this fits
pretty
them.
big.
I do not think this.
So I
this can
zoomed in
work,
the I zoomed in the
full-time.
radar.
And I think that also one of the reasons that it makes me so pissed, quote unquote, is because
So
it's
it gives
low
like
resolution
a
for the first
mobile
time.
watch party
We see
experience a little bit
Navi
better.
doing a little bit of,
So we
like,
don't
the
I don't care
wonky
about my
things of,
face,
like,
you know what I
there's
mean?
Brimstone here.
Let me
or
show you an example
let's
actually,
put
and you let me
Tina
know
in
what
an
you
omen,
think.
Or like, I don't know. I do have PTSD with this, so I like the fact that they're willing to try something new and think outside of the box, not think.
And
of,
so far, I love that
how we
this
did things
setting
back
that I
in the day,
made.
put in the
You can
Zed,
see
which is
Kakuka
what
very
I
well
was
on
saying, really.
mobile.
But maybe
We
couple
just don't see Yinsu right now in
it
this
would
shot,
also be
but
kinda cool
once
with
once
some
we
shower
center,
tail,
you see how we win
you know,
center
at some
players
point,
it's,
that'd be
or
nice,
people, it's not
be
so bad.
fun.
You don't have to convince
Yeah,
me.
I
Okay,
think
hold
he
on.
would be
So
really good.
let me give you an
But
example
let's,
as well
So
here.
shaft is across the board. We shaft
yeah, yeah.
All right, sounds good,
Okay,
hoverboard.
that's a
Thank you.
big, big no, big
Okay.
no.
Yeah, I don't
let's
know
see
why,
the
I can't
next
see your
one and see
chats,
if
but
you
I saw
draft this
Sid's.
Ascent comp, since Ascent is back
So
in the
here-
pool,
here's an
and Kakuka,
example
you know, there's a high chance that Navi
of what it's
instantly
going to
win.
look like
Yeah.
in game.
High chance.
Yeah, exactly,
So-
because they were probably the best in the region.
So like
the
for
map
example,
at
if I
some
want to
point.
draw or
Just
circle
looking at
things
this
and
scene,
focus
their
on
KRUs,
certain
this
things,
is last year,
Yeah.
but,
it's going to be
especially
there.
with the changes that we've seen on the deadlock, what we saw yesterday from Mosi,
Yes.
he
The
gave
vision's
a
good.
masterclass. This is a composition that would
So now
suit
we
them
we
very
get to
well.
see abilities well. We
I
get to
wonder
see
now how they do
the
things. Like, obviously you would
the
put
camera
Kazakh
of the player
on
we're
the-
following
on the
well.
jet, maybe the waylay. I think that is
we get to see crosshair placement, which is good. My face doesn't really matter. And then now we could actually draw. How is the minimap though on the phone? Is it too small?
Draft? All right, Billy.
Should I even make it bigger and forget my face? I don't know.
I think, like you say,
I have a feeling that for
when we
TikTok, you
seen
kind of
that
need a
deadlock
face on there,
yesterday,
right?
It looked so strong on Ascent, and I think in the way in which Chronicle play is
I saw that you
it's
rejoined
similar to Mosi
hoverboard.
in the sense that it's very reactive, right? So I like this. I do like.
Yeah,
this
I could see
The
I could
only
see you right now.
thing is,
But I'll
Sweet.
give him the room.
if Hero is on Navi now and they do decide to play Ascent, he might.
You think it's the
know
perfect size? That's what. Oh
some
wait, hold on.
things about
Oh,
Thank
how
you.
to-
he never played against Optic and RG.
Thank you for the feedback. Okay, sweet. So we got all that set up.
Different lineups, you know. He might come in with some new stuff. Okay, one more comp.
Sweet.
We'll do the Haven, of course. I think this is the one that saw so much success.
So we're good
from
then.
The other teams, T1. I know they.
We're just
love
ready
this.
for
I
the
know
watch party
Talon,
now.
you know, they spoke out. Cruz was
I think
talking
my
about the
next.
ISO Euro as well.
That's what I was
So
about to
I'll
say,
start with you,
Lucas, but
Billy. Do we
I stopped
change
myself. I stopped myself.
anything from this Fnatic comp?
I
Do
think
you
the next thing I
feel
want to
like-
test is
I don't think we change it.
eventually
I like
try
it.
to
It
stream on
works.
YouTube, vertical as well.
Managed to bring them over the line against Navi last time.
So right now I'm streaming on
not to bring
on
that one up, but,
on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube horizontal. And I think from what I was told or from what I googled is that
Draft?
to stream on
Question. For
YouTube
this
vertical
game,
at the
since
same
we are
time,
coaching, is this my team? Like, am
This is your team.
am I coaching?
My pop-up
Chronicle,
chat
Quiet
is way off
Coaster,
in the middle.
Alpha and Kraken?
Would you like to curse someone else? I can make some.
Which one are we talking about,
I already think
Versola?
that I have a power on Fnatic,
Twitch?
so I might be able to make something happen for you.
No.
Yeah.
What I mean is, like, if I have this team,
Yes.
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 I do not trust many other teams to do the same, or I think that there are better options.
What's
that
up,
would be
Versola?
Easier for other teams. You know, with the tools that you have. Like, I would
Wait,
consider removing this too and adding in the breach and Tejo. You know, I think that
Way
that could
off
be one
in
of
the
the
middle.
changes that makes this.
I should have seen it
competition
coming.
more
Bringer was fully
digestible for the rest.
I
slept.
see that.
So
But for
it's
as
way
in
off
today,
in the
right
middle.
now,
Like you're
if
talking
I'm
about that it's
coaching
stuck
this
right
Fnatic,
here, right?
I
You're
do
watching on
drop
Twitch,
it
right?
Because I think that Milan mentioned it in the interview, and we cannot forget, with everything that we've said about Alpha, I'm just going to keep on going. That Haven.
The
they were
thing
in a
is, if I
moment
put
where
it
they're
over my head,
11-5 down. And
it's
Alpha
gonna
just-
block
you can see
overlay.
it in the VOD, you can go and watch that video
So
back,
it'll block
because he
sponsor,
decides he is
like the rotating
not
sponsor wheel,
going
which I
to
can't
lose.
do,
They were able to
on
win
the
in
top
kickoff.
right,
Let's see if
and
they can
also
do it
kill
today,
feed.
and if he can
And also
keep
once we're
bringing
in
that
game,
energy for the
it's
team.
also
And it
going to
helps that
block
he never loses it in
agent.
his ult.
That's
His
why I have it in
defense
the
rate
middle
is
there.
Ridiculous.
And now
It's-
it's even stronger.
It's ridiculous.
If anything, I should
I
even
almost
make
wanna
it
see
smaller,
not
if
this
I'm not
concept,
mistaken,
ISO Yoru maybe on
so
another
that
map.
it doesn't
We'll see.
crowd
We'll
the
find out.
page so
Yeah,
much.
We'll find out in just a moment.
We'll actually, you'll actually
Despite
see
the
once we
recent
get in
results,
game, and I
this
think it'll make
is
more sense.
still an
But
EMEAL
let's
Classico,
actually
hoping
do
to
that to
reignite this long-standing rivalry. Here is
to make this
Fnatic
smaller.
and Na'Vi.
Because we don't really care about a chat, right? I mean, it's there, but I don't want to make it like super busy in the image, anyways. And then we're gonna, whoops, I minimized it by accident. Dude, I'm stoked for this game. I don't know how, my volume is overwhelmed from stream audio. Okay, sweet. So let me try to fix that. How's that, chat? How's stream audio versus my audio? Yo, what's up, Alyssa? Let's go, teams. Do you like both Na'Vi and Fnatic? And I wonder if the volume... Oh, wait. Maybe it's also just on TikTok.
This is the 12th time that both
Let's do
Zone
that.
Angel have faced each other in their VCT
Primary
series,
mic,
but the
I'm gonna put that
context is very
at
different. Both are
100,
very
and then
desperate
audio,
to reinstate their dominance in EMEA,
put
and
that
the
like
new
that,
maps could just
50%,
help them.
maybe
No.
60%.
Is this? Can we check if this is the real map, Vito? Because
Since it's
I
Summon
don't
FC days, hell yeah.
I
I respect that. I think I can put this audio back up then.
Points in my life where I just don't understand
The volume
Na'Vi,
back
and
up
I
here.
just want them to win so we can have an interview and ask for this, because they went to ban SEN
Yeah.
and pick Fracture. Fracture, by the way, the map that the 4 times the Fnatic
How's this,
played during
chat?
kickoff, they picked Fracture.
Okay, I think the context of the Ascent is for those that don't know Na'Vi, that don't know Angel. Every single time that Ascent has been in the map pool, Billy, Na'Vi have always chosen it. And
Test
we
audio.
know that is because they
Test
always
audio.
have to start on the attack, and they became
not sure-
an incredible attack-sided
It's a TikTok
Ascent
issue?
team.
Copy,
This
copy.
Is their home ground for the last 5 years.
Yeah, but I think as well we do have to consider
My
the
volume
changes,
is
right? They got
overwhelmed
3
from
new
stream
players in Na'Vi, so
stream
maybe they're just
audio,
not
so let
feeling
me lower that.
100%
I'm gonna lower that a shit ton.
Maybe it doesn't feel comfortable on Ascent.
Maybe. Who am I to judge? But I think for me, like the big thing as we look towards Split being that first map.
Sid, can
Hello?
you check the audio for me on
That is so weird to me.
on
And then
TikTok,
deciding
please,
to leave
and see how that
Haven as
is?
a decider, we saw
But if
both
not in
overnight
general,
last
for
time,
Twitch,
so I
we
think
should be
it's
good, right,
very,
chat?
very brave that Na'Vi decide to just go, yeah, okay, well, we'll let Haven be the last map.
I mean, they had to choose between Icebox or
This-
Haven, and you
I'm gonna
heard
bring
it from
this up
Milan.
like that.
Milan said, "We're so happy about the new maps coming in. This is our comfort." I feel like he lied to me a little bit because maybe I thought they would pick the Icebox, but
Okay, sweet.
I think that even
So going back and
considering
forth between Twitch and
the
TikTok, on
Ascent,
Twitch is good, so
double
EMEA is
duelist
very
and
loud.
the
Okay,
changes
copy.
that we're seeing here on
Split first.
keeping on that double duelist for the side of Fnatic. Look, I really, really like that.
Yeah, I
Hey,
really like the double duels
Yoru.
from Fnatic. I think that's where they found the most success. I think Crashies on the fades is an interesting concept to me. We see him on that silver time and time again, but of course,
Getting your hair done at 2. Let's go. Let's go.
Expecting him to be able to help set Alpha up on that race so he can really go in and get onto site. But looking over at Navi as well, we're going to see Hero jump back onto that Vise, which
Yeah, let me know how that is on TikTok now. I've lowered my primary speaker down to like 30% while my mic's at 100%.
It spoke wonders of Hero throughout the entirety of last year. So for him having a rougher kickoff.
Good on both. Okay, perfect. Thank you. See, look at this. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and is restricted in search results, as we have detected suspicious activity that may violate our integrity and authenticity policies. If you think we made a mistake, you can appeal the decision.
Yeah, and Fnatic have not run
every time this pops up, I'm gonna click appeal.
They always steered away from the Viper since then, so this is very.
I think it's because it's the first time that I'm live on TikTok, and also because I have like 70 followers on TikTok. Maybe that's why.
Yes, we're very proud of our beauty.
Yeah, we're starting with a triple cast. Let's go.
First day at work as well. Incredible. But let's kind of talk about this, though, because it's a vintage matchup with a little bit of a vintage feel with some of this composition.
What was I going to test? I was going to test socials, right?
So
So I have the TikTok, I have YouTube, I have Twitter, I have Twitch. Wait, Twitch I don't have because I'm already doing it on Twitch. Okay, perfect. I am super happy to see Hypo back as well. Hypoxa, homie.
They were playing before. They were playing the double duelist before, but this with the fade gives them a bit more options, especially on that defense where before they were struggling a little bit in kickoff.
I'll ask my wife to
They
check my
have more
TikTok as
options
well.
now to deal with things.
Slow kickoff here to the pistol round. Fnatic setting up outside A. It's not much in the form of defense on the other side of things for Na'Vi, but
Yeah, it looks like Crashies are just trying to make the distraction towards middle, and Fnatic can just explode onto this A site on a good timing.
Be Angel. Time to jump. To try and deal with what's about to come his way, but
Okay, sweet.
waiting for
Let's
the
see how this triple cast
trigger
goes, and
to
also let's
this.
watch this game.
It looks like we're about to see it happen. Alpha, first steps forward.
It definitely looks like a
Lots of
hard
war
hit
here,
into
quite
the A site
tailor-made,
here.
and they're gonna
I don't know
reciprocate
why
from
he's
the
playing
side.
all the way back here. I think he has a
Looking
flash
for
lineup for when they
retake.
go in.
Yeah, great open plan.
Because I just heard the flash icon or the flash audio being thrown. So maybe he throws it here so it flashes right above this wall. So that Raze TPs across, or satchels across, and he TPs backside. So they double dive that way.
Green light for him to make moves. He's actually drifting into vents now.
This is on a hair trigger. Hero.
Retake, they have Haunt
Flash
Nate that they're going to
in.
try to do at the same
Trying
time.
to get towards Pillar, but
It
spammed
does get a
away
ping
as
on
well.
one.
Down to 79 is the push towards the site. Boaster with the first, and Boaster with the second. Fnatic holding the flood
Oh,
back
they're all
in.
no. There's no way they're winning this
Still
round.
got support.
They're all sandwiched
It
on a
looked like it was all
4v
going well.
4v3 and
Players
elbow.
Noob is going to fall. Fnatic very clear.
Looks like they were shooting each other too.
Really well coordinated as well, as it didn't even really need to rely on Crashies late onto that retake. But Na'Vi, again, the flood onto
Oh, it's
site
all
here,
speakers?
It just so
Copy,
happens
copy.
Boaster gets these 2 kills. There's not.
I gets 2 through smoke. Okay, well. We'll take those. We'll take those as boasty.
Towards site. Maybe the penny dropping a little late on where the plant was. Again, that would have been the big indicator as soon as that smoke dropped.
I just realized we potentially, if there's ever 100 Thieves versus Fnatic, it'll be a Boasty versus Boosty. Big flat, big rush up put towards this A site. This stack is gonna get owned.
Yeah, that was a
Nothing
bit of
they
a
could really
missing piece.
do.
Now, again, you're looking at the purchase here for Na'Vi. It is exceptionally light, so nothing
Can we get a
to
flash out?
quite home about, but they are at least in the right place.
Yeah, they're clearing everything. The boombot should. Yeah, I was gonna say the boombot should clear inside
I
vents.
think there's going to be a tangible engagement for them to take.
It's got a
but
TP for heaven.
Koala's got to be really careful. Yeah, heads up play here. Alpha had to find it with the paint shells.
I love this discipline.
I think they're just containing this first because they're afraid of like maybe a stack over here. So if they actually kill everybody over at this spot, this is a free push back towards this B site.
At least.
Again, such good info off this Fnatic. No oversteps from Na'Vi though.
Does he have flash? He's probably gonna flash. No, he doesn't have flash.
Really hoping gets away with daylight robbery and Fnatic.
Okay, at least they all peek out at once.
Clear work so
Good
far,
discipline.
very composed, under pressure.
They 3-2-1
Classic
TP,
finding
double
very
swing
little
out
value
here,
on
and got the
this.
instant
And it
2
looks
kills on
like
this.
someone's around done Alpha. A little bit of a slap back to the face. So Shao's going to try and hold his ground at least. But if anything, just looks like a little snapping turtle down there. I don't think there's much more to come from it. Nah, Chronicle,
Very clean.
Zero fun to be had.
By the way,
does
does TikTok leave any VODs when the stream is done? Probably not, right? Because it probably takes like way too much space for TikTok to
new Fnatic.
Okay.
Like,
The fade makes it
upload a
little bit
6-hour
easier.
stream
We
on
had to do some
TikTok.
Very ridiculous things with Cypher cameras to.
I would
We
assume.
didn't have anything to get any contact, but the fade here allowing space to be cleared quite easily. Nice little anti-code that they had there.
Bonus round. So you see what I mean, chat?
Not
Even
this
if I
one.
have the chat over here, it still blocks the buy. So I'll try to talk it out for you all.
Sound like
But we have a full rifle buy
Yes.
on a bonus round with half shields because they went for the FPX buy in round number 2.
Oh,
So if you
yeah.
look at the econ, they'll still be very good to buy next round. There's only Bolster that's going to have like the most, the cheapest buy if they lose a round. But it's Bolster. He's going to play Astra. He's going to have a bunch of stars anyway, so it's fine.
Towards a Chronicle. He challenged it super early.
I feel that
Paranoia
maybe
pushing. Chronicle's still
this
alive.
might be too
He's
loud.
not fallen yet. He does go down, but that's hugely indicative of how many players are on that A side.
Green light now to find
Let me know how the audio
space towards
is now, chat, because I felt like I was just talking over loud voices every single time. So I had to modify on YouTube to make it lower on my YouTube, but louder on
The whole
OBS.
retake meta, but they're taking that to heart, and Boaster's taking heads. Beautiful work from him, just to slip ahead a little bit there, the unexpected almost, and pausing for the plant now.
It's fairly quick on this one.
Again, with
I think
the
they're
Omen
killing
going down, the
Spawn.
Paranoia is the big piece of util in this retake for Na'Vi. So
Did,
this is a tough
did
retake.
Chronicle push Spawn somehow and get a pick there?
Alpha.
Where's the
Let's
Red
try and
X?
play around this, fall back
I'm
a
missing
little bit. They're
something
getting a
here,
little bit of pressure on towards Pillar.
I'll have to look back,
Boaster
'cause
again.
I looked off
Big
my
impact
screen
from
for a
the man
split
so
second.
far. 2 kills, looking for a third. He's got it. Eyeing up maybe a fourth. IGL v IGL. Angel's got that
Ooh.
one in the bag.
Still a
Boaster's
very
started
good round
off
here for
hot.
Fnatic.
Like, if he's got
We
that
don't see it on
6-2,
TikTok right now, but Kualanu,
6-1, yeah.
Ruxic,
Been a huge clutch to
Ainge,
find here
Hero,
on round
they're
3.
at maximum 200 credits.
But the
So
battle
winning
was
this round
oldest
here to
time
get
between
3,000
Angel and
each.
Boaster.
So their next buy
Coming up top
is
this
like
time.
Yeah, I think it
Small
was just the round was
Spectre
pretty much
or
down to Chronicle
Bulldog,
dying there early.
full
That kind of
shield, or
Viper
like
outside A. I don't think he's ever
Guardian,
played Viper
Guardian
from
half
that,
shield,
at least
Guardian
I've
full
never-
shield,
Well, I mean, in
Vandal
he
small
didn't play it
shield.
for me.
So
But he
Bolster's
was
buy
the
could
second highest rated
with
Viper
I think he likes to play
behind
Outlaw
Leaf.
and Marshall
So I'll give
as
that one
a
out for free.
That's pretty good.
He's got them in his back.
as an IGL.
He's
So
got a Rolodex of it. Remember when I did this, guys?
looks like they're giving the Outlaw to K-Jack.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic have got to be aware of that now. That
Boaster's
Na'Vi,
got a Bulldog, and yeah,
well,
see, so we
early
don't
on
see
in
the
this
buy,
half,
but it's 3
identifying that
Guardians and
Chronicles
2
may be
rifles.
gonna be in a position to just be a nuisance, right? Just to play around the
Hoverboard,
wall.
can you check the audio
Try
for
and
me on
isolate something.
on Twitch to see if it's too
Yeah,
loud or
exactly.
not?
Straight
Are
away
we
you see
good?
the adaptation playing much deeper. Na'Vi will allow him to do so. I expect Na'Vi to be
If he,
guns
Because now I
blazing,
could actually
charging
hear
them
myself
down,
think,
but
which is
if he
great.
continues to get
Perfect on Twitch?
pressure here,
Perfect.
they can bring the fade at the
Thank
start
you.
of round to just support.
Yeah,
TikTok, I think we'll figure out
Go
later.
back to this middle kind of.
Yeah, if you don't mind, if you don't mind.
Though, still sharp with it. Nice from him. Angel in support as well. They
Nice
do
little hold in the
have
very
a little bit of a
beginning.
push and pull system, but it's the vents that are shut now. Boaster falling.
They're doing
in,
a
just
lot of,
Alpha and
it
Chron
feels like they're
to try and
doing a
pick
lot
up
of
the pieces,
this,
but this mid battle is won.
like full swing
That's
off
a spike.
TPs for Fnatic so far.
so really fully lost
It's
here,
very
but it's
protocol.
fairly difficult to retrieve, especially with the gap between Chronicle and Alpha.
This is probably something that Na'Vi could start realizing,
just going to give this
if
up
it continues
already,
in that
40 seconds
trend.
left on the clock.
because that's now 4
And that's not going to go
4
for some weird
setups.
events
Yeah, I was going
as
to say whether or
that
not they
when
do
you hear a
actually
Euro
look as if they
TP,
wanna
they're full
group-
sending it right after the TP.
progress
seconds.
So they're
towards
trying to
round.
break crosshair placements and full swing off smokes or full swing off their positions.
Or maybe just anticipate nobody from Navi's going
And
to
Na'Vi had a nice little crossfire
like a
setup to
save.
hold
Yeah.
that back. This could
maybe
potentially
looking
be
for a consolation.
a flawless for
something.
Na'Vi.
I do like
And
how
also at the
Na'Vi- so
same time,
Na'Vi in
free
the last round,
upgrades.
we
So
saw
they
them
went
with
from
that
3
A-main
Guardians
pressure,
now to
which
2
scared off
Guardians, a
Chronicle.
rifle
And then
upgrade
this
on,
round, they're kind of wary of the fact
I think it was Ainge?
they were
No, it
able
was on
to
Pro
take
and
that A
Hero.
control and kind of make Fnatic
'Cause Ainge
scared,
survived
and
the
then we're
previous
able
round.
to just stack towards middle, or like have that mid fight quite nicely. So Na'Vi reading the pace of the game, like reading it quite well.
For now, just going to let this one simmer on out at 2-2 here. Na'Vi not letting this get too far from them. And again, kind of rolling our minds back to expectation. Between these two, once upon a time, this would be the marquee matchup, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
It's a very different time now
Speak?
looking at these
I'm
two
speaking.
teams.
I
Now, the other
think
thing
it's
too,
fair to say
Versola,
the
is
expectation
having
is
this,
still very high
this
for both
Twitch in
these
this
teams.
corner right
It's,
here,
again,
at
not
least shows
necessarily
up in the
disaster,
overlay
a
for
kickoff, but definitely below
for
where we'd
TikTok.
expect.
Yes.
I think
TikTok's
one of the-
perfect. Boom.
Again,
Yo, we
whether or
hit
not
it.
we're gonna
Thank you
hit
so
this
much
against
for
the
helping
bar.
me test
For
out
me,
everything.
one of the things is
Hoverboard and
we've got to see the
Sid.
value of the crashes.
Really
pick up.
appreciate it.
I don't think we've
Now we
actually
can
had
focus on
an
the game.
opportunity to see many examples.
So they have a hero rifle in
Crashes living up
Chronicle,
to
and
the
he's actually
expectations. I
playing
mean,
it solo
big
on
name,
the A
a
site.
big
Very
name
interesting
very
here.
capable
So I
player.
think
That
the plan right now is to
transition
make a
period
lot of
is-
noise in
is
these
almost
areas,
expired
force
in my eyes.
rotates over, which is already starting.
Allowance.
Yeah, there
Now
is
Chronicle
that
can
window
maybe
of just,
start
okay, getting
activating,
used to
and if he
team,
gets a
getting used to the
one-on-one
role, kind of
pick, this is a
playing
rotate
again as we're
over.
playing actively in this sort of level. Hold on. Oh, coming in too.
That's a very premature ult though from Qualanu.
Very early on this and smacks his head in. That
So his own
There might have been a
teammate's
miss.
vice wall
Yeah,
because
that's
of a
right. He was
Yoru
so
clone.
far away.
What are
I
we
mean,
doing?
was he on stairs when he popped it?
I think so.
Now these guys are so afraid
Maybe just a complete
because of the
miscom
whole
here
pressure
and-
that they've added. So this is a big fight from Chronicle right here.
Back we can.
So they are doing the
Just
activation at the
bear in
1 minute
mind,
mark.
You're looking at the purchase coming here for Fnatic.
This now
It's
they
the
know
two
that Vents is
Vandals,
clear, right?
and
So
any small reward
if
is
this
pretty
pick gets
nice for
broken,
Fnatic.
they could
They'll be
smoke
happy with
this
that.
and
The
start
three
moving
sheriffs
through.
here. There is some
they've
threat,
lost
though.
that window
Alpha's
now.
only 2 away from his ult.
They've lost that window,
Chronicle
especially Chronicle
instantly
down to
put
10
logo.
HP
That's
now
gotta be a
after that
switch out
fight.
of a
So
weapon
couldn't win
now.
it against
Yeah,
Ruxic.
it is. Fnatic just basically waiting
And
for
you're going to
somebody on
have
the
to
side of
mini
Na'Vi
Bogdan's
to
Law.
overstep.
Give the rifle to
Find
somebody
an
else,
opener
which
here
seems is going to
on
be
the
the
back of
booster.
Alpha and
And you're
Chronicle.
just going to gamble push towards this B site.
Now looking to group outside B.
The bolster picks it up. They have
I think
another
this
hero
strat's gonna
rifle
be a
from
little
Alpha here
fake
towards this B
and then we're gonna
site.
see the Astra Viper,
But because of
maybe
the miss 1v1 here, they
getting a
still have a
lurk into middle
3
there behind.
player stronghold on this B
Works out.
site
They are
from
really
Na'Vi.
pressuring through that B main. You're
When
seeing
the smoke
support
comes
smokes
up, you
coming
can
in
start
from
putting
afar from
razor vines
Ruxic.
up. Okay,
Post a
never mind. Hero
beautiful
just
timing
walks
on
down and
it,
lets himself
but
get
But
picked.
the time, 10
That is
seconds,
a
they've
big
got to still
mistake.
really make this work. Shao trying to be a thorn in their side, but it's Angel.
But Fnatic
taking away
are
bolster
very,
and time
very
is of
slow
the
here.
essence.
Big kill by
5 seconds.
Crashies. That was a huge kill by Crashies.
That is so close, but I think they got this down. They do 2v.
Xiao's on 15 HP.
Bro, and he
How
gets
the
a
hell did
snake
Quan
bite
get
kill
that
onto
as well?
Xiao.
That's perfect. Quan was only on 10 HP himself.
we doing,
Qualanu,
Na'Vi?
who burned that all early, now might be feeling the
What are we doing,
pressure.
Fnatic?
Quan
Where's the
completely
communication? Watch each
aghast,
other's backs.
unsure where he was, and there it is.
And of
We
course,
asked the
NA
question of
versus NA
Crashies.
1v1.
He found the
Crashies
answer
wins
this
it.
round.
Beautiful recovery as well, because it almost looks like a couple of members of Fnatic going to get isolated caught ahead of this, but a crucial kill from Chronicle onto Xiao. I mean, I don't know if the intention is to commit towards bottom mid here.
Misclick the ult.
Misclick the ult, yeah.
Okay, so he did.
But just to notice again, Boaster looking phenomenal to kick things off here on Split.
Player standing.
I love the strat from Fnatic too. I can't tell you the name
I
of
don't
that
know why
strat.
he went for a
It's one of
satchel. He
Boaster's.
tried to look up to
And
throw
I'm
a
not allowed to tell
satchel
you the
too.
name 'cause it's
For
questionable
Newbin on
for podcast.
1v1. He should have just
not
pushed
that
him
far
out
down
with
the
the paint shells like he did and just keep the crosshair up.
Give it a couple
Thank you,
more
Sid.
maps, you never know.
We're
Hold
still
on.
censored.
Ruxic is under pressure, and not the fun kind. Gonna have to try and get out.
Seize
and-
nade is huge.
Straight into the trap, the seize, the paint shell, all there.
Anticipated the TP back.
That's wild. That's a 5v4 above a minute.
Yeah, going to get a couple of ultimates in play here. I mean, actually, the only two missing, Chronicle and Crash.
So we have a difference of
only
Na'Vi
one
versus
away.
Fnatic of a double controller
full
versus a
tank.
double duelist.
For Fnatic,
But so
should
far,
they
it's
choose
not
to
really
invest
on
in his
double
end.
duelist that's making the big difference
Still
here. It's
got
just
my eye
a
on
regular macro
when
play
Chronicle
from
decides to make moves.
Fnatic.
He's actually slipping back into sewers now.
It's kind of outpacing Na'Vi, but it gets very, very
Oh
muddy in
God,
these close by
Angel.
scenarios and very close towards the end.
Oh my god, it was so close to nearly spot that.
Yeah, nuts. Kayak in the meantime has popped
No matter
the ult.
what, I
He's
think
having
Kayak's
a
kinda
look.
like
He's seen
fucked here.
pretty much everything. And you're going to hear the pop of the ult this time. This one's intentional, but it still doesn't find its man.
Wait, Angel survives and gets
still
a pick on
alive.
top of
I
that.
don't know how. It feels like he's
Where's
just
his team? Why is he
ping-ponging
alone?
around this side. Kayak finally removes him. Man advantage still to Fnatic.
Dude, why?
And they
Okay, first off,
continue.
he backed
Xiao
up
down,
way
it's on
too
Hero and
far back
Kwanu.
because Xiao was trying to watch his
Operator's difficult
crossover.
as well.
And I think at some
Divide
point they were
adding on
both trying to
top.
watch this.
Fnatic want this round. They've invested
I think if
into
anything,
it. A brutal
I
time
know
for Hero
Angel was
round to
stuck like
face.
reloading, but he should have
The team
stayed
he
there.
was once eyeing up.
So that at least
Kayak
Xiao
gonna
could
take
trade
him
him
away,
out,
leaving
and then
just
now you just
Koala
gave like
with
two
shots.
1v1s.
It ain't over. Does he expect the position here? He's playing it well. Crashies
good.
has a really complimentary angle, but it felt close
Fake
for a
check
moment
down
there.
towards
Yeah,
hell.
it was toying with the idea of full clearing that, but regardless, Fnatic find their fourth. Again, actually finding some positives here in the early
Na'Vi's a little
rounds.
bit
But again, not overcooking. They're not too
uncoordinated.
quick to reposition here. They're cautious in approach.
like right here, him
I
backing
think
up
this
there,
is
not
the
good.
history of these two
So then it
teams.
forces
like,
Xiao
Boaster
to like
knows
make a
that
hero play and
Na'Vi
gets
and
punished
Angel,
right away
these
by
teams on the
KJ.
defense
It's a
in the
replay
mid
level.
round that he
Or
knows
Kayak.
that they're going to do these repushes.
Yeah.
So
I think we
freezing in these
yeah.
mid rounds
I think we
series is going to be big
the
for
J
Fnatic. Tech said.
in Poland, yeah.
I was wondering what I'm saying, but it is a Na'Vi timeout, and I think you're right. Is that I don't want to say comfort in reading your opponent, but understanding what they want to do, preparing for it, and playing very well. Fnatic showing that they've been able to fight back here, because I was a bit worried that round 3, round 4, looking like Navi's got a really solid grip on it. I was
Not
a bit
gonna
worried
lie,
they'd
chat,
run
I'm
away with
actually
it, but
very happy with
in
the
reaction,
overlay that
we
we
saw
did here
that beautiful
for
conversion in that round 5 with the Sheriffs there, the 2 Vandals,
for
even
TikTok.
after such damage on
or at
Chronicle
least for
early
vertical
on.
streams, because
still able
eventually I'll have to
convert.
put it on YouTube.
We're seeing
but-
some lovely stuff from Fnatic, but the depth now gets tested for Na'Vi here. What options are you seeing for them, either of you? Is there many open avenues here? Because I like what they were doing
I think
earlier,
having
but it
the
feels
chat
like that was adjusted to
maybe
within
it's
a
too
round.
overcrowded
Sure, yeah,
for.
I don't think you really
for
justify in some of these
TikTok?
rounds the same sort of thing to set up to deal with Chronicle.
So,
There's a big question mark now.
I will
This might be around this kind of indicative of how Fnatic
move
have
that.
adjusted, because there's so many bodies elsewhere. If Na'Vi can identify one of these avenues, one of these lanes to explore early on, I absolutely want to see them.
That's
do
what I'm
it.
saying. The macro is
Now we've got
decent,
some
like they have
ultimates
good
to
positioning,
maybe
everything. It's
complement
just
that, but
they're not
it's not
coordinated
really a composition you want
right
to be
after once
pushing
the
out too
hits are
far
coming.
on defense.
Like as soon
Like I
as
said,
they
it's
lose a
not
player,
necessarily
or
suited to the
they're
retake,
getting
but-
pushed back by
Yeah, it's
Fnatic's like
like
explosive
they
hits.
can't fight aggressive, but
Yeah.
at
They're
the same
not
time, I don't
reacting
think they
well
win
enough.
the
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They're
Fnatic
losing.
are
They're
well-
losing
Fnatic are
discipline.
well equipped to
Like
deal
where's
with
the
that
help
sort of
if
So far. Displaying that here.
Ainge is
comfortable
stuck
round
on site,
as it
and if he's
stands.
stuck on site,
Information
just let him
found while
die.
Noob is gonna be given
Chad just
away.
should wait for his
It's
team, and they
clean work from
should try to
Fnatic.
retake as a group.
Sick.
If they're
Sort of
planning to go
pick
for
up
a
there, but
retake.
there needs to be a lot more of that
Yeah.
for them to actually find impact on the round.
Yeah, the exact same anti.
I respect if you think you have a timing, you can get a pick on
see
the
all layers
1v1
there.
and then try to win
Every
it, right?
corner's checked.
But now you're
Freeze
wide
again
swinging
on
into a crosshair
Yeah,
placement
they're
into
just
B
waiting
site. Like
for
he
Na'Vi
swings
to
this,
try and
and
come in
the
and clear
person
this
just needs
space
to
or
watch
get
the angle
something
and just immediately gets
to
picked
work
off.
with. What's it going to be forced even further? Hero got to be careful, but able to back away.
See?
Xiao, not so much.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, really, isn't it? It's either
Like, what's the point of
storage.
what's
Who
the
knows
point of
who's gonna
throwing the
find it,
razor
but
vines
it
down
doesn't
there
seem
to
to
slow
work.
things
So,
down?
for now, clean stuff. Going down, not the end of the world. Happy
You
with
don't
that
hear
one. Fnatic
audio if people are trying to
looking
walk
very
through the
composed here,
razor vines.
And again, how did we feel when we saw them
Or
at
you
kickoff?
could hear the
Trying to
audio
come back
rather,
next, we
and
do
you
have
could try to
so
like
many
just start
ults in hand
spraying
for
with your
Na'Vi.
tears.
The pendulum swings that this has to be the big round, right? If they've got a trump card to pull
Such
out,
a
this
free
is the
kill.
one you do it for. Operator in play.
I was gonna-
4 ults there.
I was about to know that. It implies they're probably going to slow things down, but if Koala's going to start now actively looking for aggressive angles, yeah, I was going to say, finally, we're back to, I think this might even be almost a carbon copy of previous.
Yo, what's
but
up, Kratos? How's it going?
Difference being there are bodies for Fnatic on the other
Yeah,
side
I
of this
think
time.
I think for today I might
not
stream
just Chronicle.
EMEA, but not
Got
stream
boys with it.
Americas. I still have to figure it out because I have to pick up my kid, and then
Trying to
I'm gonna need
pick a
to like to
choice.
give him a bath and
Operator
stuff like that
noted as
too.
well.
If anything,
Very
I
on top
might
work
leave the
for them
stream
doing that.
open
Again, going through that
and then
protocol
go
is-
tend
it
to like
does
my
look
my
exceptionally
father
similar, doesn't it? Same
duties
sort
and
of
then come
setup.
back to the
Let's say
stream
spring
after.
towards site. When see if Alpha's going to go forward on this. No, they actually look to maybe pull something different here.
The eyes on Boaster as well. He's going to find anything.
For sure,
towards
Kratos.
Xiao,
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. So you're probably gonna go to bed fairly soon.
who's considering a lurk out, but still actually get a little bit
That's a
of
nice
contention
pick by
here. Yeah.
Koala
Koala
Noob.
gonna find
That's a good
Alpha.
start.
That's brilliance from him. Sticking around after it felt so quiet on the map as well. Rechecking
TikTok
towards
hero
heaven,
lineups.
staying
Like I said, man,
finding
they're
the man,
really
but-
trying to be explosive around the Euro TP right away.
Did shout, must
So
have
it's
seen
more
both
than
of them.
just
Calls
Cage
coming in,
and
they've got to
Kayak
prepare
trying to
themselves
TP
for this
across,
pivot.
but there's
And they've
there should
navigated
be,
past the wall.
oh
Completely
no, this is a free kill.
unconsidered. A late look from Angel, maybe starting to put it together, but he turns away, and the timing
That's a
is
free kill
divine.
on Angel.
Kayak slicing through them.
Ooh,
And now
how is there a
Xiao has
gap
to
here,
evacuate.
guys?
Evacuate.
So the TP though into the back line. See it from
How is there a
this could
wall
be
here and
disastrous.
still a gap
Oh,
here that's
Fox has a
unattended
look,
for?
But even he's a bit surprised. Chronicle, oh, Rooksik, that's stunning. Spikes down. This could be done for. Kayak trying to find the
Bro,
man. Rooksik is
what are we
not
doing?
falling. Defending that spike with his life.
Dude, we're
The
getting muddy
crash
in the
is now
mid-rounding.
just too late to the party.
It
felt
But
so
that's what I was trying to
perfect
say.
for a
Like
moment's
they
time,
are like
and Rooksik
popping a lot around
absolutely
the
trashes it.
Euro TP.
I was about to make the point that they had the Vice
So they have
and
good
the Astro
protocols
all
around
fade
that,
already
but
for
it's
this
just like-
retake, and then Rooksie's decided to just use an Omen instead.
Yeah, there's a moment's hesitation there. I'm not sure of what the
know
pressure
what
was on
happened
the
after.
front side because I was so focused on the TP behind.
Angel's back to being your goat. Let's go.
And Ruxik's just gifted. See here, yeah, it's Boaster to come through, but again, it's so disjointed to come back and deal with the TP. Chronicle's caught in a weird run and gun situation. Then, I mean, Kayak's got not much else to do there. Some sort of desperation move to get the spike back, but
I know that the Vice Wall in that later round kind of.
Chad, let me
caused
move
a
the
false sense of
overlay again.
security, but I do think
I'm gonna
Fnatic are
put
going
it
to
at
have
a
to deal with that
different
wall.
spot.
Like having that wall up for Na'Vi the entire round
It'll
gives
be
them so much
cleaner.
information to kind of move around and deal with wherever Fnatic is making noise.
I don't care to have it on TikTok, and I could just put it around here.
Again, variety on approach.
It might
but
be above my
not
camera here,
seeing an
right? So
answer
let's
back
put it
from
here.
Alpha.
Yeah.
Fancy a go
So let's
himself.
put it here.
Attack side up in hand.
There we go.
Already making the cross this time though. Different challenge now.
Ah, but then
Awareness
it
for
shows on my
Koala as well.
minimap on TikTok. I don't
We
like
did see
that.
the Fade Crushies there trying to crowd her out in case.
What?
Yo, give me that. Give me both POVs. Give me both
And a
POVs
player
on
react,
that.
please.
Please. I blinked and missed it. That's,
I think that is probably the best spot for me to play
does
a
that
chat
give
where we
away
had it
much? What does
originally.
that tell you here?
All right, final answer. We're moving
Fnatic
it
now
back.
find success on one side of the map, right? But they were kind of leaning towards this
We're
B
moving it
side.
back. Remove it, like right over
Oh,
here.
reading it as well.
Oh, nice from Hero. Instantly stopping Alpha in his tracks. They still have
The only thing
util
that
here.
sucks is that it's gonna block like
Looking to
overlay,
work things back
like
in,
once
but
they
the
have
ult's
like
starting to come into
the
play.
buys. But
Cut the sound here. Chronicle actually
30
opting not to
seconds
progress through mid.
outside
Makes
of
way
that,
back
not too
towards B
bad,
main
right?
here. Fnatic gotta make use of this window.
What a strange divide of the site. The ult's layered now. Going to make this tricky. Boaster, the operator there. Look, we've said things about him with it in the past, and it's working so well. Brooksik was the hero they needed, and right now he's melting. It's down to just Angel, and it's only for a moment. Fnatic's composure in these crunch
I want to see how many bullets are
scenarios
left on the overlay
seems
too.
exceptional.
And it's so well coordinated. Actually, when this engagement finally comes through,
You can only
Fnatic
imagine
got a
Arnis
couple
Baldi to
of
this.
Really good answers
Bro,
in terms
bro.
of that freeze. Oh,
Bro, what are we doing,
it's
bro?
pixel perfect from Chronicle.
I can't
Very
do
good
his
from Boaster,
accent,
I'm
but
gonna keep
TMV
saying that
does it
today.
very, very well.
Kayak as well, dealing with Shout. Yeah, really well rounded.
I
I
just
said
wanted to know-
composed once they get in.
On the map, look out for Na'Vi the way they're playing with the smoke around where the circle is in the radar right there. They
Should be
keep
like a
trying to smoke
yeah, I was
that
gonna
off
say
and then
Prowler to
have,
find
like,
for early
a
information.
weird
Then
passive
maybe we
hold, and
smoke
it's giving
this,
Fnatic
or
a lot
even
of
smoke here.
space
We're trying to
just
force util
decompose
early,
this.
which I like. They're already forcing out the
That
boom
is something that
bot.
surprised me, considering how tense
nade.
it felt. That Fnatic have looked quite comfortable in situations. that
Alpha is
they
close to
probably
ult
wouldn't be,
here.
but
Maybe that's the reason why they're adding so much.
Big
Oh
gap.
my gosh!
Right back at you. All right,
Gap
Cron,
in the
you're gonna do that
smoke
to my
turns it
point,
into
I'm
a
gonna do it right back
one-way.
to yours.
Nice little
Alpha now down.
nice little pick
We've
there
got
by
man
Ruxic.
up for Na'Vi, and considering
That's
their buy,
off
they
down.
need that. Quality
No
is good
no
from
ults that was
Stinger.
mentioned before. They're trying to get the orbs up. Boaster's trying to do a hero
Oh.
play.
I was going to say Boaster maybe.
Feeling a bit too much.
Yeah. Punished here in mid. Still 3 alive for Fnatic.
Tried
though.
to punish through the
Looking to make
Oh,
some
that's
progress,
actually his teammate's
potentially
Viper orb.
towards 8. Spike trailing behind a little bit.
I respect it because this covers
being
male,
clever,
and
right?
once
I mean,
this
maybe
goes
question mark
down,
in the
they
smoke,
could
but,
re-smoke
you
in
know,
here.
Maybe someone's still
he
there.
tries
over
to
deeper,
fight
but they've got
this.
good info on this. Got a little setup as
And
well
to
towards
be
Luke.
honest, this is probably
As I say, it's
something
heads
that we
up
can
from
look at
Na'Vi.
later
Just
on
to
if they're
sit
going to try to
back
go
here,
for the
they
mid
can wait
pop
on
again.
util.
Because they could place Euro TP in this
Wait for an
corner.
indication from Fnatic.
And again, you isolate Kayak with this. You're going to use that Vice utility
then they
to
could
just
probably
deny
stun
the
this,
support system, and he reads it.
or
Hero
smoke
reads
this,
it
or
so
stun
well.
that, and
Taking
then
away
just fight
Chronicle and
whatever angle
Crashies.
that they want to
The
fight.
timing, does he get it? No, Shao, sharp again. They are really getting into Fnatic's heads here. Kayak is going to need to be the hero of more than the hour. It might be of the week, month,
Why is he
year.
gone alone?
A 1v5.
I guess he gets info
Paranoia
for the
in.
team, but
By Pillar, does he get another one? Oh my god, Kayak.
everybody's going
Hold
1v1.
on.
Here, another 1v1.
Oh.
Dude.
I was on board for that. I was ready. The Na'Vi needed this.
Van's channeling the inner French
This
Canadian.
time
Qu'est-ce qu'on
around
fait,
going in
Maudit? Qu'est-ce
favour
qu'on
of
fait?
Na'Vi.
Qu'est-ce qui se
Again,
passe?
not overstepping the mark too much. Confirmation of further presence
Tabarnak.
behind the operator.
I find it funny that we used to have a rule that if we went down 4v5, because we had so many good players who'd want to then
You
kind
dropped
of
the
bring
wall.
back the round. The rule was that
That's what
don't
happened.
go for the solo. Like, don't go for that solo play, and it's
So,
Boaster who's
It
breaking his
wasn't.
own rules.
So right now the orb was up here, and he was trying to lurk across.
Oh, Fnatic.
And when he heard the sound of the
Inside
orb
info
dropping,
comes out. I was like, oh, Boast actually broke his own
he
rules.
looked left, and then was
I mean,
like,
it's good
"Fuck,
to
I
see
gotta
yellow
flick
cards.
back on this
Yeah.
area."
Yeah.
But his whole goal
And
was
you
always
look for
trying to
Boaster.
take top ropes.
Confidence. Poor guy, hold on. And Koala Noob, speaking of confidence, it's
Yeah,
flying.
there's a nice
Na'Vi,
pinch here.
kick it up a gear. It's not just one, there's several.
Oh, wait.
But
Nice
hold
answer
on.
back, though, from
We called
Crashies
out
and Kayak.
Crashies, and he's
Kayak.
on a heater now. Sharp with it, punishing the aggression.
I was gonna
They
say
get back this
they did a
phase,
great
Wolf gonna
job
go
to
in
like
as well,
cancel out
clear.
the
A little bit of B main, so they can
showstopper.
just pause for a second here. Man up this time.
Massive gap
This
in
is
formation,
very winnable
so
at 1 HP for
Navi,
Kayak because of this
a lot of
ult.
questions left now.
This
here
ult
on
maybe
Shao, but
might give a chance here for
Crashies
them to get a clean plant and
wounded.
play with a Viper Spit pulse plant.
maybe some hesitation. Chronicle's still over towards A side, or down towards sewers at least.
Fnatic again just expecting
I think they
Navi
might
to
start
react. They
activating
know
once
that
Crashies
every
has
single time in these
his
kind of
haunt
mid-range
back up.
situations
Waiting for
that-
the re-clearance, yeah.
exactly.
Which is coming.
It's there. Just a second
1 minute
away.
mark to find info.
This is an awkward situation though, because Crash is going to be left
I
solo
like that
with the
Crashies
spike.
is watching
He's
flank though. This is very important.
caught on, and actually Kayak can't confirm anything.
But even that lack of seeing anyone does feel a little indicative.
Oh, Crashies is
The
fucked.
damage though, Crashies now joining.
The timing on this,
the-
nice. He
basically
checks
the
it.
infirmary, but what the hell? Crashies swings it, takes
That's
a
my
hero.
frickin'
That paranoia
Crashies,
was
dude.
right the whole time about
Let's
it.
go, Austin.
Across now, they've got to wait for Chronicles
This
to
has gotta
come
save
and
now, you have no
apply
choice.
some pressure.
Well, I mean, there's 2 body
Yeah.
shots. If he gets this kill
Also
against
advantage,
Chronicle,
even though it is a
that's
1v3,
pit down
Shao's so
and a
capable in
huge
this.
winning condition
You got
or a
Quant,
huge
yeah,
opportunity for
consider
Shao
it.
to win this.
It's the right call.
He gets
it's
his
just the
timing,
wrong place.
boom.
Oh, but
At
that
full
shot.
HP. The
Shao
other one
now,
are 1
look
body
at the
shot.
HP.
You shoot
It
them
is
both in the
so
toes,
doable, but it's
and they're
caught by the
fucked.
seas. Looks like there's a
There's
pop
no
flash
flash
in
left.
hand.
Oh,
Swing together.
lice. I was going to say there's no flash left, and as he
Crashies
throws the
is
last one.
gorgeous.
And a double swing
Fnatic
at 1 HP and 15
standing
HP.
together here,
Very,
they're
very
mad at
nice.
the HP.
While they seized
The
him
start
too.
of that aggression for Na'Vi couldn't have gone better.
No.
but
Every single
Crashies,
fight.
it was just Crashies.
Jokes aside, do you think the,
Response from him was
the
amazing.
reliance on
Crashies
util
and
we're
both
seeing
start
making
looking
Val
like
into a
this.
chess match with guns
Scary
as a
prospect.
bonus for the first 30 seconds, leveling
Right
the
here,
field for
again,
mid
this
and
straight
top tier
down mid,
teams, or
but
does it more harm teams depending on
Perfect time for this
superstars?
pinch to come through. Kayak actually also finding a response.
I
Yeah,
I
heads
feel like
up,
this
playing
meta that we're
Crashies.
currently seeing is nothing new. We've seen this already back in 2021. When Fade
Nothing
first
for
came
Shao
out
to
and
do.
you had Raze and
Yeah,
Chamber,
so a really impressive
And
approach from
Astra
Crashies
5
so
stars.
far. The whole of Fnatic, sure, but certainly on an individual
chat,
level.
remember Astra 5 stars, Viper Snakebite, double
Okay,
Snakebite,
Ron wins those fights. Just maybe don't fight him
Fade
towards
Fade
ramp. Oh my
Haunt,
God, but look at
or
Z's
Fade
here, Alpha
Seas and
trying to
Pain
just
Shells
keep
from
himself
Raze.
safe.
Like the
That
meta
pushed
already
him in the
existed
end, so just slow down a little on the way
to
forward.
play like Flood retakes, Flood takes Flood retakes,
Daylight robbery, but
and play Pulse Plant rather.
no. This
So
is
now you're just
difficult
trying to get
going
accustomed
forward.
to it again.
But Fnatic have looked good in these
I
scenarios.
definitely do
composed,
feel
and the
that
Na'Vi's
playing this
high
double
levels of
initiator meta
pressure
will
here. Again, a
definitely
correct read. That's gonna
or
catch
should
just about
slow down the game a lot
everyone.
more in the very
Send in
beginning.
Alpha, send in Kron.
Which is kind of fun for people who are
Fnatic,
very
the
like
in-zone
nerdy and
flawless,
cerebral
looking
about
stunning.
trying to see where
Brilliant
teams
first
are
half from them.
manipulating the map.
Again, I think it's perfect. The kind of
So
the,
it's my
the
cup of
push and
tea.
pull we're seeing here. Both teams understanding really,
But
really
I
well,
could
but
understand that
Fnatic
it's
to come
not
out
for
on
everybody
top.
because we just like the highlight reels, you know. Yeah, I mean it's a valid description of Sentinels on Split. It's a valid description of Sentinels on Sunset, even in the Neon Breach meta. I think to what Sliggy's saying, the big difference that makes it fairly look fairly oppressive is because of Cable. Even with the current Tejo nerf. Oh, sorry, Chad. Let me run a quick 30-second ad though, so don't get hit by an ad. I didn't have a chance to. Actually, I think we should be okay, right? No, I'm gonna hit an ad. 30 seconds. I'll be right back. We should get the timing right. But Kratos, let me know if you still hear what I'm saying right now, because if you do, then I'll keep explaining it. Or not explaining, but keep giving my thoughts. You do? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I think the Tejo right now is not only does he have refreshable utility every 40 seconds, but it's also how good it is on the pulse plant. So right now, you could basically have 3 salvos in a round, right? You have it as soon as the
4 to
barriers
8.
come up,
Bit
you
of a
have
back
it at
and
the
forth
minute mark,
affair, but it
or
looked
you
like
have it on your
Fnatic
second
were
exec,
equipped
which
with
is
what
probably
Na'Vi were
at
trying to
your
do there, calmness
30
under
seconds
pressure,
left or so.
the pauses,
And by
the
then,
good
you
reads,
should
and
have delayed
also the
enough so that salvo
individuals.
stays up
Again, your boasters,
for
your
the pulse
Crashies,
plant.
putting up numbers. Now for Na'Vi though, we've
So
got to
he's
flip the
very
script a
annoying
bit
at that
towards them.
part. At that
Does this
in that
composition
part.
in any way, shape, or form work in your mind on this attacking
So
side? Where do we see
when
this
you've
going?
already when you've
This composition,
already
you got double smokes and a Vice.
in your
It's
mind
not
as
got that
Riot
explosive double
removed
duelist, it's not got the
pings and
explosivity of a
smokes,
breach. I think it's a
so
more
that people don't rely
defensive-sided
on pings
composition.
as much
But
for
even
post
then, I
plant
think it
util
struggles. So I
from
don't-
like
I
shot
don't have
darts to
a-
mollies and stuff like that as well.
the-
And
Oh,
also smoke
explosivity.
sprays.
Oh, yeah, we
But then
go.
you have a
Okay,
guy that
that's-
could just
that's
open an
one way to do
iPad
it.
and
One
defeat
of
all
them's
the
able to take
purpose of
TP
the
out
reason
there and
why
get
you
to
took things
safety.
out in the first
The other's
place.
not so long. Oh my God, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Then
whoa. But they just forgot that even
that's
the
where it
Walkers
gets
forget
annoying.
that- Well, this
You
is
know what I
getting
mean?
completely messy.
That's where it gets annoying because not only
Ends up
you
in a
don't need
different
to like line
dimension
up, you just
to the
open your
rest of
iPad,
Na'Vi,
but it
the
also does
response comes
damage.
immediately from Alpha, and then the second and third layers of Na'Vi completely dismantled. Again, the disrespect on the smokes.
Yeah, Molly's
fell
pre-nerf
apart.
was
They have
kind of crazy
explosivity
for
on the rays,
for
but you need
CS
the
as well.
backing
Like you were
util or
burning
maybe a
very
second
quickly in those
person with
mollies in
you.
the past.
No one can really get there, it looks like. And here it is. I think this is the wall.
But yeah, I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't need any skill to like drop the salvos in a post plant is the annoying part for a lot of players. But overall, I don't think it's
huge gap.
Overall, I don't
Something
think
I did
it's
wanna
that
mention is
bad
that Fnatic,
when you
last
look
time
at
they
how
played,
teams
they
currently
had
play
struggles on
in like
one side.
the
But I
barriers
think that with
opening
this
and in the
composition,
mid rounding.
I think the reason they had struggles was the lack of proactivity.
Because if
But
you
their
didn't have
composition now
Teho,
allows for a bit more
like look at
proactivity. They
this
can use
example
those
actually for
parados to
Na'Vi
get
and
back into
Fnatic.
positions.
You don't have
And so
Teho,
I'm not
but you're
as
playing with
afraid about
Fate.
their defense this
So you're
time
still
around.
slowing
And that
down
was
the
against
map a lot
BBL.
because you're
Against
playing double
BBL, yes.
controller,
So,
you're playing a
again,
lot of
they're
lurks,
Against this exact
you're playing map
composition.
manipulation. So already
Really,
your
a little bit
game
of
plan
adaptation.
and your
Clearly
play
understanding that was
style is
simply
still
not
very
good
slow.
enough.
But you still have
And
season age,
Crashies
whereas
should
the
be farming
breach,
time, and it is.
like let's say the
Comfort
breach
for
Teho
Crashies.
combination still
Two
has the
players
same
trying to work
value
their
as
way
a
up. You
Fade
need a little
Raze
bit of
nade.
silver lining
So
here.
like it's
Want to see Na'Vi with at least a bit
it's
of a fire
apples to
starting burn
apples
under
at
them.
this point.
Mosta
It's still a
just
very slow
soaking
map.
it up.
Angel, where you'd
You're
expect
scaling very
through
slowly,
ropes.
and you still have good combo
Post
utility from
reading
both
into it pretty
from
well.
both of these
Crashies will
compositions.
find a third
The
as
only
well.
edge that you have now
15
from
and
the
3.
Teho is that post plant, the
Crashies,
salvos.
15 and 3. I think so.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Which, for example, if
considering,
Fade sees, it doesn't refresh. And paint
That
shells
would
could
be
refresh
genuinely a
if you
big
get
upswing
double
in
kills
points,
as
'cause
a
it does feel
race,
harsh
right?
when we,
So
if we go into
you
a little
do
bit
need
too
a little
heavy,
bit more
but
skill
Yeah,
as
Crashies
a
comes with
raise.
lot of, you know, caliber to him. He's
in
a
order
pedigree
to land
player,
shots to
history
refresh
player,
your
and
nades.
It wasn't quite up to the caliber we wanted. And yeah, he is absolutely at 15 kills and 3 deaths.
quietly, I mean, the 3 deaths is the more surprising thing.
They have
that,
So-
but
Leo cosplay?
Leo cosplay.
What's up, Lucas?
And doing pretty well.
Fade sees also doesn't have the range and the ability to ignore cover, like Breach
Yeah, we'll see
Teho.
now. Na'Vi
Yeah, as well.
actually
Like
quality
the
with
Teho salvos
Judge
do
coming
get a
into
lot of
this.
freaking range.
Need
Now,
the fast satchels again.
is the
Yeah,
idea to maybe make is the idea to maybe make Teho salvos do very similar damage as to like Sova double shock
He didn't
darts?
get hit by the Paranoid,
So that
it
if
seems,
you're
at the
actually
time. Are you
stepping on
ready for
both
it?
circles,
I mean, it's still rough. The
you're
Chronicle doesn't
damaged
get that from the
to
judge.
like
He missed on the first, but
140 damage,
yeah,
right?
Chronicle well handled
So you have 10 HP left.
on his part for sure. And conceding that expected space up towards
I
Vents.
am not sure if that would be the
Big gap
solution
towards
because
Mayo
I think
here,
if we
but
do that,
seeing
then
Chronicle now come to pick up the slack.
I don't think
Just the perfect
players
read. He's
will
gonna be
pick.
there potentially
Teho
to greet
anymore.
the cross. I think probably a
I
confirmation.
think they've already tested
of intent
currently by
here
tweaking the
over
damage
towards
go
B
down
main
right
as well.
now.
Yeah, especially with seeing
Where
that
it's a
group
little bit
six.
slower,
Nice
there's less
try,
damage, but you
mate.
can still escape
Not
it,
gonna
but-
happen ever, apparently. Na'Vi trying to find ways in, and
We'll
all
have
the
to
doors
see.
are shutting.
We'll have to see the more we
Thinking
go.
maybe they've slipped a net here or there. Absolutely not. Shao drifting away from middle, and Angel
But the
not
other
really
thing
making much
too
progress.
is
This could be called off
that's why
pretty quick.
Astra's available with 5 stars again because she has to suck, right?
Yeah.
That's why she's very good on
Don't
this map.
expect Fnatic to really send anybody out on a fact finder here.
So for you to
It's
play
rough
post blind
'cause Fnatic
delays
gonna
for
find
this
11.
comp, it's definitely
Not
oppressive
really.
with
I
the
mean, other than
Astra,
the judge coming in
but it's not
Koalas
as
at
oppressive
650, so
than if
chance
you had
to
a
maybe
Teo
invest
instead of a
something
Fade.
back into this, but it's one of those awkward rounds where it basically leads Fnatic to 12 in terms of expected
It
outcomes
does,
at
doesn't
least.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about Na'Vi. Their main 2 approaches so far have been the
10 seconds left.
explosive satchels, and they both kind of fell a bit flat.
Fizzles out.
Yeah, this does.
I was gonna say I'm
Worry.
alright with 1, maybe not the 2.
I remember, Lucas, I remember that Sean Garris
Yeah, no
probably
chance of
mentioned that as well,
recovery
that
here for
maybe like
Alpha
a
at least,
solution
but-
would be to
Majority
hire the
standing,
cooldown
let's,
of the
read
salvos.
into it too bad. Actually did get caught by the...
Or no,
but
actually, I think it was
again, he's
I think it was
playing- he's
Sideshow,
playing
right? That
deep
mentioned that
enough
on
there
Punch.
yeah,
It's fine.
he's back on the angle to greet Koala.
I still think it's as good.
So
Right.
mitigating that risk perfectly, yeah.
Because the difference in 35 seconds instead of
Pretty
50
close, right, Minnie?
is
That's good.
No, it's your
Your
turn.
first wave
no,
of
no,
salvos
no,
maybe
no,
is
no.
not
He's still
when
gonna
barriers
be
come up,
Content.
but it's still quite good for you to do damage in the mid round and to
Anybody
do
wants
damage in the
vertical
pulse plant.
feedback? That was just like-
So I don't think it fully
Three of
it
them are
fully
absolutely loving it.
fixes
You missed me
Teo
then,
there.
didn't you?
No, not really.
Do you want one of those jackets?
If I'm 11-4 up, I don't mind it.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay. What was the hand switch?
You consume both of their content, yeah.
Um,
So do I. So that's why I think I was like, hey, I
Anybody's
remember one
still
of
on
those
the
guys
vertical
saying it
feed,
too.
he's gonna be asking questions.
But I think
I think
the
I
other
like-
thing too is
you know when you got like a stress
I'm gonna
ball?
stand this way.
Yeah.
Like that was just like a stress
I
ball. kind of moment,
almost
but for
I
some
almost
reason
think
my
that
arms
you
in the
have
air,
to
in
just
the air.
play
Right.
the
Yeah.
game
I
a
need one
little
of
bit
those
more
mosh pit-
differently.
you know, the
Oh,
mosh
the
pit
little-
But
ones,
yeah.
I'd look
at the
less
same time,
ridiculous, I think, slightly
maybe
less
the map
ridiculous.
design doesn't allow for you to do that too much, right? Because if you're playing a lot of
Trumps is,
agents, for example, the
stressful.
Astra, the
Sorry,
Tejo,
I'll put you in a bad mindset going forward, haven't we?
I don't know, Race Breach, for example, with Aftershock. These are a lot of agents to play outside of sight.
We're gonna call it what it is. There's been
So
some
one way to
unfortunate
like, if
moments,
you're
it feels,
forcing players through and you're forcing them in the
no
sight to
one's
plant,
bailing them out. Koala's
then
had a couple
a
big
way
rounds
to
here and
counter
there,
that is to
again,
play
Angel's
flanks,
quiet,
right?
Hero's quiet, Rook's
But
barely
the
there,
map
Shao's
design
barely
for you to
there,
like
it's-
lurk around
it
and
just feels like
flank
they're being
is
outdone
not
here.
the best.
Watch out for this outlaw because there's only three.
Because
two
if
players
I'm
with
flanking, I'm
one
going up here,
There's
I'm
a
like one
perfect
entrance,
seize
and then
as
I
well.
just
That's
get
gonna catch at
fucked by
least two.
three
Paint shell
players
now
playing
there.
pulse plan over here.
They did. Oh,
So yeah, I
does,
okay,
yeah.
well, you get away from one problem and then Crash is there
I think it's
with
just
another. He's
if
a
we
little
had
dropped on the
a
side,
little bit
doesn't
of a
get
tweak
time to
on
back
map
away now
design,
with the wall up.
I think
With a
people
lot
would
of
complain
success in
less
these
on
early
the
rounds.
pulse plan
Crash has
delays.
his ultimate already. Kayak greeted on the other side.
Like
but
Icebox, for
rewarded.
example, and Haven are great
These-
examples that
these
it could
steps,
kind
even
of work,
just to
you
get
know?
towards heaven seem really hard.
Because you could triple flank and
Taking
start
it
working
over as
sewers
best they
and
can.
long. You
Kayak
could
is
triple
feeling a
flank
lot of
in
this, pressure coming
on
his way.
Haven.
Now, deep smoke
And then
comes in,
Pearl,
he's gonna
it's only
commit towards
one
that
entrance,
CT
but it's a
side,
long
but
corridor at least where you
still
could get like a
bodies here.
good fight.
They should know about maybe Alpha because of that pain shell coming
And then you
in,
can
but
re-pinch from long and
got a
re-pinch
lot to
from art.
undo on A.
Yeah,
So it's
Alpha
like
Crash
still
actually
somewhat
tucked
doable.
into a crossfire here.
But these type of maps, for this type of
I'd run
pulse
the
plant
gauntlet.
delay,
Into the blender
it's
almost.
Here
very,
we
very
go.
tough.
The Paranoid should remove one. Koala removes the other. Crashies back out of it. He can't deal
But
with
that's
Shao.
why like
But
the
Kayak's
balancing
still there on the
team
side. He
are
just
being
slips forward.
very,
There's
very
so many
meticulous.
bodies here.
Like
Expected
everything
to
that
push
we're
up,
talking about
no.
right now,
Shao
I am
slips into
sure
the smoke and he
that
controls
it's
the
talked
site.
about
Spike
in
bot
in a round table, like in their meetings when
moment here
they're
to get
doing
some of this
agent tweaks
simmering
and
down,
agent
and the
balancing,
plant should be up next.
so that they understand what the strength of a breach and a Tejo is,
Done it. Shao's
but
gotta
they
be
also
careful.
understand what the weaknesses
56
are,
HP playing
which is
just
why you're
outside
looking
the
for
smoke.
example
Close to
no
like
possibility to
smoke.
scan
It does.
He loves a bit.
because
oh, Chronicle
you
this time.
only have Tejo
Here we are.
as a drone,
Trying to play a little
but then
kind
the
of
rest is just like
set up together.
if you
but
want to try to play a
now,
good pulse plant outside of
not
sight, you're gonna have to
finding
brute
a
force your way
target
back
yet.
out,
Reading it right
that
for
kind of
Kron.
stuff, you know.
Spots him out. Waiting on the rest now.
Teo and
Oh,
Astra don't seem too
stop.
well on three-side maps, so it probably
Beautiful
comes
from
down to
him.
map
That's what
design.
he-
As well.
And they know it was Shao
Yeah.
still on the side. They're going to know he's by pillar.
I mean, Teo's still pretty good on
Lotus
Lotus for
Play
sure.
to the timing. Play to this. See if he can do the blocks.
They
Try
tried
and
to
help
body
him
block.
out. It was a nice try, but nice ain't good enough. Kron can clear, but the time is gone.
Na'Vi will cling to life
Dude, I
here,
wonder-
preventing 12 on the board.
Sorry,
with
I'm about
Red
to
Bull clutch
sneeze.
here.
They've had the
Excuse me.
perfect setup really to deal
I
with
wonder
that,
with
but somehow
it
the
looked like
crossfire's
Ghoster
not-
was
Yeah,
going
yeah.
into astral form.
Again, I think
I
I wonder
paranoid
if you
rounds,
place
Crashies is
a
kind of- he's
star
forced
to
just
where the
wait
spike
it
is
out,
and you suck
and
your
then
own
that's
teammate.
when, Alpha,
Would that
I believe,
actually
on
help
site is
to still
isolated.
keep you
Again, that's when
diffusing?
you kind of want another body somewhere. I
The
think
one thing
just saw it on the X-ray there, tucked inside the smoke, not able to get out quick enough.
The one thing I would say is
Because that would be a good play.
in the 5v4, I'm fine with what they did, but I want to see that reactivity the proactivity in the mid round. They just sat still, no fade prowlers out to see anything.
I didn't read
They
your whole
made the right
sentence
gamble. I wanna
yet,
see if
Lucas. Let
Fnatic
me
got
read
those
it here.
layers
The thing that bugs me about
of
Teo is there's no counter play with Breach Teo outside of a place where one of util can't hit you, which is not a type of counter play I think is healthy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I was saying like a good way to like fight back against a Teo Breach if they already have site control is to start
On
playing
guard here.
pincer flanks, right? But you kind of can't because of map design.
Na'Vi are just gonna drive
You're kind of
back
still
up here.
forcing these guys to play heaven and
Classic
screens and
Na'Vi
whatnot.
style, but
And while you're fighting for this and you drop here and you lose this control, Because these guys don't need to
Well,
be
the steps
afraid
here,
of a
you can see
flank
him
because it's so
relaying that
long to
information
flank
as well.
behind and you get no
Yeah,
value.
you can see the
If
turns
I
as well
rotate to
from
go
Alpha.
here
Yeah.
and
Now,
I have to
mostly
walk
focused
because
towards that vent push
if
up.
I run,
Same
I'm
to
going
be
to be
said for
heard from
Crashies.
here
Maybe
and
try
here.
create that nice little crossfire here. So far for now,
If
they've
it-
mostly managed to get, I
then
think it's Rooksic tucked
it
towards those
nullifies
vents.
the
Still
reason
maybe
for me to
looking
flank.
towards that mailroom push
But
up. It's
if I
Hero
start
trying to
running
lead the
and I
way.
get these
Flashes
wins,
there, denied.
or sorry, if I start walking to not make any
Yeah, if you
noise,
look at what's
I've
happening
wasted
outside
so
A
much
right
time
now, they look
that I
as if
can't
they
even
want
go
to
in
end
for a clutch
towards
and
it.
defuse towards the A side towards the
Alpha's in
end.
a really tricky
So again,
position.
What a
like I said, I
conundrum
feel
for him.
it's
Alpha trying to look
it's
one way, trying to deal with the other.
map design
You're
that
going to
needs
see
to
the
be
ult coming
tweaked a
into
little bit.
effect here, but Crashies now has to try and pick up the pieces. They're already trying to cross towards the side. Crashies, he sees another. Does he get another? He goes down.
Teo
Shan
aside, it's
now
criminal to
finds
see
a way
Mini
forward. The 3v3.
casting this.
Kayak can't go on your own now. Slow the tempo. The plant is in
Yeah,
play.
Mini's definitely molding on the or the micro
The deal for
adjustments,
Fnatic, sorry, for Na'Vi
or
for the
just
time being
decision
here.
making for the
For the
team.
three-
No
3v3.
big util here from Fnatic to retake with. They're going to have to win some duels.
I mean, they have clone.
Sharp.
They're probably going to
Still
leverage
looking
clone
up
and
towards
triple
that
swing.
ramp, but
There's
it's
the
a flood
clone.
back through from CT.
There's a
Rooksic
triple
respects
swing.
it, slips back a little deeper. Tag towards Poster, but it's answered back. Hold on, it's all on one.
That
Rooksic
plus
with
the
a
wall.
1v2, he
Ooh,
can't
nicely
handle
done.
it.
Nicely done by
And they
Fnatic.
took the jewels and they won
Mini
them.
said no
All three
util, but
members
the
of
clone
Fnatic
and wall
forced
was
through that
everything
smoke,
there.
but able to win out with those
Because
first
that
two
didn't give a
kills.
chance here for Shao to get
Beautifully
any
done.
visibilities
They
of the
said
players
Rooksic
walking
actually
out.
coming
And I
worse
feel like
off
the
with
setup
that
for Na'Vi in the
kind of
post
weird
plan, Shao
engagement
was
between
first
Poster.
contact.
Down to what, 30 HP or something?
And with him being
And I
blocked
like
on
that
vision,
start.
they
It
couldn't
looked
do
like Na'Vi
anything.
got that timing right on that crunch, clearing up ramp. You saw how uncomfortable it was with Crashies and Alpha there.
I think the entire round Na'Vi were like one step ahead. Fnatic early, they were using the fade.
See,
I
I
don't
like-
know if you guys noticed it.
see,
but
like,
they were
as soon
using
how
the fade
Shao-
to
as soon
re-clear
as
the A.
Shao-
By the
Shao
time they
dies,
did, Na'Vi crossed middle.
There's
and it
no
was like
no
Na'Vi was one
opportunity
step
to like
ahead the entire
instant
time.
swing for a
They came
trade.
down to
The positioning is
Fnatic
not
running
the
through
best there
smokes
for
and getting
Na'Vi in the
shots.
post plan.
Which is not something you say often.
No, it's really not. But look at what Na'Vi are left with. And they're
It's
just going
understandable
into
too,
it. It
'cause
looks
you're
like,
afraid
you
of,
know,
like, being
head first
exposed
for
from heaven.
Halos as Poster looks caught off guard. Maybe unexpecting this sort of
I think this is still
tempo,
GG
this
though.
pressure coming in. Qualoop's
Yeah,
gonna
there's a
clear
nice
him.
kill from
So they've
Qualoop.
got
He
a corner
upgrades,
on
but the
side,
weapon
it
for the
ain't
rest is so
much.
low.
It ain't pretty. Kayak with an
Oh my
outlaw
God,
trying
he
to,
almost
what
hit
are
it.
we up to? Oh, it's working! That shouldn't be working. Chronicle and Crashies, the last two up against Angel and Hero. No plant yet. Above a minute. Prowler's caught. I think he's given away maybe both of them. Sees there
Oh,
as
they're
well.
so fucked.
Crashies, his util just does not miss, and neither does Chronicle. Fnatic with a absolutely brilliant
Definitely
first map
an
here.
easy
13-5. That
easy
was
first
quick as
map here
anything.
for
But not
Fnatic.
Clinic and looking much more comfortable in terms of the overall approach, in terms of the confidence levels, and also the composure from Fnatic. Definitely a big positive here on map 1.
Compositionally, I wasn't too impressed with Na'Vi this map,
Hair.
but Crashies is the
He likes
the
his
pair
new
we
hair.
have to talk about here. Beautiful performance from him.
Spot on. I'm sure the desk will do exactly that. And we've got Fracture coming up next,
All right,
which
chat.
will be Na'Vi's choice.
Let me
We've
run
gotta
a
see
quick
them bounce
3-minute
back,
ad.
or this will be over.
So good, I want to bounce in it. It's so good, I want to slide in it. It's so good, I'm a drown in it.
You wanna slide in it? I'm gonna bounce in it.
Baby, are you down, 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 down?
Wait, isn't that Chris Brown? Both are so funny. Okay. So while I run the 3-minute ads and we're waiting for the next map to start, I want to play some Rotato while we wait. I'm on a mission to like try to win this Rotato. I know it's gonna look ugly on my vertical stream, but it is what it is. It's just a kill time while we wait for the next map to start.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I know you're stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time.
I'm so close for like beating this potato at level 5. Actually, hold on. Let me turn off chat here while. I can't see. Run all the ads you want? Hell yeah, hell yeah. We just want more streams for multi-talented goat. Appreciate it. Thank you. Double shredder. Lifesteal's good. Go for a third shredder. Well, now that I think about it, I should have gotten mini SMP. We'll try next run if I don't beat this one. So right now we're playing level 5, so it's there's like more ads, more health. They're harder to kill. You should have to kite a little bit better as well. And I've been struggling, dude. I've been struggling. But I've been very close when I was playing submachine gun pistol for this guy, this cyber guy. Yeah, this is potato. I have a goal to try to beat all the potatoes. Beat all the potatoes at level 5, but it's so hard. Look, I don't even have enough power to even break that tree. That's annoying. I want to do XP gain, range damage. We'll hold on to this.
Fnatic, they are back in VCT EMEA, and they are here to win, apparently. Terrific performance.
If anything,
there
great start for
I
Milan.
am your hosting, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. We had some questions,
Fnatic.
Wonder why they don't
But to be honest, was Fnatic's macro ever that bad anyways?
Billy, have they answered your questions?
No.
Are you no longer worried about this?
I'm not worried
They've
about
always
it
been
now.
pretty good
I
in the
think
macro.
that, I mean, I was worried about the split because of how we'd seen them play it last time in kickoff, right? But I think that they've obviously gone away and made some changes. They look so much more comfortable on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that first half was a very good showing for their side.
But if
and
anything,
what they can do. I'm
yo,
more
what's up,
surprised
Cursed?
that it was not
First
just
map
the
was
alpha show.
a
We were
blowout.
highlighting him throughout the pre-match.
But it was good.
Not
Like I said, good macro
100%
from
about him. We also see the
from both
success
teams.
in getting the spike down and actually transforming
One
that
thing I
into-
do want to
into
commend
getting the
Fnatic on
round, baiting
for
a lot with the
what they're
utility.
currently
So
doing
many
since their
occasions we saw
return
Navi being a little
into
bit
Split
lost.
1
Yeah, the
is
game plan was good, right?
how
We have so
a little
many
bit
rounds
more
we can show that, but
coordinated
let's
they
take a
are.
look at round 5 first.
Yes, because I think that this one is very important. Yes, Kolanov did fat finger this ultimate, but to me, it's more important what happens
On, like,
with
these
it.
hits.
They throw it onto vents, and they
Yeah,
also
exactly.
use
It was a good
Prowler,
blowout.
The eye. Ruxic even ends up using the paranoia just because of that drone and the chaos that it's causing. Also, that movement.
It
that
was a
it's
good
forced
blowout
in,
because they,
the way that they turn things around into their favor, the way that they use
They
the
scale
timing
very well,
to
is
go
what I'm trying
onto
to say.
sides. Leaving
For
this in a
Fnatic here.
2v2, Chao
Been very,
keeping
very
that
good.
position, trying to
They've been
wait
working on
for
good
Kolanov,
fundies, in my opinion.
To join
And I
this
think
battle,
that could have
having
been,
that
like,
knowledge
the
and that awareness of where
potentially
to
a
play.
missing piece.
On
I don't know if
top
it's like
of
the
the
key thing.
performance that Crashes just had in comparison to kickoff.
I was absolutely impressed, yeah, and it was crazy, like you say, the amount of utility that Navi were having to feel as though they had to use to clear out spaces. That
Yeah, 13-5
Kayak
game, dude.
Clone was
Yeah,
get,
20 and
getting
5 is
caught off guard all
my
the
fucking
time, but
awesome goat.
Crashes, we have to talk about Crashes.
My
We
fucking
do,
goat.
because people are like, are we going to get Optic Crashes? Are we going to get MV
People are shitting on Crashes
Do
a lot.
we want
I never want to
NRG
shit on Crashes.
But
Still one of my
Fnatic
favorite
Crashes,
initiators
though,
to
he's
watch.
finally here. I'm such a Crashes defender to the end of my life, because you've heard it from his teammates as well. He's not just a good player. He's a
Fnatic living
great
on borrowed
teammate.
time. I think
Yeah,
this
exactly,
is probably
but you cannot forget
I think
the
this is-
performance that we saw on kickoff because of this
yeah.
high expectations.
This is my
and the team that
speculation.
he was slotting in. We thought that this was a match made in heaven. Seeing him
That
now
it
on
definitely
the fade,
comes down
playing
to
the
that.
way that he did,
Like
the-
this last
the
year they need,
comfort,
or like this
the
year they need
clutches,
to
all of
they
these
need to put some
situations,
results.
It's making Fnatic looking really scary.
Yeah, he was amazing. The amount of multi-kills that he was able to get as well. He was never giving away
And
that
to
first
me,
blood. He was just
for a
so
name like Fnatic,
good.
good results for me means like
Literally, when do we see this? So I said it before in the
Oh, shit, I hit
pre-show,
the
you
wrong
know,
button,
I
but
was
it's
kind
okay.
of tired of seeing all the stick that some of the
good results
players
for
were
me
getting. And
is
Crashes
I
was
want
one
to
of
see
them.
them at
Look at
Masters
these
Toronto.
stats. This is
I want to see them
And
top 3 in Masters
And
Toronto.
also, is there a bigger
And I wanna see them make top
compliment
3 in
than getting
champs.
hearing Pansy, Hypoc, and Mini say Leo cosplay?
Oh,
That is the
yeah.
Because
biggest
of how much-
compliment you could ever get.
Absolutely, and also put it into context.
How
all
dominant
the
they've been in the
performances
past,
that we've had,
they
no
need to
shade,
get, like,
but
a
little bit of
big
shade
bounce
from the
back up.
imports that we've
Big
brought
bounce up.
onto the region. This is like shading that.
You've getting like a good year for Kayak to develop now with the team.
Yeah, flaw
You changed
though.
your
You know,
coasting.
flaw.
Your
Flaw
coasting.
number one.
You've changed your coaching.
Yeah, flaw not. Yeah, true.
You have
this is a very,
Bolster
very
that's still an
nice,
amazing
map here
IGL,
from Crashes,
and you
but
have
the question is,
Crashies.
can he keep it up
That,
as we
yeah,
move over
arguably
to
he's not
the
a Leo, but
fracture?
he's still
And
very
also,
good.
what is Na'Vi going going to bring on Fracture because Billy, they wanted to go here.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know
So
what?
I expect some
absolutely
big
think
results.
that
I
Crashes
definitely
can
do expect
continue
some
this
big results.
performance onto Fracture. I think that that was something in kickoff.
I can't remember
this
personally
map
where they
looked really
placed.
comfortable for him. We've seen so much great supportive utility
I
coming
don't
out from the
think they
Sova,
got
which
top
he
four.
played last time, and he was top of the table
double check
against
right
Foot
now.
in that last game that they played on Fracture. So I think that he can continue that momentum. This seems to be a comfort pick for him. Navi, Lord knows what they've cooked for this one for them to be able to pick into it.
They did win against Fnatic in kickoff, and
Edward,
thinking about
yeah,
this
they got
being
5th,
gone,
6th.
it's the only map that they
Last
actually
place were,
won from
G2.
the ones that are remaining. Thinking about the compositions and what we're mentioning,
I mean, this
Fnatic were
was
the
this was a
only
stacked
ones in
year,
the entirety
dude.
of EMEA that were running
Edward
either
Gaming was
the Sova
unstoppable.
or the
Heretics
Chamber
was
in
unstoppable.
this map.
Sentinels were still
Are they
really
going
good.
to
Still,
keep
they won
playing
Masters
on that?
Madrid.
Because I assume that
DRX
Navi's
is
fun
always, like,
works
very
around
good.
that, works around knowing
Leviathan,
what
top
they
3
played previously and how they
at all the
already knew
Americas
how to
events.
counter.
I would like them to just
Oh, this
join
was
the
a
good
stacked
things we've
chest
seen
for
from
sure.
other regions. It's about time, you know. I know you're Fnatic. I know you feel like, oh yeah, we could just do
I'd
our own
remove the
thing.
Sova.
But yeah, at some point, I think you just have to get on the meta
Fair.
because the homework has been done for you already. It's you just have to copy some stuff and make it your own.
I apply that
As
to
long as I see
VCT.
Alpha on Chamber, I
Yo,
think
but
I'll be
isn't
happy.
Yuki?
No, I feel the
I've
opposite.
Really?
watched
I don't
Drive to
wanna see
Survive.
Alpha on
I
Chamber.
liked Alpha
And
on
I like
Chamber
Yuki.
last time. He was able to kind of get those first engagements and then escape.
But
out.
from
I
what
mean,
I hear
maybe
is that
against
for
Navi's
Red Bull,
composition,
they
it didn't work out in the way in which they intended. But
What
I like
is it
Alpha
true
on Chamber
that
in
they only
general.
have
I think
one
there are
good
other things that are
car?
important, not only
and it's
the,
for Max Verstappen, and then the
composition,
second
but
car
going
sucks?
into what we've seen so far, Fnatic are having
What is the
very,
drama
very
around Red Bull,
strong
chat?
starts off the halves.
Lay it
In the
to me.
previous map, we see them even converting one bonus, right?
gonna
In
load
the
down on
on
that.
split. During kickoff, they won 8 pistols, right?
Oh
In
my
7 of them.
goodness! We have crashes
Wait,
on
what?
table. Well, this makes sense. This makes so much more sense.
Wait, I actually love this. I'm not gonna
Yes,
lie. Like, I
right?
don't mind Alpha on Cypher. I don't like that. But Kayak on the Neon, it honestly injected into my veins. We've not seen him on Neon in so long. He was so great on this agent on Apex last year, at Ascension last year. He can absolutely dominate on that agent. So I'm happy with this.
I am very happy
Wow,
with
pretty much-
with seeing the Tejo. I want to see how they comp things. I love to see the Sova gone, and actually, I'm loving.
We are
to
playing
see this
very
new
old
art
school for
Crash.
Navi.
This is what we wanted, right? We wanted someone like Crashies to be
Yeah.
the one playing Techo. And also, like
Yeah,
I
so
said,
wasn't
just
Yuki
mimic
driving
what
for like
EDG
Honda,
did.
which is like
I assume they watched
farm team of
Bangkok.
Red Bull
I assume
anyways?
they like some of it. Kayak, like you mentioned, Billy, a very, very
is
good
it
Neon
Honda
player. But
or
what
is it a
about
different
Navi's
name? I
comp?
can't remember. But the white and blue one.
I mean, it worked out for them in the past, so they've obviously decided to stick with what they want, but... it's
So
easy
aren't those
comparable.
cars
Gotta
already
work
worse
here,
than
and I
the
can't
Red Bull
wait
cars
to hear
anyways?
what Mini, I was about to say Coach Mini, Pansy and Hypog have to say about this.
Oh, nice of you to join us, Coach Mini. But yes, they have met here before. Of course, this was the one that Na'Vi bested Fnatic on 13
Racing
to 8.
Bulls, that's the
now
name.
Na'Vi, not too many differences. Same comp. Fnatic, though, well, that's a
I was
difference.
going to say, this isn't the Fnatic they met before.
No.
Yeah,
This
so
is
Liam
literally a
Lawson like
completely-
raced like
a
2
complete
races and
overhaul,
got
to be
caught,
honest
right?
with you.
Yeah, I love this composition.
So are we
for
trying
Fnatic.
to
This
say
is the
that
first time we're seeing
Yuki
KO
going
Breach
into the
combined
second
for
car for
Fnatic,
Red Bull
and for me,
is
that's
he's
like
not going to have
Ghost's
the same
playground
results
to me.
because
Like, I
it's
think if
a
he
whole
was
different car
Breach
compared to the Racing Bulls
KOing
car.
it up in kickoff across a lot of these maps, I would have said
And
Fnatic
even
would've
if
done
it's a
lot
way
better.
different car
I
than
think
the
that plays into
Racing
kind of
Bulls car, it's
historically
also
the
very different than
choreography that we're used
Max
to seeing
Verstappen's car too,
Fnatic,
right?
Particularly Boaster, but Fnatic excel on.
That Coach Mini style.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
say.
They had a coach at one point that really dialed into that, and
God,
yeah, what the hell?
I'll be honest. I'll be honest.
Did you
That
hear
was
something?
that was Boaster. That was Boaster's shit. I'm gonna give him credit here. Like
Okay.
this kind of micro combo, big flashy play stuff.
Solid midfield car,
all
but it's
the
completely
boring stuff
different
was
driving
me. All
attributes.
the
So Red
nice
Bull
stuff that
is
you-
front
What you're
heavy.
saying is, historically, all
Maybe
the
the
good
hardest part of
fracture
driving
stuff
the
that we
grid.
saw from
Oh,
Fnatic
interesting,
was just Boaster in server time.
Well, to be honest, Anders.
But even now, Max Verstappen is like.
Somebody else as well.
I've watched
G2
the last race, which was.
Bloody hell. Mini,
No, but
Shanghai?
He's got.
Didn't Max Verstappen
good,
get like 4th
If
place?
we ever doing an exec, I would.
How the hell did suddenly McLaren
Yeah,
get,
he-
or like fucking just owning for number 1 and 2 podiums now?
There isn't.
Because it was always them and Ferrari fighting for like second and fourth.
This
And now
is rigged.
Ferrari and
This is
McLaren are
actually-
actually better than Red Bull. Have they come out with better cars this time around?
It's definitely not red out.
It's not red out there because it hasn't started yet. It's like a 3-minute thing. We could keep yapping.
Technically,
Production will hate me.
I've-
Oh, okay.
I'm
Both
free
cars
tech.
have to be identical.
It
Okay, okay.
is.
So
I'll
so
make sure to
basically,
tell
we're catering to what Max wants for the car, so that he
We were
wins
very
as many
different
podiums as
wavelengths,
possible and
but
fuck the second
usually
place
I'm
guy.
with you on weird stuff like that.
It's
Which
been
I
a
would
minute,
assume,
alright? It's
wouldn't
been
this be a
minute.
very similar story to
Oh,
when
hold on.
Lewis
We're getting
Hamilton
standby. What are
was
we getting standby
dominating the
for?
grid?
What we got? You gonna push back on camera?
Who was the
You
second
tell me
guy?
stage red.
He was always like 4th place or something.
Alberto. Nah,
And like
he
props to
doesn't
him
trust
to be able
me.
to
He doesn't
drive
trust me
that
with
car
it.
as well
He's-
then.
You know what,
than,
guys? We can have some
Lewis
fun.
Hamilton.
But the fun police turned up. But some lovely people were waiting for you. Which will be the analyst desk. You take this back over because, of course, there was a tech problem. Be right back.
Both cars of a team have to be identical.
Of course, if
Max
you put
likes a
Pansy,
car
Hypoc, and Mini in a
hypersensitive.
casting booth, you thought we weren't going to get any tech pauses. Preposterous. But that gives us a little bit more time to yap, and I think before we head into
Yeah, we
the
have time
you
to
were
go back
making a
into
very
it then.
nice point about the bonus.
Yeah. We just got distracted with all the
Yeah.
agent select. But yeah, I wanted to speak about
Rotator.
during kickoff. Even though Fnatic did not have the highest pistol
That's who it
percentage,
is, Valtteri
it was at
Bottas.
about 40%, right? Like an 8 to 12.
Valtteri
if
Bottas
I
was
don't
like
remember,
a
if I'm not
kick-ass driver
mistaken.
too.
And then in 7 of those
And every time I say
rounds
like
that they managed
3rd,
to
4th,
win
he was
the
actually
first
always
one,
second.
They managed to convert the second one and also the third one. They had a 100% win rate on their bonuses if they were able to convert the first 2. So going into this one, it was something that, of course, that needs to be mentioned. That
So
they
now
were
in
going to have the same
in
kind of
2025,
push that Navi actually had last
peak
year. with those
Verstappen is
bonuses.
probably like
I think
peak
as well,
Lewis
when we look
Hamilton
at
from like
Fracture
back in the
specifically,
day,
they
right?
really, Fnatic really struggled on the attack last time, right? They only managed to get 2 rounds on the attack against Navi
Dude, I am so
on
weak
this
right now,
map.
I'm
But
doing
I
0
think with
damage.
this composition that we've just seen, it's so much more explosive. So I'm looking forward to us getting stuck into that.
I think Mini kind of hit a nail on the head, right? If they had just done this back at kickoff,
Yeah.
maybe things could have been different, but lack of time, preparation, nobody could predict where the meta goes.
And you've always been a strong team on Fracture,
exactly.
you know, like you think you know this map to a T.
Well, Nico
There's
did win a
things that are going to
WDC.
be surprising to you, and there is one thing that they can always rely on if you're Fnatic, and it's the retakes. And on Fracture, I think
Wait,
it's
what's
a perfect
WDC?
example.
I like the way
I said
that
like I know who the fuck I'm talking about,
recognize,
or
you
what the
know,
fuck I'm
the
saying,
things
but
that could work, and
I
they're
have no idea.
implementing it. We're going to see it in just a second. But I want to have a conversation about Hero. Hero, he's played against Fnatic already back at
Dude, I was
kickoff.
about to say,
think
I heard about
maybe
Tactical
the
Rab
nerves,
before,
you
and I know he
it's
does
not easy
Valo
to go
stuff.
up against your former team. It
But
was
it's
a
so
tiny
funny
bit
that he does
shaky
it
here
for
and there,
COD
but
and also
still
for
a really good
Formula 1.
performance, nevertheless. And I want to see him regain that confidence again, because Billy, there's a reason why people kind of raise their eyebrows at Fnatic when they didn't decide to keep him after champs.
Yeah, exactly. Hero is a really, really talented player, and I think that when we look at him coming up against his former team, of course, there's
Problem is
gonna
the competition
be
is much
nerves
closer
there.
at the top,
He's gonna be
where
anxious
in order
about
to
it,
win the
and I think
constructor,
that the Vise is something as well that we
constructors in
discussed. It
championship
wasn't
need both cars
something
to
that he was
score
super
complete top
comfortable on
positions.
in kickoff, and we want to see that more going
Wait, so
forward. But looking ahead at Fracture, of course, we see
WDC.
him
Okay,
back
so when
over
they're
onto that
racing for
Cypher,
two,
which I
so
think
you're
is a
racing for
comfort,
2
I guess.
titles,
Yes,
right?
so
One's a
I would expect him
constructors,
to
which is
be
a
able to
team
perform
one,
a bit
and
better
then
this
the
time around.
individual one is
Absolutely,
WDC.
especially because during the
So there was
period
actually
of
1
the,
year where Botas and
transfers and
Roseburg
everything,
won
the
the
off-season,
WDC
sorry.
over Hamilton. That's fucking sick.
during the offseason, he was one of the names that was the most disputed for, I think,
Yeah.
the trial for a bunch of teams. He ended
That's
up
actually
settling
freaking
for Navi, and actually Angel really wanted to have
3 per
Hero on
day.
his team. I agree with you. With him being on the Cypher now, especially now that we're seeing the breeds that they hold, he's
Botas
going to
never
be
won a WDC,
tested,
word,
and
word,
he's going
word.
to be put in a
Only
situation
Nico
where
did.
he's not comfortable, but that's how legends are made.
I just want to see him relax a bit more, you know, because the way that he played on Fnatic was so chill, relaxed. You know, there was 50,000 things going on his side, and he's just sitting on a cam, you know, doing his thing.
Dude, I feel
so
like you're
hopefully
pumping
we get
out
to see that, but
drama
we do have the
videos.
agent
Well, I guess
select. We're
drama
gonna bring
video is
that up
different. But if
again,
you're
so you
pumping out
guys,
like
remember what comps both
a COD
teams
a COD
selected.
video,
Let's talk about
a
Navi
Valorant
real quick, 'cause
video,
we didn't
an
really
F1
get
video,
that much
and
time to,
also
because
trying
we
to
do have a
cast.
Koala moving
you're
over
really burning yourself out, no?
to the Rays here once again. We've got Angel on the Fade, which on
fuck, I
Split
stole
it
my
was
gun when I
unfortunate timings.
Yeah,
didn't even have enough
unfortunate
to buy
timings,
the
and
pistol.
I am a Shao defender, and you know that I
Oh,
think
yeah.
that
All good.
probably his fade in maps that have been historically very good for Navi.
I was gonna say, like, Botas was getting
be
a
the
lot of
difference
seconds
maker.
at some
Not
point
up to
when
me, up to
when
someone else in Navi,
Lewis
obviously,
Hamilton
to pick
was
up the roles.
just winning every
I
single
want to see
fucking
how
race.
they interact with each other. Also, speaking about the nerves and that fat finger that we saw from
Oh,
Koala Nuov and
yeah.
the old, those kind of things are very unlucky, especially when you're going up against an opponent the size of Fnatic. So it's going to be on everybody.
I think as well, like maybe the nerves are
So-
coming through from Navi because they got knocked out in that
If
lower
we
round
compare
one by
peak-
Fnatic
I
during
still want to
kickoff,
see
right?
the
Like,
If we
angry
compare peak
Angel.
Max
Where
Verstappen
is the
versus
angry
peak,
Angel?
peak
maybe
Lewis
that's why
Hamilton,
Hero's so nervous,
who's better,
no? Because
Hamilton
Angel is angry.
He's
like,
so
or
angry.
Max?
Where is it?
I feel that that's very subjective depending on
I
who you
think
ask.
you might
Yeah.
get it now. You know, it's not easy to lose on
Perhaps.
split in the fashion because again, the scoreline
look
doesn't
at me
seem that way. But
dodges.
Billy, they did not play
Dodging
that
so
bad
well.
on split at all. I really don't think Navi played bad.
As I say
I
it,
don't
oh
think that
my
they
god,
played
I fucking
terribly. I
jinxed
think
it.
that
Guys
there
are
was
cursed.
just things that they could have found more value from.
Yeah,
like the
I
Vice,
definitely
like
should
I
go
say.
minigun
I want to see
instead,
Qualinoob on
SMG.
the op during this map. I think
It's
that
Max
he
and it's not even
didn't really
close?
get to
Really?
play an awful lot during split, and we know that he's comfortable, he's confident on the op. So I want to see more of that from him. I don't want to see Navi wasting.
But, like, Lewis
utility
Hamilton is so
in the
good, he
way
got
that they
knighted
were
and
doing
shit,
on
no?
split. Those Euro clones, like we say, were able to bait out so much. I want them to be a bit more methodical with that and actually figure out what spaces of the map they're looking to take instead of just
Different eras, different situation.
throwing
You would go for
whatever
Max.
they can towards Fnatic.
I think that the calmness that we expect from Navi has to do with that utility dump that we're
Okay, if we want to go
actually getting the wrong
for
read
era
on some
though
of the
with
things. I think that reacting to
constructor
the Euro and
wins.
whatnot and not having the full information
20
of-
and
with the-
23
with the
races,
stakes
yeah, he
being
was
so
unstoppable
high,
for sure.
with getting the points.
But
we
if
know
we-
how
okay,
important
so
it
if we
is,
have to
and
go
we've said it
into
so- in every single year,
the
we tell
construction
you,
race,
every game matters. We
debate.
come down to the last wire, but
Peak
there's going to be a bunch of
Mercedes,
teams making it to champs just based off
peak,
of points. So every single
Red
game
Bull
is going
or
to
peak
matter
Ferrari?
for these squads, and I think that the nerves are getting a little bit to them, and not really like. I think that this is a very different experience to what they have screamed like.
I agree. I completely agree. And
Yep.
also, you gotta wonder, you know, for Angel, this is the 12th time he's faced Boaster on the server. It gets to a point where you just know each other so
Third
well. You know,
fastest
the
car majority of the
tendencies, maybe you
season.
Can't wait for
overthink.
2027.
So it was already in
We're just like,
2024 where
this is the-
McLaren's
If
starting to
Ebo's
win a
still
lot
here,
of
then
first
fair
place
play.
races.
Honestly, fair play if Ebo's still here. But you do get to a point where maybe there's a kind of an
PKRB
environment
comparison
where
to
you
the field?
overthink a little bit, you
Respect.
know. And God knows how many times they played against each other on Split and Fracture as well. This is just a simulator.
I can respect that.
But I do want to see Angel maybe bring out something a little bit different.
Yeah, I think that.
So I guess
you
Ferrari
mentioned
is
the word
just, like,
different.
very
We speak
notorious
about Fnatic
because of the
changing
branding.
composition. We also speak about Navi peeking onto this map. Yes, they did win it against Fnatic during that kickoff. That composition was different. What changes are they going to implement? Because things change a lot between having a breach and a deco or having
Actually,
a
right now,
Sula in a
chat. If
chamber.
I tell you to name
hunting
me,
Alpha is going to be literally
no,
I
actually,
would love to know as
if
well
I
this
ask
is an
you,
implementation
in your
from Scott
opinion,
that's just come across,
what is
right?
the
Because
most notorious
we saw
brand
BBL's Icebox comp. I want to know if
in
that
your
was Scott
eyes
before he left. So
for
yeah, I want to know like what's going on
F1?
in the coach and staff's
Who would
mind
you
and
say?
why they decided to put this together.
Well, I can't give you any answers from Scott, but I can give you some answers from Minnie. So why don't you take that question, Minnie?
That's what I'm saying. Ferrari and peak Schumacher.
I'll
Schumacher
be
was
honest with
fucking
you, I
insane.
wasn't listening.
I was listening.
You were?
Should have outed yourself like that.
I was talking to production. Production was going to go in a minute. Take it away. Take it away.
Do I think it's from Scott? To me, I think
What's
it
from
is
Scott? Give me some
obvious that like Breach and
Help me.
Tear are the best on Fracture right now. I think
Right.
it's just
Remove this
the
volume.
best two to have. The Neon, I'm interested by. I think Neon's a
So I know
little
that
bit
at least once we're in the
underrated
game, I
right
can alt tab
like
right away.
Mini Boo, etc. Really good Neon players should still play Neon if you're not comfortable in other things. Slightly prefer the
sorry,
Rage
going live.
generally, but I think it's absolutely fine here.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So
How do
yeah.
you feel about it, Mike? An idea from Scott?
Okay, so you would still say
Yeah.
Ferrari is the most notorious brand. I respect that.
Agreed. But pace here, no
Bot line,
surprise
do we
to
have
see
any
it to kick
stuns
things
or
off here.
playing
Fnatic,
Ghost?
no secrets
I
about
think
the
we
win,
should get
actually.
this is
The
Ghost
hero's
stun,
gotta
right?
be
So they
careful
try to
to have
take
his hands full.
aim main
Crashes,
control very quickly.
Deals with it effectively.
That was pretty swift here. Plan's going to be in. That was a crystal clear plan, really. Na'Vi, once again, going to be having to be forced to play this back through, but two players working back in from Dish could cause a difference.
Bird lost hero, which is fine though. They still have. Oh, they use Haunt to re-clear towards
Real pressure
drop, so
point
they don't
though
even
for
have
Na'Vi
it for
to find,
sight.
'cause Fnatic have drifted all the way away from this.
Yeah, the plan's
At least they have
extremely
smoke
good
for main,
Post here.
which I think they're doing a
Spot
deeper
on
smoke.
Red Molly.
So they don't even have
Okay,
this
he gets
covered.
removed by Rooksick. This is still game on here.
Cheddar, I'm realizing that my stream's lagging a bit. I think my
rotato
rotato is lagging it, so let me
They're
just
going to be a
close it
little
back for
bit
this round.
careful with this one. Na'Vi have got their foot certainly in on the door, but the time is running
Yeah, actually, I won't close it
exceptionally
now.
low. I think this is too late in the day. Fnatic simply just listening to the clock tick away. Crash, he's farming it up.
What are we
Beautiful
doing,
for
Na'Vi?
him. And they'll be
We're
happy
way too slow.
with that
We
start.
haunted for this instead of haunting inside the
Like
site.
getting that open
We
flank
smoked deep,
meant
so we
that
still have to try to
Na'Vi
clear
were
left
probably
and
not
right
ever
of
gonna
A
win
main
that
on a
position.
50-50.
They had the
Well, that's it.
aftershock, the
I
volley,
don't
and the
get
tail
And if they
the
did, they
retake.
needed to move in the first 15 seconds
Yeah,
to at
it has
least
to be quick.
pressure that utility out, draw something out, because Fnatic Fnatic are just comfortable. Is it Chronicle and Crashies disconnect so far from that?
We've just
By the
stopped
time they pushed
commuting.
down and tried to
we've just
fight down
stopped-
towards A main, the smoke already dissipated. So I'm not too sure.
EBS knew what
Navi
we were
was very, very slow
but
there on that retake.
All I'm saying is I'm going back to Clifford.
It's between
Yeah,
Ferrari
can
and
we get that on
Aston
the replay
Martin.
at the end of the day, please, guys?
That one's going on.
I'm
the sound.
surprised that
That's- it's a
Aston
classic.
Martin was
It is going to be
mentioned.
thoroughly
I wouldn't even
utilised
think
here.
Aston Martin of being
beyond that, though,
a notorious
again,
brand
this
for
round should
F1.
be pretty much a formality. You're looking at it being clean and maximizing
Because for
potential
me,
again.
if I think
All to
Aston
plenty.
Martin, I'm thinking James Bond.
Yeah,
I'm
Navi
not
stacked
thinking
up
for. I'm not
something
thinking F1.
towards B, but doesn't come through. Again, fortunately, it's going to be Hero towards Dish that's going to have his
Yeah,
hands
it's true
full.
that they have Schumacher and Hamilton race for Ferrari.
Headshot, but yeah, dealt with swiftly.
Navi are on time.
As if
Yeah.
LeBron also
Yeah,
played
they-
for
they hit
for
shout
the
out
Bulls.
kill. Okay.
Actually,
Poster, not
Lucas,
too
what
bad.
about?
Alright, this-
Yeah, I
they
guess
had
it's
an
different
element of
though.
danger
I
for
guess
a
it is
moment. The
different.
problem is that now they held back
I was
quite
gonna say,
close,
like,
very
what
traditional
about
positions. They've kind of lost that
what's
possibility
that?
of causing problems.
What's that guy's
Against three
name?
Vandals,
Lucas.
they really shouldn't be able to
Lucas
do
playing
much.
for the Lakers is like
Yeah,
is
interesting
like
that
Max
all the way
Verstappen
behind.
joining Red Bull. Sorry, it's like Max
Out of 20
Verstappen
HP though.
joining
Well,
Ferrari,
really,
right? Joining
anybody down, do some damage. So it looks like they
joining
might just give this
joining
up.
Mercedes while
Don't
Lewis
the spike,
Hamilton's
don't wanna
still
feed across
racing.
any progress
Yeah, Luka
towards these
Doncic.
ultimates, 'cause that's the other thing to
It'll be like
consider.
Max Verstappen
Back
racing
into
for
a Brimstone
Mercedes
composition as well with
when
Taylor
Hamilton is
Breach.
still at his peak.
The ultimates are just
When Max
they're game
Verstappen
changers.
first started his career. I
be
think
a
that would
valuable
be
pickup.
a very similar thing,
think
right?
this is gonna go
I don't know. Maybe I'm digging too deeply into this one now.
Last player standing.
Did cost them a little bit, 'cause I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think Boaster can pick up a lot, some of the slack there, but they will lose out, I think, on one
Okay.
in the end. But
Yeah, I mean, if
still,
Crashes is over that side, you can obviously
can
upgrade, but yeah.
the end of the world. Clean enough, though.
I think I want to add on to what
I
Max
wonder
said
what
about
their
the ults. I think that this map is probably the
bonus is
map
going
where
to
you're
be
gonna
here
have the most
for
amount of
Fnatic.
theory.
Because right now they
Yes,
didn't
that
have
is, yep.
Even
the biggest of
anti-ults,
upgrades
stuff,
because everyone
and
was still
I'm
playing
really
just
excited to see
pistols
what
for
Fnatic
Navi.
does.
They didn't
We
go
know
for a
that they're
stinger
kinda
buy.
capable of bringing
So I
in
would
the
assume you want to be
innovative
fairly
ults.
aggressive.
The
You already have the
perfect
Spade
storm
watching
sort of
maybe
round, where
for
it's like, yeah, 3 or
You can't
4.
play anywhere on site.
Exactly, yeah.
this
calm
type of door hit.
You've seen what it can do.
But this is
I mean,
going to be a
it's-
fast crunch.
It's just so oppressive. Like, it's when those ultimates are up, it's like, yeah, do we commit to the retake or? But even then, that doesn't even feel comfortable.
Oh, it's a
There's only
fake.
ultimates on that first
Maybe
wave.
try to
then
fault
you've
line
got
this.
util to deal with. On top of that,
all the fakes
Miss
so far,
misses
but he
the
was very
fight, though.
committed to. Koala Noob rewarded playing on top there. Going to take away Kayak, but you can see what that spike
They've
is.
done a good job.
And as it stands,
They dropped the 2 smokes
completely
already.
free
They can
side.
go
Now,
for
obviously
salvos
they
right
don't know
after. Keeping players
now it
inserted
does
at
look
this
like
part
Roxic
are
is
also
turning around
definitely
going, well,
forcing rotates. So you have a
there's a chance
2v1 on
somebody's
site.
holding
This is
yeah,
very, very
those
nice.
sound cue
And
just yet,
Roxic
but I think Roxic is
already
also
has no more
very
smokes left.
conscious. Somebody could have lurked in. The big gap.
Boy, this is
obviously,
so bad.
towards top.
How does Navi not
Smoke
have
going
smokes
down.
left?
Same plant.
It's this open plant.
It's, yeah.
Even though it's 45, if he gets this down, it's very
Wait.
winnable.
And I want to see when Crash's util comes back around. It shouldn't be far off, I can imagine. That should be in play.
And
by
now
the
you
time they're under
can't
threat.
you
Yeah,
can't
2
play
seconds
aftershock
away.
on
Love
this.
you, observers.
But you
So
still
again,
have
Still got
Molly,
Molly
you
as
still
well,
have
though.
salvos.
How do you move these players? They've got to deal so much damage and so quickly. And pry
So
these players
basically
out
what
of
we're
very
just doing
passive
here
positions.
is,
Poster,
Still got the
sorted
Molly,
out
though.
First, there it is.
Just trying to fault line as they cross
Good chunk
over.
of time. Kron now, and again, his position is absolutely divine. And a real insurance policy, because Crashy
Wait,
will
big
be
kill by
under pressure
Crashies.
now.
Get this one
But
as well.
man looks
Oh,
like he
nice try,
thrives in
Austin.
it. Now Chronicle!
And Chronicle whiffs.
Fell short there.
Dude,
Unbelievable
how the hell did that happen?
Absolutely rip-roaring round, not to beat. Diffuse in, well handled by Na'Vi.
How does
actually. It felt
Roxic
like
not have any
Fnatic had the
smokes left?
checkmate there.
Yeah, definitely. When we were crediting
Did he
kind of
only
the
have money
comfort
for
and
2
how
smokes?
safe that disconnected position was for Fnatic, but here it kind of just comes apart.
Because I don't see why you would drop 3
And one of the
smokes
key
right
things
away
there
on,
to note is obviously how late in the day
right?
this has come across.
I know
I'm
they
saying the
smoked
window of
the
opportunity
connector towards
comes in that
Arcade and
first
probably
kind of
front
10
B.
to 15 seconds,
So maybe he
right?
only had enough
Either
money
in the
for 2
retake
smokes.
or as the spike is being planted.
I think the cycling from the post plant was slightly off. I think Boaster should have been further away. Didn't have to use the molly so early. Save that for later. Let the salvos go in first. And I think the layering would have been better there.
Excellent. Yeah, the window after the
Maybe they don't have a
15
lineup
seconds,
from
right?
here
So
to land
they can
the
stall out a
molly.
little
Oh,
longer.
sorry.
Bit of pace change
Maybe they
here.
don't have a lineup
They've
from
just
here
shifted
to
up
land the
gear.
molly
Straight
at
away
this
can use
part.
tail to clear out the site and then just
Which they
probably
should.
take Site off the back, but again, they still won't have sand. They're not going to have anything else here. A lot of the setup still in play.
I think he was just very afraid that he was going to get pushed over because he already had a molly being thrown on the defensive,
Yeah, they kind
retake.
of got to get this done now. Maybe pausing for a fight. They've won it. Okay, Ruxic falls. Hero, though, going to pick up the battle. Takes it towards Sand. And now we're in an all-out brawl. This feels a little bit out of sorts.
Another big fight here between Hero and Crashies. Big damage for Alpha here. Yeah, this is a Fnatic win.
Crucial kill onto Hero.
Chronicle could just play on site now.
19 HP. Fault
He
line
could
will
stall
come
when they're
through.
going to start pushing forward. He has flash.
Reposition, yes, but no semblance of safety just yet.
Counter fault line.
none.
Now he's flashing.
Prawn
Now he
just
delays
buying
even
those
more.
Precious seconds
Now
on
the
site.
contact's going to be
Alpha
Alpha here.
cross
They have to
up
fight
by
Alpha here
Dish.
first, and it's a
Ticking away,
1v1
though.
instead of a double swing.
Salvo's online.
Yeah, it's all about time now. Shao going to get past the first step.
Now you
They're
can play
going to know about
salvos.
Crashies, but he's got the util. Can he play it perfectly? 11 HP.
Now they tap.
You can't make mistakes. Oh,
Nicely
and it's
done.
just not clean enough. Koala Noob on the case.
Nice kill by
Close.
Koala Noob.
But no cigar.
That was a very important kill. If not,
The
that was
timing as well.
max
Crashies
win
nearly catching
for Fnatic.
just the perfect moment to swing onto this. But it seems that this is the pace change round for Fnatic, and they can't pin down the plant in the window you expect them to. On those first smokes going down, when they have a little bit of leeway towards site, it seemed a little the pause seemed a little strange.
I think
The
if
tap on the
anything,
spike,
when
they're
Alpha
expecting
Hero is at
util
this
to come
spot,
through,
and I
or
know
somebody
you're trying to play
burst
salvos
from the
here,
smoke,
right, for
potentially, I'm not sure.
Crashies.
I think they were trying
But
to
if
pinch
Alpha Hero is playing
Sans
first contact
early, and
here,
kind of that
I
kind
think
of got a bit
Crashies should play
laboured.
first contact
But
at this
I think the
point,
big deal for me there
where
was
he could
that
jiggle
post
away,
plant. I don't think they
and
should
that'll
be
give a
using that
chance here
post
for Chronicle to fight on
I
any
am a
site,
little
and then for
surprised
Alpha for Hero.
how
Sorry, yeah,
quickly Na'Vi
for
have
Alpha
been
Hero to start moving
dismantling
up
his
here
post
towards
plants. That's 2
drop
rounds now.
after.
And this round should be pretty well handled. The equipment diff is in play. Ruxic
Then we
actually
counted
went away
too
far.
much
We're
on the
gonna start seeing that
salvos.
cycle hit for Na'Vi now. Very close by to some big boy ults.
But that's the issue of trying to swing into crosshair placement. It's so easy for
Moment here for
these
Alpha
pros at
to
this level
creep
to
up.
just instant headshot.
Hero's fan kayak on the other side though. Gonna be a massive swing.
Oh no, we're gonna
We'll
talk
find
about
a
both if
freebie
we want to
onto
Kratos.
Ruxic.
It's all good.
For being a little slippery, Hero's probably pretty uncomfortable now.
Cage trigger.
I just realized I closed my
No,
my
the ult's
chat. Let
going in.
me
Hero's
open
trying to
that
just
back up.
dip around this. As Koala Noob popped his ult again pretty early here. This feels like it wasn't necessary,
Sorry about
but we
that.
are getting down to the thick of things. This is a 2v3. It's certainly not impossible as Crashies
Oh, no.
and Chronicle out of nowhere.
Instant two
Put an
headshots.
Angel on notice. A dip up towards tower.
And they have Rolling Thunder now.
available here as well. Plenty
And
of utility for
Aftershock.
Chronicle to
Yo,
work
they've
with,
won the
but
round.
No idea where he is at the moment.
Crashies might
Could
die
be
here.
free
Okay, now
first
he
kill,
watches
and
the
then
spot.
Kron's
No,
HP
he's
gets
dead.
brought into question.
Okay,
Can
actually-
he play it ice cold? Can Angel
Now-
read this right? The Horn gonna go in. He knows nothing so far. Oh,
That's
takes
huge.
a little bit
Now
of
he can
a
Rolling
from.
Thunder.
He's
Yep.
gonna invest it. There's nowhere to get away
Now he's
from
gonna
this
go
one. Angel
underpass
has
so he
to
can
suffer
play,
it.
Aftershock as well though, so he can
Aftershock.
burn the clock down here.
Chronicle doesn't even to look at the spike so far.
There it is.
Listens for the tap. Util. Is it good? It absolutely is.
Dude, it's too smart.
Util gets punished, and Chronicle
I
doesn't
love that
even
he
need to
jiggled
look
first.
at the spike.
Make sure that your opponent can't get on off the spike or can't get the spike to half.
Wins him that.
Very, very
Like,
smart by
CP
Chronicle.
used the aftershock or the ult before he
To be honest,
doesn't
that's what I
work.
would have
It's
done.
another second and a half, 2 seconds that Angel
Very
has to
cerebral in my
second guess
plays.
himself.
I would have
free
played that
shot
1v1
as well.
exactly
Spit
the way
damage.
that Chronicle would.
Beautifully done. All the tools they needed
Angel,
here.
are you drunk, bro? Angel, are you drunk, bro? Did you take a beer, bro, or what?
Classic Fnatic reaction.
Yeah.
when it comes to cap. That's a mini special.
Void of emotion.
That was a pay save card thrifty though. One that they probably shouldn't have had.
Is
I
he an
feel like
OG
we were
guard? No,
kind
he
of
played
seeing
for
Na'Vi
M80
building right
Kratos.
back into this, dealing with those post plants.
If
well.
anything, he was
Find
OG
solutions.
Ghost
Right now
Gaming.
they're only finding problems.
Ghost Gaming
Ruxic's
back
gotta
then in
find forward. There's no way
2021
back from
was
that. Crashes on the
Kaplan
punish. They roll out the red card.
as coach.
Ult's coming in seam a
Then
bit
you had John
questionable.
Cutie as
Kwame
IGL.
trying to gap close, but he's been seen.
QT. You had Nismo,
Really careful here. Crashies actually find the first, but second.
Brock,
Not just yet, Alpha on the cleanup.
Koala
It's just
Noob.
Angel left standing once again. Revealed here. And
I
actually
can't remember
might
who
be
their
caught
fifth
the
player
backside
was.
of Chronicle
I like to think it
able
was
to
BCJ,
pin him down
but I don't think
before
so.
escaping.
The experience of Vans clutch a couple of times in your day? Hell yeah.
Right, Angel.
That's how we roll.
1v3 this time.
That's how we roll.
The odds are getting worse. And not much to be done there for him. Fnatic
Let
starting
me
to get a little bit
Google
of
to
space
see
now.
what the roster was.
think
Ghost
playing with
Gaming
that space
Valorant.
really well. Again, another that's almost indicative of a pace change. Beautiful placement here on the fault line and the orbital strike. There's no escape.
Oh, a proto.
Forcing out
That
the
was
kill.
it. It wasn't BCK,
Once
it was a
again.
proto.
It's also crashes
Nice.
again.
Nice shot, that fun.
And the two
Nice.
coaches, by the
Nice.
way, were
Nice.
Kaplan
Nice.
and
Nice.
assistant coach was Gunter. And who's
Really, really
coaching and
well.
assistant coaching for Sentinels now?
No
With
surprises
John
to see
Cutie
an
as the
RV
IGL?
timeout here. Again, a couple
Kaplan
well,
and
two
Gunter.
back-to-back defuses, sure, but again, I think once Fnatic kind of got into that first ult cycle,
When did I
and
clutch
having
Yoru
those
on Pro?
tools available,
Dude, I can't remember
they're showing
even
what they do
playing
best
Yoru
to us, you know,
person.
which is-
When did I play Yoru?
It's that precision,
2 weeks ago? I
the
can't
value
remember.
on investment. It's not necessarily a kill or something, but it's always space.
But it wasn't
guarded.
even tech.
So
It was
from
just
Navi's
me
perspective, what
fucking.
do
I
you
just
do here? Because it
outdueled
felt
my
like they got an
opponents.
answer to those post plants, right? They were digging out those positions, making crashes quite uncomfortable, even on that 10-4. But since then, it's still fallen away. Mini, where does your mind go? We do see a switch up with Koala.
I don't even remember if I
Is that
even
enough
had
of a
Util
solution?
left
Just
in that
the
clutch.
Potentially. I would like to see them a bit more aggressive. We've only seen them rotate, I call it like sideways. We haven't seen them explore like the north or south too much.
The last time we
Especially
stacked,
if those
nice.
post plants keep coming in. Like you need flanks to kind of
Yeah, the
deal with them
weekend's up.
sometimes.
We gotta get some
So
more
I think
stacks
a
this
bit of
weekend.
north side or south side exploration would be good. And I want to see from crashes here, do Fnatic have another layer to this tail? We've already seen it once with a fast A. Do they have...
All right, so we have a heavy
multiple
focus
traps
here on
to
north and
bring to the
south.
table?
This is lots of util to try to get Neon into Arctic control, and they tried to do a wall up on this before. And I wonder if they're gonna add more pedal to the gas.
For now, this is the adaptation
gas to the pedal, rather.
with that operator in play, or at least part of it.
So there's a jump scale. They already fault line in the beginning, right? No, Chronicle still has his.
They do force their way through.
I wanna
Koala
walk down by
rewarded
Volume, I like
out
it.
on the other side of that.
That's dreamy.
Wait,
but
they
this
seized
man's
orbital
got
strike?
some-
Okay, wait, they made it
Crashes
out,
on
they
the
made it
swing,
out.
And now suddenly Angel's uncomfortable. You can
That was
see
so
it.
close.
Crashes with the
That was
little
so
1-2
close, but then
step,
Crashes
making
just
it look
opens up the
so
site.
smooth here.
You don't even
Navi
wall
already
up.
left in
Now they can
tatters.
just walk
What are you
for a
meant to
kill,
do in this?
dude.
See a little
Kayak's
bit
in
of
a
a
great
break on
spot.
him from
Kayak's in a
Shao.
great spot.
Slipping through early,
There's
but the
the
trade
trade.
in place. Kayak still holding
Now you
up
could
close
finger
towards
blast
site.
too if they want
Maybe
to.
trying to get a little slippery in the smokes, but Navi down to
gonna
just
try
two
to-
players.
I was gonna say maybe we should have
Going
tried
for
to
that
stun
plant
in there.
now. Crashies puts it in play. And once again, we're in the post plant. Once again, you got that Teo utility. Once again,
Oof.
you got Crashies on a
Let's go,
heater.
Austin.
This is beautiful to watch. As
He has to
Hero
stay on site. He can't really
quiet.
use salvos, but now he could just hide.
Nothing to be seen on the cam.
Especially after Hero misses that
Promise you
shot.
that. And he's just got to face the music or try and save, but
She's
man,
on a 4K as well.
this is good to see.
Oh yeah,
This
Kratos,
is the
I
Crashes
stole it
of
from
old,
Vans.
Almost
Don't
the
tell him.
expectations of
I
a
stole it
player
from
like
them.
this coming across to the region.
I had a
He's
friend of mine
delivering
do
here today.
use
I
that
wanna
logo
see
from
if that
Vans
POV
and then
the whole way through.
add my name to
Oof.
it. So that maybe
Like
one
you're
day,
saying the Teo-
instead of
Teo used to
Vans
come in, but
suing me,
instead he just
they could be
faces
like,
it.
"Yo,
Different.
you want to work a partnership
No,
for us?
wait.
You wanna,
Again,
you
he
wanna,
used to kind of have that.
you wanna
Brute
represent our
was always
band
a
or our
clutch
brand and
player,
be Van
Greg.
Oh
Silly?"
god, yeah.
Didn't need to use that tail either that round, so again, still have.
I do clutch a lot.
Actually, the other
If
thing you
there's
were talking about,
anything
was
that
the
I
adaptation from
that
Navi.
I
I'm not sure if the
commend
timeout really
myself
was
with
just
when
to
I play
address
tactical
kind of a
FPS
tilt loss in
is that I'm
the
very good
anti-eco.
at
Whether or not that was
understanding
actually
what my
more of a
opponent's
standard
going to
look we
do.
could see, or something they
Where
picked
I
up
lack
on
a
and
lot of
wanted
skills
to address
is
on
the most
fly.
important
So
part
that's a
is
real
aim.
question going forwards.
If I had good aim, then I'd be probably
Now, seeing where
I'd
the
probably be on a
spike
pro
is,
team right now.
This may not be awful,
Am I right?
but seeing how far up they've gone.
Yo,
and
if Van
found
signs Van
no
Silly, be
resilience,
6. You haven't missed
it
anything
may
on
not be a
report.
nice, and he's still winning. How is
Navi's just getting owned.
Alpha still getting away with this? He's taken away
Navi
Hero,
is just getting outdueled by everybody.
and no one else is gonna stop them. This is just the freest round so far.
Oh no, Vans.
Got a guard
Vans
in
is
here.
probably the biggest clothing brand
In the hands
in
of Shout.
skateboarding.
Not much else to be honest with you. I
Kratos.
mean, Ultimate, sure as well, Rolling Thunder, but do you want to invest it in this sort of
I'd be on
round?
G2 right now. To be fair, probably.
Go of it. Boast is gonna be
I'd probably
in
take.
place, but the Molly then
Let's see.
denies any push up coming out from the
No, you know
canteen.
what? I wouldn't be.
Kayak this time
Because
gonna
then
be noted.
you'd have to
Don't know if he gets
replace
dealt with,
Trent
though.
or
And
Jonah
now they
P.
gotta go. Oh, no,
Oh
V,
my
where's
god,
this
Colin,
come
you
from?
double killed
Running
Ghost.
back on in, but Kron, the guardian of the cross, denies the next step forward, and Shao trying to find his man. He can't.
Wow.
It got
Yo, what's up,
close, but
Flippy?
again, just slipping away.
Yeah, we're currently winning. We're
Navi
definitely
have
winning.
done fantastically well.
Navi
to find
isn't, though.
3 there with the inventory they had at their disposal. But Fnatic stands
Yeah, if
strong
you'd had to
on the
replace me
side,
as like an
able
initiator
to clean
clutch
things
player,
up, Mini.
Yeah,
you'd have to
Fnatic
take
went to
Trent
go for a
or
triple
Jonah
swing
P
to
away.
save one of the
And I don't want to
players
take
they
away
have
their
for
spots
something,
because I love love those
And
two
it
players.
looked good and coordinated, but
Probably my
Navi
favorite
hit
initiators to
everything.
watch with
That from
Crashies.
Crom was beautiful though.
Clean up as well. Yeah, curious really of what was...
Get off my lawn!
We're being blessed with the player reacts today.
Who can I replace actually?
I mean, it's always the case with Boaster.
It's true.
Dude,
Showman.
36. You're freaking nice,
with-
Kratos.
Genuinely looking happy.
I just hit 41 3 weeks ago.
Kickoff.
Yeah, definitely.
That's
The
like-
energy feels much better
Whenever
today.
I talk to them, they
You
all
definitely
seem
wouldn't see me on a skateboard anymore.
And
I never do them like that.
I don't remember them being like that.
With no, see,
Not in
the thing
my
is
time.
that I wouldn't have the
Is that 'cause you
mechanics
were on
to
the
be
other end
able
of the mic?
to
It was
me,
entry.
yeah. I just posed
I'd
the
have the
Russian.
mechanics to like,
You'll
you know, I'd be like Chronicle. You know what? To be honest, I could take Angel's place.
Company, yeah.
If I had
good
aim,
luck,
I could
Na'Vi.
take Angel's place.
Held on these 2 rounds.
Because
here.
if
It
you
feels
need a
like it's
clutcher,
bit
I
of a
got you.
split,
You know,
isn't it?
I
need to
fucking
see
got
more
you.
here. That's not bad though. Catching Kron's pretty solid.
Yeah, Kratos, I'm pretty old.
Noob's been probably the one to keep my eyes
Yeah,
on
I could
so far. He's been the
IGL.
one posting the numbers.
Oh, yeah, definitely was the case on map 1 as well.
Yeah, I could definitely ride a skateboard. But if there's a sidewalk that's like this high flippy, I don't know if I'd be able to like ollie over it.
See now.
Replace finesse and energy?
30 seconds left.
Nah, I like Pujan as well.
You would have been close enough, but the confirmation will
I don't
come
want to
through.
take away his career. You know what? I wouldn't want to take
Imagine
Angel's
smoke
career
coming out
either.
from Ruxic.
They're both old heads that I enjoy watching,
Cut out here, but they
and I've
forced
respected
their
a
way
lot from
through.
like
I
the
was
CS
gonna say,
days.
not checking sight fully.
This is going to be punished, Crashies. You're not going to go nuclear again because look at the time, 10 seconds. Ruxic plays this so well,
Yeah.
not overstepping, holding that really precious area on the site. And it felt a little short-sighted there from Fnatic. I don't know what the plan was.
Like I said, I think Angel's probably caught a footstep or something which draws out the smoke from Ruxic. It makes it way harder to commit to the
Oh my god,
drop.
nice paint shells by
Alpha was
Qualu. Wait, that was kind
probably
of sick.
calling across some support. Like he could sniff at it. It felt very weak on that side of the map.
Where do you?
Exec in
31-year-old
never
man takes
been,
over
but
Chinese
have to
Valorant.
see
You know
they
what?
had a
I would
Neon
be down
Wall
for
and a
that.
Cypher case
Yeah,
just to
yeah.
get out. Like that level of util just to get out of that tiny choke, and still it's difficult.
China is like the retirement home for a lot of like pro players that
In
can't
certain
make it in their
situations,
own
someone's
region,
playing
right?
against them as well. They're
Yeah.
cutting their own sight lines to clear these deep angles on site.
It's not a good place to exec.
I'm gonna buy.
I don't like them
buy
playing
all,
one
gonna
game a
buy
week.
all.
Yeah.
Got you. Come on, Noob. 10 kills. He is leading the way for Na'Vi.
Boaster's put one too though.
Now look, and the thing is, I keep.
If there was
I
more
flame
money,
Boaster a little bit with it. He always
that'd
does
be
really
kinda
well.
sick.
So I feel like I'm worried if I stop doing it. But right now.
But then,
Oh,
oh,
Koala's the one to be on it. Quick.
That's a
Raw
nice pick
blood,
by Koala, dude.
Assassination, and certainly no attempt. It was job done. But is Fnatic creeping behind this?
I'm surprised they
Oh
get
my
caught off by that. We've seen the ult being used before.
they
Kayak
got
in the
two
middle,
big.
nothing.
Sorry, they got one big ult for Crashies.
I like they were ready, but.
I don't think they pick up
Angel's
orb now because if you
walking
pick up
this.
orb,
Now-
you're
I was going
trolling.
to say, yeah, if he's tucking in, sure, but
Wait,
still
Angel's in
doesn't
a
feel
good
comfortable.
Don't
spot.
like it. Don't. Angel, please.
I love
Looking
this
for a
actually.
pick here, but no one's really giving
Because
him
now
much of a
they're
fair
three
fight,
players
right?
from
You look at his
Fnatic moving into
positions, they're
Sands
pretty
and
tucked in.
late long A.
Maybe showered.
Chronicle's
something, but
screwed.
These. Oh my god, Angel.
Chronicle screwed.
God.
Oh my god, Chronicle wins
I mean,
it.
Chronicle's
Why are you
got
over
such a
peaking
advantage,
though?
The crunch comes through, Na'Vi
Thankfully, there's
come
still
out
players
top here,
over on
trying to
this
get
side,
three
but
kills, yeah.
like,
It's fine.
Angel,
you already
gives his
had
life for the
Qualadin
cause,
watching
I
this
guess.
spot with an op. Like, just let Qualadin watch that spot, bro.
I can't
Let him be
reach
contact.
you,
Treat it out after. Why are you swinging out?
Yeah. I don't know really what to make that round. It felt weird.
I think again, it's a Fnatic are losing opening picks, and when they're not losing opening picks and get time to go into these big execs, it's looking beautiful. But in the 4v5s, it's just.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what you're
you know,
talking
as
about.
well, almost
Like you
kind
want
of
like
stood
bigger
out in
games.
No man's land, right? If
Just
you're
like always,
holding
like,
to wait
huge
for the moment to
games.
stack up ahead of this execute.
To be
there's-
honest, though,
there's
it's hard to always have like
almost no reason to give away an
the
opener
best
like that. I mean,
teams.
you've got 3 people there,
and then it's
holding
always
the
even
walk up
Steven
potentially.
every season, you know?
Again,
You'll get the
nice
same
turn
thing in like the
towards Koala.
NFL
This
or
guy
like the
has been
NHL, baseball.
pivotal for them.
Look at the
But
Blue Jays. They just
oh,
got
they
owned by the
land it.
Baltimore Orioles 12-2 in their
careful,
season
because-
opener.
Orbital strike and the fault line.
Okay, it's
Yet
actually-
people still go to the
Yeah,
games
so we're
because
gonna
they're
go through first.
fans of the
Trying to lead the way
team.
towards the A side. Koala Noob is still around, holding the space up towards Dish. There's no late presence yet.
It's also very
sure, but-
difficult.
Got the plant.
Oh,
No, they don't.
Caster
Oh
curse.
my
Yeah,
See
Chronicle's
spam.
fallen.
It's a bit obvious at this point, this spam.
Yeah. Shao, we'll find Alpha as well. Now they've got a paint shot to come through to deny even further potentially, but
Planted.
Spike will finally go down.
again, those sort of moments, it is credit towards Angel
let's
for the
watch this
heads-up
pulse plan.
work that they've been going for.
Because there's
that
still
open
orbital
plant
strike.
that they can. Kayak can't
There's still a
escape the
lineup
site.
from
Na'Vi
Bolster.
keeping him locked in. And
Crashes
Crashes
has
should be good,
salvos,
I
but
don't think even
unfortunately
this
he's
good.
about to get his
Get a
shit
back
pushed
on
in.
Bolster,
Wait,
okay.
I was
It
gonna
does
say.
go down, but the molly just too wide in the end.
But does Bolster not have a lineup?
Na'Vi, gotta say it. Reading this well, starting to find a road to recovery now. The scoreline looking far more reasonable.
Yo, TBH,
Yeah, I do have to.
that was
point
very
out
winnable
again, though. I don't,
with
I think
orbital strike, molly, and double
you're in the middle of
salvos.
nothing at a certain point.
Yeah, again, and especially here, because you have the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike, I think you could probably invest a little
yeah, sorry, to get back
more
to that topic.
utility ahead of the
I
plant.
feel it's
Might
very
force off
difficult
some of these
to,
positions. I mean, it just so happens the seas comes through, so it's
To have
I
the
mean, it's a
type of
squishy
like
target
audience
regardless.
that is always going to fill an arena
Yeah, I think
anyways
you're right. I
in
think Fnatic
esports.
could probably dig a little deeper,
Because
maybe
it's
invest
literally
a little
that.
more
It's
to
esports.
rely
It's
on
in
the
one
Rolling
arena.
Thunder and the Orbital
People
Strike
have
and
to
the
move
Postmark,
from
so
outside of their own
I think I
state,
would just
city,
plant in the corner at this
suburb,
point,
whatever, to go see their teams play.
Yeah, the safer
While
plant
as
backside,
for
sure.
traditional sports,
Well, how'd we get to?
it's your team for your city. They
Reach
tried to
and
do it
bring
with the
up.
Overwatch League, but they tried doing it
about
by
Norms?
forcing every single franchise team to pay $20 million
I heard you ran
to like
about
get
it.
into it or
Fair enough.
whatever fucking fee it was.
I don't know why, but I say
Yeah, I don't know why either. What's that?
no idea.
There
On
was,
the hunt
I
again.
always feel that there
Got a
was
man on
definitely
the
an
outside, he's been
opportunity
good at
to slowly
Alpha,
scale up.
It feels like a little cerebral battle of some brilliant players.
Head of the cage though.
Does Alpha
From
consider that? I
the
feel like he
franchising
might.
fees and
He's
whatnot
gonna tuck. He's gonna tuck.
to hopefully make it
I
to
saw
a
Alpha use
higher
all of his strength to
level.
not peak that one.
Fighting his inner demons.
Come on,
Or you could just add gambling and
Yeah.
crowdfund a tourney CS style.
Oh, he can't get away.
To be
Oh,
honest,
he's just
I
trying to
wouldn't be
power
surprised if
out
gambling
of
comes
this. Oh,
anytime soon.
dude. It was so
They're
good.
already allowing it for
And then it wasn't.
for
Hero just in no man's
Gam- oh
land,
my
plays
God,
it
what a
forward,
pick by
finds
Hero.
Alpha without his hat on.
Wait, to
And now
just
we're
run
into a
through that cage for that
4v3.
pick
This
is
has gone
huge.
topsy-turvy in a second. Boaster's having
It's
a
a
go
very
at
hard retake
spawn.
because of this
Mike, not coming through
Nightfall
just yet.
retake from
Chronicle
Age.
looking for it.
Wait,
No
what the
comfort
fuck did he
just
haunt?
yet for Fnatic.
Why did he haunt
Can't
this?
really set up. Chronicle gonna
Did
look
Angel
to
just
trade
fuck
off
up his
options
eye?
here.
Yeah, there it is. Going to send that flying. Going to try
Well,
and
that
buy
just slows
him a
everything
couple of
up, huh?
seconds. And a couple of seconds they should have, but Hero
They don't have a good place to plant
slow
for aftershocks, so
approach through the
Chronicle
underpass.
cannot get the best value out of it.
Still have the
So
molly. Still
the
have
best he could do is delay.
some
He's
utility
got
here for
aftershock to
Chronicle
delay,
as
flash
well.
to delay. Hero goes first, and that's not a good move. Oh no, they just moved out of
Now we've
there.
got to look at the timing, the layering. We were talking about this before, but it's Hero, it's Ruxic, just
They tried to hide
walking
in the
it.
smoke after
No
the fault line came
chance on that
through, and then
util.
Boaster gives
I
up
thought
that
he should have
position
just
to
kept
come
watching
through
the
and
ropes,
try and
dude.
put
What'd
the
you run
molly
back?
down, but
What's up, Hawker Logic? How's it going? What's
It's
up,
just a split second.
Lord One Rocks? How's it
it's
going,
their
everybody?
demise.
Welcome, welcome.
But a 6-6 half here feels almost miraculous for Na'Vi to come out and recover
But yeah,
this.
sorry to
Yeah,
get
I
back
like
on
the
that topic. I
Na'Vi.
feel like
It looked like
gambling
Na'Vi
will
should have
be
taken his-
starting
taken his
anytime
half
soon. I wouldn't be
big,
surprised.
But Na'Vi finds
They're already allowing
momentum at the end.
They certainly do.
Gambling
Koala lighting it on fire. Beautiful from him.
companies
But we're not
to
done yet.
to sponsor teams, right? So and if you look at it, chat, I mean, it's only inevitable, but it's also not necessarily a bad thing, to be honest. I'm okay with gambling websites as long as they're legit. You know what I mean? And also as long as, you know, you don't advertise to be like, oh, like, let's just get our players to start gambling so that we can get more people into it. Because if you look at it from traditional sports, I don't think many athletes, if not any, do any promotion for gambling websites. But if you look at freaking European football, Betway's on all over the banners around the pitch in terms of ads. And it's also in the arenas, and it's also added on, there's ads on TV and stuff like that too. That's really helps runs the business, right? So it only makes sense. And to be honest, I'd rather see. Okay, so it's definitely a hot. Well, I don't know if it's a hot take. I'd like to say that I definitely see responsible gamblers, which again, I'm being very optimistic here that
Well,
most gamblers
on one side
are.
of things here, Koala Noob doing fantastically, 14-7, bringing Na'Vi really with a new lease of
Like
life.
could
Vinny, You
how
were
do you say it?
loving the neons.
Wait, how come I just lost my
Love it
train
when
of
a
thought?
player gets to bring it under
Responsible.
The clip back at
There
EVS
you
got
go.
the clip.
EVS.
It's very
I think what
optimistic
I said
for me
was
to think
underrated,
that
but I prefer
most
rated.
gamblers are responsible
that
and
was
know,
fine.
Oh, okay.
you know,
It's
what to do. I mean,
okay.
just look at J-Team, for example,
I
most
think this is
recently
the
over in
unfortunate
CS.
reality of Neon sometimes.
But if you do have a lot of responsible people that get
That's
into
mean.
betting
That's why.
Well, why are you doing that on the
and
telestation?
don't
Why would you
throw all
hide
their
that?
money away,
Hey.
I'd rather take that money
This is what happens on Neon
than
Attack
take
sometimes. You have a bad game, it
fucking
snowballs hard.
Saudi money.
Hopefully
You know what I
Pat
mean?
can bring it up.
Okay. I can just sniff him out of the corner.
Well, Koala seems to,
No,
yeah.
he's actually on one. Like, we saw glimmers of really good looks from Koala Noob, but it didn't.
Angels in the
Yeah,
rat
exactly.
spot.
Back to school sales. That's what I'm talking about. Like the advertising around
It's
that
horribly
is just
wrong.
immoral.
It's good!
It's good!
Good! Angel!
How does he get 3, dude?
It's good!
How does he get 3 hiding
it's
behind that
always
box?
God knows what with Angel.
Not
Bro.
even close.
Okay, hold on.
Let's
Let me
just
read
flip
through
a
here.
coin and it's either beautiful or an absolute tragedy. That time, stunning. Look at this.
You shouldn't have a full week to come up with antis, other strats, and try to think other of roster changes.
I'm shitting on these guys, bro. I'm gonna
But
flip on this
the
game
thing is like if you don't allow teams
I did
I mean,
to
it's halfway there.
really
already, yeah.
try to
I don't think that's
rehome
reflective in the way that
their
he approaches that
their
towards
strats or
Ditch.
whatnot,
As soon as he gets the
then you
opener,
might have
he's
3 games
charging up
in that
towards
week
Boaster.
with just very
Against the
similar
rest of
playstyles
Na'Vi
all the
can kinda
time. It would
get
kind of get
behind
boring,
that
no?
sort of
As a
energy.
spectator's, from a spectator's point of view.
Brilliant way to stretch their legs here in the early rounds of the second half.
It does feel like there's a
I guess there's a pro and con
between
to it,
Kind of Koala Noob
hoverboard.
and the rest of the side as well.
Hey, I'm
I wanna
fine with
see-
it. Absolutely fine with it. If it's going to mean round
I'm
wins
actually
and then
down
claw
for the
back
once a
from
week
what
right
was
now.
was
For
it a
now,
6-2 lead?
when esports isn't as big.
Yeah, I think it's 4 at the end there for Na'Vi.
And if he is being supported and set up to succeed, then brilliant.
That's not great.
That's not what we'd like to see.
Until I could see
You're gonna get
esports
these from
continuously
Na'Vi, yeah.
fill arenas kind of
What
like
happened to Koala Noob?
an NHL arena at 14,000 seats,
I mean, Kayak has to find
then I think the way that we're
something here.
currently doing the scheduling is not too bad.
It's not going to happen. Would have been a big kill, though, to find that with the classic up close and personal.
Well, suddenly it gets possible.
DraftKings does a lot of
Relax,
promotion.
relax, there,
Wow, there you
it
go.
is. Nice
I
farming.
don't even notice.
It was
I
against
don't even notice
pistols.
DraftKings.
You know,
I
look
mean, that's how you
I
get
don't
to
really
the
pay
third.
a
You gotta-
lot
you
of
gotta take
attention into like
advantage
the
of
gambling
Cover,
websites, to be
yeah.
honest. The only one that I look at is like the lotto, which is even worse
That's
in trying to
That
win the
is
lotto than
out of
trying to win
pocket.
esports betting.
I'm kidding. I love Joker. He's my favorite.
just because Mini's here.
They're okay.
You need to
I mean,
ID
that's
for any
I
type
was
of
gonna say
gambling in the
bold
UK.
target, but that's not what I should be saying.
You need to submit your financials
That's
to the
even worse
government.
than what
Oh,
she
dude, that's
said.
actually pretty dope.
And I'm right here.
Wild.
That's actually kind of dope. It's intrusive, but it's kind of dope.
Fire on the cast. That's-
19-7 though.
You jinxed it.
At
You
some
still want
point
more
soon,
games.
I will be asking the observers.
I mean,
for the
I do
koala.
want this game to be a little bit
Don't
closer
do
for
it.
sure.
It did not pay off
Which,
yesterday.
by the way, let's focus on
And
this
they've
now.
got Angel to
Bonus
spike
round for
me.
Navi, and they still have full rifles.
Oh, anyone
Of course,
but
because
Koala
they're the
Noob there
precursors
currently
of the
observing. Fair play
FPX
to you.
buy.
I'll accept that. For now, it will be leading the way. No challenge to be had on site.
So it seems like they
Fnatic
understand.
pushing out of
Oh, I was gonna
A
say, it
lane,
seems like they
conceding the
understand that
side, trying to do
Fnatic
some
plays
chip damage,
4-1.
and they've got us kill through the smoke. Watch out for the neon on the flank here.
And the camera has been good enough for Bolster to get 2 spam kills.
Right, that is your headhunter remove the ult.
Camera and
remove.
trip or
Angels
whatever it
tapped up as well,
was,
up
like,
54
or there was
HP.
footsteps
This
being
gets
heard,
difficult.
but
They've got to find someone else to step up and find the.
oh, nice
impact
crossfire set up on the
That's
post
what
spot
you
though.
needed. Angel and Hero
Hold
in
on, this is
unison.
good.
Send off the ult as well. Both
But they don't have aftershock and shit, so.
Brutal. Oh!
He gets a third smoke
Get a
kill.
kill through smoke. I thought it's just Stewie 2K.
Bro,
who
what
do
are we
these sort of
doing?
things through smoke, but apparently
Stewie
Boaster as
2K,
well with the 3K
the
himself.
smoke criminal.
He's
Let's
just
go,
in this.
Pansy.
No
Nice
one's
little
stopping him right
shout.
Now. Nothing is denying him. Has to take the fight.
My
and
God.
he does. Against
How does he get
the odds.
3 kills like that?
Against all common sense. They pull it off.
I mean, it's beautiful. Like, to me, this is... I know this is strange, but this is exactly what we saw from the last game for Fnatic Na'Vi.
Game
Na'Vi
density
got
is what
for
made
arcade
me
default,
stop watching CS.
But this time around, Fnatic
Yeah.
wanting to play this
I
game
mean, now you
offside
have to
beat.
follow Blast, IEM, ESL.
See them.
Those 2 kills were absolutely.
Face it.
The
I
third
mean, I
was
guess Safe
criminal
Face It
as well.
is bought over by ESL now, so
What was
there's
it
no
on
more of
split?
that.
He was getting
Doing the same.
ghost headshots
There's no
through the smoke.
more competition in that sense.
I think I'm glad you checked PC.
So I'm happy for Fnatic that they're identifying that,
I feel really sad for you. I don't know which.
that sitting on sites is not a good plan. Sitting off sites. I know it looks stupid that he just got 2 or 3 through smoke, but that's kind of
Yeah.
Doing that damage through smokes is very common.
Kayak, he's having an absolute rotter of a game, but Na'Vi gonna just double down on this, right? Big punish. Gotta be furious about how that last one went.
But this commitment's so deep. I mean, the first couple of bits of, first few corners, sorry, they get cleared here. Hold on to the space, that's fine. You don't have to convert that into anything. Especially so early on with no contact elsewhere. Hero. Oh, well, Alpha's on the same agenda.
Well, these
now
guys
as
are just all winning rounds by just spamming through smoke.
But a 2v4 presented.
Spike planted.
This is a save, but so
Koala do
far,
want the
Fnatic's
showstopper.
being dismantled on the
Na'Vi
4-1
do
setup.
want to throw a couple of bodies into this.
Started playing reactionary on B site, contain, spam smokes, and then pinching or pushing 3 guys on the extremities by leveraging both Crouchy's Chronicles
This is really not appropriate.
to help Kayak move forward.
You're not going there, are you?
Well, no, the more that this becomes a bit like a co-stream, the worse I behave.
No, this is not acceptable.
No, I was just alluding to it because you knew what it was very quickly.
The Bolster Fantasy
because
pick
these
has looked
shots through
pretty good.
smoke have been happening a lot.
Dude, where does VFL come from? How come everybody's just started talking about VFL?
Will, understand the reference.
That's wrong.
Was it
Well, I'm just
advertised
saying,
on
some
Plat Chat?
consistency
Now
here.
everybody's using it because I just started
Might have to
watching
do a little
the
cough check later,
like I
we'll
was in
see.
watch party
As
yesterday
it
and I was watching
stands,
Sideshow,
9-7.
and
That's the second
everybody
time.
in that
Don't
chat
worry, observers. I've
were
seen
talking
you
about
show us
their
that several
rankings in
times now.
VFL.
It's
Well,
not gone well.
I saw it. I deliberately didn't say anything when we saw each other
A little
around.
bit of niceness there. Give him a little bit of kindness.
For the group stages, you have each group play each other twice.
Well, don't
The thing is, the
actually
more you add
Kayak
into
can
that
do a
though,
little bit of
hoverboard,
kindness.
is the less
Yeah, I mean,
time you have for
He loves
a
that.
schedule
He
that
does.
matches
It's really
the
rough
two masters
because the
and champs.
situations in which we're seeing him getting.
Oh,
That's not
TFV
the
made it?
best
Nice.
Mike doesn't get it, but this is criminal.
Nice, nice.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
I mean, if you want to elaborate, here's the time. We're in the time out here. Go nuts.
I'd moved on.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about the game, Mini. So,
That's not.
I don't know why you're dwelling on that, to be honest.
I'm trying to counter the neon thing. I'm trying to. There's a war.
Right.
Neon
Well, then.
versus chess.
oh, you can go ahead and.
Yeah, the stage is yours.
We should start this.
He wants to leave to the.
And I think I
death.
prefer that though, hoverboard. You can't
Sue,
stream
you take me
multiple.
back.
You can't stream multiple games at once, dude.
I'll do any telestrator. It's fine. Yeah.
Look
Just
at
to come
look
back
at
to
how
the same
trying to
point,
run
this
dual streams
composition,
already
again, it's to put Kayak at the forefront, right, in the action, in the thick of it,
cannibalize
but,
yourself.
I mean, we're seeing a number of
in
times.
your
You
production.
can't even really say that he's losing
'Cause
out
it's
on
gonna cost
gunfights,
you
but
more to run
the commitments
two
are coming
streams
through.
in the
That
first
previous
place.
example, it's so deep and it's
No, I don't like how they name
necessary in that
VCLs
sort of
doing it.
situation. They've cleared the space.
I
that
wanna
you
watch
would
all the
want
games.
to. At the start of the round outside A main,
Like
you get a
yesterday,
confidence that nobody's
we
holding
had
that
an
close and
opportunity to
personal,
watch
but
two teams
then to go
qualify
and
to
give away the
VCL
club to
again for
Hero so
relegation.
deep next to ropes.
But I had to watch two
It's a little
BO5s
strange for me. I think
passively
that's probably an indication. Yeah, an indication of
because I wanted to watch the SRG game and I wanted to watch the
value from the neon. But if it's just
Maryville
if you're just
University
not
Embroidery
getting-
game.
Okay,
What's
I'll
this?
stop talking.
What's
You know?
this?
A little more tempered, but it's Hero again.
There's no help. He's just on his own, and he just gets absolutely sat down by Hero. Minnie, do you like that?
I quite enjoy the confidence to be that far behind.
What we're trying to do here,
I
what
mean,
if
hey, if you're
Bolster
2 and
smoked
15,
this side
you
and we
still
still
commit to
wide
this
swung the
stuff, yeah,
bench to
but-
fight here?
But like we were just saying previously, though, Fnatic, how good they look. Yes, Bosa's getting 3.
How do I feel
smoke,
about this
but
Na'Vi
how
roster?
comfortable it looks sitting off site, conceding, and
I'm always going to
kind
be
of
a
just
quality
taking a
fan,
pause.
so
Because overall, right
I'm
now,
down for
Na'Vi
it.
are at the helm of this ship, running it back well. Bostacore trying to drift through the
I just
smoke.
want to see some
Na'Vi
Shao
completely
2022
catches
again.
them unawares. Yeah, yeah.
Shao
your
2021,
big damage
2022 in
dealer
this
Crashies
roster
is
is
here,
going
but it feels
to
too late anyway. A
help
2v5
Na'Vi
post-plan
do
like
very
this,
well.
no shot. So
You don't like Angel? I'm an Angel
come
fan.
back
I like
into this
Angel.
with fresh eyes, right, Minnie? Because they're hitting a brick wall here. And we've complimented a lot about Fnatic, and we can't just put it on the fact that Kayak is not having much working for him, but the approach.
You didn't watch the
if anything.
Canadians and you
just
want to
sorry,
watch
just
more
to interject
Leafs.
there, I don't think this rides on Kayak not delivering.
see, that's the
I
thing.
don't think that's
In
I think there's a
esports,
few
we're actually
chance-
fanning
a few
multiple players
opportunities
and
he could have
teams.
done more.
Yeah.
So you
and
kind of
hasn't.
just want to follow
But
it
I
all.
don't think that's why we've seen Na'Vi able to claw back to a 9-7.
Come out of a
That's what I'm
timeout
saying.
pool with a
Because it's not
fairly
city-based,
aggressive
it's like
approach, I quite like, but you know, the
tournament,
Brimo and
league-based,
Tail
if I'm not
aren't
mistaken.
mine.
Like, I don't know how to
Well,
explain
these
it.
are things that can be used in these pushes.
I don't know how to
or
put that
saved
thought
for,
into
like, a
words,
retake
but
situation. And it
What I'm
felt
trying
a
to
bit
say is
dry.
like you're not bound to just
And again, the spacing
wanting
between
to watch Fnatic.
what if
you know?
Kayak's got opposition on the
Hence,
side of
why
that?
are we watching this?
What-
Why are we
are
watching
we
this
just riding on
this
some-
match?
And again,
If I'm like a
I hate
G2 fan,
saying this,
you know what I
the
mean?
numbers out loud, but are we riding on somebody who's 2 and 15? to come out
Esports
and win a 1v2 or
has
something
got a
like that?
different culture that allows for you to
Oh, this is
as a fan, enjoy
yeah,
to want to watch
it feels
multiple
a little,
teams.
whether or not that's something that was just discussed in the timeout, like you said, and
You're just a hater.
yeah, it's a little
Respect.
bizarre to me.
And again, credit for this resilience from Na'Vi and Koala Noob continuing his warpath towards that 30 you
I think
wanted,
that's
but
the key
as it
thing,
stands, he
Lucas,
might have
is,
enough
rush.
we want to see
Game might be
consistency
up
coming out of
before he
Shao
gets a
Hero
chance.
and Koala Noob.
Already up at 20.
Because they definitely have awesome
the
potential.
opener here in round 18 as
Rux
well.
is already doing very well.
We will pause. No further aggression.
Yeah,
here
Rux came from tier
Fnatic, but
2.
we know equipment not
He came from like
really
BBL,
suiting
no?
it too much.
Actually, no, not tier 2. He was already playing for BBL last season,
But
no?
still,
Let me double
key
check.
ultimates available here. But unlikely to see it here unless Fnatic can find a kill.
Oh, sorry, he came from tier 2. He was playing for Fireflux.
I think my worry is that as soon as Fnatic get,
I
if
thought
they
he
are
played for
gonna get
BBL,
back
but
into this game,
apparently he only played for
the ults will
Fireflux
be coming
Esports.
online for Na'Vi too.
Slam dunk round
I thought it was BBL.
isn't
but
a million
I was
miles
wrong.
away. If they do have to go to that length. B, take a tour. No hurry on this, but leaning back towards that A site.
Yeah, and actually, just to note it as well, already going to have bodies in rotation. Bosa's already back here to get inside the smoke.
Wait.
So
Nice
that was
try.
Angel to deal with him.
Yeah, Angel really
Nice
heads up about
play.
that.
Yeah, I was
Just
going to say
playing
by
on the edge of the
Angel, but
smoke, maybe expecting someone to
Bolster
play
staying
through there. Are
alive
still
would have been
players.
huge. Because
That's
look
not
how
clean
good they are
enough, really,
delaying
but
this
how's
site
there
so
no help
far
there
on
coming out
A.
for Crashes? I'm surprised he's still alive.
There's 14 seconds
Banging
left.
shot, but
By
the
now,
numbers
you try to
still
do an
sitting in
overall
the
strike to get him
hands
off
of Na'Vi
flat.
in the post plant now. Trying to get disrupted.
That maybe would have given you a
With
chance.
a classic.
Because you had Crashies that could salvo, somebody could still stay in
now-
sight,
With Na'Vi finding the kill on the other side
and
of
then
things.
the orbital strike to win the round off
Valkyria
a
to
50.
even find a consolation.
I think the account just gets shut here, right? I don't think there's much more to it. Na'Vi.
Yeah, I don't know why,
and
Lucas.
I'm very
Maybe it's
impressed with Na'Vi, because
Mandela
again,
effect.
Fnatic looked quite tricky, right? They were coming into this looking quite good. We had, as said, Crashies on that heater looking fantastic.
Enzo and
But
Pika.
also just
But
to
see,
come
the
back
thing
to
is,
Richard, this is
Enzo
also
was tier
Fnatic
1
on a
before he went tier 2,
composition
then
that
back to
kind
tier
of
1, now to tier 2.
echoes what
You know?
historically they've been very good at. So
I haven't been One Girl Logic.
further credit to
No,
Na'Vi in
what
that
would I call you?
regard.
One Girl Logic. Oh, because I read one up.
Getting closer and closer to the previous scoreline.
No, I
when
haven't
they
done it
met
lately.
Last. That 13-8, which did go Na'Vi's way. For now, 11-7. 3 maintaining themselves standing
We could maybe
alive
do
here
it
and just
in between
building
maps.
towards those ults.
I think it's also that 13-8 score. It was a lot about that defense. I think from Fnatic. They were struggling there, from what I remember.
Down A.
And again, not looking too hot here.
And the one player who really stood out to us in that series at the time.
Dude,
was
Hunger
Chronicle.
Logic and I
He was
got
one
you
who
hooked
made it
on
as
one up,
close
huh?
as it did.
Hoverboard?
Crashes this time around.
I was going to say, just to say, Crashies actually sat at 21 and 14. Maybe else some double digits yet.
We'll probably do it in between maps again.
Switch
Like,
idea
I feel like
coming
this
in.
is going to Haven now.
Operator is in play. We've got one on the other side, and Koala Noob's been lethal with it. Crashy's ult ready. Is this a little set piece? Oh my god, they're going in
So
on
you're
this.
still playing daily.
Is
You're
there
still playing
anywhere
it
to
daily.
hide from it? Chronicle's already going to find Angel.
Wait, how does he get an
I
aftershock
mean, the
kill?
layering there with the Teo salvos
Oh,
coming
did they
in could have
aftershock
been a
this
bit
part?
more, but honestly, RV making it through that with only 1 loss and 1 casualty
Yeah,
feels
they
fortunate.
aftershock the bottom of it. Okay, I
Still
respect
start
that.
with Rolling Thunder as well, though.
So I
I love
think
that Fnatic didn't even have to risk anyone there.
I think
Like,
they went
everything was util. The
Armageddon this way,
aftershock
right?
at the end through sewers.
No, it's probably this way.
It's beautiful.
The meta
Because
haters
it's
will
so
not
easy
enjoy
to
it.
react and run down.
But I do see what you mean.
Or to
It was
see you
very
go
well
this way,
crafted.
and
That's
then
all,
you
know,
throw
it feels
aftershock
like one of
on it.
those cards you can pull out once. Don't get to probably run it too many times, but
They have Kayak
Enjoy the
and
expectation of where
also
Na'Vi ends.
I was going to say, yeah,
Koala
Koala
Noob
has just
1-for-1
picked
is
up
quite
on that
nice
sound
for
cue, so
the
he's
duels,
already
for sure.
rotating on the north side of the map. Going to be here to complement the backside of this Na'Vi execute.
so difficult with Alpha here. He's got a fair fight, but Hero on the run-up does better.
Few situations where Heroes looked really good as well.
Ooh, big ult
They don't
though
have
should
aftershock
slow
anymore
things
too
down.
for
30
to delay.
seconds left.
It was very early on.
Oh,
Rolling
they're going
Thunder
for this.
posted as well.
Yeah, they're going in on this one. Just about everything poured
Oh,
on.
dude, you
Surely
can't leave.
Rusic's dead. I mean, Kai's
And they
gonna
get the
find
op
that
kill
one.
on top of
Fnatic
that.
fighting back 15 seconds
Wait,
now.
that was sick.
Not much to play with, but
Time
Koala
to
Noob
save.
still breathing. There's a threat, but I don't
Shao's
think
trying to make
they
it
can change
expensive
the
'cause they're
outcome
rich.
now. Shao still giving it a go, but Kai finally hitting a couple shots here.
Now Operator suiting already here. Maybe an
a
indication
sound
of slowing
noise
things down on
close.
the side of Fnatic. Not going to invest too much in putting him
But looks like we're
in
not
the
pushing
thick of
forward
it.
because Fnatic's slow
The tip
on
of the
money.
spear, so to say.
It was a costly round from Fnatic though, using
Yeah, a lot of
3
ultimates, yeah.
3 big.
Oh no, they did
power
push it
ults
towards
there.
underpass.
Something as well that we've not really talked about is
And the
Alpha
fault
his
line on top of
Cypher.
that. That was nice.
So like Chamber last time, I don't think he was super comfortable.
No.
But Cypher, he hasn't played Cypher in a long time, and I know it's not his favorite agent to play.
What do you mean by that?
He doesn't mind Killjoy, but Cypher is never his favorite. And in this round,
Doubled my
he
kills,
went for
that's
the
Kayak,
side
right?
by himself. You know.
Yeah, he didn't have too much fun on
there, but
on this map.
not getting one there, so something to keep my eye on.
Well, new pacey. How far does he take this? He's been confident the whole game, and rightly so. Big boy impact and a quick take towards
Anything to
Sound.
allow Bolster to start spraying, or is just gonna random spray?
Getting ahead of the
Random
curve.
spray.
Out of
You
charge.
get shots on 2, so they could fault
Potentially
line.
stop anybody slip in the net on the other side of things. Hero, which
This is a
I was
nice
gonna say
re-clear
last
though
round,
with this
in a couple
drone.
of situations that looked
Drone's
really
only gonna
good
see
here on map
one,
2.
maybe nobody, and camera sees
Drone
north
gone
side.
as well.
I would like to
Crashes
see a
on the
Navi
A side, trying
repump
to
towards the
reclear
A
through
side
A main
though.
just to double check what this
Yeah,
is.
there it is.
They've had contact now on
The drone, I
polarizing
don't think the
sides of
drone
this map.
saw
Yeah, on the
Shao.
flip side, I think
And
Hero-
because they've got
Hero on the
contact of
Cypher,
the
very
lurk from
cerebral.
Hero,
He's been able to draw
the re-clear
rotations
towards
across.
A
He's
side is
comfortable
big.
by himself.
Because you're looking at the composition here
having a
from
good game as well.
Fnatic. They can't re-drone. The best thing they have is Kayak on and off.
Seed of doubt for Na'Vi. Though.
Oh, nice
He
angle.
had impressive
Nice
impact
angle.
previous to now.
That's a big
Starting to
pick.
warm into the game a bit. It is late, but he's found his man this time. Buying a couple of seconds. Boaster on the backup takes away Angel.
Oh, bro,
Just
what a nice
overwhelmed
hold.
in the end. Kayak does
Keeping
fall, but
Crashies
it's still
alive
Crashies
too.
on the
Oh
side.
no, Hero with the kill
comes
through
in
smoke.
from Dish.
Bolster
what
gets a
he
taste of
needs
his own
done. A
medicine.
3v2. Crashies still holding on here. Pivotal in his
Nicely done.
positioning.
That was a sick hold by
Fnatic
Kayak.
making it up to 9, breaking the trend.
Yo, what's
now
up,
for
Trace?
Na'Vi.
Almost breaking the
Traserial,
rhythm
I'm
that
low-key
Na'Vi have
mad. I didn't
established.
cop VCT Toronto
Like I
tickets.
said, ever
I'm
since
unlucky.
that
Sorry to
first
hear,
half,
man.
been firmly
I
in
still,
control, even
I'm
with the
still
switch
trying to
over,
figure
and I
out
think
what the
that's
hell the
probably
seeding's
why
going to be
I believe
for
we're going to see an RV timeout.
Toronto.
A few times now, yeah, Fnatic having the confidence to swing some smokes.
We looked at it the other
It's
day,
not two
and
people
like
dead
Hull
ahead of
A
the site
only takes
execute. They
like
actually have
4,000
a
people.
fighting chance of some of
But
these.
you could also connect another hull and make it bigger,
There you go.
which would
But at
probably
least
bring
it's
it
not too
up to
phased
like
by it, right? It's
7 or
good
8.
spirit. Exactly.
Which actually
And
does
8
make
is
a big
actually not too
difference
bad.
'cause
I'd be
it's
down for
very easy
8.
to get kind of down yourself and it
And
almost
hell,
then
open another
makes
hole
the
and make it like
problem
12,000.
bigger
You
than
know?
it is, but him feeling at least comfortable enough to make a nice little bit of light of it. And
But
again, he
see, now
is
that I
doing
think
better
so,
than he.
Yeah, and I think that
I
it
think
also ties into
because
that
by
point
the
we were saying earlier
time,
that everyone on the team seems in light spirits, you know. Previously, if
somebody
I
give
was
me the
coaching,
dates.
maybe
Give me the dates for
not so high spirits,
for
but
Toronto,
yeah.
please.
No, misery was the way forward.
The common denominator.
It was me. It was all me.
I do feel a little bit worse these days. I don't know. But
Can you get tickets
let's
after
go
having
and
my
look at
credit card
Na'Vi,
from
right?
Sierra?
Because
She
they've
gets
now
them?
been hindered a couple of times, and the big adjustment is that Kayak
sucks.
is starting to find impact. This operator is in play.
But yeah, what are
This
the dates
feels
for Masters
like
Toronto?
It shouldn't be a puzzle they can't solve, though, right? It is a, I don't want to say a blunt object, but it's an
7th?
obvious
June
way to
7th to the
adjust. What do
22nd.
they have to try and clear this through? What do they have as ways to try and facilitate towards the site?
Like, well, Na'Vi have that camera and Fade Prowler to make sure that they don't get picked off early. And as long as if they hear one shot, they need to just accelerate quickly. Don't let Kayak get more than one shot off, or
Smother him, basically. Don't give him a chance to reset and take another open angle.
Cage triggered.
See if the trend does continue for him.
Not spotted by that cam
Dude,
yet.
as I'm googling it, looks like Metallica's playing at the Rogers Center.
Yeah, immediately on the X-ray, nope.
Yeah,
Prowler
Kratos.
did just go in, and I'm pretty sure that just
It
got
is.
cleared. So they know where he is. Now we got to
They
look
still
at
had
the
a
pace.
scheduling to go in
Do they
between
pick it up?
the
Do
Masters
they still
and the
try and
splits so they could
smother
have that
on
event.
the site? They do, but he still stands. Silenced, but still answering the question.
Oh yeah, sorry,
Ronald
it's not the
going
Rogers
down.
Center
Who
I'm
was
looking for,
your
it's
big
Scotiabank.
man for Na'Vi?
Rogers Center's gonna have
Because now
Metallica
starting to warm
and
into
Kendrick
it.
Lamar.
They've thrown everything at him. Finally
Scotiabank.
goes down, but he's got them a man advantage.
Arena.
Exactly the sort of situation we were talking about as well. Able to reset comfortably off that first peak. Coming through, yeah.
Oh,
Crashies, wow.
Spike down.
Rips the head off Hero.
Yeah, it's open from the
Angel
7th
finds
to.
one, but it's
There's
Crashies
nothing
again.
scheduled, but I'm assuming
Sure,
the
hold
Stanley
on.
Cup will go up
Sky,
until
he's
then.
on 15 to
If
you know,
Toronto makes it deep, you
15
know?
kills here.
So I
He's
think because of that, you kind
quietly
of have to
been
keep the
working
dates
away,
open
giving himself
just
a
in
little bit of time
case.
to play with to get the plant, but a 1v2 ain't. He's
He came off it.
got to go back. Oh, that's
That's
just
agonizing.
gut-wrenching. Now he's got to go against the odds.
And Shao
Up the
clutch.
hill. Nearly feels
Nope.
impossible. Oh, man.
Yeah, because Stanley Cup, the Stanley Cup playoffs could potentially go up to June. And if Toronto Maple Leafs go that deep, then they have to keep the dates open.
I mean, Kayak said it himself, I'm doubling my kills every round, guys. There's another 2 kills for him.
And I looked at it from
Yeah,
other perspective chat. So that, for
I thought
example,
that
if I'm trying to
very unpopular position.
Well, yeah, not
we
necessarily
looked at the
bad
Maple
spots,
Leaf
but it's just where
Gardens,
you can be
which is
pressured
like
heavily
the
in operator.
Mattamy
Like, he's on site,
place, and it's
getting
only
on site
4,000
with
seating.
staff,
I thought it was more than that, but
especially
it's only
with an operator as a
4,000.
neon.
And then if you look
Yeah,
at where the AHL team plays, the
11
Marlies,
to 10
I
now.
think that's
Na'Vi in
also
the lead,
only
but the
6,000
gap
to
has
7,000
started to
people.
close. The answers have not been as forthcoming
So,
as maybe expected.
quite honestly,
Koala Noob trying to
I think the Enercare is the best place you could have
Pressure.
when the Scotiabank or the Rogers Center is not available.
See the re-clear here from Fnatic, knowing now that Na'Vi aren't going towards A.
So I respect it.
Kayak once again up towards Tau. He's gifted one.
Same thing,
Koala
Hoverboard. I would have said
slipping
the same
ahead of
thing if they
smoke.
had like a Masters in
Don't have the cure
Montreal,
to this
and
poison,
then
they can't get around it.
and then they
can't
just
figure it out.
booked the
How do they clear
arena
this
at the Bell
guy?
Center
They're going
because
the other way. Maybe
the Canadians will not make a
classic
Stanley
CNED
Cup run again.
answer of just avoid.
I mean,
is
they
all
kind of
got
did a
really
couple
to
years
play
ago,
with, but
but
Na'Vi look lost here.
that was when Halak was in
They're
nets.
almost second-guessing
It was during the
themselves here with the
lockdown,
second
so there was
being the
less
neural
teams
theft.
and
Oh, and I
less
like
matches,
this.
but that's a different story.
Slow, steady re-clear.
Yo,
It's
Fnatic is
exactly
coming
what
back
the
in this game, by the
doctor
way.
ordered.
Hats off to that man, honestly, to turn this around now. And again, numerically, it doesn't look fantastic, but
There
it's
is
a
definitely a lot of
total
Val players in Toronto.
swing in performance.
Hey, we said it
I have
about the
so
likes
many-
of Koala
so many
Noob when he
friends
started to
that-
pick
oh,
up. I
nice
have
shots.
to say it
I have so many
about
friends that are
Kayak
trying to
as
go.
well. In zone flawless here, at the least
I have
expected
my friends from
time,
Montreal that are
11,
trying to go. I have
11.
friends in
The
Toronto that are
funds
trying to go,
dwindling
and they're
as
all
well
sold
for
out.
Na'Vi. He
Unlucky.
said even, I wouldn't say a broken
Unfortunately.
purchase, but definitely
Even I don't know if I'm
cracks
going
in
to
the
cast yet.
purchase in that
But
previous round.
I'm definitely going to be there for Grand Finals
Finals
weekend, at least to
He's
spectate.
isolated ahead of the smoke. He has to drift ahead of it.
One enemy remaining.
Another dude.
Yeah, a course correction here
Another
from
one. I
Fnatic.
don't know if you can take it.
Next line.
That was Rihanna, right? Wild thoughts.
He's just completely ignored. He's
Sorry,
ghosted
I'm
me.
so
I've
locked
been
in.
ghosted
I'm
on the
locked in.
caster booth.
What?
Absolute mod check. Thank you. Vertical thing is just looking at Mini, literally.
Oh my god. Angel, where were we? Flying to the site. Alpha's just like, nah, I'm going to dip away. I'm off ski. They can have the site. I'll wait for
I'm
you
off
guys.
ski.
Hero's getting curious, though. Wants to try and secure some
Wow,
space.
wow thoughts.
But they're not planting
these
yet.
guys
They're
are
actually
so
going for the similar
pinned.
open plant. It looks like
They're so screwed.
punished by Alpha on the first, but Shao with the trade. Trying to dig their heels
They're
in
so
here.
screwed.
Macron. Ah, it's gorgeous
145
from
hit him. Oh,
Hero
that was
now.
unlucky.
He was trying to keep them secure, at least from CT for a moment. Now he's fallen.
Yo, Fnatic's gonna win this.
Fnatic
The
taking
ultimate
lead
comeback.
in almost the final hour here.
It's going to be rough now.
And it feels
Na'Vi
like
gotta
it's
dig
changed
deep
when
to find a
Kayak
response
started
to
pulling
this.
out the yacht. Like instead of going for the
punch
double
here
initiator,
on the back of the spike out.
like the double initiator support
Monaco with two
Kayak and
beautiful
try to
kills.
force down and rush down and try to
Kills
just
one. Not good enough.
cover up a quadrant. They're just putting him in a knot, and it's
But yeah, I
working.
mean, still, you look at it, he's 11 and 19, but the last, 5 or 6 rounds has been a huge effort from him.
Yeah, this defense
Average
is
Navi choke.
pretty much him.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lack of adaptation
Sorry,
to
I
fight
think
against
Crash
the
is
yacht
still at
here.
25 and 16.
Yes, he
Something-
is. Yes, he is.
Because look
But
at this, lots of
can
pressure towards the
Na'Vi
south
get the
side. Now they
critical
double walk down
one?
towards the
Get
north
into
side and
OT.
double walk towards the south.
The angle looks better.
Oh,
thought it was
he
better
walled
than
him.
Hero. Kayak,
tagged.
does
He
he
walled
go
him.
for this then? Does he speed up on it? He fancies it.
Yeah,
He's
definitely you want
confident.
that.
Bounce forward, punishing Hero. The man who's worn that jersey before.
And Koala
Who knows
Noob
how
needs a
this
kill
feels.
here.
But now,
Oh,
Na'Vi
he's
down
fucked.
4 players. They've got the plant, they've
He's
got
so
the site,
blind.
but they
He
got
still gets a kill.
planted.
He still gets the other kill.
We've never seen anything like that. Koala Noob blinking away.
Oh
the
my
blind,
god.
gets 2, bringing it
How
back
does he get 2?
within
I was like, yo,
touching
if he gets that kill, he has
3v2 now for
Showstopper,
Fnatic.
and
Still
that
got
could be
points
the
right now
round
for
that allows for
Kayak.
them to go to OT.
A position to do some damage.
Instead, he doesn't have Showstopper, but he fucking kills 2 guys. They whiff on him while he was blinded, but
cleared, no chance.
anticlimactic. Shao has to win a
Now
3v1
on to
now.
Shao. Has to
Only
face
has
the
flash.
music.
It's not even planted
Face
for
the
him,
man
and that's
who
it.
came alive in the end for Fnatic.
What a turnaround from Kayak, honestly. Again, he said it himself. I'm doubling my kills, but it's the value of some of these kills that he's found. As soon as that
It's a
pace
good
change
question,
comes
by the
from
way,
Fnatic,
Tressariel,
play a
for
little
my favorite
deeper.
casting
He's in
moments. I don't really have one
uncomfortable
yet.
position, but he absolutely did.
Like, he was
So
fighting,
back
like,
in 2005,
what's the
I
saying?
enjoyed my
Fighting
3D
a
versus
telephone
SK
box,
DE
Well,
nuke
familiar
Counter-Strike
with it.
1.6 cast that I did.
It's a phrase now.
Because it went like triple OT, and that was like my first
Yeah.
OT
And I think
experience.
respect to him, like,
But
even after
re-listen to
timeouts,
that one, I
but,
was
like,
ass.
he was kinda sent
But then I also
by
really like
himself in
casting
some
the
situations, and
GCC
he
Grand Finals
was
in
all for it.
Brazil,
Yeah. But buying
where
that op
Shop
seems
Fire
to be
Rebellion
the
won their
answer,
first
and-
title because
I
that was
think
my
initially
first
the ethos felt
Grand
like we're gonna
Finals that
put
I ever
Kayak in a
cast
position
ever
to
since I started
really
casting. Like,
excel. Some
my
situations
first
look
LAN
like
Grand
bound to
Finals
the slaughter,
that I've
but
ever casted
again, I
for an
don't think
S tier
a lot
event
of these struggles here on
ever
Fracture,
since I
at
started
least
casting.
through
So
the
it'll
middle
always
of
have
that
like
map,
a
right
soft spot
solely
in my
on
heart
Kayak.
because of
So
that.
again, I do
And I
wanna
got to
note
cast it
Crashies
with
here,
Potter,
not
so
just
it
in
made it
this
even
map, but
more
the second
fun and
whole
amazing.
start.
Dude,
It's
But
night and day
this
since kickoff.
this was a Crashies.
I think if I
which I
get
think
to
is one of the ones
cast-
that we've seen. Well, I think
if
we
I get to
wanted
cast
see
Master
him
Toronto,
established here within the region.
that'll be my
And the
new
general
top.
look of Fnatic looks
That'll
like
probably
they're
be my favorite moment, no
revitalized.
matter what
Back
games
to a team
I get to
that's
cast.
Positive, explosive,
because
dangerous.
And we noted the energy
I finally
felt
get to
much better
do
down on the
an
stage
S tier
Yeah,
event
that's
in
beautiful.
an
Also, the
arena,
Teo Bridge, first time we see
Yeah.
international
I'm a-
event
I'm a big
for
fan.
like
Big
at
fan.
a big
Would you
scale.
keep the neon?
You know what I mean?
They can hear you right now, by the way. We're going
I
down
hope
the
to be able to
studio.
cast in a full arena. I don't know. Maybe
No,
if I
think-
still
think
only
it's
do
fine.
group
I think they
stages,
just need
maybe
to
I don't
work
have that
on where
chance.
it was
If I get
working, where
picked.
it's not working.
Yeah,
But,
definitely go back and look at some of the rounds where it was difficult for Kayak to really find value.
And we've got to flip the
But
script
if not,
a little
we'll
bit
see,
here, because
we'll see.
Koala Noob, to me, if we're going to talk about Crashies or your
Oh, for sure.
Kayaks, right, Koala Noob had a brilliant performance, stand
We'll
out
see.
for the side, and he got them to 11.
But if
Yeah, he
not,
did.
like most
And
recently
also
for like
just to
the
credit on
Americas
map one,
games,
it maybe didn't feel like that
I
because
enjoyed
of the
casting the
scoreline,
grand
but Koala
finals
Noob
of
was
last
putting
year's
it into
kickoff with
work.
Riv. That was pretty
He
fun. I
almost
think that was
created the
the
maps on
Sentinels
this map
Mal
of
game.
buying the op, and then Fnatic kind of stole it and just used it against them.
So we do have a bit of a treat. Thank you both, by the way, for the first
It's a pleasure.
official TriCast. I think
But-
we're all right.
Yeah, not too far.
TLDR also, the
Sorry,
other thing
Vinny?
too is
Probably
like
a little bit,
A little bit of something. That's fine. All right, ignore
I
it.
had
Anyway,
like a god
we have a treat
complex
for you lined up. It's the man who looks
where when I
night and
casted
day from
CS,
kickoff.
I
It's
never
Crashies.
really re-listened to my VODs because I was like, yo, I'm already doing all these
Thank
events.
you very much. That is right. I'm
So
now
what's the
joined
point-
by
what's the point of me
Crashies
VOD
from
reviewing to
Fnatic
get
now.
better?
Crashies,
I'm already there.
What did you eat this morning?
But
What's
then I
the
realized
routine? What's been
after
going on?
finally re-listening to my
This
cast in
form
Valorant when it
is,
first came out and,
peak
really,
Crashies.
and listened
How
to
you
my
feeling?
I'm feeling really good,
my colleagues'
obviously.
advices
I
for
worked really
listening to my
hard
cast. I was like,
just
holy
after
shit, I'm actually
kickoff,
pretty
just
bad at
because I
casting
wasn't
overall.
satisfied at all with how I performed. I had to really just grind really
Hold
hard.
on. I'll talk
I
about
got my
after this
routine
interview
down,
with Crashies.
and I just do the same thing every day, and I'm glad it's paid off.
Dunking your face in a bowl of ice water? No?
With the Saratoga water?
Yeah, not quite, not quite. How would you compare this Crashies we see right now in EMEA to, some of the ones that people remember more fondly of, the Optic, Envy, NRG? What's different or what's the same?
I think my skill level is definitely like it's up there right now for sure. I think my routine has just been the main culprit for that. I've been just really working on myself as an individual and how to help this team succeed. So yeah, I'm just super happy that
the comms look good. You look really comfortable on the Fade, on the Tejo. So what was the reason for these changes?
We talked about it a lot. We have two great Initiator players in me and Chronicle, so it makes sense that we both play Initiator, and we can let Alpha do his thing as Sentinel. He was a world-class Sentinel when he played it. So yeah, I mean, it was pretty simple.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly.
Saratoga really got to his social
Alpha's
media.
reaction when he was told he doesn't have to play Tejo anymore?
He was a little sad that he was going on Sentinel. He gets bored on Sentinel, he says, as you know. But yeah, I mean, he's insane, and the whole team's insane.
There's something about you guys, it's never a loss until the game is over, right? And poor Na'Vi, they have to be on the receiving end of these two comebacks. And I think the attitude from Kayak, we saw a lot of the comms, even when he just had 2 kills, the vibes were good. So tell me how you guys maybe helped Kayak a little bit to make sure you all stayed in the game. And honestly, the last 5 rounds was incredible for me.
Yeah, he kept joking every time that he was doubling his kills. He was getting 2 kills, and his attitude the whole game was honestly really
farm
good.
boy at your house, that's
we didn't really
jokes.
have to do too much. We just kept doing our thing, and he just honestly rode the wave. So yeah, shout out to Kayak.
And last question, Mini was casting, obviously, your game. He was doing a little bit of bullying, but all things considered, he said some very nice things. And one thing he kept reiterating was, when he was on Fnatic, the boys never seemed this happy, and the vibes didn't seem this positive. And now you've joined this team. Where does this happiness come from? Do you feel the same? Like, everything is just great?
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same. Everything is just great. Like, they're like brothers to me. Like, we play, we fight, we wrestle. Like, we just do brotherly things. So, we're always happy happy to see each other and be with each other, and it's just good vibes.
Is the Crashies alpha bromance, is that real?
It is real, I think.
It's real?
Yeah, it's getting there.
Oh, Vic is going to get jealous, you
He
know that,
is.
right? Oh no, I've got your back, Vic, it's all good. But thank you so much, Crashies, for joining me, and good luck next week.
Thank you.
That is not all
Hell
the
yeah.
action we're going to bring you. We have one more game this week, and that will
What
be
topic were we
between
at,
Team
chat?
Liquid and
Oh yeah, my
Gentleman's
favorite moments
right
for
after this
casting.
break.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Boy, that's all I finished my answer there.
Oh, Sim, what is this? Is this
Oh
how
yeah,
it's
oh yeah.
done?
Sorry, I was
Hey,
talking about the
hey.
God complex in me not watching my VODs. So I finally listened to my friends slash colleagues to like, hey, like, listen to your casts. And I re-listened to it. I was like, oh, I'm actually quite ass at casting.
Kayak, is that another two?
So I went back into the lab trying to get better at that. And then last year, I felt like I was finally hitting strides as a play-by-play caster. And I felt like this year, if I kept going and moving forward as a play-by-play caster, I'd be able to, you know, finally start doing a little bit of wordsmithing, trying to do a little bit more hero building in my casts, and to really get up there and to really level that up in this year. But I went back to color casting, so now I'm just rewriting the bicycle. Yo, Will, thank you so much for the read, my friend. Hopefully you had a good one. What's up, Void Reyes? How's it going? What's up, Naved? Appreciate you, Will. Hopefully you had a good stream. I'm assuming that you watched VCT China, Will, and then went to play some Xenogears. How's Xenogears been? I haven't played Xenogears since like Xenogears 1 or 2 for the PlayStation 1. I need to give you VIP, Will. I wonder if the fighting and everything has been a little bit different. Snake Raid. Oh, Xenoblade. Okay, that's slightly different. That's slightly different than what I remember. When I was playing Xenogears, it was just a turn-based RPG. Mr. Nongshim. Yo, thank God I'm not eating any type of noodle that is a direct competitor to Will and Nongshim. But chat, you just joined me. You just joined me in a conversation. The question was asked earlier on. My favorite casting moments, and I was just going through the story, so I'll TLDR it again. I've been casting since 2003, chat, and I don't necessarily have a favorite moment yet. The first one was in 2005 when I got to cast like a 3D versus SK that went triple overtime on Nuke, and that's when we had like the triple boost kind of thing on the rafters, which was kind of sick. But then, if not, a memorable moment for me most recently has been casting the GCC Grand Finals in Brazil with Potter, because Potter and I also go way back from the Counter-Strike days. But also, it was just finally the first time that I was able to cast the Grand Finals for an S-tier event ever in my casting career. And yeah, 22 years Warlord wins. But then it was when Valorant first came out that I started listening to finally my colleagues slash friends like Sir Scoots and Alchemist, that if you guys are old school, you probably know those guys as well. They kept telling me throughout the years to like listen to my casts, and I always had like this god complex where I was like, yo, I'm already casting so many good CS events. I'm casting ESE Online, I'm casting CEVO Online, I'm doing ESE LAN. Like, why do I need to listen to my casts? Because I kind of already made it, right? So I kind of had like that god complex. I also hate listening to myself cast, so that was also the main barrier as to why I really never got into really listening to myself. But when Valorant first came out, I'm like, oh, I'm actually quite ass at casting. So I put some reps in, re-listen to my VODs, try to get better at casting my play-by-play. And like I said, I felt like I hit some strides where this year, if I kept casting, dude, the Tarek whiff was fucking hilarious. That's me and Dust Casting just laughing when Tarek's whiffing. You have like the night and day of Tarek, from like the Serial 4K to the Tarek CLG whiff on Dust 2. Both Dust 2 moments.
Not as good, I think. This year.
But yeah, I think I would have been able to finally gotten to a year this year that if I still kept going as a play-by-play caster, I would have started sprinkling a little bit more wordsmithing, hero building moments in those casts, in those calls. Like instead of just doing like the sportscaster way, like, oh, nice 3K, score is now 2-2.
No, we're pretty
I could have probably started embellishing more, like Stewie, you can't do this, Stewie. Oh, Stewie, like that kind of stuff, like the pansy, the Bren style, and not always say it and mimic it, but sprinkle that into my already my own style of casting, you know.
Yeah, I think
and I think that would have probably
the
elevated
nice
maybe
change is
a little bit more
Crashies being on the table.
in terms of my
You know,
casting.
instead of Alpha, we
But
all
this year I
wanted
went
to
back
see
to color
that.
casting, so
It's
Riv
just
went back to
rolling
play-by-play.
back. Yes, what happened?
So now I'm just like
How's
riding
he?
the bike of
Come
like
out
trying
the
to
door
find my
swinging,
right
he's got more
moments
kills
into
than Alpha,
like
more
when I
kills
could
than
speak into the
Kayak.
color
He's out here
with
looking
my
like
duo.
MB Crashies.
That frag right there, actually, I thought that was Alpha.
And being a little bit more
I didn't realize
anecdotal in
Crashies
my
getting those
casts
kills, and then
in
Crashies was
color,
like,
trying to
"Oh,
add a
did
little
that,
bit
man." I
more
was like,
opinions.
"What
So I
did you
felt
do?"
like
And
my
I was
week
"Oh, that was
one,
Crashies."
a
But yeah,
split
he's
one
been
has been
playing
very, very good.
phenomenal.
And
even in scrims, actually,
you know,
he's
without
starting to pop
inflating
off,
my
which
own
is
ego,
always a good sign.
I feel like
think
I'm
when it
definitely
came
in a
to
comfortable
before
spot
kickoff, we didn't see
that
crazy pop-offs from him, but
I've
since then,
developed
we've seen a
as
lot
a
of pop-offs.
caster
I think
a lot
he's
since
found
Valorant
his
first
kind
came
of
out. So in
structure,
the
and
last 5
he's got a
years,
good routine right now,
and I
good
definitely have
habits,
what it takes
and it seems
to
to be working.
be able to take a master stage.
Kayak as well. That was a quite
So if I
early
get it,
last lap
sweet.
from
If I
him.
don't get it, I don't get it,
What was
and
the
it's all
routine
good
behind the Neon?
because I still get to cast
Kayak is,
GCNA.
like,
I still get to
okay,
cast
ignore the first
Americas.
half,
I
but
still
Kayak is
get to
really
cast
good on
challengers.
Yeah,
I
I'm
might
not
still be able to do
entirely sure what happened on the
GCC
attack
maybe
side,
this year.
but
I don't
think
know,
potentially it
but
could be
I'm
the
comfortable
strategy's
with
not necessarily
with
fit
where I
there
am in my
helping
career
him
right
out.
now.
Is that what I look like? Damn! I'm like, shit! No, I'm joking.
Chat, I'm gonna let you talk, or I'm gonna let you listen to Bolster with Yinsu, Kakuka, and Billy, I think her name is. I'm just gonna go to the washroom real quick and I'll be right back. And I also apologize. I'm gonna run a quick minute ad or 3 minutes of ads because I haven't done so during the break because I was yapping nonstop. So let me hit that right now so don't get hit by ads during the first map of the second series of Team Liquid and Gentlemen. So we will be right back in 3 minutes. Thank you again, Will, for the raid. I'll be right back, chat.
And of course, who is the new player joining you guys?
Yeah, so the new player joining will be Serial. It's from Tier 2, from the Spanish League. The reason for the change, I mean, it was mostly due to what we are looking for as a team. It felt like we're missing something, especially like in terms of utility usage. At times, it felt like we didn't have the correct options there, and we were looking. We did trials. We're not 100% sure if it was a change that we wanted to go with. But then we tried Serial, and it felt like it just clicked overall with the team, and yeah, that was the main reason.
How many options did you have? Who did you look at? Because there's not many, right, at this point of the season.
Yeah, at this part of the season, it was actually hard to find options. We trialed Ninja from the academy. He did well, to be honest, but I think it was still a bit too early for him. And we trialed Scream as well.
That's a throwback.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a throwback. So you had all the 3 players, right? You just tried 3.
Yeah, we tried those 3 players. Obviously, Scream, it was a different profile. We're just testing a different type of playstyle there to see if there was any potential. And in the end of the day, we just decided to go with Serial, but we felt it was the better option. Yeah.
I am so excited to welcome yet another new face to VCT EMEA. Serial, welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
How long have you been in Berlin for? When did you actually join Liquid to come and scrim together and everything?
I think I've been.
Yo, Will, I don't know if you're here, but I think I just realized you probably weren't watch party in China because it's Friday today.
For people that don't know,
Friday night.
Would you be able to introduce yourself a little bit?
So there was probably Pacific today, no?
What made you kind of decide to compete in Valorant?
My name is Serial. I'm the new 5th player for Liquid, and honestly, Valorant's always been a hobby of mine, and I've played it a lot. I've tried competing.
Who is Serial?
It's been up and down, but I'm glad to be here.
This is the ultimate up, though, right?
This is a big jump from my past, yeah.
How big of a jump do you think this will be? Have you been watching, Tier 1, EMEA? How are you feeling now you've had a few days with your teammates and practicing together?
I'm feeling really good. I couldn't have asked for a better team to mentor me and gain experience from. And it's definitely going to be a big jump, and it just depends
HG
on
Esports
but
Tier
I'm
2.
confident, I'm excited, and I'm ready.
What do you think you bring to a team?
And he's a Sentinel player.
Consistency.
Ooh, on the server, off the server, everything?
Everywhere. Consistency.
Okay.
Like an anchor.
Oh, that's a great answer.
Hold the team down.
That's a great answer. Now, I'm glad you used the word anchor because
I would assume
obviously you and Nat
that's why they
very
replace
role,
Kamek with
very
him.
similar agents.
Because Kamek played
how are
okay,
you
I'm
guys
not gonna lie.
maneuvering around this? Are you expected to role swap?
I am.
But the thing is like most of his roles has been around
New
initiator.
agents,
And if we look
learning new
at-
things about the game, and it's been going really good. So
Actually,
far.
no, I don't even know anymore because
You're comfortable
Yes.
with
if
this
he's
decision?
playing
I've had
full
great
Senti, he's
coaches,
playing
great people
similar
helping
roles
me,
as
and I'm as
Nats.
comfortable as I could be.
I'm getting like a you're really happy vibe.
So
off
Nats
of you.
is
You're happy to be
IGLing
here. Is that fair to
as
say?
a center
Yes, that
role,
is very
but
fair to say.
Have you ever
Cyril's
played
roles
on
are
a
also
stage
Sentinel.
before, in front of an audience?
No, this is gonna be the first time for everything.
What
first
are you-
time in the studio, first time on stage,
Oh wow.
in boot camp, everything.
What are you expecting?
And
from that
Kamek
stage?
joins
'Cause obviously
Gentlemate
a
too,
lot of
so
great players
this is
have
actually
been
a
on
very
that
fun
stage, and
game.
you're gonna be facing
Imagine
someone
Kamek.
today,
I think
so what
Kamek's
are the
gonna want to
expectations?
win this so
For
badly
myself,
that
I'm
he's
trying
just
to
gonna
keep
fucking
it
pop off today.
normal. I'm not trying to put myself up too high or down. I'm just gonna play my game, how my team wants me to play, how I want myself to play, and then I'm just gonna.
Just
frag
gonna
out.
own. You're just gonna own. You're gonna pop off. I
Exactly,
love
yeah.
that. And last question: are there any
Yeah, this is gonna be a
players
fun
or
one.
teams you would
Kamek's
like
gonna come out with
to
a
have chance
vengeance.
to face up against on this stage?
That is a good question. Honestly, I'm happy against the matchup we have today.
Yeah?
There's a little bit of stirring around it from the past, so
Yeah. Tiny
I
bit of
think
a grudge
today's
match.
going to be a good match.
Okay, I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much for joining
Thank
me.
you.
Yeah, well spoken.
Such mature answers coming from
Cyril's so
but
well
he's
spoken.
under a lot of pressure because Kakuka, first time on stage, first time in front of an audience, and you're playing a different role. It's not easy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see what that different role is going to be. I assume, you know, taking a little bit of the responsibilities that Kamek had. We had some surprises on all the changes that we've seen so far. We saw earlier this week how Sevov was debuting there.
Chat, we're gonna do the one-up puzzle while we wait.
Mix and match also in the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, he was hinting at a little bit of history just then as well, and I think that's perhaps because he has played against Mini on the other side in the past, so it's nice to see him kind of bring that up, and I'm glad it's not Nats that's having to move off of role, because we saw the amount of value that he's been able to bring, especially at the recent Masters. Like, he was performing incredibly, but I just think, how is Serial going to actually be able to adapt?
The Serial
from
guy is
tier
something?
2
Yeah,
to
dude.
tier 1?
And the grudge there, I think what he was
10:27?
mostly
Okay, we'll
alluding
try it
to
after.
is Kamek
Sorry for the
leaving,
flashback,
you know,
chat.
going instantly to Gentlemates as well. We have to address this because I don't think a lot of people
One,
expected this
two,
from a team straight out of
one,
Bangkok. And, you know, we've heard a lot of discourse. Some people think
three.
it's not a great idea to make roster changes here. Some people do. Where do you sit on this topic?
I think if there is a problem within the team and you want to get it solved, swapping out one player isn't the end of the world. It's quite easy to introduce that new player to a roster and get him comfortable in time. Obviously, they just came back from Bangkok, so they didn't have a lot of time. 2 new maps. 2 new maps? Yeah, 2 new maps.
2 new maps, yeah. You didn't play them today, but it's all good. Yeah,
I think,
sad.
yeah, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the highlights you're seeing here is probably not going to be the agents he's going to play at all, because let's be honest, why would you make
this is
Nats
guaranteed.
of all people, role swap when you sign somebody?
not guarantees
but
yet.
The help that he spoke about, you know, from the coaching staff, from his teammates,
8.
this is going to be something that's very, very important today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so 6. We're gonna have a 6 somewhere. 6 cannot be here. 6 cannot be here. 6 cannot be here. 6 cannot be
We've seen
here.
these players come out from tier 2 before. We
6.
get very excited for this, and I think that I'm seeing
me
a
just
lot
put
of
this
what
up
we
as
saw
6,
earlier in
6.
the week. I've seen him pretty comfortable, pretty tame, pretty calm for what
8,
everything that is at stake. It's not that you're slotting it into any roster. It's a roster.
Yeah,
that's
what's up, Sarah?
already
How's it
been in
going?
Bangkok this year with very high expectations for themselves.
Well, let's talk about Kamek, because you've played with Kamek. So tell me, you know, what he brings to a roster and how could he maybe make Gentlemates a little bit better?
I think Kamek has lots of raw firepower.
1-1 here.
When
3-3
we played
here.
with him on stage, he played that Cypher. He had to like swap
What is this
roles
weird
essentially to
Sudoku?
play with
It's
us. And he was able
it's
to
called
shoot. And when
one-up
he was actually
puzzle.
anchoring this B site on split,
I'll
which
explain
is
it to you.
crazy. And
So
I
you
think,
have this grid where
yeah,
it's
he brings a lot
in
of
this
hype to the
today's
team
puzzle.
as
There's
well.
maximum 8
But
numbers,
that's
right?
all I
So
know.
it's 1, 2, 3,
He
4,
plays those
5,
two,
6,
but
7, 8.
I don't like that.
And you
so,
kind of
like,
have
we
to
move on from
fill it
there.
like
It's
Sudoku,
Lloyd
where it's 1 to 8
Okay,
vertical
yeah.
or horizontally, where the numbers can't repeat.
think Kamek
The
had
difference,
an
though,
okay performance
is
at
that
kickoff. I
these
think one of his
hard
tails was
lines
probably one of the best that we had got to
block
see,
off the
right? And he was
numbers.
doing a lot of
Like
set things,
they
and he
do
had
a hard
said,
stop on a
let's bring
countdown.
it in ranked.
So
that
for
was kind of
example,
understandable,
this will
but
be
I
1,
think for
2,
me,
3,
him being a
4. But
replacement
because of this
Robbie
block,
BK
this
is a
is
big
now 1,
question
2,
mark,
3,
and,
4.
you know, Robbie
This is
BK
like
didn't
1 and
always have the
2.
most
So
consistent
that also
performances in
solves it, by the
kickoff,
way.
and I can
Since I
also
can't have a
kind
2
of say the
here,
same for Kamek, so I'm
2
a
has
little
to
bit
be in one of
concerned
these
there.
2 blocks.
I mean,
So that's
I
2 and
think
then
that
it's
this
1.
is probably the first time
And
that
that's the
we have
TLDR of
this
it.
happening, a player
And
going
as I've
into
already
a different
now that I
roster
explained
in
that,
between
you know how it's
the
played.
kickoff and split one, and the
It actually
first
just
match
unblocked a
that they
lot of
play
stuff around here.
is against their team. Definitely, the stakes are
5,
super high
5,
because
5,
of what
3.
it could mean for Gentlemen to even win this game. But for him
2,
personally, It's kind of a slap
Who
in
is
the
one of
face
these
of
two
you let me
still?
go, and if there is a team that I want to win against, it's definitely you.
Yeah, it's
And
actually
if
pretty
it's
fun.
the
It's
Kamek
actually
Dynamo,
it's
he's
it's
gonna
very
be
fun to play.
fired
I
up.
enjoy
There's
this one a
no
lot.
way that he's gonna sit there being like, oh, you know,
3-3.
I don't mind what's going on here and there. But I'm glad you mentioned that he's replacing Robbie
4-4.
BK.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't think Robbie was the issue. You know, it's the IGL, and you never want to kind of see that, you know, kind of change coming through after just one split.
Oh,
As
is
an
it the
IGL,
IGL?
yourself,
Was
Coach,
Robbie
because
PK
Minnie,
Robbie
not
BK the
Coach
IGL
Minnie,
for
Minnie
Gentleman's
from,
Chat? I didn't know that.
Minnie, will be taking over that IGL duty. How big of a task do you think?
And
this
who
is
did
for
Ginsu
them?
say is
I think
taking
it's a
over
big task.
IGL
I
duty?
think most people don't understand how much work
missed
an
that.
IGL should put in, and that's out of the server as well, in terms of atmosphere and stuff. And so Robbie BK obviously set up the kind of basis with the coach, and now Minis has to take over, but it's going to be a
Minis,
completely
okay,
different
word.
style. Is the team, and also Minis going to be overwhelmed when he's playing the games now. And from what I've seen in scrims from them, they're not looking like amazing, but they're definitely looking like they can win today. But from what I've seen of Liquid, they look different gravy.
In scrims?
Yeah, they're looking a bit juicy actually. Yeah.
Oh,
that's good.
Yeah, that cereal guy is actually looking juicy. I saw him sheriff us. He got a 3K sheriff. I was like, I'm out of here, mate.
Damn.
got egoed.
Yeah, but the Scrims Cup is a different kind of tournament that we've also heard of. When we speak about the time and also everything that goes into being an IGL, I went and asked Gokid, like, how long have you
Where am I trolling
been
here?
practicing
7.
with this? Because we also had earlier this week the topic about
7 and
Apex
7
and
is
them
gonna
not
be
having
here.
a lot of time to practice. And he told me
8,
that even before they
8.
decided to remove Robbie BK, he was already starting to
That doesn't
IGL
answer it
for
for
a
me
couple
yet.
of weeks.
Maybe
And this was a decision that was made on the stance of first we move Mini
1,
into
2,
the
3,
IGL
4,
and then
5.
we
Okay, so
replace
6
it.
cannot be
and
here,
I
6
mean,
cannot be
Minnie,
here.
a very capable player too.
6
I
could
want to
be
see
here
him
or
IGL
here.
that Yoru. I think that will be
Abyss is not
8
here
cannot be
anymore,
here,
though.
8 cannot be
but he
here,
can play
8
Yoru
could be
anywhere else.
here.
But the problem is, this change, maybe they're doing this
Or
because
here?
the stakes,
Okay,
Billy,
so
is
now we
just
could look at
so
4s and
high. They
5s.
are one of the teams that
So
could.
5 could be
They
here.
are definitely in risk of
And
potential
here?
relegation.
Yeah,
4
and
could
that's
be
what I was
here
going to
and
raise.
here.
When we think about Mini
And then
moving
the other
on to
number I'm
IGL
missing
role, they
is
need to be
3,
making changes. They
which
need to
is
be kind
here
of figuring out their identity for
and
this
here.
year. And they need to do it early on
So
because,
this
as you
is
say,
4.
they could be facing relegation.
Especially with the
So
team
here
that they
goes
have,
this
they have a
4.
very good chance to accumulate a lot of points during
So
this
2,
split. And
1.
if you're a Gentlemates, you
This
have
is
to
4
set the
and
stakes
1,
of not even
which should be
like
solved.
having a good performance throughout the split. You want to go to those tournaments. I think that you can aim to make those breakthroughs.
And in terms
wait, 8
of
could be
you know,
here
what we see
too.
behind us, because
Wait,
if
I'm
they just
trolling.
make champs, you know, just
I
make
am
champs,
trolling.
as if that's an easy thing, everything will be Gucci. How hard is it to make champs?
Dude, is she
You
saying
made
everything could be
it. You
Gucci
made
because
it.
of me?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we made one because
Which one was the
Gambit
hardest?
decided to win against.
But 4 is still here, so I'm
Crashies
still right on
actually
this
in the
one.
final. So hallelujah, Berlin. But no, I think it's very difficult to
'Cause
make
8 can be
champs,
here.
especially now as well.
8, 3, and
Every
5
team
cannot be here,
has,
so
like,
that's still
got these
right.
players
So
that
nothing
are so
changes. We're
hungry
still in a
and
good spot.
it's-
So this
the
is
individual
2.
firepower is
This is 1.
crazy. Alfie is saying he's old, yet he's the youngest player in our team. It's like
4.
that. Yeah, it's that level of like the players here that they're
4,
bringing
5,
in.
and
I'm
3.
like, where's this cereal kid come from? Why can't I eat him like I do in breakfast? You know, like what's going on? But yeah, and that guy's got a deep voice. I will say it now. Patty Tack with a mustache.
Patty Tech with a moustache. Okay, he's just cosplaying. He's cosplaying. We got 2 patties on stage today. You guys have cereal for breakfast? How am I supposed to just?
We'll go
I
back
don't
to the
even know
champ.
how to
Champs is
respond
hard.
to that. Yeah, I
Five,
never had.
I don't
five,
remember the last
5.
time I had cereal.
For
Three.
breakfast, I don't have breakfast.
No,
3.
probably when
Yeah.
we were in Bangkok, I was like traveling
3.
somewhere, and in the morning I was like, what do I want? This and tea, probably.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think as well,
Still
though,
be-
he has to be great for Team Liquid to have made a change,
One could
right?
still be
because
an
they
either
just
or
got
here.
back from
So
a
that
Masters
doesn't
event,
solve it yet.
So he's obviously a great
2-2.
addition.
Thanks for bringing this back down to earth. Billy.
Yeah,
Honestly,
thank
I
you.
was like
Sorry,
racking my brain thinking, how do I make this relevant? But here's the thing: with the recent roster moves, we could potentially have a grudge match.
The
on
rage
our
tweet you
hands.
posted yesterday, is it
Returning
the,
from Masters Bangkok? Here
is it replying
is
to
Team
Lothar's
Liquid
tweet?
taking on Gentlemates.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. It's 1-1. 5-5-5. 3-3. One, 3, 4. There's a pending community note. That's jokes. That's jokes. Big queso, big cheese, no halo. Two can't be here, two can't be here, two cannot be here. So this is two, this is one, this is three. This is 3, 5. What? That's 3 here. This is 1 here. 4, 5. This is 1, 4.
In case your name is Boaster or anyone else that's wondering, that is not Patatek with a mustache. That is their new player, Serial. And of course, Kamek no longer in a Team Liquid jersey, despite wearing it in Bangkok on stage. This is definitely going to be a grudge match. And Kakuka, talk me through the map veto.
Oh, yeah, so Team Liquid is going to ban the Pearl, something that they have done in the past. It was either that or Lotus. I expected Lotus to be banned, but Gentlemates is going to go for the Ascent. I thought that either way we were going to have Split or Haven, but really, really looking forward to see if we get to that Icebox. For Team Liquid, it makes a lot of sense. Gentlemates still has not played the Split, and for Maze, it was one of their best maps.
I think as well, we have to consider the amount of time that both of these teams have had to prepare, right? Mates got knocked out of kickoff fairly early, and Team Liquid just getting back from Masters.
We need some
Bangkok,
Balatro?
so
Dude, I am so bad at Balatro.
Considering that wasn't a great
I'm
map
so
for
bad at
them during
Balatro.
Yeah, and in terms of these
We could
three
actually do
macros,
Balatro in
any
between maps, and I'll show you how bad I am at it.
any
I have it on Game Pass, but I also have it on Steam, and I think I've been playing it on Steam.
Liquid on Icebox.
So I did beat it from time to time, but I don't know how they do it to have like so many points. I just realized how come I haven't solved that this part yet.
Haven. I think Haven's probably one of the better choices to play against Liquid, because I think sometimes Gentlemates, you know, they're a fresh team, they got those individual prowess players. Maybe Mini can set up some lurks and stuff, and he can really kind of abuse them if he's still playing the Cypher. I don't
5 could still be here, so I can't put 5.
Yeah, we're gonna see the agents in just a moment, but for now, this split, we saw Liquid play it at Bangkok already. Do you guys think they've had enough time to change anything?
There's legit Balatro University. Dude, I've been watching some YouTube guy that did like infinite points. I was like, how the hell did they do infinite points, man? That was so hard.
Seeing him on a duel list is always a treat.
Yeah, let's take a look at the agent select.
Like, he has to, like, meta.
We are going to get here.
He has to, like,
If we're
meta
gonna
what he
see
wants
some
to do.
changes, we will from Gentlemates, at least. They're bringing the Tejo. Boaster, what do you make of that comp?
The Teo comp, you know, you've got a lot of power to take middle and also power to retake that middle on defense. They're starting attack, so they need to be quite explosive and catch Nats off in vents, but Nats, knowing that, should probably maybe play.
So Serial
the
is playing
Heaven,
controller role
and then it's just about waiting
for
for
Liquid
second rotation rockets
instead of playing
this is,
Anchor
we tried this comp on Split.
Senti,
I just didn't
which
like
works
it
because
was
you
quite
could
hard
actually
to,
play
get the Teo
like a
rockets
Senti
to really
anyways.
have a lot of value
It's just you
on the
can't
attack
play like
side,
around
you know, with the Raze
trips.
solo diving
You
in.
can't play around
I think
Vi's,
for me, the
util,
thing that I'm most excited
but
about
you
is
could
this
still
mini
play
Nats
stall and
head-to-head
Anchor.
of
So
those IGLs on
I
the
think that
Viper,
might
right?
work.
Can we expect to see that lurking IGL against?
I
them?
heard
Or,
about
yeah,
the X-Wing
that's
logic,
the
but
big point
I
for me.
don't know how
Yeah,
it works.
absolutely, and to see how the two new players are going to be playing. Well, the one new Serial also his debut on the Astra. I do not see any officials with him playing on this. I want to see how he merges into an already established.
Do you think this game's gonna be a stomp? Yeah.
And speaking about the Astra, solo Raze entering in.
Yeah, I'm down to
Astra
check it out,
one ability,
Hoverboard.
one
I'm down.
Astra suck and the XX over, so it's going to be really difficult for Gentlemates to kind of make space onto those A sites, hitting those sites straight on. So I think they will have to start opening up with B splits, you know, a little bit of ping-ponging left, right, not knowing for Serial to use his suck, you know.
Yeah, and it's not an easy agent to roll swap to, you know.
Chat, was there
yeah,
any Pacific
absolutely.
today?
So I think that on the other side, we're looking at this combo with the Breach and the Tejo to see if they're
There
going
wasn't.
to be able to spot him. If they're going
It's
to be
this
able to put him
weekend.
in a difficult position. So Click
So he
does
probably
not
was
struggle
watching,
a lot
or
getting
Turbo was probably
I
watching
feel
VCT
confident
China
seeing
today.
Serial on the Astra. I know that we're yet to see it, but I think he spoke so confidently in that interview where he said he's worked with a lot of coaches and developed as a player. So who knows? Maybe we've just got to see how it goes.
Well, we'll see how it goes indeed. For now, thank you very much, Boaster, for joining me. It's time to jump into game and throw this over to your casters. Here's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu.
Mini's here.
You're cooking nice.
Oh, there was no need for that.
What's
Especially on a
what are
day
you
like
cooking,
today,
Sarah?
I did my hair up, so I'd have that little height advantage. Time to get into the game. Yes, indeed. I'm very excited to see what Gentlemates have been cooking throughout that offseason, but realistically, when we look over at the other side for Liquid coming in with a new player as well, what do you make of the fact that they're slotting him in right onto the Astra?
Yeah, it's always interesting when you bring in a new player, if you're going to reinvent yourself to sort of make them fit into the team, or if you're just going to plug and play. And in this map, at least it looks like a plug and play.
Soup,
As was
you're
said
sick?
by the
Oh
devs,
man, get better
not
soon.
something that
What
we
kind of soup?
particularly see Serial play, especially recently. He's been on the
I think
Sentinel.
my wife was
but I
supposed to
assume
do
that is-
crab soup
he was
today,
brought
but I
in
don't know
as
if
a
she's gonna
flexible
do it.
player. He's played a lot of roles in the past, so I'm not too worried. Also, interestingly, Ateo brought in a not Kamek.
We'll see if that comes back to bite them. We've already seen barriers go up and an early flash in with a lot of presence from Gentlemates towards this B site. Salvo's gone in.
I actually
Finds
do like
value
the
they
inside the
needed,
glass
and the
segments,
nade
like in
does for
between when
Geeko.
they're sitting in
It's
between the
Team
bench.
Liquid with a double opening and an immediate stagger of this push from Gentlemates. They'll now have to wait this one out. Still a paranoia.
Well,
the stun will come back online, but with the Viper
I've seen
wall
enough.
already placed,
13-0
feels
Team
like
Liquid.
they're kind of pigeonholed into this take.
It's definitely a rough position. If you go forward, you're going to be struggling
Sausage
to
and
find
some
too
noodles and
much,
some
although
veggies,
saying
dude.
that they
I'm
have
fucking
managed to
hungry
get
now.
At least a little bit of extra
Maybe I can
ground
make a
to flash
toast and
through,
peanut
along
butter
with the
after.
paranoia, but no one's actually capitalized off
Oh
it.
wait, I've
Mini,
seen
though,
enough.
there he
Gentlemates
is.
13-0.
Spoke about him.
Nice
Not
entry
quite
by
the one I was thinking of, but
by
that's a
Mini.
huge couple of kills to get them back into the round.
Yeah, this one's definitely standing tall with those picks and a third under his belt.
Keep
Gentlemates
going,
have
Mini.
recovered beautifully, and now the push
beautiful
down
Hans.
below. They are revealed.
Oh, they can't
so
spray
a good
through it.
idea, and
Nice
a stun
hiding from
followed through.
Gentlemates to stay
Slow
away from
down that
the
peak
eye.
from up top
Still
of the
avoids
start
after
as
getting the concuss. Oh my god, I've seen enough.
His 4K.
I've seen
What
enough.
a way back in for Mates. They started this one out losing the initial push, but they made the best
No,
of a bad situation with the
got
breach
booted.
flash
He's
and
playing
the
for
paranoia
Gentlemates
from
today.
Kadabra.
But the fact is, though, I feel like the peak was actually after both of those abilities had stopped having any effect. It was kind of just Mini.
Cyril
being
comes
crazy.
from
And that's
tier
the thing, you
2
go back
to
the
join
matches
this
that they
team.
won. I'll say it was versus Apex and Koya. You can take that how you like.
Dude, how
He was
did it
incredible.
not
Like, he was
capitalize on
genuinely
the
best
haunt
player in
and the
server.
fucking
I
stun
came into today
in hell?
and went, can this guy IGL and still put up those numbers?
Cover going out.
Question answered in round number 1.
Well, this game is on him. At least so far it is. That was his round. Mini with a 4-piece, Gentlemates with a round as a result, and Team Liquid
So
on this
we
defense
are trying to have a
left
gamble
with
stack on this
nothing.
side.
The bank's being broken into. As we can see
Not
for Team
too
Liquid,
sure.
they've managed to scrounge together a couple
Okay,
of
Kamo
pieces
did
that
use
were left
his
behind.
TP, but it just
No
expired.
gold bars, but a few coins spent.
But I'm just
Still,
trying
I'll try
to
to take
wonder
advantage
why
of
it's
this with a
already
stack up
expired.
on A and a
Did he
Viper
already
wall to
drop
cover
it with
them.
10 seconds left because he's trying to get it
Gentlemates
there
are
as soon as
walking into it,
possible?
and with this aggression that's already come down mid, they fully cleared it.
If
And
we
we'll
made a
soon
tank
see
from
B
an A,
main is
that would be
open, so
hilarious.
a utility on
But
the
also
A side,
cool because I like
ready
the
and
tank.
waiting. Gentlemate's about to run into it.
They can look to bolster this up. Try and get that fourth player into position. Oh, it's definitely a bit awkward.
Hold on.
That hasn't gone exactly to
Hold
plan.
on.
In fact, they've lost a second already. I think that is at least
Nice
one of
wall
the
by
rifles
Nats.
down on the deck. Luckily, Kamek
To snake
is
bite
there
with the
with
wall up
second.
and do some good damage.
This battle versus Padatek could make the round interesting, but Mini's won that. And while what was a very dangerous situation eventually
So we're running through Decayed.
ends up clean enough.
Hard to
Yeah,
get
Mini
through
even
sight
makes it
because
back
he
to
can't
sight
really
in time if
flash
they
to
picked him
get
off.
good value
Would have been at least
behind the
another
Viper
weapon
wall, I
on
would
the floor.
assume.
Damage though.
But I feel like
Decent.
Kamek
like this.
probably could have at least
snake
flashed
bite that was
default
thrown out
right
was
over
very
here.
nice too.
Give you a chance here to
Zipman
blind
running
these two
in
players.
just as the star had faded. The grab wall no longer online. He thought he had free space, but once you run through a wall into a snake bite, you're not going to have a good time when the pistols get eyes on.
Good util by Nats
2-0
though.
start still for Gentlemates. Recovered before this got
Bonus
too
is still pretty
dire.
decent for
Team
Gentlemates. They have
Liquid
2
with a full
rifles to work
investment
with.
after playing that eco
Bolster was talking
previously.
about how
Couple
good it's for
light
mid control
shields
here.
bouncing around, but full
They'll probably
utility
smoke and get
for the
satchels
most
to cover
part.
this
Early
area.
push
Oh,
by
I
Click,
love
and
the
he'll pay for
walkthrough.
that.
It seems like his plan a lot of these rounds is to just
I don't know if
have no
Kamek's
just
fault
go
line
diving
reached
into
on time.
positions. In the last round, obviously, you have a huge weaponry advantage.
If
but
anything, I felt
in
like he
this
was
round,
here and he fault
not
lined
so
this
much
line.
the case. I think we've seen that Click is a confident player both.
That's
within
actually a very
and
nice line,
out of the
not gonna
server.
lie.
Question is, though,
Because
can they find anything
you
more?
you
That
get
was
you
one of
get
the rifles,
double
by the way.
timing
I
with
think
this,
that might even be
right?
both of them now.
I'm just gonna talk this over because I
Bulldog's
feel
still
this
in
is
hand,
garbage
but-
time now. But if you've actually already walled this Viper up here and you've inserted your Viper at this spot right
anywhere near
here,
as much to
right?
play with as they had at the
Now
beginning of
you
this
have
round.
2 different timings from orbing up this side fault lining this, and now taking control of this end mail, while you have the Viper could start lurking up on this side as well after the fault line to fight this spot. So you have two individual duels that you can take with one fault line. I'm kind of down with what Gentleman's just took there.
Catching a headshot, but not the kill on the walkout.
Because if they actually did get value and a pick off of vents and a pick off of this spot, you already opened up the A site for a pinch back into A.
Team Liquid get themselves around 2-1.
I think there's some quite clear talking points when it comes to this series, and one of them, more interestingly for me, is
to be about the lack of games problem. I put forth the stupidest idea I could comprehend: a Minecraft server for all respective VCT regions with teams allowed to stream their stuff.
Across that map, he was their best player.
Wait, what's a Minecraft server that allows you to stream your stuff?
Mates. Like, how are they going to switch the game? Are they going to give him
teach this boomer because I don't know anything about Minecraft.
And then for Serial, is it going to continue to be the plug and play? Are they going to try and put him into that role? Because I feel like the way Kamek played it was both very good with the utility, but also aggressive around it. And I feel like that's where
nice little approach. I respect that
from
especially
when you go back to kickoff. And well, someone that
they're definitely cooking some cool stuff.
Heaps of time to work things out with the team is going to be Serial, because the team was at Masters.
Test him out. He only puts the smoke, which is good enough.
Early salvos put into B. That's not where they're looking to take it. Is
they've used double initiate util from the beginning too, so you're looking for a re-clear at the 1 minute mark. You're doing it with the drone. This allows for you to gain some space, and then you lose. You use the next cycle of util in your hit. So they're adding pressure and they're trying to make more noise on the spot. I think you would probably want to like pink kill or something, right? You need that. Oh no, I don't like this walk across. That's got lucky.
Still the nade for Click as well. Paranoia for Kata. A lot of good initiation utility for this side. Creep up by
so they tried to sell a fake on this side, but Nat's walking over and spawned these two.
I thought, but the fact that he's
I thought it was going to be a read to say, hey, we're actually moving towards this B side, so they had the right stack.
30 seconds left.
Now they salvo. I was going to say they could salvo again and then fault line the back of the site.
Salvos to the back of
but then he just dodged everything.
Coming through from Mini, maybe trying to catch players out. Zipan those done well, playing that entry role, but Kiko still sits within this site. 14 seconds left. They have to try and get that planted, and now the full force of this Liquid roster are into position, trying to basically swarm out. Gentlemen, it's exactly what they've done, leaving just one standing, and this time, well, it is the match of Vipers, but Nats will take control.
Well, we didn't know if it'd be
players are streaming what they want to do. Ambush players' bases, as an example.
There was an end either way in favor of
I thought you were talking about like.
You know, when you look at Gentlemates on the way through, you see these problems, right?
You would make a Minecraft server where VCT teams could actually post their VCT stuff.
Salvos on this player. He has to run in the open. He's blind. Well, Serial just popped the smoke, and that's going to cancel out. Even though they get the kill, following up on that space, you're running through a smoke on both.
So there's two things about Robbie TK Hot Girl Logic. I like him as a player,
and it slowed them down enough.
But there was just something about him that made me feel like, man, this guy's so token esports. He's got like the jacket, double sleeves.
Upgrade from a pistol.
Like you're playing with a windbreaker. Who the hell is comfortable playing with a windbreaker?
I mean, there is a rolling thunder, one
playing
away
games
from
with a windbreaker
really,
on. That doesn't feel comfortable at all. And then he's got like double sleeves and then the gaming mouse glove. I was like, bro, this guy is a fucking embodiment of what Nintendo power is.
That's immediate. Using a couple of ults, maybe they expected a bit more to be invested into this round. The third ult.
Wait,
although this round is almost definitely going the way of Liquid, I'm surprised how much
and lost everything else.
Invested into this round.
We're just defuse here now. I've been planning for them to
prettiest of sprays and well,
fight back in the spot. I mean, he killed everybody. Yeah, we'll take
They managed
that.
to wipe out the entirety of the Liquid
so you get rid of what? A showstopper and all of Econ, but you still lose a round.
But it has gone the way of Team Liquid.
Yeah, you could run that one another 2 times. I don't think I'd understand fully what was going on. You know, Rolling Thunder catching so many of, I think, their own players. Showstopper invested, big investment, but then the picks start going the other direction.
Yeah, that is also true.
Mini is just popping off. He said it was his game, and certainly there was an opportunity for him to have another screamer of a moment. But instead, it's, again, stolen out from under them by the stick team. Liquid, 3-2. You got to commend them for being able to take that across the line. Now,
Gentlemates, Apex.
Thrown in on middle. That's the Viper's pit that's being put into question, and Nats dropped. The pit is gone, and the reward for the side of Gentlemates is huge. That's an opening pick, and they've got a pit of their own if they get to a site, which now should be a little bit easier.
If anything, though, I feel like the ults have somewhat been the undoing of these squads.
Oh, Serial almost had it,
out, but
timing there.
Serial hasn't found the damage he was hoping for.
Yo, actually, Gentlemates
Lucky
have
charms
really
to be
good
found
util
this
on
time,
scaling.
Unfortunately, that means
Hold on.
that they're now going to have to fall back out of the site. You
Wait,
mentioned
that was
Viper's Pit,
great
and honestly,
util.
from this stage, I think Liquid safe.
They double salvoed backside. They even have paint shells to
Just look at the
bounce somewhere to land right at this
500
spot over here.
between the 3 players that currently
To
have
full
rifles.
clear orange and backside, and then move into main.
I think
Quite nice.
something else is actually fairly important to
They've already
mention
used great
about
util
how
to take down Nats
this
at the
is
very
going.
beginning with the
Obviously,
Armageddon.
3 and 3, you might be thinking for Liquid. It's okay. Like it's
The
middling.
Wish.com
But I want to
dandy.
talk about the fact that they're incredibly good when it comes to their attack side. Like that's what this map really looked at, and you kind of expect it with this double duelist.
But yeah,
what they'll
both,
be able
both
to do.
Mates and Apex
So I
went
would
through
say
some
if you talk about
roster
maybe
overhauls
5 rounds for
from
Liquid
qualifying
in this
from
half,
Ascension.
I think they'll be quite happy.
And like
Just,
2G,
to back
I think,
that
is at
up,
that
they
point too
even
now.
had a 9-3
So the
attack side
only
help versus
only
Vitality.
team that has
So-
ascended so far.
You look at this
Sorry,
now and you go, okay, level.
the only
That's
2
absolutely
teams that
fine.
have
Like,
ascended
I don't
so
think
far
James
that
needs to be too worried about
hasn't
it.
got any roster
But I
changes
wanna
that
see
looks
at
good
least
is
a victory in this half.
You see for a second when the
both,
stun comes in, he's thinking, okay, yeah, stun me. What are you going to
both
do? Blast
G2
back
and
in? Come
Nongshin.
right on in. Armageddon. Oh, no. There's no way out. You're locked in. Beautiful utility usage. And well, the salvos might be hard to use. That ult a little bit easier. Good connection from Gentlemates. And now we
You're
start
trying to
out
build a
round
roster.
number
You're like
7.
you're trying to
Investment from Team Liquid,
overhaul
but
your
a lot
roster
of low
ASAP
buy.
to try to make
They
champs
decided
so
to
you
sell
don't
a
get
little bit
relegated.
more. They're going to keep just the 2 sheriffs. So the saved weapons, no big investments to back them up.
I forgot what the conditions are. There's one where like if you make top 8 champs, you automatically stay for the next year. Anything under that, you go into relegation, right?
Already though, the rotations are in.
There haven't been any real easy rounds so far though. A lot of it seemingly has come down
That's
to
such a crazy
big
ask for
plays
a
from the
partnership team.
Likes of Mini. Kamik is on 1 health, so yeah, there is absolutely no surviving that one. And exactly what I'm talking about.
But,
like
like,
the way
if-
that this has started out is they've lost their breach player.
Not if.
And okay, sure,
If we look at
there's 2
2G
weapons
situation
missing,
right
but
now, where like
I think they'll
they're
take
losing
that over a player
players,
missing.
players are leaving. Spike is not even 18 yet, and he's gonna join. He's gonna be able to play in BCT with a brand new team.
You know, Gentlemates have a decision
Dude,
to make
it
here.
makes you
Zip
think
back.
of
It's a bit
how
isolated. Imagine a player
like they
walks
killed
up round.
M80.
It's a free kill.
They killed
Now
it.
he's
They
selling
killed
that
M80.
False information as the drone goes up into heaven. Team Liquid concede that space. Still 4 players around this A side, including the vent position being held by Kiko, and it looks like he has got some enemies at the gates. A big kill
Sinpreza
to
had the
start,
orange,
but
purple,
can't correct for
and
the
pink in their
second.
logo.
3v4.
They haven't
But
moved
moving
anyone.
back to
They
the
had
A
cool
side,
colors.
Team Liquid are still very much here.
Dude, now talking about non-chim, I'm
They
getting
didn't
super
pull
hungry.
any rotations with even their
My last meal was dinner time
well,
last night.
Panic has done well from the side. Again,
I'm
we
almost
get down
at,
to the last few seconds, 12, to try and
I'm
make
almost
their
at
move. It's
24-hour
left all
fast.
on Takada. A player coming in from behind, and that will be enough. Serial there to
I'm
close
gonna eat
it.
a bit. I'm gonna eat a bit.
A little
between
bit
maps.
hesitant, a little bit slow.
Maybe a hot take, but I think the team with
And
the
even
worst
just that
record
opening
each
kick,
year
and it
should have
felt
to
like that
fight
was
for
enough
Ascension
Team
tournament.
Liquid.
Really nice for Panic
Yeah,
as
but then it
well.
defeats
He's
the
down on
purpose of the
side, and
partnership
the idea
program.
of those salvos was, hey,
You have
let's
to make
force him out into the
champs
open.
to stay
He
for
goes
another
out into
year.
the open, kills 2 people. So, yeah, you know, you got what you wanted, but not really
Or
the
you have
way
to make
that you
top
wanted it
8
to go
to be
down.
in
The trade
relegation promo.
onto
If you're
Camo
bottom
as
4,
well,
you're
kept that
auto-relegated.
backside control. It
Nice
meant that
round,
they were
boys.
focused on him while
Wait,
Serial
so you
came
just
up
gotta make
behind
champs no
and
matter what then,
clean
Hoverboard?
play.
Is that what it
And
is?
he did very well to survive there. If he goes down, this round's in a lot of trouble.
All right, sounds
That
good,
was
Hydro
him
Logic.
Also coming into that round on 1 kill.
And also,
So a
yes,
little bit of
just be good
activation from
if you wanna
Panatek
stay
to
in,
build up that
BCTs.
confidence. Now we come into this one though. Team Liquid
Fun purple,
in
pink
with the full
purple.
buy. Pretty comfortable.
Pink is
And on
always
their
nice.
opponent's
That's
side,
why I like
after the
Gentlemates'
loss,
colors too.
they're
The
in a
pink,
similar
black,
state.
and neon green was kind of
Surprised
dope.
that she's not going to take the orb? Yeah, there we go. Okay. I was like, that's a free showstopper. Like, maybe they wanted to try
Ascension
and
teams
activate
just
a
have to
little
make
bit
champs to
earlier,
stay another year.
but that would
Okay,
have been
okay.
peculiar not to get one of the most impactful
So if you
ultimates
don't
in the
make
game,
champs, then you're
unless
relegated.
unlucky, which we have very much seen over the last couple of days.
So okay. So
gonna
in
utilize- again,
so if you
it
don't make
seems like
champs,
Mates'
you go
idea
in the relegation
is
promo.
this
If you're
slow
bottom
default.
4 of
Like
the
players
relegation
group,
promo, you're
wait for
auto relegated.
aggression.
Is that
But
what
then
it
the
is?
defensive side, even though they've got this double duelist comp, they're quite happy to sit passive.
But you have to win to go back into
Result in a
partnership.
close game, but for mates,
Attack side
No, wait,
split.
you just have
They
to
just wanna
win.
keep
You just have
on
to
that
win
slow
essentially to go
grind.
back into partnership if
Keep
you're
the numbers
relegated.
close. Right away, that showstopper's used up, and it's
Yeah, I was
Serial
just trying to
that
read it,
finds
but
the
I
rocket
just
heading his
didn't
way.
understand.
Trade onto Nats as well. Backside fight goes Kiko's way. He picks up the first, but the stun is good. Teammates come rushing in from heaven, though. The cover is here, and there's nowhere to go, surely, but Kata, he slips out.
You have to make
manages
top 8 to be in a
come from the
relegation
shadows,
promo.
out on the A side, and find himself a plan. From here, though, 3 players he's facing off against. They could group up, and that's exactly what they'll do. Approach this one together. Down towards the screens already. He's hearing one, but they're making it towards the site. They'll see it's a plan for
Wait,
heaven.
but
Before
see,
that,
that's where I
they'll
don't
see
understand,
Kata up
because you
there.
say you have to make champs to
Funny,
stay another
this
year.
felt like the exact scenario that we saw yesterday.
And then if you're
with
top
Evolve.
8 of champs,
Like, they went the same way,
you're in
they went the
relegation
same angle,
promo?
he takes the same fight, he just doesn't hit
Out
a
of the
shot.
12 teams?
Like, it does feel so fickle with how these rounds can go, but yeah, I think at the moment, obviously one of the talking points is Mini as an IGL. And I would say it does
Oh,
seem like
okay, top
Max's
8 was stage
read
2.
and the
That was the
overall
word that
just,
was
like,
missing. Okay,
communication
okay.
between Liquid at the moment seems better. Like they have had every time there's
Okay,
been a side
okay,
take,
okay.
I feel like there's been
That makes
2
sense now.
or 3 players and
makes
another
sense.
player already getting into position to try and help them out. And even if they're able to like, okay, we're going to use the salvos to clear this position, we're going to use like the showstopper in this case. It felt like
So
okay,
top 8
even though
top
we've
8 of
cleared
stage 2,
everything
you
other
would
than
go
one
into
slot, there was
relegation
nobody
with
ready
like.
to kill Patatech. Like,
And
if
even
you
then,
know
I don't even know how
backside is
Ascension's
clear,
gonna work.
You know
Because
close to clear
Ascension,
from the showstopper,
you have 2 teams from
where's
NA,
the second layer? It
right?
just didn't feel like
2
it was there.
teams from LATAM,
Where Gentlemates are taking things in the,
and then
in the
2 teams
discussions
from
they're
Brazil.
having right now with the coaching staff. They've called a timeout.
If I get relegated,
Look to touch base,
this turns
3 to
into a
5. Not bad
17
scoreline, and I guess the problem though
tournament.
is Team Liquid have really
How
been
does that
heating up.
work?
They're putting together rounds with limited resistance.
And they're better on attack.
And exactly.
A lot
Wow.
better on attack. Like that's the major thing. Is like, okay, sure, you've lost a
I
player,
guess
but
we
that
won't really
player for the
find
most
out
part
from
was
NA,
playing your
because
controller. I don't think Syria is going to have too much problems like placing down the smokes.
There's
for
no way
a double
G2
dive of Camo Kiko.
doesn't
Like,
make champs.
I think he should be able
surprised
to
if he
do
does.
that.
And I don't want to jinx it,
yeah,
but there's no way
realistically,
G2 doesn't make champs.
I think Liquid already in a fairly happy place.
So we'll
Obviously,
probably have to look
they're
at
gonna
like
to get a lot more. It's their
Gentlemates
map
or
choice,
Apex or
and coming
something
up
to
next
figure
is
it out.
Haven, where
Or
we know
2G,
the
I guess, at
Kamik
this
should
point
be a
too.
threat to them, but
2G guaranteed, or
I
case study
do
is going to be
think
2G.
Gentlemates are going to need to throw in a decent half here. It looks like they're going for a much more direct approach, as they are all setting up.
I think we have
outside
a better case study with 2G than G2.
Oh, maybe that's
Okay,
the
now
solution,
let's focus on the game.
right?
Sorry,
the slow
Kyle, we haven't
defaults led
been
to Team
focusing on the
Liquid
game.
always having the rotations, having the bodies on the site before the push comes in. So this time they want a more direct approach.
Salvage
Still,
should
there's
be
a bit of a
for-
stagger and a rotation
They're
as
not
a
checking
result.
hell.
Kiko's
They're
gonna
not
be
checking
here,
hell.
but it's Patatech as the front line of defense, and he is immediately shut down.
We
the one kill,
did not
though.
use any util
Kiko slips
to
back
like
onto
take care
the
of this
site. Mini
area.
is eagerly awaiting his arrival. Camo shuts down one, and it's the spike. A small delay that's put into play. It'll be retrieved now by Kata. The ult is
Gets
seeking
info on all
and
3
finding that
players.
info.
I love that he goes behind the wall, so he can't come out of the TP behind the wall.
A bit awkward
So
for
it
the
goes
rest
front
of the players
pillar,
to
but I
make sure
mean,
every single angle is clear. Spike's
they made
still
so much
not
noise,
down.
you could just
They are
start
within the
spraying the
site,
map.
all
I love the
stuck
double
behind. They
swing,
have
but
to
Camo's
all
just better.
Together. Camo with a swift double will execute the remaining players, and yeah, although it started fairly decently.
I came
for the
from
side of
Serbia. I came
Gentlemates,
from the
it's
Netherlands.
Just that little
What
bit
flag
of
is that,
trickery
chat?
from Camo, buying them that extra time, and then I think it might have even been the realization of, okay, I've got my ult now. Now we have so much ready for that retake. I'm just going
Nice shot by
to
Camo.
play it safe. And I think, again, if you look back to his time on Koi, I think that's him leveling up. Because I think in the past he would have tried to put the world
It's
in his
definitely
back
sad
and win them
that
the game.
Ascension
Instead,
teams
he's like,
kind of just get
I've got some
poached.
banging teammates. I don't need to
So we got a
do that.
fault line, double
That's it,
satchel
him
up for
leveling up, and
A
also just
control.
the team, the environment that he's in as well. That trust
This is
comes
just to
from
get one player
seeing
inserted in the
that you can
spot.
trust your teammates again and again.
Now you're trying to make
Belief in
noise
the
on this
system
side.
that you're applying so far for Team Liquid.
And then he got the
well
kills
placed.
anyway.
And then maybe try to finish back up on the A side because Spike's
That's
down
the
in
lesson,
sewers.
really. Patience, slow and steady wins the race. For Team Liquid, 6-3. Building up a lot of rounds here on the defensive side, and mostly in a row. I
Especially
think
with
there's
this
one
re-clear
round
that
from
you
Mates
just saw here from the
interrupting a
Prowler.
streak from
This
Liquid.
is just easy now for these guys to
attack
just hold
side
back
really
up. Now they've lost
starting
all
to
of the
forget the
space.
taste
You
of
can't really
victory.
finish back on the A side. You have to
This
go
round
for a
is not
re-hit
likely
into
to
the
see
B
much
side
of
at
a
1
change.
minute.
It is a very light investment. They're caught in the
And
open.
there's that 1
Those
minute
are
mark
some
where they all get fucking
clean
owned.
shots from Kiko. And Mates left in a 2v5. Blink and you missed the action in this round.
Still as sharp as ever. Thinking back to kickoff, I know it was a while ago, but we were talking about this guy.
Apex lost
facing
Kayak
a
and
big
Soulcast
guy.
because
The
other
way he
teams bought
played
them
on
out.
Control, it was
But
one
I
of the
still think
reasons
that
that
defeats
Liquid
the
got
purpose
as
of
far as they
Ascension
did.
because
Also,
now
just
you're trying to
leveling up as
compensate the
tournament went
roster.
along. I think them
And
wiping
now
the
you
floor
drop
with
Pipe
Heritage
because I guess they don't
still
have the
a
synergy
mass
with the newer
surprise,
players
but-
and get up Governor are dealing with all things.
You can tell that.
Dude,
again,
to be
a
honest though,
level
Apex
up,
looked
because I
pretty
think
decent
when
in
we
their
first
game
saw him
yesterday.
in the league, was very strong. But what he's currently doing right now is, yeah, it puts him with the best of them.
Well, some dangers coming into this round as well for mates. They are
How close do you
investing,
think
they're putting
America's
the credits
Ascension
on the
is going to be
line, but
this year?
Kiko,
I'm
after a
predicting
couple
any
of kills,
domination because no
he's got
SA has a
showstopper
chance to beat
online,
TSM, SRB,
ready to
Navi,
roll.
I feel like it's a
or
hindrance if he's
NV
shooting
and
like that.
M80.
Disconnect on the heads.
But
I mean, it depends.
I
on top,
literally
so
said the same thing in
they're
the
all
last,
grouped up. It could be
well,
a different
maybe not 2
story.
years ago.
Armageddon
2
will be the
years it was
signal that
kind
the
of
push is coming
expected
in.
of
He's safe.
the
salvos are going to fire that way. Nade is in as well.
of the
Showstopper
guard
fired
versus
just to
M80.
delay. He's
But
trying to
last
buy
year,
time,
I thought it
using
was
this
going to
for
be
crowd control
guaranteed
as
again
rotations
M80 or
can come in.
SRB.
Camo playing towards the screens.
And
Players
SRB didn't
out
even
on
make it.
Raptors, it's Nats who's gone to help
Didn't
out
even
with
make
that
it past
side
the
hold on the
region.
choke point. The problem is, it does leave Heaven a little
And all of those
undefended,
teams
a little
lost to
open.
fucking 2G.
Mates are walking right into that empty space.
So-
Big pick from Mini.
It seems like he's almost become their entry fragger. This guy is playing that Viper, but it almost feels at times that the calling is
I still
around
think
himself. Like, can I do
I
this?
still think
Can I put the world
LATAM
on my
and
back?
South
To be honest, in the
America
rounds they've won,
has
he
good
has been
teams.
a bit of a hero for them.
We'll
This
just have
is
to
so
relook at the
risky.
rebuild of like
45
Dolores or
HP.
something in
I
All
was
Nights.
gonna say,
But
it needed to be an
those
instant
teams
headshot.
were still pretty good
Doesn't
last year.
manage to get the kill, and finally,
Wait, how did
we
they
see
lose
the
all this,
awakening
though?
of Click. A little
Wait,
bit
how did they
quiet
just lose
thus
everything
far,
there?
but if they can get the
And a
last
perfect
couple of
stack on
rounds,
site.
there's
Well
at
came
least
down and just lost duels
good
to
chance.
Click's
7 to
entries.
5, nothing to turn your nose at. And of course, like I said, Team Liquid will feel comfortable with a cushion like this moving into the next half. But
M80 lost a mental game.
mates, can't think about your opponent's strengths, only their weaknesses. In zone flawless though for Gentlemates. A good
M80
bounce
also
back
didn't
towards
have like the
end.
best map pool.
Coming into this round, possible for some of their ultis to come on, and most importantly, their opponents don't have any. So, mates, 7-5.
M80 had a very,
much
very
doable.
weird.
Here, though, just great manipulation of the map. A good
M80
sense of
had
the
a very
space that was
weird
being
map
given
pool
up and how they were adapting
when it
to the
wasn't Euro
presence being
meta.
shown, taking
You know
that
what I
heavy
mean?
control, winning the fight out onto Rafters, and resetting for the A side take. The Click.
Like
made look
I
easy.
honestly
Again, he
thought
had a
that
really tough
even going
performance.
into
I
Europe
think that
now,
was 2 kills
I
from
would
him, and he's up
see
to 4.
Koala
Been
Noob play more
great
Yoru
game so far, to
because he
say
was
the
so
least,
good
and
with it on
I don't know if
Sunset.
it's gonna get any better. I was gonna
Yet
say,
this
how
map
long
he's
does-
still or like the last two
wait,
maps
of
he was
course.
still playing Raze on
wanting
both
to
maps,
lose
Split and Fracture.
Any of that additional utility. Any again on this hard
But if you
work.
look back at that
times,
M80 roster last
he's
year,
found gaps,
when it
he's
wasn't
found success, but
Yoru
just, again, this is
meta
what I'm
because
talking
of
about with these early rotations. Liquid are
Neon
very
getting nerfed.
happy to commit heavily.
Like he wasn't even playing
to
Neon
this side
either.
of the
You know
map,
what
and
I
I
mean?
think Gentlemates
So
started to realize this.
they were
fact.
playing Fracture,
The
no
problem is
duelists
they're still
with a
holding
Sage.
some pretty heavy control around middle. So if
And
they
their
don't
blind
go
was
back
atrocious.
through the spawn,
Atrocious. It was
Liquid still have the info. It's not an issue
constant.
for them. And
It was a
it's the
constant
operator on that angle.
permaban. And it was the 5th map in the Ascension Finals against 2G, and they still lost it.
Gonna creep his way back through. Shorty
Because
and
somehow
Heaven swaps
with-
over to the big old gun as the salvos come in. Not good for the kill. The Shorty comes out though as Clicks baited in.
Somehow
He thinks
2G
it's an
came
off
from
on
upper
the
bracket
other
and had
side,
two
so
ban
he won't like the
advantage,
close
right?
range
So
engagement, but he was
he
primed
let
and
that
ready
through.
for it.
They put salvos behind. So
That's what I'm saying. They
knew
played
where
no
he'd
Raze.
be.
They played
stuck close.
triple Senti with a fucking Sage.
They had a read on the one long
30
barrel,
seconds
but not the 2 short ones. Team Liquid still keeping presence A. There was a chance here the Kiko was on the rotate, but he's going to be ready for a second run on this operator.
Whether they place.
It just
Ooh,
felt
also
to me
they
that
place the
maybe
Rolling Thunder. There you go. He's used it immediately because almost died.
Koala Noob
Seconds
wasn't
later.
like
And that
as
time is ticking again. This has been the
comfortable
problem
playing
for Mace.
Raze.
That clock getting lower and lower, and the spike down on the deck. It didn't even matter. An in-zone flawless to close out the first half of Mitch. As said, I think they're better on attack.
Commanding
But also,
performance by Team
it's
Liquid
not
in the
it's
first
not the
half,
fact
and
that
if this
they
is
that
the
Koala
worst
Noob is
of the
comfortable
two for
on
them,
on
well,
Raze.
it might already be
I
time
think
to
it was more
hey,
like
but for Gentlemates, we'll
they
find out
needed to
how
do
the
some
second
sort of
half
change
fares
because
after the
scaling
break.
around just a raise entry wasn't working for M80, so they came out with the Sage. So they could play better stalls, better retakes with the walls, and then just went with that strat. But yeah, I think it's not just a mental. I think they didn't have a developed enough map pool for M80. But see, they would run Euro on Sunset and Jet on Haven because Jet was still good. Because Jet's still definitely playable on Haven, even to this meta. Because if Koala Noob had a chance to play Jet on a Jet map, he'll play Jet, you know? Essential format in general is kind of dumb though. Like most games to even get into tier 2 are like 20 single limb games. Yeah, I think it was just for this year. They tried a different format to they tried to get more registrations in.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4. Team Liquid with a strong opener on their worst half. Now moving on to the attack. It looks like Gentlemates are backed into a corner.
Yeah, see, and then 2G won that one, right? Hoverboard or something like that.
Set them back on course. We'll see.
That puts them into
Mini
a good map ban
was
advantage.
the one that was opening up with Flare and Pizzazz. That pistol was beautiful from him. I think it was a 4K in the first round of the game, but let's see
oh
if
wait,
they can
you're talking about
replicate that
Ascension
success
tournament, not even
round 13.
going into challengers this year.
If
So you're
anything,
talking about last year's
should
format.
become a little bit easier for him with players walking into his setup, but at the same time, probably won't become easier for him because
No,
he's
last
got to
year's
face off
format was
against
group
that
stages,
double
round
duelist
robin,
of
but it was also
Camo
still
and Kiko
BO3s, if I'm not
with
mistaken,
support
right?
from Patty. Like, what more can you realistically want?
It's been a long
Already,
time, but I
there
think
was a
it was
nasty
still
tag onto
BO3s.
Click, who now has to be a little bit more careful. I say that, I reckon he's going to go through this.
He's already past the stun. I mean, they both are. They're
Ooh.
so close, ready for the fight.
Big hit by Kamek.
Kamek and Click are the ones finding the kills. Click was able to walk down the stairs
big pistol
there
round to start.
from up in B Heaven and claim that frag. Nats tries to recover on picks, but finds nothing short of a shot back from Zipan after his burst. And Patatek and Serial now have a 2 versus 4. They're on opposite sides of the map.
The twins are playing together,
Spike is
Patatek
at
and
least
Serial.
under their control, and we still have a Haunt, a Prowler to work with. 50 seconds on the clock for Patatek.
I mean, these are all individual 1v1s. This is very
Well,
doable.
I thought maybe waiting for
Especially
Serial
now
to
that
wrap
Click is
around,
low on
but they are
HP.
just going to send this down 2 different avenues. It's a big risk. They'll have to win their ones.
The timing.
Unlucky.
Stun hasn't connected, and now
Nice try.
Serial, this becomes nigh on impossible. In fact, he's going to be spotted out by Zipan. Good response, an important
All
pistol,
individual
second one
1v1s, very
of the map
doable.
for Gentlemates.
Could have gotten Click. If he actually got
There's
Click,
sort
that
of
would
like
have
to see
probably
what they
forced a
can
rotate
build
and
into
Patatek
this,
gets some
because that's the
timing
thing.
there.
They won pistol second round, and after
They
that
wanted
it
to
was
meet up
very
with each other and
isolated
pinch
rounds,
towards
a lot
the
of it
ramp.
based off some individual brilliance here and there, rather than
What time is it right now,
having
chat?
that
I have
solid
to grab my kids.
synergy
3 o'clock?
over on the attack. As said,
I
though,
think we
feel
should
like
be
this
good to still watch
composition
this series
definitely
before I
sells
gotta
itself
go.
quite nicely for a defensive side hold. A lot of potential for these aggressive early starts, and then high potential for those retakes as well. And that's where I'm looking at Zipan, because we know he can be very aggressive on this map in particular.
Yeah, one of the other things, obviously, when you talk about
Single
mates,
limb playoffs?
on the attack side, they wanted to be in post plants a lot to find value if they don't get the early picks, which they really didn't.
I respect double a limb because of
Post plants were hard to
how
come
much
by.
of a grind
One-to-one
it's been
trades here. Not
for you to
ideal.
try
That's
to
a
make it to
weapon picked
Ascension,
up on
you
the
know?
other side. A classic
No
running
way.
through mid. Has
That's
just
2
found a
upgrades?
pickup in heaven,
Oh
and
my
there is
god, he gets an
mistake
outlaw
after
kill
mistake.
too.
With an outlaw picked up, everybody's in danger.
Bro, who
Those
threw that
light
outlaw
shields
in the
might as
hands
well
of Kiko?
not be there. And so, it's Mini to do it all, and he will get
No
nothing
way.
done. A pace save
How does he
card
get 2
Riffy,
classic
and
kills
if
like
this
that on
half
an entry?
was being set up to be difficult. This is just.
But yeah, sorry, I
up
was
the
saying, like, I'd rather, I still
significantly.
prefer the double a limb
I would,
because of
I
how
would call
gruesome the
that a
tournament's
nail in
been
the
to
coffin.
make it to that
But
moment.
yeah, that's a nicer way of putting it.
That's
It's
the
a bit
first.
harder.
That's
I
the
was
first
Kamek, dude.
shovel on the coffin. I don't know what you're talking about.
Kamek gave the outlaw.
Yeah, that was so rough. I think that's going to be one of those moments where
Oh,
I'm not even going to try and guess what he said, because I'm reckon it's not safe for broadcast. But
well, do some lip reading there.
that's
Pretty
the thing,
sure he
it's
said
like,
curva.
you have to think of that moment from Kamek's point of view. Kiko runs up and just wrecks you with a classic, takes away a sniper, and then kills your teammate with it. It's got to be frustrating. Obviously, I don't know if there's any bad blood.
Do I really
but
care about stories? How far you've
picking
come?
someone after making a
To make it a
Masters
spectacle,
definitely
yes.
doesn't feel like it's a truly mutual decision.
But if you lose, no.
Allegedly. Nonetheless, you just look at the buy that then comes up for Team Liquid. They get to invest into remaining rifles. They still have extra cash for Nats and Kiko. And what's up against them? A
Best weapon they have
Guardian
is
for
a
Mini. He basically
Guardian.
just held
All
on
of them
some
are
extra
stacked
cash.
up towards the A
And
side
what's
because
worse,
the early pressure was already added on A.
gives it away. There is
Outlaw
absolutely
was
nothing
shot.
on this B side of the map. A site was stacked, and the thing is, these steps will definitely be heard. That's why the pace has been picked up from Liquid. They will get into a post plant. That's gonna. Oh yeah.
Free gun. Free gun.
Whoops. Oh, okay. I
Wait, hold on.
expect
Winnable.
this one. This is a 2v2. This round really should have been over, but somehow now we've got.
I love the rewrap coming up from
weaponry
Patitech here.
That same sniper that dealt death in the last is back in their hands again.
They've recovered it, but recovering the round's a whole different story. Those two rifles up against the clock. You know there's an Astra in play. Always the potential for the grab. Well, you might think he's playing the post plant, but he's still on site.
Yo,
Still,
Mini.
He will be caught. Mini, the hero of
Hold
a
on,
few
something about
rounds so far,
IGL
comes
fucking
back into play
Sentinel
yet
slash
again,
Viper players.
clawing at these rounds,
Both Nats and
clawing
Mini.
at the lead Team Liquid have built, and it's a gap of 3 with the pay save card Thrifty.
I'm perplexed as to how any of these
Nice
fights could have
classic
gone
shots, man.
in the other direction. Like, it looked almost so clean with the initial battle, but yeah, Kiko getting caught out.
Nice
This
shot
was
by
just
fucking
nasty.
Mini there.
I don't know, there's much
Oh my
in
God,
the
those are
second
clean
floor.
shots.
I have them in my pocket, guys.
Oh yeah, there was no worries in
That
that
was
round
sick.
whatsoever. You got to look at the position though, right? Because you've got Nats waiting for that swing up in heaven. People
Capitalism
are going out
is
wide,
all
knowing
about
it's a
image and the
weaker
ability to
bot,
maintain it and rip it
knowing that
apart
they
when
want
needed.
those players to be looking at the site, so Nats can get that easy backstab. But geez, that backfired with a couple opening kills going the other way. Team Liquid found themselves on a weak
Stingers.
buy. Wall up, Stingers into the A site, and the plan, I mean, it might just be found for free, yeah.
This feels like NA.
Spike planted.
I never see this many stingers in our region. It's not.
Welcome
somewhere out
to
there.
NA, Mitch and Tom.
Lothar might have a
Wow,
smile on
I
his
love
face,
how
but
deep this wall goes. Just to like be able to lurk
Time.
behind that.
already going to start ticking. A quick jump over. Well
It's like
done from
enough that
Kiko,
when it's
getting
up,
2
you
out of
could
that.
actually just
We could have the most
scale
horrible back
into
and forth to
screens.
start off this map, but Mini still standing. That at least gives me hope.
Oh, I was going to say don't do Kata like that, but
Well, sorry,
Nats
Kadabra.
has done it for you. It's Mini. Left to do it all, the 1v3, the rifle in his hands, and credit's good for him. Look, he's got 4K. Why is he not going for it? Well, look at the rest of his team. Kata, Kamek, and Click running it pretty dry. Zipan barely above 1K. It's time to save. That time was a while ago. For Gentlemates, that means
Yeah, this is gonna
conceding this
be,
round.
a
And Team
thrifty game.
Liquid
Well,
on double digits.
not too
closing
much
in
eco. We had a
on that
stinger buy
victory,
going
and
through,
we know
right?
that this half not likely to slow down anytime soon.
Just a singular rifle starting
That
things off, but
pathing
then
was
everything
quite nice
becomes
by
these
Clay.
close-range battles. Like, they couldn't have played more into their hands, and I think that's just a complete
So they throw smoke on
oversight as to
screen, so
whether the
first
remaining
satchel,
players are
he
a
gets to
mistake
hide in the
that,
smoke and double
again,
satchels.
it's incredibly costly.
through
Now,
smoke to try to
weirdly,
get a
we've kind
pick
of
off
ended
a
up with
flash.
both teams having buys,
Again,
which
I feel like the
wouldn't say
macro
is the
around
most
M80,
orthodox
or sorry,
way to get
M80.
there.
Gentlemates
We
is
have
quite
had
nice.
some prison Valorant, gloves off, the last couple of rounds, fighting with shivs.
I respect
We'll
their
see.
approaches. Even though they're
Who comes
getting like
out top.
utterly
Now the
dominated by
guns are in play.
Team Liquid in
Obviously
these
still,
fights,
I think Liquid
approach
are
is
favoured,
quite
but that
nice.
hasn't meant much so far.
Poison's on.
Knocking on the doors of the B
you have to be
side, but
fairly coordinated on the
see
fly
that
to like
movement
be able to
towards
do these type of
heaven.
things. Well, not on the fly, but like
Showstopper
on
popped
timings
and
rather, and they're doing
It'd
it
be
quite
hard
well.
to find a target, clearing out space down below. Nade does the same for Heaven, but they're swinging through it, playing ahead of the Nade. Kamek has wrapped in. They have no idea he's here, but they clear it anyways. Patitech does remarkably well to find that. With Serial and Nats
Well,
popping
Zipan's
off,
not going to win a 4v1
it's
with the
Zipan
Guardian,
left
right?
alone. I respected that play from Kamek. I thought that could have been the round in their pocket with 2 or 3 kills once the smoke faded, but somehow, despite that space being clear seconds ago, Patitech was worried. Maybe he heard a step, whatever it was. It's left Zipan in a space where he cannot even save this weapon without a serious fight, and Patitech ain't letting it go. 11-6. Ults online as well for Team Liquid. This is looking very bad for Gentlemates.
That's the thing. If you're ever going to question anything about Patitech's game, it's not going to be the fundamentals. I think that was just a little bit unlucky, really.
Yeah,
I don't think he would have
it
seen
was.
him if he stayed in that
Just
corner just a
timing.
little bit longer, but that's the thing. Patitech finds the most important kill of the round, and a couple more to go with it. Gentlemate's taking a pause. I'll be honest with you, obviously the way that the game has gone with back and forth, thrifty rounds, you don't really want to call a pause because of it's like you can't really go, yeah guys, can you stop losing the pistols? Like that's not gonna really help. But
Oh, so Kirsten, welcome back, man.
So late that I also
How's
worry
work?
if it's not gonna work out for them, because you're sat there 11-6.
Hi, Free From Hell.
Liquid
Work.
are very strong on this attack. More importantly, they have 3 ults already online. And
Yeah, we got
Tamo's
2 hours
3
before
away.
America
sure,
starts.
You have similar,
But
sure,
in
you're
2
getting
hours, I have
very
to go
close
pick up
to a
my
lot of
kid.
those ults, but I then look and go, okay, can Liquid cheese their way through 2 rounds? Probably.
And then I also
Kiko
probably
alone cheese them through 2
want to
rounds.
spend time with them and stuff like that too before I can start
having a pit, and
watching
I see
Americas.
Zipan one away from the Armageddon. I think back to
So
the
I
last
think
half, and maybe
I
that
might
won't be as
have
much of an advantage as you
to
think.
raid you guys
Harder
over to like
do
Sideshow
when he
or
won't be
somebody.
sitting inside of vents, that avenue. I mean, you can see you hit him with a stun, Armageddon's going to kill him 100% of the time.
Unlucky.
If it's used here for post plant, not quite so easy to find that
Got off
kind
a
of
little bit
value.
early. Let's
And for
go.
Team Liquid, that means getting
But yeah, I want to get.
boots on the
I
ground
want to.
probably puts them in a position to win. And so far, they've been
I don't know what we're
pretty
having
good
for dinner. If
at
we're not
getting
having
onto
anything,
the
I might have to
site.
cook something too.
Or just
So
wiping Gentlemates out before that's even necessary.
don't set us to.
They've done it with stingers, they've done it with pistols.
Where do you want to go, Sarah? Where do you want to go? Who's watch
Maybe
party?
now Kada will do it with a Bucky. Not the greatest start. That's already the aggressive peak of Zipan.
To be honest, though,
Solo fight,
Kratos,
B
I
main,
think
he's
it might
dead.
be doable for
And
energy.
this round
For
starts
Furia.
with A aggression, a prowler
Furia
going through,
did-
you're leaving
did have a
the
very
gate crash
good first
deep
map
into the
on
spawn,
Ascent.
so we can just go back a little bit later
Oh,
on.
sorry,
They
not
want to
Ascent,
fake
but,
out the A presence, and
Lotus.
instead it works out as a fake
Against,
on B because they
G2.
get this opening pick that creates a vacuum that Gentlemates have to
They
fill
definitely
in. They don't
just
have
let
the
it all
info,
crumble,
and they're
but
ready for a push to come out any
there's some
second
potential.
now. But instead, that pre-placed wall can
Mimi
now be
word.
used towards the A
Yeah, if
side.
Mimi's
Even
watch
Mini's
party,
gone
I could send
over.
you guys
They
to
are
her.
full committed. Other than, well, I mentioned Kada
Is she
Bucky.
live right now? She's probably watch party with Josh,
Probably
right?
be the greatest Bucky play we've ever seen. Now, luckily, he's not been hit by the Nightfall. First kill goes his way. Got a little bit of help from that Viper screen. Looking for a little more. Almost gets a second. It's a nice try.
It is,
Someone
but
sweet like
nice
Cobra
tries
Mini?
don't win anything.
Yeah, I could definitely send you guys
Exactly.
over
They
to
need
Mimi
more
then.
in this round, Tom. More than just a glimmer of hope. They need those flames
Yeah,
to
okay,
be
sweet. Yeah, I could send you guys
fanned,
over
and
to
I don't
Mimi.
see anyone to do it.
TMV and Josh
It's a
probably have enough
sheriff
viewers, right?
And a
So
rifle
I could
picked
definitely
up
do that.
by Click, 2 away from the ult. But 4 players to find. He may need that showstopper. Which will be over before they want it to be. Just 6
Yeah, once
rounds
once
on
my
the board
kid goes
for
to bed,
Gentlemates, and nothing is going to change
I
here.
could probably hop
With
back
Team
on
Liquid
and we could
pushing
maybe
up to
skim
12,
through the
they now
VODs.
have 6 chances on their favored
Or
side
play some
to
Valo.
take this
I don't know,
across
it
the line.
depends. It depends on the time he sleeps at.
Comfortable. Normally, you'd look at this scoreline and maybe we.
Because I also have to give him a bath and stuff like that too. So tomorrow I will give him an earlier bath because it's a weekend.
Like this has not been particularly
So then,
close. That is.
So then I can ask the wife
No,
if she
definitely
can
no
just
bad
feed the
blood.
kid and
No,
put
zero
him
at
to
all.
sleep.
The best
Once
things
I
I'd say.
You can tell they're coming in here on good terms.
Oh, I love it.
Well,
I also
Mini's
feel
not
like
watch
Haddock
partying
is
right
one of
now.
those players
He
where
was at the arena,
if-
so he's probably not streaming as we speak,
if
right?
he's
Unless he
gonna
already went
talk
home and is already
smack to
streaming.
you're hearing it. You're seeing it. You can see across the stage. He's mouthed off.
And I don't think Mini would be watch party in Americas because it's probably
That's
late
the
in
guy we
Berlin.
know and love.
I don't know if I'd want to see Hammock's face of this scenario, but maybe that'll happen eventually. It's already gone horribly.
Bro, they spray him as they
Shooting the
shoot
clone.
the clone.
Trades out. Marcada was trying
get the
to
timing right with the,
potentially teleport in. He's not going to get there in time.
with the Armageddon.
This will just be for safety, making sure the entirety of the site is clear. The rest of the team just waiting patiently for that information to be had. In fact,
Drop
they're even going
Spike
to
2
give
from
the
the gold
spike
plant, and he can
over
play
to
for Heaven.
Camo just to make sure. Cosmic Divide making
Even plants a bit out in the open so they can maybe get a better
that nobody
better
get any
angle
shots
walking in
onto
from
Camo.
main and Heaven.
Wow. They're looking for a hero again. I look to this man.
Snake bites landed at least, but look how many players are there, ready and
All right.
waiting. Team Liquid with a masterclass on Split.
Nice.
They've dominated from the
Well, where are you going,
get-go.
Kratos? 'Cause
Now,
US
it's on to
USA is kinda big.
Gentlemate's map of Haven. We'll see
The
how
US
this
is a big
series
place.
goes, but first, the analyst desk after the break.
hey boys, let's remember about what we spoke yesterday, what direction means for us. Direction is not us just throwing abilities, what we're gonna do with the ability, make a call around the ability. Let's be assertive, make a call, follow the call, we listen for the first call first. Be next to each other always. 1-2, spacing. Be always next to each other, boys. Come in.
Nice leadership. Nuts. Detroit or London of NA? You're only 19? Yeah, you can't drink. But then Detroit is not necessarily dangerous, but just be careful where you're walking. Because Detroit is, unfortunately, now a very poor city. So probably stay in like the touristy area. But if you're in Detroit, you gotta have Detroit pizza. And yeah, I just mentioned food. Because there's probably nothing else to do. Unless there's like a Red Wings game during that time. I'd probably watch a Red Wings game. And then if you go to...
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, exactly. Guns.
But
But yeah, if there's a Detroit Red Wings game, you could go to that. I was gonna say casino, but you're not 21. What to do in Detroit? Yeah, I think that's it. But then Vegas, if you're going to Vegas, there's, again, definitely food. But if not, there's Circus. I think Circus, if it still exists. It's like a casino that allows under 21 to go because it's not, they don't have gambling games. They have like, I think they like have arcades and shit. This is a long time ago. I don't know if it still exists. Yeah, Circus still exists. So that could be one place you could go visit as somebody who's younger. And there's a bunch of cool shows. Oh, it's closed? No, it's open. It's open. Maybe it reopened. And then there's definitely food on the strip. And then lastly, there's a bunch of shows like Celine Dion, Cirque du Soleil. Yeah, just a bunch of cool shows you can go to. They're a bit pricey, but it's fun. All right, chat. I'm playing the ads super late, but I'm gonna play 3-minute ads. I'm gonna go make some bread and peanut butter, and I shall be right back. By the way, my keto's been going pretty well so far. I cheated on 2 meals since last week, but I commend myself still to be able to go to LA for Americas and still be pretty decent on keto meals. And we've lost 2 kilograms so far, so close to 5 pounds. All right, I'll be right back, chat.
Team Liquid have returned to their winning ways. What a great start here. Nice. Can't relate. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Yungsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. We had a lot of questions on, how Team Liquid are going to prepare in the very short amount of time they've had since Bangkok. Are you guys satisfied with what we saw on Split?
I mean, definitely. We knew that Team Liquid was very strong on this map. It's good to see that they still have it, that they still have that dynamic that they can rely on.
Even with an addition of a new player as well, right? I think that they did really well, and I think that they have a lot to be happy with.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing here in this breakdown, the breakdown of the first kills, of course, it's heavily in favor of Team Liquid. If you think about the gun rounds themselves for the side of Gentlemen, they were really there. Even though they get 6 rounds, 2 of them are pistol, well, 2 of them in the first half, then they win the pistol in the second half, but they couldn't even convert. It was, I'm gonna say that the composition that Team Liquid was playing is something that they're very comfortable with. I cannot say the same for Gentlemen. I do not think that they found their comfort. Click, poor guy, had a terrible performance, could not find a single opener. He went 0 and 8 in those duels.
Yeah.
So it's never easy.
Was not clicking.
It wasn't clicking.
But sometimes it just feels like maybe one of the teams was just better.
Yes.
It was just a better performance.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
it's a better performance, of course, out of the fan favorite Cats. Everybody loves Cats. And Kiko and Nats, Billy, they are just playing it like they were before Bangkok.
Yeah, exactly. And when we talk about those opening duels, these two, they were great, right? Kiko managing to get 6 opening kills and 0 first deaths, and Pate managing to get 4 and then 1 first death. So like when you consider those kind of things, they were never kind of giving away the man advantage, which is what we've seen a lot from them in kickoff. So it's nice that they've kind of been able to amend those sort of mistakes.
Absolutely, and I think that their impact was more in this kind of rounds where the decision making was the difference between these two. There was I think it was like round 5 or 6 where we see Kiko just jumping onto sides, ults, and goes straight to the defuse. It seems like this is not even synergy, it's just individual level, individual brilliance, I have to say.
This is what we see a lot, right, from players that go to global events. They gain even more confidence by just being there, soak up all the atmosphere. They come back and they're even more hungry to go back again, because let's not forget, NAS missed out an entire year of global events. And right now, Liquid are one of the teams we should be sending to Toronto, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's so important that you mentioned that. Yes, we mentioned the experience that they have in Bangkok, but remember, Team Liquid, throughout the year, they're the team in EMEA that have played the most because they had all that lower bracket run there at kickoff.
They did indeed. But let's talk about Gentlemates on the other side, because you heard it from Boaster there in the pre-match. It is not easy to switch IGLs. He's got so much he has to focus on, but Mini Billy was one of the players that tried his goddamn best to keep his team in this game.
Yeah, it's really difficult because you could kind of see the approach that they were trying to have, right? They were having a lot of slow contacts on their attack, and despite having a double duelist composition, Team Liquid, they just were not feeding into that whatsoever, right? So I think that he was trying to work around what he was able to provide from his lurks, and the rest of the team just weren't really like on the ball to follow up with that.
I think that this really wasn't their map. I expected to, like the composition didn't favor the opponent. It's a tough opponent because they have a lot of experience in the map, and it's probably their best map. And now that Abyss is gone, so I just want to think and hope that Haven is going to be different, because when we talk about comfortability, Haven should be that for Gentlemates. Very good results. I want to see how the IGL is going to change. But remember, they were the only team that we had in EMEA that were running the Neon here, looking at Click again to see if he can bounce back from that performance.
Yeah, I definitely think Neon was something that he was a lot more comfortable on, right? So it'd be nice to see him get that confidence up. And I think as well, like, how are they kind of integrating Kamek into the team, you know, having that newer player to kind of set him up is kind of like where I need this to come to fruition now.
Yeah, exactly. You're speaking about Kamek looking on the other side. Now if Team Liquid wants to close this in a 2-0 fashion, what is Serial going to be playing? We saw him slotting right into the Astra. Do we expect him to, in this Haven, pick up the tickle?
Yeah, it's a weird one when you think of it, right? I don't know what to expect from Serial. I think that he had an okay debut, and I think that if they can continue to have this momentum, there was a couple of rounds, especially when Team Liquid switched sides, that I thought we were starting to get muddy Valorant again from Team Liquid. I was getting a little bit worried, not winning any of those pistols. So I think Gentlemates could still be in with a chance here.
Here's the thing, with Kamek not playing the Tejo on Gentlemates, as we move on to the next one, Liquid, who is going to play Tejo for them? And will Kamek go back to the Tejo?
Cyril said he was playing New Agents.
Yeah, but
plural, so.
I would like to see Kamek play the Tejo again. It was one of the better things, you know, he brought out for us. So I hope if that is the plan, if they plan to change.
RapidPK used to play the Soba, so I think it's a good and fair trade. You're still gonna have the breach, you can combo it perfectly, you do not give up the drone, you still have the damage. I think it's pretty fair.
Yeah, I mean, do we even potentially see some sort of double duelist come out from them again? I mean, they were
Mini
really
Yoru.
Yeah, I mean,
Mini Yoru, give it to me.
Maybe Mini Yoru.
Actually,
race.
Honestly,
I would like it.
I was thinking a Click Waylay potentially, because of course he enjoys the Neon on this map. So do we see them try to implement that Waylay?
I actually wouldn't hate it. I agree with you. I really, really wouldn't hate it if that's the route they go down, because why not just throw a surprise out at Team Liquid as well? Because there's no way they would have been able to prep for that.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going for the new maps, right? Like, think about this. Team Liquid has gone to Bangkok. They've also had the change. They only have a set amount of time to prepare for everything. You, on the other hand, we were saying they were one of the first teams to leave the competition and kick off. It's almost 2 months that you have to prepare. If it's not the new maps and it's going to double down on the ones that you have already comfortable and that you have already played, what is going to be the surprise? Because you cannot tell me that you're going to keep everything the same, even though you've changed a player, that you're going to keep everything the same to surprise a team that has had so much experience already.
And to be fair, it's not even a crazy thought, right? Because it suits Click. A character like Waylay, you can really see him pop off on it. But that's the problem. He's got to get into the game. We saw it from Kayak earlier. All it takes is a couple of kills and you're there. You know, you get the confidence back. Everything's going to be good. And this is also their map pick. So, Billy, do you think we're going to see map 3? We want to.
Of course we want to. I think it really just depends on if they can, like you say, get their heads back in the game. I think that Click didn't find any success at all really on Split just then, and that's why I started questioning, you know, is it because we have Kamek on that breach? I was surprised to see Zipan on the Tejo. I thought it would have been Kamek. So yeah, I think it's more just like how was the rest of his team also helping set him up for success?
Yeah, I think after the last map, it's just a massive GG go next. You know, GG go next, let's not think about it. I do also want to give some kudos to Nats as well, because what a phenomenal player. He just keeps getting better. We see so often some of these players have been here for such a long time. It's hard for them to improve, to learn new things. But I stay hungry. Yeah, but I just cannot believe how great of a IGL he is on top of how great of a player he is. He's honestly one of the best we have in the region.
Mini's doing the same on the other side, though. I don't think that his personal and individual performance has been affected by the fact that he is IGL, and I do want to see, now that we're jumping into familiar territory, how much of the old Gentlemates we're going to see in the new one, because the coaching stuff doesn't change, but maybe he likes things done in a different way. I remember a Gentlemates that was extremely passive, just playing everything for the retake, with having very good retakes, do not get me wrong, but having that very marked and by now predictable style.
I want to see Cadaver step up as well, because a lot of the vibes from this team is Kada. He's the big brother, he's the dad at this point of this team, and I want him to come in and give them some energy, give him some noise, you know, get them pumped up here, because I didn't really see much of that in the last one, besides the mini 4K from the pistol.
I have to agree, and then on the other side you have Pate shouting across the stage, and I think that, yeah, Gentlemates, they looked a little timid when we were watching them throughout Split. You know, they weren't really shouting things back.
He's smiling.
And Mini was hyping himself up. I mean, yeah, maybe he heard you. I don't know.
Yeah, he's cracking up. I want to know. Oh, Mini's giving a little smirk as well. Maybe he was joking around.
No, but it's good to see that the vibes are up, that they can move on from whatever it was that it happens. We're seeing Click right now. Whatever happened on that first map has to go out of the window. You just need to focus on Haven. Please take us to Icebox. I so would love to see this two teams at Icebox.
Especially between, like you said, these two teams. I want to see the Icebox as well. We are going to get into games soon. Just checking everything's going to be okay on our end. So thank you very much, you guys, for sticking with us. And I saw in the poll result, it was like 78% people voted
it
Liquid.
was a blowout. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, people are just not confident in Gentlemates.
No, I think all the Gentlemates fans are watching Squeezy stream probably. They're not. They didn't get to see the poll, because there is no way the Gentlemates fans wouldn't be voting for them. They got such a big fan base.
Yeah.
And of course we have Champs in Paris coming up. They also want to avoid relegation. We don't want to see a team like Gentlemates being in risk of that, and they have to start here. Even though their group on paper doesn't look, you know, like the hardest group in the world, you got to get all the wins you can get.
You know, I was thinking about this yesterday with Koi, and how, you know, some teams are struggling to get the wins, and how that ends up playing on the players, like when we see them on stage, and how the dynamic and the aura of the team. Some teams honestly just need a win, any win, to start building up towards something. And I think that for Gentlemates, even though Team Liquid is one of the toughest opponents that they're probably going to find in their group, I think that they can take this win, but it has to start here.
We got to start on Haven. We will be bringing you Agent Select in just a moment. One last thing, Billy, you want to see Camo back on the Jet here, or maybe switch it up?
I don't mind Camo on the Jet. I just don't know. It's hard to say, right? Because they've been playing it recently. You know, they've maybe not had the time that they would have liked to have switched things up. So I don't mind them sticking with what they've played in the past.
Absolutely. Having a new player just back from Bangkok, 2 new maps coming in. Abyss, one of your best maps, is gone. You have already too much on your plate. I do not think that switching the composition. Also, if you were to tell me that this composition did not work, then I'll be on your side.
Well, let's take a look at the Agent Select and see if we will get anything different coming out here. It will be Serial on the Tejo
go, and then Kamek will just do breach instead of Sova.
Oh, so now since
Sova.
yeah. So Zipan has moved on to the Sova, which was with Robbie BK was playing Kamek, probably just out of comfort, just like we saw on Split, just sticking onto that bridge. Serial, of course, playing his first Tejo here, just lotting in for what Kamek was doing, and we're going to see no surprises in terms of the compositions.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, no changes on either side other than a couple of like role switching here. But Serial being on that Tejo, I'm intrigued to see how that will go. Just because, you know, previously Kamek had so many like good little set plays.
This is the
So have they been able to like kind of integrate Serial into the team in that regard?
This is the thing. I do not want to see Gentlemates get caught out by anything Serial does on that Tejo because Kamek should know every little setup, every little cheese. He should be able to tell his teammates. So let's hope the Gentlemates, Bitch and Tom, can take us to a map 3.
Well, I'm a fan of Icebox, so I wouldn't mind if we end up there, Tom. But after that performance in the first half, I think most people will be coming in favoring Team Liquid. We saw it on the poll, but who knows where the French fans have gone. Maybe this will get them back out of the woodwork. Attack side start for Gentlemates here on Haven. Are you going to sow the seeds of hope, Tom?
It's one of their better maps. I think they won it a couple of times when we were back at kickoff, but again, the opponent caliber was not the same. It was a very, very close victory versus Apex, and then a dominant victory versus Koi. But these are teams that I think on paper you'd expect them to beat, whereas Liquid as a team you don't expect them to beat. Whereas on the other side of things, you go on Liquid,
what
they
timing,
do
yo?
both Foot and Vitality.
What timing?
Over a kickoff on this map. Those are big names to take down.
Yo, what's up, Flexian? How's it going?
Most people lose to G2.
Yo,
so I
Mike.
think this is going to be a tough one for them. Obviously, it's the plug and play. Can
How's it going,
Serial
Mikey? Good to see you, bro.
match up to what Kamek was doing? And more importantly, on the other side, can
Okay, I have a weird meal.
match up to, well, what
So I have
Zip
keto bread
was doing, and Zip
and
matching
peanut
up
butter.
to what their IGL
But
was
on
doing.
this
It
plate
makes things a lot
is
more
also
difficult.
leftover. Yo,
See
Cozy.
the Kamek Teo, 'cause I think it was
Thank you so much for the
fantastic on
resub, brother. What's new with you, Mike? I haven't spoken to you in forever.
Being put onto the
But I
seaside
made
by Gentlemates, and
cauliflower
although it
mashed
was
potato.
relatively
Well,
undefended,
not
that
potato.
paranoia,
Cauliflower
the stun
mash.
has
So I have
reinforced the
leftovers.
side
I'm gonna
nicely.
eat that as
A
well.
rotation from
But I start with the
Gentlemates,
bread
just
first.
the same for Team Liquid already.
Mike, what's
moving
new?
through
What's
the
new? What's
spawn.
new?
Our two
Lay it on me,
players,
bro.
Camo and Patatek. They'll have utility. Both the Breach and the Tejo being
Nebraska?
here alongside Camo on the
No
jet.
way,
This
dude.
is where trouble starts to brew.
Congratulations.
Players already spotted in
But
the
also
drone,
super
stops them from
sad.
using their abilities. Camo
If only I
sees
knew
one out
earlier.
short.
When did you
Starting to
find
tick
out
all
about
the
this?
boxes here. Team Liquid know exactly where
Dude,
the
it's
hits
actually
coming in.
it's a very weird
Tries
combo
to
because
use the
I'm
stun to
fucking
get
weird
backside.
as hell.
Unfortunately, Kiko's there, filling in the space and filling the bodies with lead.
Hop
on
off
the
Beyond
other
for
side.
Americas.
It's
All right,
Team
sounds good,
Liquid
Kratos. Thanks for
with
stopping
a
by, man.
1-0 start on
No more
Maze.
life?
Yeah,
What do you mean, no
a
more
scary
life?
thing to bring up as well that Kiko is
Dude, if you
moved
told
up
me
to
like
this
a month in
favourite
advance,
duelist of Omen,
we could have met up last
thinking
weekend in
that
LA
sounds mad, but
to
that
like
is
do
where he
a last hurrah before you leave.
ridiculous numbers throughout all of kickoff, and it just seemed like this. I like. He sees his
They
team
haven't
get
tells on his
stunned
sake.
by
I'm
Breach,
jealous.
Immediately swings
jealous
because
as
he's
hell.
not stunned. Make sure that I think it was Patty at the back of the site comes out alive and basically just takes a big risk to save him. That's the thing. I feel like as well. One of my favorite matchups going into this now
Well,
is
respect.
Patatek.
Are you glad
was
your
obviously
whole
supporting
family's
a lot
moving
what Kamek was
to
doing
Nebraska?
when he played that Tejo. Now Kamek is going to try and match the master on the breach. And I'll be honest, I don't
Just
know if
you,
he's got what it
damn.
takes.
It's a big task. That is for sure.
What's the new
Team
job,
Liquid.
Mike? What are you going to be doing?
Defensive success starting this out. They filled in C site, but Mates already up close. They've used these smokes to get into sneaky little angles. The big swing, but Nats is there to catch them all. Patatek and Kiko have his back well and truly covered, and I think Mates ran into a few more bodies than they expected to.
I disagree.
Mash
They did
ignition,
not.
let's go.
They ran through the short smoke and Nats got killed. That was horrific.
They traded him out
Yo,
after.
congrats, brother.
Yeah, but they didn't
Much
have it
appreciate.
covered. He
Not
holds
much
onto the
appreciate,
right
but
side of the site,
really
does
happy
the
for
work,
you, man.
kills in the back. Terrible team.
He's being betrayed. They are there. They are
Hopefully you
looking
can
at
get
him.
all of that done
How's he got to
in a
there?
fraction of a second,
Oh, yeah, that's tough.
and it allows for you to get back home to your family sooner than later.
Obviously, only one player lost. And I love it. We just mute that.
Will the schedule allow for you to head back
We're
and
just looking at
visit
his
family from
face
time to
at
time?
this point. Patatek, I plead with you, if you ever watch this back, which I don't think you will, but if you do, please say something we can put on the broadcast. Just once.
Hell yeah,
just
hell yeah.
once. It would be nice.
Just hold back this one time. It's our only request.
Dude, Cali is
2-0.
so expensive.
Relatively clean.
If
And
Riot
actually
has me
some
moved next
heavier
year,
investments in the last,
I have to
meaning
figure
that
out a
if they
way
want
to like
shields, heavy shields,
pay
which
for
they
rent
do
in
versus that
LA
sniper,
while
they're gonna
still
have to
be
go
able to
down to
afford a
Guardians. So
mortgage in
actually-
Montreal.
on paper, other than the Sheriff, which is in Nat's hands, it kind of almost looks like a better buy for Liquid.
That's definitely the most important thing, that it keeps you off the streets.
Seaside hits have
One,
not really been
you're off the
working
streets.
for
Two,
Mace, but it was
you
a
get to still
pistol,
chill with your
a lullaby
family.
this time.
And three, you still get
Rifles
to
out,
take
Guardians
care of
in
your
play.
family. So
A movement towards
much
A-site. It's
much
gonna
respect for
test it
that.
out. We see Nats' setup.
Unfortunately, Sid, Fnatic won fairly easily.
He'll use his cages here. Just
You see
hoping
how I get when I
to
walk
pick
the
them
streets?
up
Yeah,
as they step
for
into
sure,
those
brother.
traps for now, not intending to move towards the backside, and in fact, just tapping the spike. And
Was it
keeping up
was it
control.
starting to creep
40
back?
seconds left
Is that the reason why you're
That's
moving?
a big pick. It's going to free up a lot of the site control, but Serial has filled in the gap, making his way into this corner. He'll be spotted, revealed. The spams into the corner, not landing on him. The trade at
The
least from
recon was
Patatech
huge here for
numbers,
Zipan to
thinning
help to
out
get the kill, but
Patatech
everybody else
holding
was
strong,
owning
and
for TL
Camel's
so
here to
far.
help. Mini giving away his flank, but gets it to a 1v1, 15 seconds. The spike has to go down on A at this point. There's no time to turn
So I'm
tail.
understanding then,
Patatech
because
going to expertly
that
reposition down below. It's a gamble from Mini as to where
the
it could
hustle,
be, and Mini wins.
the hustle's starting to creep
The
on
Red
you,
Bull clutch
where you feel
for
like you need
him
to make more.
in a
So
round
I
where they
respect
put
that.
their credits on the line.
The decision you made
Mini
was for
shows
Nebraska.
up again for Gentlemates.
We might actually have to start putting.
Yo,
in
much
the
love, dude.
corner
Really
how
appreciate
many rounds that Mini
you sharing
is
that
winning
story.
on his own for this
And
team.
I
They said they would
definitely
take over
fucking wish you the best,
in-game
man.
leading. It seems
Let's
like
get
he
that
has to
fucking
take over
bread.
the game if they're gonna
Get that
have
shit done
a
for you and your
chance in
family.
this matchup, because again,
Love you,
like,
bro.
you look at that round, you go, okay, Nats basically just died, but in essence, the amount of time he was able to buy and just surviving at the back of the site, it gave so much over to Liquid.
I
that,
love you
yeah, it
more.
literally
I
came
love you
down to
3,000,
just one
motherfucker.
player on the clutch, and
My camera is destroyed.
well, as said,
I must wait a moment.
that was just the bonus. Now a full investment.
That should have been a
from the
bonus
side of
one by
Liquid.
Team Liquid, by the way, chat. And somehow
Not
Mini
really
still
anything
saves
either
it for the
to pad
fucking team.
gaps. That's the nice thing if you go in when you've lost a couple of weapons here and there. You go, okay, well we got this ult that will help us
And
out.
yeah, you're right
Unfortunately
about
for them
this.
time,
They
Mini's
need
not
to
on the
they need
Viper,
to
so
do shock dart.
there's
Actually,
zero
they still got
left
the shock dart
that
kill.
He's almost farmed up.
They broke the shot.
This push down by Camo is risky. The head spotted and connected on, and he has his dash to get right out. That's a nice start.
Mike, are you still playing
Come back
CS?
out for more. They won't expect
Are you
it.
still playing Advanced or
After
something?
Seeing him fall back, short push as well. Geeko and Patatech.
Yeah,
Serial
Mini's
was
gonna
there,
see
but
this
they're
round again,
backing
chat.
off.
Watch
They've
this.
gotten Patatech into this position. They'll bait for him. A little bit risky depending on where they come from. They might see that barrel on Patatech, but if they're focused up top, that's a different game entirely. They've seen
Bro,
the- they saw the barrel.
I
mean,
literally was
it's
about
just
to
a
say,
bad
if they
position
have
unless
some
you've got
way
that
to
bait.
push him out of
Yeah, also,
position
yeah,
for
Kiko
Kiko,
was, I think, setting up a smoke, so because of that,
they will
setup
be able to take
completely
down
fell apart. Giving up the space.
fucking
Serial,
Patatech because
that's
his
the
gun was
second
sticking out.
time he's been scanned after
That's such a bad
missing the
timing,
double.
but they still
Luckily,
fucking get 2
though,
kills.
Oh, when you've got Nats, you've got Kiko.
You haven't touched the
Sometimes
game?
that's
Damn.
enough. Still 2 players, one of them Mini.
So you're not gaming
Still
anything
looking
right
for
now.
Something versus his whole team.
What's
and
up,
now
Coco
needs to
Pata?
do it all. 2 players standing down.
The games were all right. To be honest, like the Na'Vi Fnatic split was like one-sided 13-4,
Well, the only
but the
round
macro
on
for both
board
teams was
was
actually quite
the one
nice.
that Mini
I
pulled
enjoyed
across
that.
the line. I'm looking back at the last map as
And then
well,
I
and
enjoyed the
think you
second
can
one.
put 3 or
The
4
second one was actually
or
pretty good.
either
Nice little
half or
comeback
more
from
than half the
Fnatic.
rounds down to Mini.
And then this
I think
one,
4 is fair.
good approaches
Between
from
the
Gentleman on
3K,
split as
the
well.
2 4Ks in the clutch.
Although, again, very one-sided as a result. Now we see. Yeah, Fnatic won 2-0. You're going to settle in Nebraska until you touch the game? Let's go.
That was Cookie Monster style laughs. Goodness gracious. All right.
He's literally saying every time.
Mike, I
that
started
he
keto again
is
last week.
lost alone. That's what he's calling him out for. And to be fair, he's
This
playing
morning I weighed
great.
myself. I lost 2
Maybe it
kilograms so
shouldn't be the
far.
case, but hey, it is very entertaining. And
Not bad,
I
right?
think it will be difficult for that
5 pounds in a week.
to get in your head, especially with the fact that
What's
it
my
is
goal?
literally being screamed at you across the stage. But there you
Lose
go, said
65
something that we could
pounds.
put on the broadcast. So I appreciate that one, Patatech. Although if you were
What's up,
watching
Fred?
live, I think we have
Yo,
issues to deal
everybody,
with. I know
say
we
congratulations to King
paused,
Fred. I don't even know if
break
there's a
back
lot of people
the-
speaking
you
here,
have to bear
but
in mind the round they won was one
big
player
congrats,
survived,
Fred,
so their economy
for
has been
getting back in challengers with
obliterated.
Ambrosia.
So it's time for coaches Go Kid to try and come out with something. I can only assume that this pause
gained
is
10
early
pounds? Let's
because
go.
There is something either within communication.
Yeah, so
or
I'm
something
currently
severe
265.
enough
Well,
that you
now
need to stop it
260.
early, otherwise it's
But
gonna
I
be out of
started at
control.
265, Mike, and I'm trying to get back to 200.
With 3 to
So
1 on
that's
the
like
board.
123 kilograms, and
Back
now
on
I'm
the last
121
map
kilograms.
Again, you know, it didn't feel like mates really had their hands firmly
And I
on
think
the
to be
reins at
200
any point,
pounds,
and then you come into
it's
this
like what,
3 to 1.
198
Team will
kilos?
Continue.
It seemed like they didn't have their
Oh, sorry,
hands
98 kilos?
firmly.
Or no,
Trying to fly that under the radar
105?
a
I
little
can't
bit,
remember.
but
My math's not good.
pulling out the disses, putting a spotlight on them. But for mates, let's see if they can find recovery. Even in this round, there's chances. Nats is there to pick up the opening. The rest of the squad a little late in following it up. Now they flood through that tiny little choke point, looking for the fight. They might get it. This is a good opportunity with the Stinger up close. And
Where's the fault line?
follow up from Kamek. That's about as good
Maybe
of a
it
start
was
as you
off.
could wish
I don't know
for.
if you already used it. I was trying to find it.
As well that the C site is clear. They can retrieve a gun or two. Get into
Did you do
post
cheat
farm
meals?
positions.
Not really.
There's a lot of ultimates
I've,
that are
but
close, though.
as I say that,
Don't worry.
in a
Always
week
get
I've
them
cheated
one
twice,
away.
and both of them in
One
LA
one
on the
away.
last night.
Any kills going in the other direction could be a
Hmm.
problem. Kamek could get one though.
But
Getting ever closer
while
to
I
it.
cheated, I ate it. I still ate
Serial
less
a little bit
calories
ahead
than
of
I
the
usually
curve,
eat.
and Aftershock versus Aftershock, but it's going to come down
So
to
we went to
clears out that
we
first
went
kill,
to
but there
Verse
are two
Cooch.
more to find,
One
and
of the
that
nights, and
time
I
is
got
ticking.
sausages with
You can
no
see Kader's
bread.
not got the best
But I love their
weaponry,
fries
but
so
he's
much
just
that
looking
I
to be
bought the
awkward,
fries.
create issues for his opponent.
And then they have nothing to drink. So they only have beers, so I bought
Smoke
beers
down.
naturally.
He knows the defuse can't be had before a pick is found. Unfortunately,
I was
just
looking good on
listen
stream last week. Let's go,
how
Coco Panda. Thank
quickly
you.
The ticks are coming in on that spike.
We'll try to lose
For
more.
a little bit more, and he'll find it. 3-piece in this round. It is a pay safe card thrifty though for
And
Gentlemen,
then,
despite the wealth of
The
ultimates
last
in
night
play
we
for
went
Team Liquid for the
to
next round.
Sawtell,
This is what mates
me,
need. Chip
Ender,
away at that lead, and
Mimi,
making a round like this
Dendriad,
work
and
is
Wyatt.
splendid. It's got to
And
recover their mental somewhat.
we went to this Japanese place. I forget what it's called. But it's basically fried, like hard noodles, hard fried noodles. And on top is like cabbage, you can put eggs and stuff like that on top, and cheese. That's pretty good. I had that and then the sobi sobi ice cream.
If it gets close at any point, you might see one of those other ults thrown in.
Yesterday I had a contact,
Gotta
for the
take
last
risks
2
in a
days I
round
had
like this
contact
where you don't have
pasta.
a lot to work with. That was Kiko to land the headshot
Ooh.
on the Sheriff, but the rifle doesn't make it.
Oh, hold on.
The knives from far away, though, able to land the kill onto Kata, removing the smokes for this
Camera's
side.
gonna be huge though.
And
The
mates,
camera from the Cypher is gonna probably
really
save
going
them
to
the round.
struggle to find map control now. Look at the push down from Team Liquid too. They're going to recover a rifle onto Nats, another for Camo, even if those blades run dry and don't find their mark. And there's the info.
Oh, I love that he didn't hit the
With
trip.
all these ultimates online, they're being used.
Wait, they're
well,
rolling
and
thunder
this
just to
rolling
get into
thunder,
sight.
though it gives them the bit of
There are 2
mental
rifles and knives
security
now. They have
to
Armageddon for
garage and
retake.
Move to the site. It doesn't land on anyone. There's nothing they can follow up with, and the advantages
Oh,
still
I love the push
need
back
to be
towards spawn
found
now.
elsewhere. Serial in big danger, not expecting that deep push, and that could be the undoing of this round
Oh,
with
that was a
Camo
nice try.
having it all on his shoulders and Kamek delivering shots to the head.
That's a
2
great
blind
round
ults.
call. I think realizing
Gamble
that,
attack side
okay,
ult,
we
gamble defensive
basically
side
go
ult.
for a default
And it
farm,
was
we're
the
gonna
timing
get
on the attack
wrecked
side that worked out
by
in the
the
end.
ultimates that are there from the side of Liquid. So
Um,
let's push aggressively. Let's catch them while they're setting up utility. and
But
have a
there's some
post
salmon
farm
brown
to the
rice.
back
Let's
side.
go.
That's a good
Oh, yep.
round call coming out.
Flexion, you have
Mini. And as I
calzone
said,
and
like,
steak,
this is a
and
new
then
role for him. I
brown
think
rice and
on-the-fly
asparagus,
stuff could
salmon.
maybe come a little bit more
You trying to
naturally.
bulk up?
And, okay, this is what I want to do in this moment. And
I'm so jealous. That sounds so good.
clearly,
But no, Coco Pana.
back to
I want
3-3.
to,
And
but
something
I don't
wanted
think I'll be
mention
able
as well
to.
that the 2 maps we did
I have to
see,
go pick up my kid at 5
very
o'clock.
strong early start.
I think my wife is cooking dinner, but while she cooks dinner,
side
I'm
of
probably gonna
mates,
spend
it's
time
good
with the
that they're
kids,
back
so
already.
she doesn't have her hands full.
Kiko looking to be a thorn in
And
the
then
side, but
I have
they
to give him a
rooted
bath.
out of position.
So I probably won't be back
advantage
at my
stays with
PC
mates,
till
the
like
side
9
to be
p.m. or
taken.
something
Rolling
like that.
Thunder put in early. That's getting Serial
Which would
into
probably
position to
miss
slow or maybe
most of
stop
America's.
This push altogether.
But I'm gonna try to
top.
stream it tomorrow.
It's catching info and they're following up, swinging in, but it's Kamek holding the angle that finds the reward.
After this series, I'll
That's
send you guys over to Mimi.
3 players to pick up. The drones even spotted him, so right away there's no surprise anymore. Mates know exactly where he
my
is.
God.
I don't think you see very often a player look for that spam battle after being
Yeah,
spotted up.
dude.
So an
I really wanted to
ambitious
stay to
play
watch
by
it, but I
Nats.
can't.
And he did some
Why he
damage.
I think that's exactly why he did it. Oh, close angle. That's risky.
My fatherly
This
responsibilities,
is not the sort of guy
but
that you
dude, we
wanna
are
give
fucking trolling
opportunities
here.
to. Nats now turning it into a 1v2. The crossfire is still nasty. Realistically, when contact
Oh
is
my
made,
God,
there
the
should be
timing
a
on that.
swing, and while Kata doesn't give the chance for anything more. Another solid round from Kamek as well, back-to-back multi-frags as he now
Oh,
moves
nice.
up to the top of the
So
board.
who's today?
It literally is him and Panatek at the top of the moment.
They're doing it all.
Today's
And
NRG
when you look
FURIA
at
and
how
who
we've
else?
gotten here for Team Liquid, 3 out of 4 of the first rounds, mates. Like you said, we need that early success,
True.
and they are
Word.
most certainly finding it here. This is comfort for them as well.
I will
A map
definitely
that
try
they
tomorrow. The
chose
plan,
and a battleground that
the plan
seems to
tomorrow is to
favor
give my
them
kid a
from
bath
what
like
we've
around
seen so
3 or
far. For
4
Team Liquid,
Eastern.
A pause. Taking the time out here, and they're coming
KRU
into a
versus
round
SEN,
where they
dude,
don't
that's
have
sick
a lot
then.
of credits. They came in with 5 ultimates not long ago.
But yeah, my plan
no
is to give my
success
kid a bath a
found,
little
and they
bit
spent
earlier
those ultimates, the
than tonight, for
Bladestorm
example, because
used
today's at
before the
daycare.
Rolling Thunder, the
Yo,
Armageddon,
what's up, Patino? Long time.
Finding the reward that they needed.
But
I think it's worth noting as well.
after now tomorrow is the weekend, so he's not going to daycare. So I'll give him a bath in the afternoon, and then spend time with him before I start training.
On this side of the map, a lot of it came down to solid set plays.
I gotta
based
let the
around
boss know though, so that
and
we could ask her if
honest,
she.
it came down to Kamek having a fantastic game. Like each
could
time,
let me stream in
I think it
evening.
was the last 4 times, including their loss to G2. He
I
either
do
finished
agree
top in 3
that
matches in terms
with
of
the way
rating,
FURIA has
or
been playing,
he finished
they
second.
could definitely
So
get an
removing that
upset
as a piece of the
against
puzzle
NRG
for
this
this
week.
map, it's
Because they
gonna
look
be
pretty
difficult
decent
to
on
plug and
Lewis.
play, and I'll be honest,
And Tino, I do remember
Cyril
the name.
looks a little bit more jittery. Like I think some of the fights he's been taking, it looks
I definitely
like
do
he's been set
remember
up
the
to
name.
Succeed. Rolling Thunder in the last round gets absolutely
But
nothing for it.
I would be
Granted,
lying
but when he swung into that angle, there were 2 players holding him.
if I remember
This is
the
thing,
topics
and
we've been
the
talking
fact
about.
that
But I do
think
remember seeing your
Click
name.
was the only one really affected by the Rolling Thunder because it was quite early. Players were still out on long. So yes, he didn't win the fight, but also we look to the utility as potentially could have been used a little bit better. Or maybe we look to mates and say they avoided it very well, regardless of why that happened.
So
There's no
camera,
denying
stun,
that it did,
salvo.
and for Team Liquid, 3 rounds on the board. It was a good start with 3-1.
There's a
but now
salvo,
mates
but
have
it's a
full
neon,
control.
so she has to
They
run
have
away.
their
And now
hands
they
back.
know there's 3
They're
players out
firmly
here, so they
on
could
the
tempo
reins
towards
now.
the A site.
For the defensive side, not a big investment. Not a round we expect a lot. And the push coming in
Yo!
towards this A site. Mates
Coco
are
Pana,
running
thank you
right
so much
into
for
a
the sub.
mostly open site. The only danger
Thanks for
is spotted
continuously
now.
supporting
He's
my
able to get
OnlyFans.
out of there at least, and I mean, if he finds a
So,
kill, I am surprised.
Again,
and
chat,
perhaps
if you've missed this
perplexed.
series
Well
so
done by
far,
Zipan to deal with that.
this is what I
Looks like
commended
just
Gentlemates for.
across the board
On
going
Split,
well.
even though it was very one-sided. They have really good utility to scale on the map.
As well.
And they're doing a very good
in the
job
last
and
map
being
of
very meticulous on their angle
seemingly
theory.
dissipated. I said much more of a comfortable pick and maybe a few confidence skills coming up for Serial. It's unlikely to change the round, but
Wait.
I think maybe
What?
you should do.
Really? Use the ult there? Are you sure about that?
What are we doing?
Is that a misclick or just ego? I don't know. That seems mental. Maybe just doesn't like the ult, but he'd be the first.
Yeah,
Why the hell did he do that?
I'm really not
That
sure
looked like
the
me in a
logic
rank game.
behind using the ult there. I'm gonna
That
go
looked
with
like
it
me
was
and my
a
five
misclick,
stacks
but
with Brendan
I'm
and
sure it's
Mimi
possible. It
and
was just a
Dan Dryde and
confidence play as
Wyatt
well.
last week, where I'm just ulting
Yeah,
because I felt like it.
Activated it there. in the
We were
middle of
playing
the
Fracture, and every time we had a 4v1,
Definitely misclick. Okay, that's fine.
every time we had a 4v1,
That's-
I
if he looked happy about
I
using
ulted
it,
the
that would've
Armageddon.
been we would have to bring that up in the interview later on. 5-3. Gentlemates continue to put rounds up here on the attack side. And it's Team Liquid looking to hold on to the C
All right,
side.
sounds good,
as a
Atina.
lot of presence is sent this way early on for
Appreciate you,
Ulti
thank you.
being used by Kata. Committed as he's now got deep back site control and a Hunter's Fury out of Zipan. This is a lot
of that to
invested
kill
for
Nats.
Mates.
All of that to kill Nats,
And he's still going.
walks away.
Yeah.
You need to remove him from the setup. And to be honest, that is the main thing. You've got him out. He's not lurking, he's not hiding somewhere in there.
Spike planted.
When you look what's remaining for the retake, Panatek, no util. No
they're playing
paranoia.
on site with this Rolling Thunder,
Gonna be what-
and he's gonna miss it all.
Line timing here is going to be everything. They're going through at the same time, an even trade to start things out, but it seems like it's
All right,
eventually
ends up
gonna
being pretty
swing
good towards
into
the end.
attacker's favor. 2 remaining for that defense as they get
And
picked
Mini's not gonna
apart
miss.
one by one. This started off level, but the fact is mates are starting to run away with it now.
Obviously, when we switched to Kamek,
That's what he
you'd be
did?
A little bit
Misclick?
worried seeing the
Dude,
ult
what is
just
with
being held
people
in hand, but
misclicking
there
their
were
ults
2
today?
Teammates close, ready for that fight. He's close so that the ult doesn't
Click
hit his teammates,
and,
but still gets them. And the gamble a
Wallen,
lot
dude.
of the time is they're going to use utility. Who retakes through a smoke without using util? That's your sign. They're on their way. Ult fired through and worked well. But again, we go back to the start of the round. This is somewhere that there were a lot of ultimates for mates. Oh, wow. Especially after Click using his ulti by accident
Patty
at the end
Tex
of the
shit talking.
previous round. They came in and invested 3 ultis. That's a big ulti con dump, but it works out. It's an important round, a swing round perhaps, as Team Liquid invested their money, and now they don't have any.
Now we've got Camo with a hero rifle. Something to note as well, mentioned the pause from Goked. Correct me if I'm wrong. 3-1 down.
I think so.
Haven't lost a round since.
I don't like that Nats keeps checking his camera down over here.
Wisdom were from the coach.
This has to be a tell that he's
They
going
have
to play here or
definitely
here.
made a difference. Well,
Deploying drone.
this round at least, expectations incredibly low for Camo.
This is going to
He's
hard
either
clear. He
got
has to
to
hard
get
clear left.
enough
Oh my
kills
god,
to
he
be
still
close
kills
to
him.
his ult, or he's got to basically win it.
Oh my god,
It's
Nats.
going well for Nats, though. It's
Oh
like
my
you wanna
god,
get rid of
Kiko,
this guy
dude.
as soon as possible. Kiko gets one
What
as
else
well
can you
with the
do?
shotgun. And they have not got rid of Nats. That is, as said, in the last round, the goal was kill Nats. The goal is still kill Nats.
These guys are
And
pinned.
it ain't going well.
No,
He's
it's
picked
not.
up a third, the first two with a sheriff,
Well,
and now the recovered rifle.
there goes that plan.
Working wonders.
Goka's going, I said kill Nats.
Well, that strategy might have to be repeated in the next timeout. Finally, Nats will go down, but so does Kata with a pay save card. Thrifty. Team Liquid have broken that win streak on the other side. It was a
Not gonna lie, chat,
round in a row
eating
performance
keto's not
from
that
the
bad.
side of mates. They've tasted defeat.
My cauliflower
at long
mash
last,
is
and,
cauliflower,
after using up their ultis,
butter,
it's not like they have an easy fallback for
cheese.
those safety nets. The fact that Nats is able to get so much done here.
I made it a little bit
is
too salty. I
outrageous.
put too much salt in there.
I didn't realize he
but
recovered the rifle so quickly as well.
Overall,
immediately after the kill.
That was the thing. I think
Not bad.
Mini maybe overplayed it a little bit. Like, knew where he would be hiding off the back of that
And then
cannon,
my,
went to pre-fire it. And
Alfredo
just
sauce
quicker.
pasta was
That's
actually
the
really
thing,
good
that
too.
single gun completely changed the round. An aggressive start, solid stun.
The only thing though is that I'm getting like exploited for the price of Konjac. Because they're oh.
In fact,
I was gonna say I thought they were gonna win that one. Oh my god, they just won everywhere. Going back and forth here.
Catches out Nats. Now it's left all onto one, and while Mini is immediately called
What I was trying to say is,
bring the spike to me.
brain farted.
The ultimate rotating, and he goes
Oh yeah,
back in the other
Konjac
direction,
noodles.
just in case.
It's a root-based plant
spike is
that they turn
planted,
into
he'll
noodles.
realize that,
It's
yeah,
actually
this is the
fairly
other side of the
decent
map
to
that's
eat,
in play.
and
We
I
take
think
a
it's a
look.
nice little replacement as
Economy.
well as an Asian guy that
It's
likes to
decent
eat
for
like
the next round, but one player
vermicelli and
Nats
pho.
down to 400.
The consistency
and I
is
think
not the
that's got
same,
Kiko thinking
but
about carrying
it
this
still
weapon
it still
through
serves
the
its
drop.
purpose, so it's not too bad.
especially if he
The only
gets
thing
a
that
few
sucks
extra
is that
credits,
that's the
maybe an
most
outlaw,
expensive
like, you
thing
can just give that over to
so
Nats.
far
It's a
in my
perfectly
meals.
viable weapon for Nats
Because
to
one
play,
small
so
bag of
I
like the
think holding
Konjac
onto this
noodles
gun is
costs
gonna
you
be
like
ever
$5 Canadian.
important.
And it's only for like 400 grams.
Because looking.
So like one pouch is like good for
Called
2
out throughout the
servings.
match by his
Or
opponent, but
sorry,
he is now the
one pouch is
fragger
good
in
for
the
one
server.
serving
Removing this
because I
gun
was
would be
doing a
nice,
pouch of
but I think
servings,
it's such a
and it was for me and my
unexpected
wife.
angle to be
So
held, and, well, the rest of the
I
players a
bought
little
2
bit further
boxes,
away.
and within 2 meals, I've already spent
Going back to
$5
size. Got to be
or
careful. Well,
$10.
loses life right at the end. Big kill for Zipan. I think they may still scrape a bye together, but it's definitely not going to be quite as nice.
So
as
I
they
think
were
I'm gonna
prior.
have to like switch to something
there's
when I
gonna
do
be gaps
pasta or something
now.
like that to use zucchini for zucchini pasta.
I think, early fight.
Or sorry,
For that
spaghetti
defensive
squash
side,
is what I'm trying to
Camel's
get
able
to.
to land so
Or
much, and it
zucchini,
seems like this one's
zucchini
locked down. Serial's
spaghetti.
still on
Either
long,
or.
but Zip
You can use
goes
both.
swinging back through.
But I'm just very
And you
lazy
lose
to like
3
grade it
players
through as
on
well.
the other side of the map. You
So-
see 3 players there.
Yeah, it is. It
I
is
think maybe
very
you should
expensive.
rotate pretty quickly, but
But
that
yeah,
ends up
squash and
being
zucchini
Nats's
are definitely good
demise.
alternatives that I haven't really
7-4.
done yet.
Team Liquid
'cause I'm lazy.
behind by 3. A different face to mates. Armageddon used. Salvo sent through, and it's Kavik
Bro.
and Catacon. A huge performance from Team Liquid with
Bro.
early aggressive util on A, and they have sent Mini.
And how does
into
Kadavra
a
not get the
difficult
timing to
scenario,
fucking
a 1v5
TP
to
outside of the
pick up
Armageddon?
the spikes
He actually
down.
TP'd into it.
Right to the setup he normally runs. Like,
You're
we've
back, you have
actually
Wendy's?
seen
I'm
him
jealous.
Do that exact setup, and they've just fallen hook, line, and sinker for the exact
Make a
same
ratatouille?
thing.
Good
It is
idea.
very difficult to avoid, I'll say.
But
If
I don't
you're
really
set up
eat
outside
mouse.
A, it's a disgusting combination.
JK,
And while
that was a
Mini
dad joke.
Leading by example seems like an impossibility.
Yo,
and
what type of
in-zone
Wendy's burger did
flawless
you get,
to
Hugger
close out
Logic?
the half. It's close going into the second.
Yes, a better face from the side of Gentlemates.
Watch
They've
this
done
TP.
well to go in
I got
with
this,
the lead.
guys.
2
TP's right
rounds
into it.
Separate these 2 teams. We'll find out if map 3 is in our future after the break.
2 junior bacons, bacon in a fry. Dude, I'm jealous as fuck. So, Baconators and so when I used to do keto last time before COVID, my meals were going to McDonald's in the morning and get 3 sausage egg McMuffin with no bread. So it's just like the sausage and egg. egg. Sorry, but no bread, no egg. So I have sausage, egg, and cheese. I'll eat 3 of those, and then I had enough of egg at some point, and I just did the sausage and egg. And then I'd have a black coffee, and I would ask for them to give me butter. So then I would put butter in my coffee for butterproof coffee. And then I would go about my day because I'm not hungry, and then I work out. And then after my workout, I would go to Wendy's and get a Baconator, no ketchup, mayo and mustard, no bread, and a lettuce wrap. And that shit was so good. That shit melted me, man. Dude, I love carbs, but I need to lose weight, man, so I'm gonna sacrifice it for a bit. Dude, you're looking at an Asian that can't eat carbs. That's what I'm saying. Rice, vermicelli, pho, chow mein, like all that shit's so good.
It's time to find out if this is the last map of the night or if we're going the distance all the way to Ice Box.
I'll show you guys.
Choice is up to Gentlemates. They're leading by 2, but they need to win this map to have a shot at the series. Some good signs of life though in that first half. And for Team Liquid, look, we had a good start, 3-1 up. But Mates managed to sweep their way right back into the game. Do you think things are going to change for Liquid, though, now that they're on the attack?
Pre-COVID.
A lot of the big victories we've had from
I have to scroll down on this because this was like 2017.
A solid showing from Kamek and solid defensive halves, which obviously we had one of those, but unfortunately he's on the other team now. So
yeah, you can get your carbs in for sure.
On the attack because
if your CD or your calorie deficit is good enough, then you're gonna lose weight no matter what, right? But if you want to be healthy around it, you gotta count your macros.
And then aggressive
and I'm not saying keto is necessarily healthy because it's still under research and they still need to like prove numbers because you're still eating a lot of fat, right? It's a lot of fat, a lot of protein, 0 carbs. And that's only, I mean, look at this lurk. Should be a free kill from Camo. Actually, no, he's gonna die from the Omen. He's not gonna check and die from the Omen.
They're gonna try to use Camo when he springs that trap. It could be being watched by Kata. The timing here will be everything as the fight on the site. They've lost Kata. Now their back is wide open. They need to fight forward. Kamek, good for one.
Wait. Big fight coming out from Kamek and Serial.
The Spy can't run back, can't cross and move to C without going straight through Kamek.
Oh, nice. He crossed over with the TP.
Slip out with the TP, but that
now they got them both contained. I mean, Serial might die.
Oh
my god, he still gets zip up before he dies. Oh my god, I didn't know exactly what the last guy is. Now they could just plan for spawn.
It's not going to be easy, but it's possible.
With how he's been playing, definitely seems like his most comfortable map. Now should have the realization that.
But yeah, if you're gonna eat carbs on keto, for example, you're only allowed to have 20 grams of carbs net. That's the equivalent of 1 slice of bread.
Completely unknown, and Kiko actually watching the angle instead. It will be another pistol, and as we saw in the last map, sometimes winning both pistols isn't enough.
When did he start keto, Hawker Logic? Because you could definitely have keto flu where you lose a bit of energy in the very beginning. But once like the keto kicks in, the ketones kick in, you're still good.
I like the idea.
Oh, then I don't have the answer.
I love the fact that
because back when I was doing keto,
the
first time I was also training 4 times a week. So I definitely had energy because I was also raising the amount of weight that I was pushing and pulling week to week and hitting like crystal PRs every week on my deadlift, squats, and bench.
Luckily, they don't have to remember
while still losing a pound a day. My first month on keto, I lost 30 pounds.
4, in fact, with a Spectre. Team Liquid don't really want to be losing anyone.
By like 6 months, I lost 50.
That reality.
Because you do definitely plateau at some point. It gets a little bit slower. But the initial of it is you melt fairly quickly. At least for me, in my experience.
In position.
Like if I already lost 5 pounds in a month and I haven't added gym into my diet yet, then it's working in some way.
Still in play. Part of me does wonder if Mates just gets to a stage where it's okay, we don't want to just feed them orbs, we don't want to give them ultimates.
How do you substitute rice? Cauliflower rice.
Let's just try and hold on to
cauliflower rice, or just eat with broccoli. And just cauliflower without turning it into rice.
An extra gun drop to the deck. It's not
and then, like I said, konjac noodles.
The next kill would be a rifle if they could find one, but that's a lot easier said than done. And what at this stage, yeah, does actually have to run back in. Otherwise,
yeah, meat, eggs, and cheese. That was pretty much it. But look at the results,
Obviously,
chat.
Serial there just sidestepping the stone.
This was me in
causing a bit of issues,
2017.
But real potential for lasting damage.
This is what I look like now,
in that
even.
round. 2 and
Because
0
I've regained
start
all
in
my
the
weight.
half. Team Liquid
And then
find
this was
themselves
after like a year or two.
neck and neck. The investment from them, decent.
Yeah.
You look at that and you think
Actually, it was
Bulldogs,
after 8
especially
months.
going together,
Because it
it's
was
not going
going
to be
so
as
well.
much of a disadvantage as you might
Yeah,
think.
so I want to get back to that.
Gentlemates, that means they've got to be cautious in this
Look
round.
at how
Click
it's a
on the
thirst
Neos.
trap at the gym.
7 and 13. It's not the strongest to start,
You know?
but I think he might be looking to add up and tally up
Man
a
was
few
looking
more
good.
eliminations to the board. He's close in garage.
Your boy was
He's heard
looking
TP.
fucking
He's heard
like a
lots
snack.
of noise moving towards this B site. It's all about his timing. Oh, but he's paranoid. It's still good for one, but the trade so quick. And as they pull back into the angle, the close range weapons, well, they love that fight. They don't like that one, though.
Oh, Mini owns again.
Mini shutting them down.
Solid position. And while
Well
the
done.
second he's on an
Here's
angle,
another
that crosshair placement is pristine. Another round to add to the tally of, yep, that one comes down to Mini.
We're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good.
A lead taken. I do agree, though, that the issue with Click having a tougher game, obviously when you're diving into the sights on the attack, you can kind of forgive it, but he needs to pick up here because a passive Neon, I don't know if there's many of those. The one that springs to mind was, I think it was Defo back on Split. So it was a while ago.
Oh, yeah. We're
And then it was
running
just
back
him
the
like
years.
bouncing stuns to slow people down.
How long do you plan on staying on keto?
Initiator Neon.
I think until I
Support
reach
Neon. I'm not sure
the
it's
weight that
gonna
I want
catch
again.
on.
No, it shouldn't.
Because I think
Click's
once
gonna
I
be
hit
looking to
the
make
weight,
it catch on
I would
either.
feel a lot more
Zipman doesn't
motivated
get the
in
info, but
terms
still
of like
fires
mental
the
state
shock dart through, knowing
to want to
someone
be more
broke
consistent
is
at the
a
gym.
Laro. But Nats has gone down.
So I
and
probably
it was the peak into
flip
the
out
window.
to get
Now,
or flip
he's
it
gone
over
down.
to be able
No
to
control over your back. It's time to go
eat
forward.
carbs again, not too much, and still get
Pressure
oh
in.
nice.
I like that. Isolates the kill on the
Nice
dome,
kill from
blinded player,
Camo,
but
and
that
then
does give
unfortunately
Japan
couldn't get back on time because he got
to
re-hit by
regain his
Paranoia.
vision
Okay,
and
nice
take
hold
down
for
the majority of the squad.
Gentleman's towards the end.
Came in as
I was gonna
backup,
say like the
and this
counter
deadly
paranoia that came
duo
from
of
defense
initiators
hit him,
has
so he couldn't get the kill onto the
slaughtered Team
person in the
Liquid's
back of the
entry
side
into
at
the
default.
site.
Well, they've done a wonderful job.
But
After
isolating
initial
the
pick
target
as well,
on
you know,
whoever's
you
the
get
weaker
very
was
pigeonholed
actually
by
very,
that.
very nice.
You got to go forward because
And
if
that
you don't,
paranoia
they can
just
be coming behind
saved
you at any
Zipan
given
and
moment.
allows
You're
the
losing
Girlfriend to get a
players
double kill.
to having to secure your flank. And
You're so good coming. Let's go.
Very nice smoke assist.
as they go diving in, well, Gentlemates are all too ready to receive that.
What do I
party.
cast next this week?
9-7, 2-round gap.
Next week, I'm
Mates
casting one
climbing
day
back
and then
up. They
doing
lose the
Analyst Desk
pistol,
for
They
2
lose the
days.
follow-up, but since then, nothing but success. Now Liquid have got a
No,
lighter
next
buy.
week is in
Sheriffs,
Friday,
Stingers.
Saturday, Sunday of next week.
No ultimates to fall back on. Patatech maybe
I
have
don't
his,
have precast
realistically,
anxiety
this is
anymore.
just going to be a brute force
Maybe like the
round.
first
Looking to use the numbers, and if
game of the split or kickoff or
Notice I
something
thought
like that.
more shots hit than did. I think none
I
of
give
them.
myself a lot of pressure
robbed.
because I want to perform well, and then everything's
site.
chill, you know.
The main thing that can work.
Like for example,
in their
Sentinels
favour here
versus
is
100 Thieves
time
is like a high-profile game, but I wasn't
through
nervous
this.
casting it.
The cavalry has arrived alongside him.
I was
You can
very
see that the
pissed
only
casting
goal
it though
Liquid is to play up
because
close, and
the
I
100
think
Thieves
they've
really didn't
misread
have
how
any
far
ways of
forward
working
these
middle with their
players
top on attack,
Gentlemates have gone.
and they're
They
just
wanted
hitting a
the
brick
close
wall every
angle
fucking
onto
round
the
with no
spawn.
variation.
Patatech's
It
done
was
well.
annoying.
Kill, you don't really expect him to win.
One enemy
The rest of them are not going their way. Left all onto Nats. Quick and clean.
Yeah, that one, and also the
It's starting to feel
Leviathan
like things
MIBR,
well, heating
where
up
like
for
Lev won
Gentlemates,
8
but maybe
rounds
cooling
in a
down
row
as
on
they move to
attack, and
Icebox
not
next. Team Liquid,
not a single round was done. So
they want to have a say in that. If they want to stop it, it's in the coming round. See those blockades put up. But right now, everything's working. The A hit. There were some numbers there and quick rotations.
So yeah, those
coming in from the
games
B
are always
side
like
that
harder to
helped out. I know
cast.
it was Kamek who ended up picking up a double here on
I got a
C,
timeout
again,
here. Let's look at
showing
these
that
lists
they're
real quick,
more
chat.
than ready
These
to
weren't my
receive
real
a bit of
PRs
a
yet.
direct hit in that
I've
direction.
lifted heavier than
And that's
this.
going to leave Liquid scratching
But
their
this
heads. Where
was
can they take it? Call a timeout to
410
discuss
times
that as,
3.
like I said, with the economy being invested into
My
the next one.
my PR was
Gentlemates pushing
435.
11 if they win, facing into a lighter buy. It's do or die, more or less.
Yeah, I think also, similarly to the first half, it was a pause that
And
flipped
then
the script
my
for Goked and the squad,
squats.
but do we have the
This
same
was
from Lohan on the
all right,
other side?
395.
Can he bring
But
something to the table. They
my
come in with
my
Rolling
PR
Thunder
on
was gonna
squat
be helpful,
before
but
COVID was literally a week
Hunter's
before
Fury,
shutdown happened.
and actually almost
Was
every single ult coming online as long as
410.
Click's
No,
not gonna
415
accidentally use his
pounds.
before.
So I want to
really
try to
has
beat
the,
that.
the value, but to be honest, at this stage,
So we'll get back to it.
round or two
Losing weight gave me the motivation to just start owning at the gym. So I hope to get back to around that 200 and get my motivation to get back into
definitely being a little bit quieter, as said.
Chat, I'll be right back, okay? I just gotta help the wife a bit.
Performer on Haven.
She's calling me for something, so I'm gonna go upstairs and help her real quick, and I'll be right back.
It's not always gonna happen that your youngster making his debut is gonna do as well as someone like Sibo, who just happened to have like one of the best performances we've ever seen. That's not the expectation. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. Especially when Serial is literally just plug and play at the moment.
Oh, we talk about the passive Neon. We're not going to see it from Click, thankfully. It is that aggressive hold, but there's a trap waiting for him. Look, Elite, if he keeps pushing forward, he'll get that information. Thing is, you know, usually when you push through that point, you're already committing to the deep control.
Locating targets.
So they won't know about that trap late into the round. The drone sends him flying backwards, and that's just causing a bit of an eyesore, popping up that cage so they don't know what's going on. They can't see the play at hand. The B site threatened, but also spotted out. I think they were just trying to fill in the space, hoping that there would be an overreaction to C, but that hasn't occurred.
Again, like Gentlemates have been fairly happy with their positions. I think as well, when you have that Hunter's Fury available, you know that you can buy yourself time. Like, you don't have to overcommit to these fights. Like, you saw there was a moment Zipan gets a tag with the drone. He could have used it just for that kill. That's not the goal. The goal is delay. The goal is to make sure that no plants are easy. This battle going to be an interesting one. Is it read by Nats? We've seen this position, but on the other side, back in the cam, knows there's still a guy there. Stun comes through, just looks to try and clear him out. That's wonderful. And then the Hunter's Fury used as well. 20 seconds of the move is made, and that kill was everything for Kiko. The time is going to be rough just to try and get back in. A solid stun might even close this one out.
And they're ready. Everybody's here. Aftershock in, and Zipan swinging with support. Gentlemates make that one look easy with 4 players left alive and a gap of 4 rounds. Team Liquid put their credits into that one. So now they're going to come in with very much.
Sorry, so my wife,
whether they put it all on the line
she's from Vietnam, right? So she doesn't really speak French or English.
You don't want them to push up to 12.
But she still wants to do stuff for Daniel, my kid. Or kid, rather.
You're not likely to win with the deeper investment in this one anyways.
I think the thing in this round is, like, Liquid have the expectation of aggression. They were correct. They forced that aggression back, but the fact is it still felt like that they were the ones running out of time. They were the ones pushing the clock, and Gentlemates look calm and even confident at this stage. They are swinging for battles and brawls versus pistols.
But yeah, sorry. My wife comes from Vietnam and she's still learning French and English out over here, right? So she's
his ult will give them information, but what does that
not necessarily culture shock, but you know, she's trying to catch up to it. But she wants to do stuff for her kid who, you know, is born here, is 1 year old, and he's doing daycare and English and French and speaks Vietnamese at home.
Crazy over rotation.
So she wants to create. Oh my God! How does Kiko get openings like this?
As a result, rifle recovered. And mates, they might not over-rotate,
wait,
but
Zipan's
both
gonna win
players
this, though.
dying on B leaves a
oh, never mind. He just jumps out in the open for no reason.
Well, he was surrounded, but it was a 1v1
so yeah.
that he lost the
yes, he's a little trilingual baby, or he will be, just like me.
But
my wife wants to try to do stuff for him so that he could like learn and grow and stuff like that too. But she wants to teach him in English and French. So she's using AI to like just learn how she could make like nursery songs based on like what she wants to tell him and teach him and stuff like that too. So I respect it. It's hard. It's such a hard debate these days with AI being available and
Gentlemates have clearly had enough time.
You know, some people like it, some people don't like it.
Like, when they have
I think right now I'm for what she does because it's for her kid. It's not for like monetary purposes. So it's good. But also, at the end of the day, kind of just have to start adapting with it as well. Because even if we're not going to use it, other people will. And at some point, it's just going to take over everything until there's real regulation around it.
To get that round away, but that's the thing. Early fights go fantastically, but then there's just almost this boisterous attitude of, yeah, let's swing it again, let's fight it again.
Exactly. Eventually, it's going to get embraced. Might as well
against a pistol. That's
try to keep up with the times now.
You lose the round, and then Zipan, I think there's just a domino effect. Like, I can't stay here.
Already, iPads and stuff are being implemented in school systems, right? So like if you're keeping your kids or whatever from like growing and learning with iPads and stuff like that too, and they're going to use it at school, you're kind of like falling behind.
They have very much paid the price. 3 rounds in it for
I think it was very similar to us, like growing up and not being around the internet. And the internet first started, you kind of just have to embrace it and go with it, you know.
Meanwhile, Kamek with Rolling Thunder could look to recover late round. Click on the push-up. I didn't like the short push last round, but this space will be vital in the late round, allowing them to have these rotations. Breach leaving A, moving closer to that B side. He'll be ready with a stun in hand. It's Mini alongside Kata with a huge
Mini's playing it
opportunity here, and the swing is good, but
not good. I was gonna say Mini's in a good spot over here because what he's trying to do with this trip and his camera is that he's hoping that the Omen's gonna smoke this, and it's still gonna be in a good spot potentially to even spray with a Vandal. The thing is, I would have preferred to see him spray with a Phantom, so he doesn't fully give his position
but
away.
if he was just 2 steps further ahead.
One of the worst things.
Oh man, what's that?
But they went for a nice double swing. They just didn't expect 4 players to
If
swing
he
against
was
them.
literally ahead of him, spikes on the ground, and there's 3 players having to run back towards you.
Yeah, and that's carried from the dash.
The dash is just bait. They were very ready for some tricky positions. Camo willing to sacrifice himself. Wasn't even needed. Oh, for Click. It comes down to the same scenario as the prior round. They do have credits. Like they could risk it. He could try and do some damage. Even has his ultimate
Chat, this kind of feels like Fnatic and
but realistically, just wanting to make sure that they're not going to get into
Fnatic and Na'Vi all over again.
Issues. But that
One-sided
again,
first
it feels
map,
at times
second
a little
map.
bit
You're starting to see a comeback from the other team, and 13-11.
Very much rolling now for Team Liquid. It's
They're gonna lose this map.
Picking up mass, and for mates, they'll really.
I mean, they are taking attack side of Haven right now, and they're starting to figure out
Gentlemen away
Gentlemates.
from Hunter's Fury, but Team Liquid finding all this success. Again, early
Gentlemates have been
control
finding
from
like
Mates
pretty
was good.
decent
They
results,
got
being
Obey
a little
long.
bit
They
more
had
aggressive.
themselves a lot of information. The rotations were in the
At the
right
beginning of these
spot. The
rounds.
stun was in, I think, a little deep, but other than that, not much negative to report home about. Not sure if that was worth stepping out for. It's late in the game, but they've got plenty of money to back up into. It's just, you know, that those things have an effect as time goes on.
The reason they want to keep those credits so good is because they're going to invest into an operator. I definitely think that this can be a game changer. Just think about how slow at times this Liquid roster have been playing, like almost trying to play a game of
We have
cat and
Hunter's
mouse,
Fury?
bait them
No, we have Armageddon. I forgot we don't play
positions while having an operator just lock down half of the
we don't
map
play a Silva here.
could be very helpful indeed.
And also seeing that the
They might try to Armageddon push out of this way or push out of this way.
Finding value in the late round pushes, but if he can hold that information passive on A,
Thing is, this
they can
position right
rotate
here from
in, and again, be much
Kadabra is
heavier
huge.
stacked up
So
bells
they
for
are
putting the
Armagedding
play
that
for Team
way,
Liquid. It's towards
but
the
this is not being
C-side.
cleared.
Pressure put onto a player like Mini, but he
so
delivers
fucked.
every time under this pressure. Kata, having snuck in along, was in a good
But Kiko TV'd backside and still gets 2 kills. They kind of left. Oh no, Nats with the lurk too. Dude, they left Patatek hanging, yet they kill everybody else all over the rest of the fucking map, dude.
Ideal, but he has the ult if he
What are we
wants to.
doing?
Just could have grabbed it. Yeah, stuck down. He's on the defensive side, so you're not going to need the spike. All right, then what I'm talking about.
He's trying to protect the
I want
spike.
mates to
Oh
be
wait,
back on
big
the attack,
paranoia.
Tom. It was a much
Never
better
mind.
side for them, but jeez, it's not going well now.
Never mind.
That early pick, that aggression from Kata, the fact that Mini is there to pick up side pick, avoid the ultimate from Serial. They get spike, they get control, but Kiko being able to sneak into this position is outrageous.
I mean, those 2 shots are kind of clean though.
Yeah, exactly.
Kiko clean on 2 kills, Nats clean on 2 kills. Those technically should have been traded, but I mean, you're still playing against Nats and Kiko.
It must have been around the timing of that Armageddon. You're so focused on getting out of the way that he's taken that spot on the back of the site, and that caused them so many issues. And then, of course, he is the show, and Nats, well, that's the nail in the coffin. That's the guy behind to stab you in the back every single time. I said he had a quiet
I'm not
first
sure who the
half.
mates coach
I think
is.
they did well to sort of get
I don't think
him
I've
out
heard
of
about them
position
before.
a lot of the time. Still had a round of 2,
Let's
of
see.
course. That's got to be a tough one to lose, a frustrating one. Again,
I know
early
about
advantages,
GT, but I
early
don't know
setup
about the head coach.
looked
Oh
great.
wait, it's Goked.
But
I know
that's
I know
the problem.
Goked.
There's always a but. There's always been this turnaround. 3 in a row
Goked was
now for
coaching
Team
for
Liquid.
Leviathan before
Seeing
Itopata took
diminishing
over.
returns for Gentlemates. A chance to go to map 3.
Oh yeah, that
but-
is Goked over here.
Oh, they're gonna need
I just didn't know who
pulse
this
to be
guy
effective.
was.
Last one was.
The big investment as well from the operator, it being on the other side of the map here, certainly doesn't
Okay,
play
so
into their hands.
you know what?
Now they don't
Props.
have that choice.
Now I
I
understand
think
why
they
like
could
the
have gone for
util on
glass
their
cannon.
scaling on attack is so good.
It's gonna be on the other side.
Because I almost feel that. Oh no, I almost feel. I really feel that Goked was able to do that for Leviathan well last year or 2 years ago. This year to face relegation, yeah.
Team Liquid.
Them and
Play it,
Apex.
Storm. Give him a chance.
Oh, wait, maybe at the beginning of the round?
But yeah, no, I mean, Mates had that setup on
It's
C.
starting to become
They
very
had the
cold,
aggression,
chat.
They had
I'm
the
like,
spike, it didn't work out. Now for Liquid,
trying really hard
going
not to
right
waste
back
the
to
food to
C side,
finish it, but
feeling perhaps
yeah.
like there's some blood in the
It's like up
water,
to here now,
but
full
Mini
up to here.
is holding strong. This guy's been delivering every time they need him, and he does with a double.
Yeah, because
in comes Click, ult activated.
after the first
Information
year,
there for him as well. He's trying to force the fight with very low HP.
you kind of have to blame G2 for
Looked
it.
like a good decision until Patatek piped. Team
You have to
Liquid,
blame G2's success
11,
as to
the
why
comeback,
things
it
have
seemed
changed
possible,
already.
but far out of reach
But
for a
it was
while,
supposed
but
to
with
be
4 in a row,
every 2 years.
the shoes on the
The
other foot, and
the
Mates,
Ascension team would
they're
go down,
stalling.
and then you just reset,
If-
right?
if
But
saying is a
because
hero
G2
rides
has
on a
made
horse and
has
knight
made
in
it so
shining
far
armor, well,
and made it to champs as well, they had to change the rules. There's no way that G2 being as successful for 2 years in a row should get relegated after playing so well for 2 years. So now, that's what they're saying. Now every Ascension team that makes it up to partnership is only in for a year, unless you make top 8 champs. Or sorry, unless you make champs rather. If you make champs, you're guaranteed a spot for next year. If you get top 8 of a split 2, then you go into relegation promotion where you play against the Ascension teams to try to save your
You're not
spot.
out of it yet, but it's got to start to dawn on you.
So right now, if Mates or Apex or bottom 8, then I think they're odd or bottom. Yeah, bottom 8 to sorry.
Oh, he's pushed out by
bottom
the
4.
salvos,
If they're
and
8 to
that's
12
ready
in
and
their
waiting,
region,
but
apparently you're
Mini
auto relegated.
Steps in to fill the space with Kata.
Yeah, 2G
kills
are
and
just
the
fucked.
advantage
There's just
back
no
for
way.
them. Kamek there for a double, and it's Kiko. 1v3. He's picked up the first of the 1v4. And has some space
There's
towards
no way
the A
he's
side.
ripping this.
Perhaps a
They have
plan
Trip
from this
here, they have camera
situation,
watching
and,
this.
I mean, even then, though,
They'll have
everyone
good
wants a
information
pick.
on pulse plan no matter what
Make
here.
this look doable.
Planning albeit doesn't leave you with a lot, even just in terms of where to go.
Or at least he knows the Trip's there, but he doesn't want to break it.
Parts of the map
So he'll
are
walk
clear
around.
because he's still
That's
having
very,
the
very smart.
expectation, Like Zipan has been late on A.
Now you can play
almost every
Gong and
single
Paranoia
round
on
now.
tap. The
Place
only
he
thing that sucks
smoked
though,
is
I was
the
gonna say,
place
is
that they're
Kadabra
looking
has
to push
smoke.
through.
Wait,
Other
he
side
smoked
has been
C-Link!
Smoked off, maybe.
Wait, he smoked
Considering
C-Link! The Paranoia's gonna
where
hit
they are,
both of
he's
them!
heard the steps. Now,
Okay, he's got
Link's give
second
the game
smoke,
away
thank
for
God.
One of the players, Spam doesn't connect and has to be careful. There's
I was
an
gonna
eye
say,
still in the
like,
middle.
bro, he only had one
Took a little
smoke,
bit of
and he
time,
just
but
used it for
Mates
C-Link,
got
and then
there in the
somehow
end.
has second
They
smoke
are
already.
On map point.
Especially losing that pick towards Garage. The quick decision from Mini and Canada go right back in. Paranoia burned up, and for great reward with Serial trying to send in utility to help his teammates. And obviously the slow creep up through B just meets a player holding back sight, and you're looking the wrong way in traffic.
And thankfully they have enough
This is
money
the
for last
Mates
round.
needed.
They don't want to buy an
Guaranteed in
op. They don't have
overtime
money for an
at
op.
least. But Team Liquid, well, they've won 4 in a
Big
row
ult
just
here.
before that. Perhaps that was a hiccup.
Is he gonna try to ult spawn?
I'll find them.
It's for Mates to close out.
He's
and I
already
think
looking
Click
at
is
it.
going for another
I think he's gonna ult here, right?
aggressive start, straight down middle.
Okay, never mind. It was just look
Certainly
at smoke.
starting with the right posture, and yeah, indeed, they're going to creep their way through.
Game to play. That's twice.
Wait, the drone missed.
That's just had a pop. Steps being
Oh my
heard,
God,
but
Cyril's-
Serial's waiting for
Did
it.
they fake?
I don't
Did
think
they
that was
fake
an
the run?
intentional bait, but it is a bait. And
I
Camo's
think they
now
faked the
found
run
that
so he
solo
watches
man.
the angle and gets the
They've
pick.
known this as well. Zipan has been holding onto that A site unless
It has
there's
to
been a
be
push.
accidental, right?
with
It has
no
to be accidental.
Ultimates other than well, the
Where did
front
Kamek
shadows
live
and
again?
even that's
I
gonna
think he
get
got. I
dissipated. Mini
actually
was
think he
one
got
who's been a
benched
hero, but he could do
so
no
that they could
more.
bring in
And it is Kamek versus his former squad
Serial.
to try and fight versus the lot of
I don't think it has anything to do with his performance or anything. I just want to get Serial in.
Otherwise, overtime is coming, and I'll be honest, I think it is.
Oh, Kiko even gets hit by the Rolling Thunder just to buy them that extra time. Kamek, he's got a shorty.
Is he going for a knife?
waiting
He's
around
going
the
for a
corner.
knife.
Oh,
I
no.
guarantee it. I guarantee. This is literally Panatek just trolling. He's shouting at him across the stage. Oh my God. There is some real bite to this matchup. Panatek wants this. I wouldn't be surprised if Kamek wants it just as much.
And I'm sure for gentlemen,
I don't know if this trash talk is like real or not,
very
but
close to
if
bringing
it
us
is,
to
maybe that's the
Icebox, but
reason
now
why
it's
Kamek's
been
not in a
snatched
team
out of
anymore.
their
Maybe
hands.
some
It's difficult to
some
bounce back
internal
from
plan
these. I mean, we've
turmoil
seen it
is what I like to call
yesterday with
ICT.
Koi. It looked
between
like it was their game to lose,
between
and then it was.
Kamek and
I'd love to
Paditech.
see
I lost alive again. That's it. Oh, I genuinely, I would love to just sit, watch this game, and listen to Paditech comms just the whole time. I wouldn't. I think that's the most.
He was going crazy too. I don't know, man. Like his walls, his walls of Sage on Fracture was a little bit trolly. Outside of that, though, quite good.
Somewhere the producer going, no, we can't do that.
All right, we're into our OT. Team Liquid seem to have built up a lot of momentum for Gentlemates. Back to the attack. This time, Kata is on the attack, right?
We're playing the worst agent in the game.
I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, we'll think about it. We'll come back to that.
I'll tell you next.
Nah, Sage
Hold on,
owns.
we've
Am I
got
staying
our
for
stats
Americas?
guy,
Nah,
Hog,
Flippy.
looking into it.
I might have to
Find
go
out
pick up
soon.
the kid in like an hour or so.
Movement towards
So
the A
unfortunately
site,
not.
but 2 players left back on B. They're going to
I'm gonna
steal that space
pick up the
out
kid
from
and then
under Team
spend time
Liquid
with him
while
so
applying all this
that
pressure. That'll be the spike
the
going
wife
back in the
could
other
cook.
direction, and this is a great read
I gotta
from
go
the
back
attack
and stuff
on
like
where
that too.
Liquid
Hopefully
have been
I'll be
leaving
back
those
on time for the
gaps.
second
He
series,
loses
but
the fight as well. Finally,
possibly
with
not.
the opening pick, and that should get them
Possibly
a plant.
not. So I'm gonna send you guys over to Mimi after.
Serial now has to deal with the same fate potentially.
Bring him
Nice
on
shot.
stream and watch Americas with all of us.
Yeah, but it's whether or not
That could be a
Kata
plan.
actually swings first and actually gets the info, but Kata is there.
That could be a plan.
That's why the TP again. Kiko seems to get so much space.
But
from
he's not
absolutely nothing
he's
but
not
it's
very
Zipan.
patient
2 quick kills
in
through
my
the
arms.
smoke and only
So
Camo standing.
he's gonna
He'll
watch
go
it for a
down.
bit and then get super bored. Has he played Valorant yet? Nah,
It's
he's
nicely
won.
done. Like I said, what a read from mates after it being a little break for them over on the attack side. They figure B.
But that could be a good idea. But when I go pick him up, I have to stop by the dollar store
an attacking side from
to
them
buy
previously that
something
was
for the wife.
much more direct.
So it might take a bit before I head back. So if anything, I could keep the stream up, but I'll be AFK for like, I'd like to say 45 minutes, an hour.
That's the first
Not a
time
tech
in
pause.
it's been a long while we've seen Click get a kill. He's been quiet. I remember him being 10
Not a
and
tech
16.
pause at
Now he's 11
this
and
time of
21.
day.
So it's been a slow start, but finding
Where's
that value,
my-
getting the space, finding the pick, this is what we needed to see.
Where's my one-up
I was gonna
puzzle?
say, do we call it a slow start?
TikTok
in round
live.
number 26.
Is it not
I
here?
guess it depends how long it goes. And
Hey,
that's
Baby
the
Shrek
thing.
on the second monitor?
Realistically,
I kind
though,
of could.
this is
It's
all
just
that
that
matters at this point. They can get this round over the line. Go into.
He wants it with the audio. If he gets it with the audio, you guys are just gonna hear like Baby Einstein and
As said,
Baby
though,
Shark
obviously his
over a
icebox has
game.
been added back into the pool.
I'm not sure if you want that.
Don't know much of what to expect.
We'll
the
see,
only
we'll
thing I'll
see.
say I definitely expect is
We'll see.
Stats is quite
We'll
good
try it,
icebox.
right? So the plan is we'll pick him up and come back.
Seen many
But
clips.
then
Many
if
clips.
if
one
like
or
he
two.
becomes
13-0 to
uncontrollable,
team or two.
then I'll
I'm
raid you
glad
guys over to
he
Mimi.
guessed the
Is that a good plan?
From the commentary and the video Liquid put out. That made me so happy to see that that moment was as special to him as it was to
As
all
long
of
as
us
you
at home.
watch Baby Shark 2, yeah, I could maybe do that. I could maybe do that.
Icebox now, but
Yeah,
I'm sure for
Please.
Liquid
Let's do this
themselves,
while
they're
we
probably
wait.
sat there going, I'd rather not actually. Of course, for any Liquid fans out there, how are the heart palpitations? Another year? Another year?
Day at the office.
More stress? It's always relaxing. It must be so relaxing being a Liquid fan, but just remember, could be worse. Could be a Na'Vi fan.
Oh,
That's a stressful life.
that's a fresh burn as
stressful
well.
life. Is it? It's been stressful for the last few years. Oh god.
I've got a update down the bottom. A player has reported a hardware issue. We should be
Hardware
resuming
issue.
fairly shortly. Gives them
7-7.
a moment to stew in it again. You know, this isn't a situation where they can talk over the tactics. You got to stay silent during the technical pauses. But just to reflect on how
Could
some of
be
these
here
rounds
still.
have been going individually, and I think for this defensive side, coming, you know, they've just played that one round of OT, but they've had a lot of experience, fresh
But
experience on how this has been
If
running,
7-7
on how
has
Liquid
to
like
be
to
here,
approach
but
this
it had to
attack.
be
And I'm
Carotene
curious
7
to see
and
if we
8
are
here,
going
so
to get
never mind.
Click used for
For me
that
to be able
early
to put
aggression, because I think
to
that's been
confirm a
something
6
that
there.
we haven't seen that much of. Straight down C long,
7,
I think
8.
once A pushes have been
7,
here or
8, 7,
there.
8.
Unlikely we'll see the operator in play with the Neon, but who knows?
Are they clapping
Oh,
or
the
are we
Reds
back?
disappeared. That's what we like to see.
Boom.
It's time to get back into the game. The timer is ticking. And Gentlemates, one round away from bringing us to a decider on Icebox. For Team Liquid, right back to success on the attack. That's what they're hoping for. Another OT and a 2-0 closer.
Got potential experience diff, only slightly though. A lot of players that have been around the
So they're
block
trying to
once
use
or
double
twice.
initiator
The
to
same
sell a
battle
fake
we've
around
seen it
here and then
many
block
a time.
contact into
Zipan
A, but they just got
looking
spotted by
for the fight,
Zipan.
but swinging out to the
Zipan
fight. Will go down because of
overextends.
it. And as said, a lot of the time he has been that solo A-hold.
I love
The thing
this
is,
walk
though,
down mid, though.
mates are not just sitting
They're
pretty,
closing
they are
onto these
walking
two
up mid.
initiators. These guys are fucked.
Taking the space a few times.
But the timing
It's
is,
not always
oh, the
successful.
re-clear on
Often
window.
Team
They're
Liquid
so
were ready
fucked.
for it, waiting for it, but a player deep in window, not on their radar. 3 versus 4, and steps heard towards the A site. Guess who's holding down strong here? Mini's been on C, but he swapped it up.
Mini's
and
gonna
now
win this.
They don't know what they're running
Yeah,
into.
Mini's
That
just
stun was
unstoppable.
beautiful,
Mini's so
and Mini's
good.
in with the double. Gentlemates fighting tooth and nail for this map. And
All right,
they've
they make
got
it to map 4. 3,
Thanks
let's
to
go.
Mini for that
Thanks to
accolade.
Mini again.
14 to 12. We'll go all the way to Icebox.
It's been a
Okay, let's try to
close one.
solve
It's
this
been
real
back
quick.
and forth, even a streak of rounds from Liquid to try and bring it back, but we go for another. It will end on Icebox after the break.
So 5 and 5 is guaranteed one of these two.
I'm so good! Let's go, guys! Let's go! This game's on me! Let's go! Let's go, bro. You have the goal. Let's go, Mini. I have them in my pocket. I have them in my pocket, guys.
I have them in my pocket. Oh, wait, hold on. We have guaranteed 7 and 8 over here. Because you can't use 7 and 8 here, so 5 is not going to be here. 5 is going to be here.
They are so ugly, bro.
7, 8, 1, 4. This is 4. This is 1. This is 4. This is 1. This is 3. Oh, sorry. This is 3. This is... sorry. This is 4. This is 3. So I can remove this 3. 2. So 2 is here. 3, 1. 7, 8, 5. So this is 8 over here. 3, 5. 5, 8.
Bull gives you
This is 5, 8, 5, 8.
wings.
7, 8, 7, 8. This is 1 cannot be here. 1, so 1 is here. I remove this one. 3, 5. 3 is here. 5 is here. So then 7. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. 5, 8, 6. 722. Yeah, I'm pretty slow on this one. Yo, what's up, Faded? How's it going, brother? Yo, chat. Give me a quick hello here to Faded, head coach of Vitality. Yo, likewise, bro. How's Europe been? How's Berlin been? How's the competition been? Yo, what's up, Ginny? I'll give you a little VIP, Faded. Bro, Faded. Faded, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean that Berlin's is hard to getting used to? Weather and food? Bro, you can have doner everywhere. You can have doner everywhere in Berlin, which is freaking awesome. There is actually no chi-chis. That definitely sucks. That definitely sucks. You just had a donor box? That's what I'm saying, dude. Doner's so good. And also, Daddy, you're in freaking Berlin, bro. Can you imagine the amount of after-hour nightclubs, dark room techno places you could go to right now? But you are right. Yeah, it's true. You're a Valorant coach. You don't have fucking time. 1, there's that. And then 2, weather in Berlin, or sorry, weather in California is definitely better than it is in Berlin. But if you come from Montreal or Canada like me, then Berlin's in a good spot. And you probably had the Christmas market. I don't know if you had a chance to like hang out in the Christmas market, bro. But no, not having a chi-chis is definitely a rough one. But dude, I hope you guys can make it to Toronto. Hopefully you guys qualify. Hopefully I get picked as well to cast. And if that's the case, then we'll fucking find our own chi-chis in Toronto and have a good time. Yeah, dude. If it happens, me and Dre, will hit the town. Just the night before Vitality game.
What a response from Gentlemates. They take us to map 3 in this best of 3.
I'm not sure yet, Ginny. I'm not sure if I'm picked to go cast yet. I'll find out probably in a couple of weeks if I go or not.
Good job, guys.
About that, only if you vote for the other team. Hold on, let's see. Did I vote against you guys? I'll do my own. Like I didn't write it out. I didn't do predictions for last week. But I definitely did not have you guys lose to John X. I definitely did not have you guys lose to GX. You're supposed to go with boys? Nice. Nice. All right, sounds good, Gina. I'll let you know. So only applies to TSM? Yeah, pretty much. Dude, not gonna lie, man. North America was fucking tough to predict in challengers.
Yeah, and
it's so hard to predict in challengers. There's just so many good teams.
Team Liquid did win both of the pistols,
but bro,
they did have good starts of the round.
Sivo, did you scout him, or how did you guys find Sivo?
In those post plants, because we were seeing it round after round, those attacking rounds and in those rifle rounds, they were definitely
TSM fell flat in playoffs, but also because you had to play him for like fucking against Envy, you know, it's hard.
Yeah, I like the way that they
scouted from tier 2 French team. Yo, let's go.
Period going into OT, they seemed very calm.
Yo, let's be honest. There's this is a safe space between us. Plus, it's probably gonna live on a VOD somewhere, so it might get clipped. But was this a management decision? Because Vitality management was like, guys, if you're gonna make champs, we're gonna need at least one French player in our team.
Locking down was so difficult to access. Yes, the individual performance is definitely there.
It was on you, word.
For him. I want to know how he does also in the long run.
I just wanted the fans to be happy. Let's go. So you got the best out of the best of the rookies in France, so that you have somebody. You get more fans. You get more global and French fans. Let's go.
Such as Team Liquid, he has to be.
But there is a cool spot I like to go in Toronto. So if we all make it, we'll go there. It's called On Seoul. It's basically Americanized Korean food. So think about like a Philly cheesesteak, but with bulgogi steak as your meat. And then you could also have what they call the Lucy burger. So it's on a sandwich bun, but it's like Big Mac with bulgogi.
He's just, like I said, the perfect player
man, so good.
on this server. But
yeah, I'd never heard about Sivo before until you guys brought him in.
In the first half, there was something you wanted to point out.
Oh yeah,
there was definitely some people getting ready to probably like pitchfork you if Sivo did perform versus Trex.
Because we see this clash time and time again, and it was so nice to see.
So yeah, I'm happy for that.
With the Tejo ult and everything, the team.
How's
Yeah, it was really nice, and honestly, I was.
How's tier 1 versus tier 2, and how is also Europe versus North America in terms of
might have expected that play to come
like
from Team
getting
Liquid,
around and getting used to play
well,
styles and adapting to.
Let's be honest, being on
the receiving end is it much different than people say?
On the side of Team Liquid,
or
I'm glad that he's keeping his cool, and this to him.
Or European teams are slow and defaulty, as you say.
You know, he didn't have a bad performance on this map whatsoever, and it can commonly be, a little bit anxious.
Playstyle I'm thinking is really different. Interesting.
Just made an international event with them, so I think that he had such a great performance on Haven.
To me, I also want to circle back to.
I feel like in NA, if you were still coaching TSM. You probably just hear GMD go, I'm rage swinging, I'm rage swinging, I'm rage swinging, I'm rage swinging.
He wants to be the best
rage swing with me,
himself, the one that can make a team a winner. And if it's the breach that he's going to be,
I could definitely see that.
Map, I wonder.
I could definitely see MEA has more pace style
onto Icebox because of course, I mean we saw the breach yesterday, so I was like, oh, do we want to see that?
I very rarely say this. In fact, probably the only
I think Turkish teams play more like NA.
The battle stage of our region is. Kamik can play Sage here, and not just play Sage, he can shine on Sage here.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, now that we were thinking about the breach, Paditic being on the other side, he could be playing the KO, probably he's the best agent
like fucking
in his pool.
Balls to the walls.
Excited to see what the teams have been cooking up.
If you tell me Latam, I'm thinking like KRU and All Knights.
Any other player, I'd be like, no. Well, maybe Shade.
I can't think of Leviathan anymore because Leviathan's mainly not Latam anymore.
What about a Click Reina? Because he has played on Icebox before, but we expect the Jet.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we expect the Jet, but honestly, when I'm looking at Click, I just want him to be on whatever is
Is
most
it
comfortable
wrong
for him
to
at this
is it
point,
wrong to
because I've
think
not been impressed
then
with the
that it's
performance
more
we've seen from him so far? He
fundamental
may be having
driven
an off day. I'm
than
not entirely sure what it is, but yeah, he's not really
than
showing
like
up on the
chessboard
server
driven?
today.
And while we're in the theory craft part of this, we have to go back to the Nats and Serial.
Yeah.
What are
Oh,
they
yeah, let's
going
finish
to
this
do
as
in
we
this
go.
map? We have seen, and it's not absolutely crazy to think of a double
Okay, okay.
controller for Icebox, but I want to see
Okay.
if maybe they just you
That's
have an
fucking
easy
sick.
way out having the
By the way,
Viper
isn't it
and
like
the
midnight
Killjoy
for you right
and find
now?
a
Do
little
you guys
bit
have
of comfort
practice?
for both of
What's
them.
your
And
what's your
yeah,
schedule
if it
like
helps, Zero
in
has
EMEA
played
with the team?
Killjoy here, has played Jet here, has played Gecko here, and the Reina. I just want to quickly shout out Mini on the other side because he is the only player on this team that has never
9:30?
played
Bro,
Reina
it's still
on
early.
Icebox. Everyone else has.
For me, it's 9
Cannon has,
a.m.
Click has, Zipman has, Kata has. They all have at some point. So Mini,
still pure.
I salute. I salute
6 a.m. to 2 a.m.?
Mini for
That's why
keeping
he's
it normal.
Adrian.
Yeah, he's keeping
Oh
it
my
normal.
god, bro, that's insane.
But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, for Serial, maybe we see something a little bit more comfortable. I know he said he was comfortable on the
Wait,
new
you
agent,
would
but we
work
haven't
from
really
6
seen him
a.m.
be
to
able
2 a.m. with
actually,
TSM?
perform to his usual abilities.
And
Holy
I think
fuck.
like a lot of that is because it is a jump, right?
No
Going from
wonder-
tier
no
2 to
wonder
tier 1,
Vitality
and he was
picked you, dude.
dominating in VCL Spain, and he had a pretty
I think they
decent performance in his
understood your
outing
work ethic.
challenges recently as well. So I think that
Whereas
playing in
a lot
front
of
a live
people would probably be
audience,
like,
you know, getting used to
who
having
the fuck is
in-ears and
Faded?
everything,
when
you know, like,
when
it's
they
a new
picked you up as a
environment.
coach.
Had a tech yelling in your ear.
Exactly. Like these are all
To be
things
honest,
that he
if
needs
it
to
wasn't
get
for
comfortable with. So
Dre
it'll
and that night at
take him
Chi-Chi's,
a couple of
where we got to
series
talk
warm up to
about
that
like
stage, and I'm okay with
your
that.
approach to
Yeah,
the game
absolutely. And we've seen worse.
as a
We
TSM
have
coach and where you
definitely
came
seen
from,
worse. He's
I
playing,
probably would
as
have been
you
like
guys
the
were
masses
saying,
and be like, who the
new
fuck is Faded?
agents under new
Where the fuck does he
circumstances
come
and a
from?
new team.
What
There's
is his
still a lot
experience?
Of things. But I would, and also the most important thing is the pressure of being on the losing side of getting a map like Haven so close to getting that victory. To
Yeah,
getting
for
that
sure.
comeback
I
and
totally get
not
that.
being able
And I think at
to
the end of
close
the
it.
day
That's
is
something you have
also
to go
like
through,
the
as a team.
And I like that this is a middle ground.
I
for both
think,
teams, right? It's a new map. They both obviously.
I don't know
have
if your
something
your
prepped
your
for it.
mentality is
It's
similar
map
to mine,
3 as
Faded,
well. It's
but
where usually
I've
it's
always
also very
applied this to
window
me
domains
to
because
me
they
on
think
in
about
all aspects
obviously
of
they
what I
will
work
only
towards
get a
to.
championship point if they
Let's
are
say,
to
for
win.
example, when I
But
used to
even
work
getting
a
that map
corporate job like a
differential
9 to 5,
up,
and I
even
worked for
things
Philip
out,
Morris
you know, it's good
for
for
8 years,
Especially against
and then I worked for
contender like
Jewel
Team
for 2
Liquid,
years.
right? When we actually start to
I
look at this group,
always
it's probably one of the tougher
overcompensated.
matchups that they're going to have
Maybe a
within
little
this
bit less as a sales
It
rep,
is definitely going
but
to
at
be one
some
of the tougher
point
ones.
with
And let's take a look
Philip
at the
Morris,
agent
actually, I
select.
yapped the whole time, and we got to the agent select. So let's open this. But at
so
some
we are
point,
going to be seeing the double
I was
controller
working at
for
the head
this
office
side
of Philip
Team
Morris,
Liquid. Kiko
and
now
I had to
Serial just going
overcompensate because
on
I
that
didn't have
Killjoy,
a bachelor's
panicking
degree.
on the Tejo, and
So
Gamma on
I
the
have to
wailing
prove to
against
others that
Glenn.
I
Absolutely
didn't
love that we're going to
make
see
it to this
head-to-head.
point
So the agent will
because
remain on a
I'm just
0%
like
with
faking
rating
it till I
him.
make it, right? So I like anything that we have to work on, I do extra research around because I'm laser focused on at least what's relevant to what our goal is, you know. So to have people respect me from like managers that have master's degree or other bachelors or whatever, like I needed to overcompensate in that front in terms of understanding really what we're trying to work on and think outside of the box in order for myself to get respected. And I did get respected, which was great, and very similar to what I do in casting now. Like the amount of like Josh pretty much is doing it way more than me. But like the fact that I'm watching VODs nonstop, I'm studying the game, I'm listening to my casts, I'm trying to figure out like, I'm always putting myself in the shoes of like a player of a coach, trying to figure out like the idea behind the play, what seems to work or not. And then I overwork myself because I want to show to those that are, or to the pros, or to those that are higher ranked, that the rank doesn't matter, that I put a lot of thought into, or I put a lot of time into my research in order to be able to understand the game a little bit better.
Majority of the last few months, so I think that this is a good opportunity to see what he's.
Yeah, I did work for Philip Morris, dude. I worked for the Canadian division, so I worked for Rothmans, Benson and Hedges. So I was working on Marlboro, Benson and Hedges, Belmont, like a bunch of cigarettes.
Picture, but now both teams have pictures.
Yeah, exactly. If you're gonna take a step behind, you're just kind of fucked.
All Team Liquid
Just
will
kind of
start on
fucked.
the defensive side.
Interesting composition, by the way, from Team Liquid.
Hopefully I'll remember. As we move into round number 1, and the pistols are pulled in.
The fact that
full
they
effect.
have a
It's 4
Teho
ghosts.
only as single initiator
Gentlemates moving quickly
to try to
towards
get
this
value out of
A-site.
camo
Already ran into
is,
the
I
nav,
would
but
probably
that
think
won't
here
slow
at this
them
point, chat, that
Quickly
camo
filling in
needs
around
to
the
find ways
backside
to be a little bit more
Cancelled
self-sufficient.
utility, the alarm
And
bot,
in
no
general,
real danger, but Team Liquid are
TL is
taking
just
their
gonna fucking
time
play.
before going for this
TL is
engagement.
just gonna play
Stuck that
A-site
despite
fucking
going down to
simulator
1
every single
HP.
time.
They get the kills. I don't know what strat that is, but I need to note it down.
What a round so far from Zipan. We've definitely seen some of the individual brilliance.
Faded's time management is just basically not sleep.
I thought Kami was going to get the final kill. So be careful. It is still Nats, but up top, Canna was remaining in the site. Gentlemates are going to win themselves a pistol. I'll say, Mitch, winning pistols in this series has meant losing the map so far.
He's just gonna keep watching the game until he just passes
really
out.
Just trying to cancel each other out, I suppose, with this
Give me
one.
one sec, chat. I want to see here.
I think I'm going to have a breakdown.
It's just insane, no, that Kamek stuck that plan. After the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth shot, you know, eventually you think he goes, oh, they can see me. I should probably skedaddle. But his HP was gradually going down. And it looked like he went, they'll run out of ammo before they kill me.
Just trying to drop here.
Fair enough.
Probably trying to drone the lake through or something. I don't know.
Camo's face, and no surprises. Quite common in these sort of rounds that you will stack up that A-site.
So he's trying to play instant salvos, playing it from here, because I think the salvos will come from here. So he's trying to sell a fate that he's not playing on site, so the salvos don't come through the front. So he throws it from the top here, so they could 4-player stack on A site without Gentlemates thinking that it's a stronger stack on A.
He's being out-ratted at the moment.
Gentlemates have better weapons.
I think not long before that he was here, so he was like,
Yo, what's up, Toodly
literally
Yoodly? Welcome to the stream.
In the spawn at that point, so it's an interesting position indeed. That has sent Nats in the other
Sleep
direction.
is more important. It's something I learned this year, 100%.
So maybe he'll get to keep that.
That's what I learned from Casting Americas this year too. Like I actually have regular sleep instead of just watch VODs, because I have to prove to people that I know the game.
Cat is miles away, so he won't pick up any weapon that goes on the floor.
So yeah, getting a good routine that allows you to have a clear mind come game time is probably the biggest thing.
2-0 start.
Because the more you overwork yourself and not
for the next.
put yourself in a position where you're going to be refreshed when you need to, you're just going to burn out, dude. You're just going to burn out and crash.
Of the group. I think many have sort of argued that Group A is very stacked in terms of teams that have ended up with
Scrawny and Lunners are the homie.
Liquid, obviously, the team that made it to Masters, looking at the group they're in, probably expecting to have maybe
What is this on map 3? Gentlemates. It's GoTech.
That might be a little bit tougher, but the fact is, a loss here to Gentlemates would be a huge.
Like I said, chat, GoTech
for the mates to work
has done wonders with Leviathan. And I think you're starting to see like Gentlemates looking pretty good on util control.
Get yourself, I think, one match away from
scaling up on attack side.
Every win.
They have very strong attack sides.
It's gonna count.
Nice approaches.
Of course, for those Ascension teams, carries
Now
a little bit
he should
more
be
weight as well.
unsuppressed very
Nats
soon and get for the
stun
orb up
is
if you
good.
can.
He won't be able to swing out wide.
There it is. I love it.
That aggression from
So
Gentlemates. That's
with
at least one pick found for free, and Click
I was gonna say with
miles
Nats
away
eating
is
the knife and you go for alarm but nanoswarm is enough time for him to get snake bite and orb up to push them away. But unfortunately they got through this part and snuck through and killed them.
I can't believe he's won that.
This
in a
is
4v2.
not good defense by
Liquid are
TL.
gonna be kicking themselves.
Is he found a way?
Yeah, the Teho droning, and that's why I'm not against TL running solo initiator, because the Teho drone could still jump on this and get good passage of this, and it clears kind of like this side, and a jump scan allows you to clear top yellow too.
A little bit too quick off the
But
trigger.
dude, your sight hits are gonna look awful.
Nowhere to be seen. In fact, he's gonna get snuck up on by. Well, I want to say his nemesis in this way. That's what it feels like.
I'm so perplexed.
I feel like once we get into the attack side of TL, if on the B site, Gentlemates could break the drone right away, There's
refracting his
absolutely
way
no way
out,
that these
it's,
guys can take
it's
control.
caused issues.
Well, I mean,
And
they
Team
sort of
Liquid,
can,
they call a timeout here.
but like
Especially the fact that,
you need to
lose
some good
opening pick
protocols to clear the
Zipan.
back
It's
B over here.
unfortunate. He's hit a good shot. Click on the side was one thing, but that fight from
But I
Havoc
think that's
is
also why you're
insane
playing like
that he
double
wins
controller.
that. You know, if one of his teammates
Because you need your Omen to get some verticality with your Jet. Sorry, with your Waylay. So you could just use them both to like hit together. But you're gonna have one that's gonna TP in smokes. You're gonna have one that's gonna dash in smokes.
That's the second time actually.
Well, what's missing from TL's comp, in my eyes, is like pop flashes to get outside of the smoke to fight. Like, if you look at this comp, what do you have? Absolutely nothing.
Pros don't fake.
So I'm very intrigued of how this comp's gonna do an attack.
Early in this one, I think as well. You look back to Mates
Whilst
at
for this
kickoff,
side,
how they performed when they had early
it's
starts.
a similar
they ran
issue.
away with it. It was very
Whereas
much.
your
Either
Waylay
they
is not going to be able to dash
dominated or
into
got
smokes because you
dominated.
can't throw
Like, I think
smokes
back to the
anywhere.
Heritage series,
But
winning
at
a
least you
really
have
clean map,
pop
losing
flash.
an
You
even
could
cleaner map.
pop flashes. Sorry,
So
you could throw it
I think
behind.
making sure that
Pop flashes
momentum
you could
doesn't
throw
start to
in the
stick,
front so
'cause
she
more
gains
importantly,
space.
I wanna look back at
And
the
also
series
she
so
has to
far.
be very, like I said, self-sufficient. If you remember the Waylay from what we saw yesterday on a set, where you like kind of throw it through the windows and slow down your opponent, and then get a pick off that, that could be a good way for Click to like maximize on that, right?
Oh, absolutely.
But it has to be through off
I
like
think
obvious spots.
His absence has been felt as we've watched these rounds.
Like I wonder if you have a
unfold. Now,
lineup to,
Team
let's say
Liquid,
you throw
the
it
other
here, you
hand,
try to
their
land it here,
absence on the
you dash,
scoreboard
double
is
dash on this,
not
and you
likely
fight
to
to
be
take control of
corrected
top middle.
here. Pistols and weaker weapons.
Like there's some shit you can
invested
start
into
clicking
a
with
book
Waylay after
or
seeing
camo.
how self-sufficient the Waylay was on a
These
set
rounds
yesterday.
on Icebox, you really have to hope that they go running into you. And there's a chance. Spike's on the right side of the map, but Mates are showing.
Dude, you're
much more
putting me with
presence
Vapid and
towards
Sean
B.
Garris. Let's
Previously,
fucking
Nats
go,
was able
bro.
to push up and take
Thank you
a
for the
ton of
gas,
control,
dude. Mad respect.
In B main, but instead now there's two players
Much
holding
love,
around
Danny.
this
Thank
area.
you.
They've got the turret for mid as well, so keeping that control.
That reminds
and
me, as I
means
say,
keeping their
Danny,
options open
when I
for the
get
late
back
round.
to Americas on
Players
week 3
spotted
or
on
4,
back A.
I'm planning
Not gonna
to
convince
eat
them
with
to blitz B, but
to have
they've
dinner
already
with
made
the
the
other
call to
Danny,
switch in that direction.
Coach Fraud from MIBR. I haven't caught up with him since I went to Florida to stay at his place back in like 2012.
To at least clear the majority of the space, and while for Nats, it needed to be a miracle play.
Yeah, so you saw the pop flash double dash through, section this out. You can even get, like, the other thing too is like the KO is going to allow for you to have safer passage into this B side, especially if you're going to throw KO knife to clear out yellow.
Well, that Bucky gonna find it
So that's
real
why,
hard to
like,
get up close and
right now,
personal.
compositional
Still
wise,
that light speed online, the
I
double dash
prefer gentle
Camo
mates.
can use to close the distance.
Unless TL has something
Serial
that I
falling
don't
and the
know,
numbers thinning, it's not looking
but
good.
I
Kiko
don't
at
see how
least
these
lands
guys
the
are
one,
going to be able to
but
play retake.
5 HP. Oh,
Like you're
salvos
counting
are gonna
on,
be the end of him. He just stands inside.
you're counting on maybe
There was no other
lockdown,
choice,
hits,
really. A 4-0
flash.
start for Gentlemates. Icebox is looking like the map that they needed. This is a.
What are my thoughts on Waylay versus
You
Jet
said
Tail on this
we need
map?
to see them with a strong start.
I do
Doesn't
like
get
the
much
Waylay on
stronger than
this.
I
I think Waylay is so good at closing the gap.
Now just looking at the ultimates.
The speed she takes on gap
building up
closing, because
all as they go, but
I've
also on two very specific
played
players,
the coach stack
Zipan,
with
which
Josh
if I was
RT,
gonna try
and I've
synergize
played
two
Breach
ultimates
to try to
together,
support the Waylay
those are the
just to
two
test her out.
I am choosing.
But
You
like
can
the
slow
fault
down
lines
your
that I
opponents
get
and then
and the
nuke
gap
where
that
they
she
stand.
closes versus a
I wouldn't
Jet
be surprised if we see
is
something of the sort
way
going
too
into
good.
this A site.
Like if I'm able to knife a person over here and start suppressing a person to force them back with salvos, I can now double fucking dash at this part.
When the ult is used, just
Or
how
double
much
dash
space
here
this
and
can
here,
clear
and she cannot
towards
escape.
the A site, but Team Liquid are playing on the left side of site. They know
I know a
that
lot of
ult's
people
likely
think
to
that
come in
the
and
Jet
want to
op
avoid it completely.
is much better
Stealth
than
drone
the
rounding
the
corner,
Waylay op,
instantly destroyed.
but
For Mates,
I mean you
know
could
that
get
at least one
get
player is
onto
being
this
spotted.
generator
They're
spot
happy to just pump the brakes and see if Liquid
without
try
having
to,
to
fill back in
do
that space.
like an updraft. It's maybe hard for you to get this spot over here to be able to op.
It's a big space in terms of that ultimate. So if they have the salvos to clear that right side, I think a couple of those.
I think you
players
have
could
to
still
cook
get
with her
caught.
saturation a little
They're
bit
also
more.
gonna throw
Is it
out
saturate her
potentially
ability?
that drone as well from Zipan. They've held their utility. They still have the knife. They can use an awful lot. It seems like maybe just spotting a couple of players here, or a piece
You
of
think that most
utility
duelist
that
bar
they use,
Reyna
they
are
can
better
start
than
going
Waylay?
back in the other direction.
So,
be the deep position of the
I
Viper.
agree with Sliggy saying that Waylay is a secondary duelist.
Passive hold, and with
But
the Viper wall, you can get space towards the site. Zipan
when I saw Waylay come out, what I said, Waylay is going to be played by Jet players on Jet maps who can't play Yoru.
10 seconds though, just enough
Right?
for that
Because we're
plan
starting to
go
see,
down.
you know, a growth of Yoru on this map.
Hold back in the other direction.
But
Pat sent
Jet
in,
is
and
also very
Camo
good on this map still.
really taking the
And if you
space as
need like
refractor
the
fall back and won't need it.
like
The
you have the
triple kill
advantage
is
with
enough
the
to pull it
dashes,
across the line.
you have the
The
recall
first
that's
round
also
for
very
Team
good from her.
Liquid on the board.
Her ult is
do
very
wonder if
good
that's just a little bit of a
to
misstep.
for site takes and
Obviously,
retakes that we
new
saw.
agent, a new ultimate. I think they thought that went off much quicker than it actually did. Like, you see the swing, that's you expecting a player to be stunned, and well, I think it was only the last bullet that Nat shot, which was a headshot, that he was even remotely stunned for. Like, you can see, already swinging, then he
Oh my
gets
god,
hit,
he still gets a
hits
ding on her.
but
2
that's,
HP left, by the way.
just
But yeah,
a
you just
little
saw how
bit more
good that
patience,
ult is,
and that could have gone
right?
a very different way, but well played from Liquid, and more specifically, well played from Nats.
And just to continue with what I was trying to say here, the last thing with Waylay Saturate, if you're able to do, if you're starting to cook good lineups with her Saturate around Taeho Util,
And just enough for Team
Bro.
Liquid to put their first on the board.
now you slowed a person down, which is very similar to a tether, like a fade raise nade, or like a Taeho breach combo. Like you could fuck people up that way. Right? So you could Taeho and saturate, and even if they somehow get away while they're still saturated, you dash in to close the gap. So if you have good lineups, like I said, to like get rid of like these obvious positions, right? Back Jenny, top window, top screens, back yellow, top B.
That he could be through this wall. He definitely had to be close to be right-clicking the flash in. And they're checking it, aware of it, and Camo finds the kill as a result.
Even if you wall this up over here, and I just throw one saturate and I dash into heaven, I automatically take over above B site control. Jet smokes are definitely underrated. That's the downfall of it for sure. But the thing is, chat, you have to think about it. How many times would you actually need a smoke for your Jet to dash in on a map like Icebox?
Surprise.
I don't need smokes to dash as a Jet on Icebox.
Another solid reaction. Again,
I could dash from green over to yellow
round,
and be in a safe spot.
Reclaiming that ground.
And if I actually threw a smoke before I dashed across, I'm kind of like just giving my position away. You know what I mean?
A lot of what Nats is doing with his
And then the other thing too is your Jet dashing on top king or top or like yellow rope. That also keeps you away from spam.
Well, this is going to be the early push.
So you don't really need a smoke to dash in.
Omen and Waylay
So if you want to
already
sacrifice,
inside that
if you want to
choke,
sacrifice your
pushing
smokes to
deeper
dash
through the
into,
smoke, this is a lot of information
but you're able
for
to have
that side.
Waylay to be able to add the
It's important
saturate
Nats needs
on
to be
top of
there
that.
for the delay. The
That's
Viper's
a
pit even
plus.
sent up. Perhaps the
That's
idea
that's
to,
a that's a
they give
pro
up
in the
flank, you
winning
have to
column
break
for
the
Waylay.
turret. But if you send them back,
But
those two
Jet will
players
get
that are
elevations
pushed
where
up
Waylay
are
can't
going
at the
to
beginning of the
be
rounds.
A big surprise for Gentlemates. This is a
Then
wonderful idea.
that's a plus for Jet.
And their reward has to be claimed, but it's looking good.
This angle makes me so nervous, though.
Smokes to dash at close angles. Yeah, yeah, that is definitely it. But
like if they push forward, there's
the thing is with Waylay, I kind of think of Waylay very similarly to Yoru in a sense. As in, like, you see what I mean here? The util that she gets and the space that she gets. So while she recalls, look at the inserts that you have from everybody else, though. Now he's not even thought about, and Zipan could potentially get this backstab onto Pattytex, rotate back. Like, look at his timing. Boom. So like that is just the Yoru style that I really enjoyed from G2. Where like Jonan P is gonna fault line, they tail salvo with Trent so that Jogamo could get into sight, right? And then once Jogamo creates that ruckus and is self-sufficient around the Yoru abilities to keep those opponents at bay and oh my god, Mini. Like he keeps them towards spawn and everything, right? And if he's gonna start getting pressured, he's gonna TP back and he's gonna be watching flank or being on a late lurk. But by the time he TPs back, everybody else, like the supporting cast, is already inside the site. So they've never really lost that space that they've already gained in the very beginning. So this is the ideal example of what I was just trying to say. Whaley just dashed over, she recalls, but as she recalls, her supporting cast is actually inserted. And once they get the backstab, they can now pinch, they can now fight into sites, and then your Whaley is now going to be watching flank or just reeler.
Just walks into the lion's den and comes out.
Jet cannot do that.
And didn't even take a lick of damage. Doing that while leading as well. Just the consistency is.
Oh, bro. Okay. Then that happens.
A headshot angle, and he got exactly what he needed. Okay, it's a good job the refract's online there.
So there, refracts again. 2 players moved up. They've never lost that space at the game. It's just little things like that that I like about these type of agents. That Yoru and Whaley could do very well, but that Raze and Jet cannot do.
Collecting the rifles is a no-go. Sending through.
That's why, like, outside of Fracture, maybe
using utility.
Maybe outside of Fracture and Split, I don't like Raze with the double initiator.
Oh, this fight for mates.
Because once your Jet goes in, she's just kind of fucked.
It's going to slow this one way down, and for Team Liquid, this round is clearly.
I remember you mentioning that last time, Hoverboard, of the KO on this. And I think you said that because Fred said that. Fred, I don't know if you're still here, but why do you hate KO on this map? I think KO is still pretty good.
But Nats with a pay safe card,
well, they still get a thrifty win.
Puts Liquid within punching distance. It's 3-5 now.
Seems like there's no moment in these rounds where the tide can just.
Bro, there's been a lot of thrifties in this series, not gonna lie.
Sitting in a boat, you should be nervous, and to be honest, I'm sat in the studio and I'm nervous. These rounds have been so uncomfortable.
But yeah, Fade, I don't know if you're still here, but like I said, what I was trying to say to TLDR it, closing gap on Whaley, Saturate plus Teho, Util is actually quite nice. I think it just depends if you're playing double initiator, who's your second initiator.
I think for mates, this round boils
I don't
down
think you
to
play Gecko.
Being a bit too telegraphed. Team Liquid had 4 players alive and 4 players on the A side.
I would rather play.
Everyone was there ready.
I would
for that
rather
fight.
play Breach
and the initial utility that
or
went
KO
down, Serial,
than Gecko as
who has
second
had
initiator.
a bit of a struggle in some of these games. Well, he stepped up for I think 2 very important kills in this one, or at least he was assisting the second. For Team Liquid, getting away with a round like that has certainly caused a couple of alarm bells to ring on the other side. We've had a timeout from Gentlemates, 5-3 in the lead, but not.
Oh yeah, I forgot, dude. I forgot about Silva. Dude, I forgot about Silva.
That's the big thing.
Now that I was like, did I read your sentence? Oh yeah, I would rather play Breach or KO if I'm playing Teho.
So they can
but I didn't think about Silva.
Just to try and make sure they get through it, keep their economy strong. That's
I could replace KO with Silva.
They're still on the edge a little.
I don't think you necessarily need to play flashes on this map.
They only got 1 player out of that last round.
But I still like KO on this map.
The full stack. It can be tough.
You should run.
Well, the lockdown in play, there is a lockdown for Serial as well.
This also guarantees them an orb for the next ult. If they want to pick it up and just basically go, okay, we traded an ult, we have another ult and the site.
Especially if Kamek's the one finding that. Viper's pick goes into play. Big danger again. Serial can just use that lockdown to cause issues, and that's exactly what's going to go into play. And sure, Kamek pops ult
Where are
before.
they using Armageddon to break?
Do a whole lot in terms of stopping the lockdown. They still need to respect it. They've managed to destroy it though, and actually Armageddon almost avoided staying inside the pit now. A lot of presence all over the site being heard by Kata, but they can't find him. They don't know where he's gone, and from the top rope he'll find one. Now
bro, how do you not stop Kadavra here?
Too little, too late. A big round from
Kadavra.
Fuck? And a big round for Gentlemates.
This was the thing. Like, they came into it with 5 ultimates. I believe.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
0, but it's worth it. When your economy is that screwed and your opponents are on the brink.
I think if you really want to play Teho, then you're sacrificing pros and cons with both the KO and the Silva as your second initiator.
Just in trade for this one. And that's the thing, they had everything sort of set out. You had that lockdown available to get the site. Viper's pit.
Oh, sorry, somebody asked me earlier on too, what did I think about the Yoru from Leviathan? Who asked me that?
Was thrown their way. They had the trap card.
Fluxion. I actually enjoyed it, to be honest. I don't think think it was that bad. I still like the ideas around what Leviathan was trying to do. I think the Euro Flash Recon Dart combo from King and Calm is actually quite nice. Oh my god, bro. What are we doing? Bro, that is so funny. But that is the perfect example as to Faded saying why Waylay could do what Silva does. Alright, sounds good, Hoverboard. I'll catch you in a bit.
Any better. Takes 0 damage. Teammate gets a kill, and there might even be a gun for him to pick back up, although Zipan seems to have the idea. Down, they have. But
yeah, I liked how you could leverage the Yoru with the Silva when they weren't playing like a KO, you know, because they wanted to force their way with the flashes. I just feel like they kind of fell flat though for Leviathan trying to how did I say it? Play around, I guess, the double walls, the double smokes.
It's around.
Yeah, you know, I look at it, I suppose, from a conventional shooter perspective. You've got one player back.
See ya, Hoverboard. Yeah, Faded's gonna steal a couple of those lineups. Bro, that is so funny that he got info like that.
It really does.
I can't believe it.
Insane. But it's a big risk to take. But then you.
What time is it now, chat? 4:50. Yo, chat. How do we feel here? Should I, because I'm gonna plan to go, first off, take a shit, but then secondly, I'm gonna go pick up my kid a little bit earlier, so I don't miss too much of map 1 of the first series here of Americas, and I might be AFK for a bit before I come back. So should I leave you guys with the waiting room of Americas and the first few rounds and whatnot before I'm able to come back? And I'll come back with my kids so we can watch the games until dinner time's ready. How does that sound?
Numbers thinning out for Mates. Liquid trailing by 4, but they're starting to pick up the pace now towards the end of the half. 7-5 still possible. Great crossfire in the spawn as well. If Mini pushes that door, he was dead.
Family first for sure. What is it? FURIA versus NRG, and then SEN versus KRU.
Really cannot afford to
VCT Americas.
No idea there's a player directly below him. The mob, as you can see.
And I need to change that title for YouTube as well.
In hand, he's been spotted. The run back. He's going to have an idea that there's players around this position, but he is not aware of how close Camo was. Good response from Liquid. It has been a rough half for them so far, but after the 4-0 streak, it has been much more of a back and forth.
Edit.
We say though, an 8-4 feels incredibly different to a 7-5.
Absolutely. And that 8 very much.
All right, we'll finish this round, chat, and then at the half, I'm gonna run a quick 2-minute ad. And then switch over to the America stream, and then I shall be AFK for a bit. Faded, if you're going to be going to bed by the time I'm back, man, congrats on an opening win. And again, all the best this season if I don't get to see you again.
Instead, it's going to be Waylay
until Toronto.
Maybe looking for the late flank.
Head out after, but stay for the ads. Yo, this guy's a fucking real G. What a real G. Yo, I appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Nats was isolated when he was in this position. Understandable that he is
chat, if there's still some people hanging around and people are asking why we have a chair stream, can you explain it for me in chat that I'm AFK picking up my kid, and then I'll be back as soon as possible.
It should be freebie. It will be.
Yeah, click. Going a little bit too loud on the way through.
We still have full kit from the Waylay. Let's see her open things up.
A real chance.
The Kama has to hurry before the knife is going to be ready again from Kamek.
Going Camo. The 2 on their way back through.
And 10 seconds to salvos. They can start tapping this right now. This is a good start.
That's putting pressure on. 6 seconds till salvos, but Zipan has to fight, and that's the utility now removed.
There goes salvos.
1 piece at least. Kamek bought himself a bit more time.
Smoke's about to dissipate, and they're kind of like not there.
Know where he is, but being forced to
oh my god, what a round by Kamek. He wins this round.
More doable, but Camo got ahead.
Wow, that was sick by Kamek.
Time running low.
No,
it will be close.
I don't think so.
Very close, but not close enough.
That was very sick by Kamek to win that 1v1 first. Oh, he's making him shut up for sure.
A big one for Kamek.
All right, chat.
could be the
I'm gonna play that
difference maker
quick
when we
2-minute
head
ad,
into the next. And honestly,
and then
right
I'll see you
now,
guys on the
it
America
does
stream
seem like
when I'm back.
Gentlemates are in that driver's seat. We'll see if the tie.
Okay, let's click over to that right now. No, that's VLR that I want. Am I trolling here?
By himself. Also, the Waylay could have
There
pushed
we
up
go.
into main.
All right, chat. I'll be right back,
Spawn, like
or I'll be
still
back in a
buying
bit.
gun or
If
something.
there's still people
As
in chat
again,
and people are
these
wondering
players
why
are
there's a
pushing
chair
into their
stream,
spawn.
I gotta go pick
What
up my
is
kid,
going on? The Spike
and then
isn't
I'll
our
be back
spawn.
with them
We've
as
got
soon as
2
possible.
players in their spawn. Prize is still
See
buying
you all
a
in a
gun,
bit.
and G2 are reacting. So FURIA are now in a position where everyone's kind of on their own island trying to accomplish something on their own while the walls close in. G2 are coming in for the pinch. Again, our Spike is solo B. KO hasn't moved. What is actually happening? FURIA, where are you going? Keep your eyes on the prize. This guy's still in spawn. They're in their spawn on the other side. It doesn't make any sense. And Havoc's trying to make a hero play. He's like, I've got to do it all on my own. So he sets up a teleport. Someone's in heaven. Leaf kills him. And now Heat is still here in their spawn. Don't ask. Don't ask what's happening in A main right now. Look at this. Look at our spacing. What happened to our spacing? KO's here. Price is in spawn. He hasn't left his spawn. It doesn't make any sense. And now his teammates are all falling. They're all going to die. His last friend, Heat, he tries to get something on 1 kill, 2 kill. It's looking beautiful, but he ends up dying. And Prize hasn't crossed the barrier before his entire team has died.
Jesus. You sound heated. Are you furious?
Okay, listen, the round was not a masterpiece, but the illustration certainly was.
That was beautiful.
I've seen things.
I'm crying.
And so have we all.
I've seen things.
This one kept us up at night, so I'm glad that you clarified for us or showcased it once again. Now, something to maybe help us, calm down a little bit.
Right.
Good artwork.
Okay,
Can
that
I
would
interest
help.
you in a round of Vincent Fan Go? Because earlier this week we put out the ask of our audience to draw their superstars of VCT. So let's take a look at what is this, what is happening.
Who let the dogs out?
For free too, or
one
I
big
don't know.
hand and one huge hand?
We obviously have to guess who is being drawn, who's being portrayed.
And fans drew all of these.
I would assume
And
so.
we have
unless-
good artists? Our fans are good artists?
How dare you? I mean, look at this.
Oh, that's actually really good.
What's going on
Josh.
with the hair?
That has
That's
to be
Josh,
That is
yeah.
definitely- it's
We
the
got the
smile for
strap
me.
book.
The scrapbook is a giveaway, no?
I thought it's the smile.
Smile.
I think this is so him.
And by the way, League fan Jinwick the Fourth, I see you. I see you.
What's that?
You can
Okay.
get it. Jin's a champion in the league. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Ooh.
Apples.
Apples?
Zekken.
Ooh. Is it?
This is almost like
It's a height of
clip
3
art
apples,
stock
so it
imagery.
has to be someone small, right?
Yeah.
Depends on the apple.
Everyone's small to me, so I'm gonna go Zekken.
That's true.
That looks like Zekken's hair to me.
I'm feeling a
Is this
Zekken
an
too.
insider joke though? Is he 3 apples high? Or is it an apple a day?
No.
What is happening?
I'm not that
Someone
deep
help.
into Sen City. I haven't infiltrated yet. Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, it was.
Why
Okay.
is his hair floating? Like he
You're
just got
asking
like
too
the
many
one that got away.
questions.
It's the art trick.
Art.
It's a good
Okay,
trick.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's kind of good.
What the? Wait, I'm not really sure who it is though.
I don't know, but it's pretty.
Who is that?
Who has cat ears?
Is that like? I mean, Vanity used to have cat ears.
Yeah, but
That's
surely we're not doing Vanity. We need glasses too. I might go out there. I might say Zelsis.
No.
I was thinking that too.
No.
Who else could it be?
I don't know. I don't know who else would put the cat ears
Oh man,
on.
we're stumped actually. This is rough.
Yeah, the reveal. We do not know.
Oh, this is rough.
Anybody know?
Brock, what?
Wait, who is Brock is putting the cat ears on?
No, the Brock
I did not know this.
No, the Brock guy wouldn't be caught dead in those cat ears. No way.
It's fiction. It's a piece of fiction. It's, like,
Oh my.
it's the lean in for me.
That is zesty.
That's self.
By the
Zelsis,
Sen.
no.
No, I said zesty. But yeah, I could
I think
see
it is Celsius though.
The eyes.
It's a zesty Celsius.
facial hair.
That's a Zelsis.
It's the lean in pose for me. I think that's he captured him well.
It's the buy the Sen bundle for
it's
me.
the buy the Sen bundle. That one gave it away. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I'm ready. Now we're warmed up. We've got the artwork. We've got the illustration. The only thing left for us to do is get the game. So let's get ready for week 2. It's almost on the way. It's NRG versus FURIA, Sentinels versus KRU Visa. All of that starting right now.
Cara, a partida contra a NRG vai ser uma partida muito legal, digo da minha parte. Eu nunca enfrentei ninguém da NRG lá, então acho que vai ser um confronto bem legal.
Obviously, we made a roster change going into stage 1. It's definitely nice to be reunited with an old teammate in Brock. There was a lot of rounds that he won us, and I was getting so hyped. It was cool to see him just
Back,
like,
I'm just waiting for
on stage, because I know it's something.
my wife to be ready before we go.
The smoke on the spike. It's up to half now. NRG choose to pull on out, but they go
Where are my
in.
socks?
Brock finds 3 with the Guardian.
Eu acho que a adição do Brock vai ser uma coisa interessante, mas se ele merecer essa oportunidade é que ele tá jogando bem, então acho que vai ser interessante jogar contra
Let's
ele
watch the other
também.
game while we wait, because this one's we're still waiting for it to go live.
To the corner. Sigma half is necessary. Red Bull clutch reprise.
E a gente tá se preparando.
Cheering on the squad, and while it is going swimmingly.
Oh shit, we're at 11-4 for Gentle
There needs to
Mates?
be someone.
Hold on. I was saying that Team Liquid with this comp is just going to be an A-site simulator.
In the last map, they
So they're
back
putting
to OT.
Omen smoke so they
Finally,
could
they've
potentially
managed to
TP into
punish.
this
Look
and
where
dash into
Click
this
was,
if
by the
needed.
way. You can see
But
where
also
he
to prevent
died
line
on
of
the
sight
map.
from like
That
an
was
Opera and
such an
Generator.
aggressive early push, but you can see what
I can
this
respect
squad,
that.
What they
I can
have
respect
got.
that.
I said earlier in the map, when they get rolling,
It's a good
they
way
don't
for them
stop.
to make
And
sure
that's
that it
what they
could gain
continue to
space
do. They
without
push
getting
the
up down
boundaries
in the
more
later
and more and
rounds.
more, and it takes
But I
someone
don't like
shutting
that we
them
gave
down
that
to
up
maybe
so early
finally
in terms of a
change the
strat.
tide.
I think it's as simple as if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And last round, he pushed up, got a kill for free. He's
Because
gonna
this
say,
is
okay,
just
are you
bonus
gonna
round
give me
for
that gap
Gentle
again?
Mates.
The answer this time was no. They're pushing in off the back of another
Gentle
kill
Mates are
trade
good,
out
yeah.
this time, but still
Yeah, they're
leading
looking
Team
pretty
Liquid
good.
with the advantage. Kamek hasn't been spotted.
But
That's good
it's,
for only one. A
I'm
better
assuming
weapon
we're gonna have
there, and that
A-site
could be a
simulator hit with
disaster.
TL.
But instead, Team Liquid given a moment to breathe. A 1v3 and Mini caught with his knife out.
And
This
the
is about
reason
the
why I
only
say
way to
that
stop him from winning a clutch.
Is because
Very good at
they
getting
have
headshots,
drone to clear towards green if they want to, but I don't think they have the best util
Finally
to
put
try
a
to get
stop to the
control of this
streak,
side.
but it's definitely a lot still to go. Solid fly.
Unless that's
Okay,
why
well,
that's why they need
now
the
it makes a
Tejo.
bit more sense why the kill came in.
So after Tejo drones this part, they salvo this part and then they whaley dash
on the
in.
other side. I wonder what happened.
But they don't have flash
blind.
setups for it.
We'll never know.
Well,
We'll have to after the
maybe
game.
the
we'll have
analysts
to
could figure
There's
that
a
one
dash on
out.
top pipes.
Telestrator from Mini.
Doing it.
Or maybe we bring in the hog to break that one down.
So that's what I was
Well,
saying.
they-
Like they're doing
well,
that
they-
without
that might
doing
be-
the
that's a hog
saturate that I was
strat,
telling you guys about.
So we'll have to consult the experts after the game.
So you've wasted double dash
Get
just
the
to break
mightiest of
this,
Joes involved. 11-5, 6
and
round
now you
gap.
can't
And
really
Team
get
Liquid,
into this
with the rifles out, with confidence, and
unless
perhaps
you like
wind
Omen
in their
TP
sails
or wait for the
after
next
last round. But I'll say when we
line
swapped
of
to counts, it
salvos
didn't
up for
look like
Patitech.
Nats was all too happy. And understandably, when they're behind by this much, and mates have felt like they've got full control. The ult
I don't think they cooked
online
up something
and
good here,
very
to be
much
honest,
ready
chat.
to be activated by Click.
He's ready to throw hands.
Exactly. And the
The knife does
lockdown
spot
in
the
play
Omen.
for Mini is a big reason why they don't need to have this
They
backside
drone with it,
presence.
so
they don't
for
need
Gentle
to,
Mates,
but
they know that there's two
Emmett
players
started to step a little
scaling up
deep.
towards A site.
Looks like he'll tuck in though.
They're playing for a retake because they lost turret on middle, so they want to make sure that they're okay there.
Like
So right now, I feel like Mini cannot really move. I guess he's got alarm bot and his
Maybe a
other
little
turret
bit of
came
an
up. We waited
overface
way
from
too long
Kamek. The
here
rest of the
for
team, it does seem
Team
almost
Liquid.
telegraphed that they're playing this one for a retake, but he's ahead of the curve, looking for those fights. Mentioned the
They never
potential
use. Well, I was gonna
overconfidence
say they never use a
these
timing
sort of rounds begin to
while
look quite easy.
the
The
turret
fact
was
is,
down
though,
for them to
we've seen
really
many a round
activate.
turn on its head. It's not pretty from Kiko,
But they get the picks.
the job is done nonetheless. And well,
We're a
getting
little bit
back
quick
onto
on
this is
you
gonna be
till
incredibly
for the post plant,
Just a little
but
bit
I
of an
think very
overheat.
soon
Mini goes through
Patitech
the
should
wall,
have his salvos
through
up.
the smoke, expecting they've already fallen back, but it was very much not the case. Stun. That's actually decent.
There's a stun
That's
first.
too far back to be caught
Second
by it,
nano.
though, and with utility still
Salvos
on
are
the
up.
spike. Time
And this is
ticking
a round
away.
for TL.
Salvo's still online for Patitech, just now being fired out. This is cementing the round for Team Liquid, and with Kata picked off, it's a little more costly. Zipan gets out. They'll save that weapon for the next, but Team Liquid continue to climb back slowly but surely getting back into the game.
Still a mountain to climb, but I think especially for teams with maybe less experienced players. Okay, you've got the likes of Zipan, who's been around the block a bit, but you're talking about a lot of players who have recently come up from the tier 2. Obviously, that pressure can start to build, because as mentioned, a win here, definitely some other games that you'd expect for
They're doing it with
Gentlemates
Omen
would be
TP now
easier than
too?
the team that just went to Masters. That'd be a huge first point
But there's a double walk down here.
at the board. Got to get it over the line. Got to not
Oh,
get
they're gonna
ahead of
pop flash to
themselves.
come out of bottom
This comeback
tube.
is not real until I hear Patatek screaming again. That, for me, is the sign this is going well. Huge potential.
Oh, they got so
and it's
fucked.
Mini to pick up the double.
Like was an observer.
They went for the dash up recall
That leaves Team Liquid
right
grasping at
into a
straws, no map
right
control,
into a
nothing to
freaking
fall back
pop
on it.
KO pop
At least
flash
having Patatek still alive for that
with two guys
initiation
swinging
that
on the
drove
back,
through, but
dude.
Armageddon now with the orb, but I think he was going to
They,
get an orb
like I
either
said,
way.
I feel like Camo should find some sort of lineup that allows for them to take full control of this. Like lob it towards the top, make it land at the
If this was an eco
because
round,
you could
it would
throw it
make
like a
sense,
Phoenix,
but they're doing it with
like a
rifles,
Phoenix
and that's
molly,
gonna be
right?
frustrating for Liquid,
Will it reach?
attempting to come back into
Because
that
if it
one.
doesn't reach,
6
then there's no
rounds
point
now
doing
in a
that,
row
to be
needed.
honest.
This is what I've loved about Gentlemates on the defense, is they call a
They tried to do
call
like
an
double
idea,
dash
top
recall and
flashing.
then swing through the smoke
Mini
to
was
fight.
basically just watching in case they tried to push through.
But then you have a
They had
guy
the
on top
aggression from
window,
flicking-
a
okay,
guy
the
bottom
aggression
ramp,
was
and a
a
KO
little bit
flash,
messy
and it
from
just
him,
fucking
but
owns
it
them.
gave the information that was enough for Mini to then get aggressive again. They have these ideas, they have these plans, they move as a unit, and I feel
Oh,
like
this is
Liquid
cooked,
have
chat.
really,
This is fucking
really
cooked.
struggled with that throughout this match so far. And the most important thing for me is you come into this matchup and go, okay, Click had a quieter
These
map,
frauds
maybe
bring disgrace to
quiet
AMM
it
ears.
down or something like
True.
that. No, we've got every
Kratos, I
single
thought you went to
member of the
bed.
mates performing, and unfortunately,
Oh, Chad, actually,
Serial's
instead of
finally
watching
having
the main
better game
stream,
than what we've seen so far.
do you
There's
want me to
other
put
players that have
Sideshow
gone
up?
missing. Patatech not having that
Maybe
same
not. I think
success
that's
when
unfair
moving
if we're
over
just going
to
to steal
the
his
KO normally on that more
his
supportive
knowledge
role,
into the
and
stream.
Obviously, Kiko's someone who, I said, when you go back to kickoff, maybe the best player in the entire event. Well, Icebox normally is home ground. Think back to some of the crazy games he had. Well, unfortunately on the Omen, it's not.
Yeah,
done as
Navi
well
lost.
today.
Fnatic won.
really hasn't.
It was like
6 in a
13-3
row
first
needed
map,
for
and then
Liquid to have any
like
shot at
a
this. Now they'll have
5-6
to
round
fight in
comeback from
overtime.
Fnatic
Mates,
on the second map to win
they've been
13-11.
looking clean. Minis popping off. Zipan 17 and 9 at the moment. You have to think that that round is coming. That win, if not now, soon for Liquid.
Yeah, so they're going to use Tejo to like drone and sell a
what
fake.
could be their last chance to put
But that's
a
what I
round
was
on the
saying.
board.
Like once you
Gotta
clear
be
this
wary.
and
That's
maybe
the
you
thing.
salvo
This
this.
becomes less about, okay, what's our plan? What are we doing? And more about what are mates going to do? Like, what are they going to push? What ground are they going to take? How are they going to make this difficult for us? And this is the thing we saw.
It'll
this
work for
setup
one round.
before, where it's an early, aggressive start to the round.
Bro, Nats is so
already
fucked.
a kill and another comes up.
Bro, these two are so fucked. They did not
Beautiful
expect the
setup. They were
lane of the
ready for a
Waylay
player not
ult
to
with
be
the Tejo
allowed to
util.
move away from that convergence path.
Bro,
And
the
now
trap plays
the attackers,
around
they've got to
around
react.
Waylay
They've
and
got to
Tejo
try
is kind of
take
lit.
space elsewhere. Trying to
This
head to
game's
A.
over, chat.
Deep salvo combo is just
I thought we
so
would give up,
dangerous.
like
And we
fall
get to
back,
see it in full
fiber wall,
effect in
snake
that
bite,
round.
start falling back because
Containment
these guys are
is
already
the name
going
of
for
the
a
game for
fake.
Gentlemates. Turret still watching their back, and the rest of the squad looking firmly forward. Now that ult, it will stop some utility,
Bro, it's
and
over.
that lets them just
It's
run
so cooked.
straight through on the mate
It's
side,
so cooked.
dominating the duels as we've seen.
Bro, Kamek is gonna be
so often
laughing to the bank.
in this series. It's 13 to
All the
6.
trash talk that Patatek's been saying,
Matching the performance,
fully
Team
owned.
Liquid dished out defeat on map 1.
Oh, Navi CS.
So
Or,
close to success on Haven, they
Dude, that's a
couldn't
big
put it
first win
across the
for,
line, stalling out in the end,
Gentlemates.
and leaving
Let's
mates
go.
to find 6.
oh shit, we're already here and Furia's already won pistol? Oh
An
no.
awesome anti-eco from Furia.
Oh
not
no,
walking
chat.
into any of these traps, and he's getting close to that.
Oh,
goal.
no.
He's picking up another 3K. That's back-to-back rounds. Sam.
Oh no.
I mean, probably wanting to drop to the
This is
site
NRG and
around
G2
here.
all
I mean,
over
if you
again.
get
Or sorry, Furia
an
G2
actual
all over
bulldog
again.
out of one of the
But
members of Furia, that would be more than ideal.
I don't
But
think
so
NRG would be able to do a
Furia
comeback
look
if
like
it's
they've been
8-0.
dealing with the pressure of this Tejo breach on the defensive side really well. It's still really early on, though. We'll see when the guns go in more of a balance favor.
Yeah, this is about where, you know, this is where we expect if things are going to turn. They're going to start to turn around now that NRG have guns, and again, maybe a little bit more equal of footing, although it will be a bonus for the attacking side. We take a look at this positioning again from Heat, who I've lost count of how many kills he has so far, but he's been on an insane start.
And it's the same story as FURIA started against G2. They started off strong, and they also won the bonus. They cooked up a fast B hit.
13-2 incoming.
So now is around the
They only
time
get
where maybe
2 for
try to do
FURIA,
something
right?
A little bit cheeky here. Try to just full send it, catch NRG off guard.
Light armor on 2 members. Heat
NRG are
one away
not
from his
necessarily
ult.
going for a trap play here. They're just one wing, flash for info.
Lots of presence towards C. That's a great start for
Wow,
NRG.
just brute force and sprayed through the smoke and got Havoc,
That Neon
luckily.
being dead, that's a lot of that
Wait, that's
aggression.
already a great start to the
Catch
round
you
for
off guard
NRG.
already.
The entry pathing for FURIA is going to be so difficult.
A little bit closer to
Next
the
best thing is probably the Omen, but they
If
can't
you
even
decide to
bait the
commit C,
wall.
You're gonna have to reckon with all the utility.
They're going to try to walk close to see if the wall's there. Like, oh, the wall's not there. Let's just try to hit it. And then the wall's actually deeper. These guys are actually cooked. FURIA will not win this round.
In the open, everything right now though is just a distraction. If he can get activated,
They're just
if
waiting for
he can
Rafa's fault
find
line to come
timing
back.
somehow, that's FURIA's chance to bring
And then they're
this
going to
round
full
back.
hit with Haunt and everything.
Remember, the success that he found in the pistol was mainly off of people rotating through his space.
Oh, Heat went a little bit too early.
Abound on whether or not he's going to be the one to take the initiative or play it
Wait,
slow.
why do we already pop the
Makes Brock have to rotate.
Razor Vines when the wall wasn't even popped? That was too early. Wait, these guys are kind of cooked.
Right now.
They're going to be fast on the other side.
Wait,
but the Heat's here
this is
waiting.
actually winnable for FURIA now.
And now they push back. It seems like B is open. A smoke goes through. Sam gets a kill as the door goes up. 2 members down for FURIA.
Okay, not anymore. Not after they opened the door and got those picks.
You kind of have to make something happen. You need some magic. If you're the side
Ethan
of
should
FURIA
have
Rise,
no fault line,
so you
but
get a lot of collat kills with that Phantom before now.
I like to
seeing on
just
a
patiently
Bulldog.
watching the door.
High low on the other side. The worm, the dash through on the opposite side.
Nice timing. Flash as soon as he slides to turn around and get the pick.
And as easy as it'll get. NRG get on
Nice.
the board as Sam gets 3.
Yeah, exactly. Smooth, easy. I mean,
My Brazilian guilds humble these NA paycheck hungry frauds.
Spam.
I don't know. I don't think so. Like I said it was doable for FURIA to win, but they're still not favored to win.
Not dropping their
Yeah, what's up, Ash? Thank you so much for the raid. How come you're not watch partying Americas? What'd you do today? Were you just watching EMEA?
Now FURIA.
Yeah, what's up, Inconsistent? What's up, Shiu? How's it going? What's up, Miguel? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hang on.
Now FURIA are going
Definitely
back
a
to
big
what looked
W
like
raid.
their pistol round where they're gonna be taking a
What's
lot
up,
of that
Betty?
hit control. The only
You have
difference
plans for the
here is
evening?
that
Oh,
Nolan, he's on
damn.
the opposite
Say
side
hi
of
to
the
your date
map,
for me.
controlling
One
that
sec.
space, feeding
Stop us
information
at.
to his team, trying to cut off those rotations.
Mindy.
So maybe this is a full
Yeah,
commit.
chat. You just got you just rated me at the right time. The stream's going well. I am actually streaming with no headphones because I'm actually getting ready to step out. Because I have to go pick up my kid from daycare. So I'm gonna pick up my kid from daycare, and then I just have to buy some tailoring scissors for my wife at the dollar store. And then I'll be back with my kid to continue to watch party until dinner time's here. So the stream's still gonna be on. It's just you're gonna be watching gameplay until I get back, and hopefully it will be back after the first map. But we'll still be around. We'll still be around. You got debated? Yeah, you got slightly debated, chat. You got slightly debated. Thankfully, the daycare is not too far from my house, so that's one thing. It won't take too long. But then, you know, you gotta dress the kid. You gotta go to the dollar store, and then we head back after. Chair stream, let's go. Oh wait, you said ow chair stream. I thought you said W chair stream. 5 hours later, possibly. Possibly.
Salvo just comes up for the Tejo.
If 5 hours later I ended up coming back on stream and there's only 20, there's still 20 viewers, dude, fucking props to you guys for sticking around. They'll probably just have like the Americas like front page and that's it. All right, chat, I'm gonna head out.
The 1v1 goes away of FURIA.
Much like
I'm gonna put my desk on stand-up mode so that by the time I come back with my kid, if I need to put him down, he's not gonna be able to touch the buttons of my desk to be able to like dance around, you know, and mess with my stuff. So thank you so much. I'll be back in like half an hour. Maybe less, maybe more, maybe less, maybe more. Who knows? But we'll definitely see you soon. Say hi to your date for me, yeah. If I don't see you, have a good date tonight.
The economy is just done.
Hopefully you have a good date tonight, Ash.
The snowball can be in full effect, and now a change of pace from the side of FURIA. They're just doing a 3-1-1 setup with Heat being the solo. This one-way has caused a lot of problems so far for the side of FURIA, though. At that C-mount area. A lot of utility now invested.
I mean, it's disrespected now. Dashing through, keep an eye on Rafa. He has his ult online. As the orb gets scooped up. Another prize claimed by the attack.
Yeah, look at the mini-map. Everyone from NRG is reading into this.
I don't think that hit Som. That didn't hit Som. He's going to have plenty of utility to play around as well. The paranoia is great. Havoc has been set apart and now dealt with. Trying to rotate back out, yet Heat, who's playing towards B. But look at how early and how proactive NRG are in this rotation. Starting to get a jump on how FURIA like to play this.
Yeah, Finesse already being that solo person towards that A site. Brock should be able to hear some of these footsteps here. That's why you see Ethan rotating over, and now it just comes to who gets the better trades, who gets the better timings here.
Ethan has stun.
Right, Finesse is going to get overwhelmed here. He's going to get swarmed.
There goes that stun, not finding its mark.
Oh my god.
Heat's in a really good spot. Depends on how much further he wants to play this, and of course, on the prowl, creeping forward. Finesse taking a step back from the fight, having to dodge a little bit more utility as Rafa hunts him down, nipping at his heels. A third on the round for the initiator. Now, the easy part.
Spike planted.
Brock left in a 1v3. Utility to play around, but decides to just go for the gun. Finds a target, cannot connect, spotting the second, and now destroyed. Rafa with 4, FURIA as well.
It's these moments in the mid round, in the late round, where NRG are just not ready with the setups that they have to get the trades. And we're seeing that. We're seeing players get caught off guard. I mean, Finesse, a shoulder was seen there on the actual site. But a bit of a blunder here. I mean, it's a nice shot, but you have all this utility flooding through. You had the number game as well. Som got an entry right away. Maybe you don't have to peek that far ahead. You play to your advantage.
There are just a couple of gaps there. I mean, even seeing Finesse die back site.
That's what I'm saying.
Heaven was not, I mean, there was somebody playing up in Heaven too.
But the trade isn't fast enough.
Right. I mean, there was no trade.
Yeah, there wasn't even a peak. So it's just a little bit off when it comes to the synergy so far for this NRG squad. And, you know, I think a perfect time for a timeout. Mike's, I mean, he's got to have these players fired up, get them fired up. Remember who they are, because you're supposed to be a team that has the fundamentals down before anything. And when it comes to playing a setup in a 3v3 like that, when you kind of knew the rotations and you had them choked out, you gotta be ready for that.
Take a quick trip down memory lane. You think about all the times FURIA and NRG have clashed. FURIA is maybe a little early and perhaps a bit foreboding. FURIA has never bested NRG in a best of 3. 4-0 the side of NRG. In fact, the maps go 8-1 in favor of NRG. They've had FURIA's number for the last, what, 2-3 years, however long it's been, but
every iteration of the roster.
Yeah, this has been an excellent start so far. Still plenty of work to be done. A light buy for NRG on the other side of the timeout. What are the adjustments?
God, this round, it's just so difficult. You don't really have
anything.
The arsenal behind you. Yeah, I mean, you have sheriffs and light armor. I mean, gotta rely on some of that mechanical skill. But FURIA, they just seem to start off so sharp. I mean, case in point, Heat. Back-to-back 3Ks to gain FURIA, the lead that they have now, and getting the entry onto this round. No, the entire map is yours. Finesse had no shot there. But I like the way that FURIA maneuver around this map, Doug. Like, even just a tap of the door here to keep all 3 members of NRG here. Yes, it's only an anti-eco, but the little things really go a long way.
And if you do them in the anti-ecos, there's no reason to think that you're not going to have the same preparation to do it in the gun rounds and the ones that matter.
And you could really play around with that. I mean, what if there's actually firepower behind that? What if NRG now, off the top of the door, rotate to C because of what they've seen in this round?
30 seconds.
That was an interesting investment out from Prize to drop the Nightfall here in the eco. It's not going to connect onto anyone, but at least secures the site.
Yeah, and you know, I will say though, a part of the downfall, hold up, Havoc's getting a little active here, but a part of the downfall of FURIA that stopped the momentum in their previous series against G2 was getting eco'd. So, you know what? They're like, listen, we got to secure this round win.
Brock did his best to take one down. Havoc falling and a weapon upgraded into the hands of Mata, who's been nothing short of spectacular since joining NRG. Quiet start this series up.
Yeah, and what you said, he was like plus 46 on the year, which is a ridiculous stat considering NRG went 1 and 3.
Kills traded back and forth. He falls. The spike inevitably will go off. A little bit of financial damage done. But it seems like most of them are going to be okay to buy up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, bringing 2 guns back into the mix too to kind of help your own economy out. And also Ethan getting 2 kills in that round. He's one off of that Breach ultimate now, so maybe a fight towards that A, secure that ult orb. You can use that on the retake. The problem is, are you even going to be able to do so when you're just getting contacted and getting one-shotted? It just seemed like FURIA have gotten the first blood on every single round that they've won. The only round that NRG has won so far was that spam through the smoke that Sam got. And it looked clean.
That 3K?
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Oh, spamming smoke again.
Yeah, but the reaction already from FURIA. They haven't really finagled with B much, but that smoke, it's going to make them have to wait a little bit. Now they're clearing that C-bound area out. Very smart rotations from the side of FURIA.
Remember Ethan's ult. You called it out at the beginning of the round. Does have it now. Wall setting him apart once again. Havoc in a position where he's isolated and set apart from the rest of his team. No real way to back up as the Rolling Thunder comes through. Havoc falls at the hands of Finesse's utility.
Here's where it all crumbles for NRG. When they're up numbers.
Yeah, you've got to find a way to secure this advantage.
Here. And they have so much space on the map. Mata's all the way pushed up A. There's only really one spot this FURIA team can be.
Yeah, it's C, because you're still spotting outside of B. Ethan is. Has his stun back up online as well. So NRG in a really good position to secure this round, get a second up on the board, but they've got to be able to win these gunfights through. Finesse standing around some of the utility, spam through the smoke, 3 on the round for him, and a second for NRG.
That's the win condition for NRG. Playing the numbers game, making FURIA have to walk into your crosshair and being ready for it.
I think so much of that success was found upon the fact that Mata had taken all of that space A. You were still spotting B. As soon as they cut noise and you had everything else dealt with, you knew where they were heading.
Yeah, it paints the picture. The power of numbers in Valorant. As we get into this next round, FURIA, they want a full send at B, Doug. This is a set exec.
You mentioned in the previous round they haven't danced with this area of the map very much at all. Havoc fully pushes forward! Gets caught at the hands of Ethan. And now they resort to playing B in the book. They try to rotate back towards C.
Yeah, but this wall has been getting so much value on the C side.
Thing is, it's been Havoc that's been caught. He's not around for the rest of this one. Mata once again denying all this A main space. Heat just on the other side of the wall. Fancy footwork.
So fast. He's so quick with it.
NRG have figured something out. San drops down the paranoia through. He's got him caught. Khalil falls. Prize left in a 1v5. It was a couple of rounds ago, and it was before the eco, but I have to draw attention to Mike's call on the timeout, because it seems like since then, something has changed.
Yeah. I mean, what, they stopped throwing rounds?
whatever it is they're doing, it's working.
They've definitely choked out the map. They understand where FURIA are going every single time now, and they're not getting first blooded. I mean, let's just keep it real. Sam, the pressure that he's been putting on the C site, getting a lot of value with that Phantom.
Rushing B on me?
And C to me? No.
That tandem was one of the reasons why people were excited about NRG again, right? You think about the introduction of them two back into the fold, and when they're vibing like that, there's reason to be excited. But I think, Dre, even just in this half, we've seen the highs of NRG, and we've seen some of the lows of NRG where people wonder, okay, is this team good enough to figure it out or not?
And here's the thing, like, everyone knows that NRG is a solid team. People were rating them as top 4, obviously, when Verno was on the roster, but I think Brock is still a good substitute for that. Yeah, they have the firepower, they have the experience. The only problem is they haven't really hit like a stride whatsoever in this year. Off-season was great, but it's just Fugazi. And And when you don't play up to the standard that everybody holds you to, that's where teams that are the underdog suddenly start upsetting you and they just don't respect you anymore. So they need to make a statement here. They need to bring this half back. Honestly, they need to win this series cleanly. Otherwise, if I'm, G2, MIBR, Leviathan, I'm looking my chops.
You've got what, 5 weeks in the split? It doesn't have to be pretty.
Yeah.
And you get the dub however you can, and that's what NRG are in hot pursuit on here. And again, the same goes for FURIA. Having never bested NRG in the partnership era. Up 2 rounds here in map 1.
Yeah, not winning a map with this roster this year. We're really just trying to win their first map.
Yeah, you have to go back pretty far to look at the last time FURIA won a map. It was against 2G at the beginning of the year. Like back in January.
And the thing is, that was with Turtle Troop. So
good stun there. Finesse gets another.
Spike down A.
They're just swinging into it. Khalil will fall too.
Yeah, just trying to take these aim duels. Finesse, he does get taken out, but Brock.
Crispy out from Brock. That was an eco, but again, any round is a valuable one here for NRG. They do so cleanly, carry 3 rifles in. The money looks really, really good. And you've got Brock Sold, who's about to be up, along with Modest. That's up now.
And you're 100% correct, by the way. NRG have downloaded FURIA's game plan now. They're not falling for these rotations, and they're actually quite ahead of them. I mean, 3-4 players out of sight for the last, I think, 3 rounds that NRG have won. And a lot of that has been some of this extremity denial. You can't really speed up B into the Vice either. Yeah, you can bait out those Thorns, but you're left to pivot after that. A tap of a door, just like Pistol Round, but this time, with nothing being seen, NRG decide to creep up. Mata is gonna have a stun to set him up here.
Decides to stand his ground, dig his heels in. Ethan joins him, but pays for it with his life. Havoc now so weak. The Rolling Thunder drop, it's not going to connect onto anyone. And meanwhile, this is very reminiscent to what NRG were doing on A, where Mata was taking all that space, but this time it's Finesse. Look at where he is on the minimap.
So aggressive.
He's fully behind them.
Mata's playing on the edge of the smoke as well. This is where it tends to fall apart for NRG, though. They have the read, but it just slips away.
Play this carefully, and you've got success.
Spike
Beautiful
down
from
A.
Finesse. Gets in, gets his kill, doesn't overheat. Forcing them into a pretty rough situation. FURIA with 40 seconds left. Still have to figure out where they want to go.
And the re-clear onto Prize as well. Now the up-down, I mean...
30 seconds left.
Oh, I was going to say it's looking fruitful, but now it's a 2v2, Doug.
Khalil with 20 HP. Heath, the only one who's healthy.
Spike planted.
Very interesting plant. It's not for any of the members of FURIA. I mean, you could spam that box for sure, but Finesse, he's sitting very healthy here. If he can win this head-to-head against Khalil.
How does this duo decide to do this? Finesse waiting, creeping through on the other side of the door, completely decapitated by Khalil. Leaving Som in a 1v2. Ult pops, he's gonna try to get it to half, decides to hold it. He's gotten it down to 1, and that's Heat on the other side of the ult. He can wait it out, gets the kill. A gorgeous 1v2 by Som to secure another round for NRG.
I mean, the pace that Som just put on that retake, he smokes the spike, taps it instantly, and yeah, Finesse drops, but the mechanical talent just showing. Som, he's in form right now. I mean, he's been in form.
One enemy remaining.
He's looked so solid. And what a play to take that one little step out of the smoke. Full commit on that kill.
Red Bull clutch through for NRG. You mentioned Som and how good he's been. Currently sitting at 13-5. In the series against Cloud9 that they lost, he went plus 12.
Yeah.
He's in plenty good form.
A little bit of denial here from the side of NRG, but rotations have already been made. FURIA looks like they want to pivot back towards B, but with that stealth drone being used, they understand that NRG knows no one's here now. They have to reclaim that space.
Ethan still has a stun. Well, Ethan will have a stun in the next round.
He gets destroyed. And now you have to get your get back. Mata, he's going to be that guy with that operator. Whoa, just misses. Tail ultimate used though. Prize, he's stuck here.
Fully investing onto that. I thought there might be some crunch elsewhere on the map, but no. You gonna stick to that TP? Yes, you are.
Sam knows.
Pinging out on the mini map.
Oh,
but Khalil gets a kill onto him anyway.
I think he must have gotten timing. And now you have a free C site, but that Vice wall is still up.
Wall tripped.
It's not gonna get much value here, but maybe now an opportunity for Brock to even the score.
He's gotten one. This would be a 2v4 if they can convert it. Delaying on the plan, a dink dealt, leaving Finesse in a 1v3. Make that 2. But they're so set apart. Again, just narrowly spotting a pixel, but it's not going to be enough. Furia get to 6.
It's the rotations from Furia that are just posing the biggest threat to NRG.
Well, I think a lot of
this time it was that Omen ult.
Yeah, Khalil's ult, and then obviously Sam not being able to convert on that kill just opened everything up for the attack.
And the thing is that's not able to happen if Heat isn't so on fire with his aim right now. He is killing everybody that is peeking him on the rotations. You gotta pick in B around that same time. So he just has that free sight to walk around flank, secure the 1v2. Now it's A fire for A fire. Mata, what can he do here? Just uses utility to get out. I mean, the threat of Furia at this A side has been too much.
They've got 4 members from the defense here. Finesse has his ult. Used right on cue. Havoc does too. That's 2 kills away of the defense. Now Mata exchanging with ult of his own as Khalil will crumble.
There's nothing left for you to do. You have to speed up B here. All that Vice utility is still up at C. Stealth drone to clear out water. Oh no. The silent walk up.
Yeah, but a 2v5?
Yeah.
I mean,
Spike down B.
not enough silence in the world for that.
Oh, no way. Spike was dropped as well. The double up proactivity, pushing through A. I mean, Heat is getting swarmed right now. Mata, he does clean him up. So a great comeback to the half, though, from NRG. Right off of that timeout from Mike's.
Yeah, to be a fly on the wall there and hear what that conversation looked like, because that feels like a different NRG that we saw prior to that timeout to the one we saw on the other half of it.
Yeah, they were just getting caught off guard. I mean, players not even aware of the silent walk-ins, but the adaptation is, yo, just be ready. They're gonna walk into you. You don't need to peek into Furia.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what a lot of the success that G2 had when they were able to turn the tides. We're gonna throw it to a quick break, the rest of this map when we return.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Well, NRG fans have a lot to be excited about, right? They started off a little slow on the other side of the timeout. They salvaged the half. They get to 6-6, but the problem, unfortunately, is that they're headed over to their attacking side. And that was what seemed to be the Achilles heel for them last week against Cloud9 Dragon.
Yeah. Not so much on this map specifically, but you can tell that the focus of NRG has been working on their defensive sides. And I feel like, yes, their attack side IGLing has taken a little bit of a hit for that. That being said, I mean, Sam is having a banger of a map, just like he did against Cloud9. And he alone was a threat to close out the map against Cloud9. So we'll see what he could do. Let's see what he could cook up here. He's working alongside Mata, but the spike is going towards B, and it's a trap play.
There are so many members here. Box drone spotting both, and you imagine that's going to be the cue to take a quick step back and choose not to fight with that.
Great bait out of utility. Now Mata, he's broken that door and he's inserted himself so deep. He's hearing these rotations onto the A site. He's going to be feeding all this info to the side of NRG. It's going to be a tap of a door, but a B pivot.
Do they decide to contact their way through? Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the case. Neon now dashing out. Heat playing in a really good position. Was poised, was set up for some more pistol antics, but not able to convert here.
Just so hard to hit. And every second that passes, NRG can fortify this post plant even further. There was no flood.
Which again was why Cloud9 were so successful against NRG. It seemed like they never really let him play at their own pace. Havoc and Khalil opening the site up. Forget about a flood. They might just duel their way through. Mata's left into 1v3 and he cannot convert.
Oh man, NRG. They have the spike down, they have the positioning, but Furia had a hard read on those members that were sitting in Broken Door. That fault line that came through from water, it landed on 2 members. Havoc, it was just free for him. It's so hard to hit the Neon. I guess it only hit 1 player, but still. The fast flick. Some nice shots from the side of Furia. And they win another pistol round, putting themselves in a good spot. This is something that they couldn't do against G2. They won 1 round on their defensive side, Furia.
Well, so far they have met that mark. Looking to eclipse it here and avoid getting bonused. A Sheriff in the hands of Som.
Util for Util here at C. Causes a rotation, but sense some proactivity coming through here from the side of Furia. Maybe want to dab a little bit more, especially when Som's going to get contact.
Remember, that's a Sheriff.
Oh. I mean,
how do you play through that?
Only Neon gets away from that.
Som trying to settle the shots. It's Brock who will find lethality.
They might be able to grab that Bulldog, though. Maybe they can work something with this. Ah, there's the stun, the proactive slide from Havoc. Does not want anybody to have that weaponry.
Brock managing to upgrade on it. It's crazy to me that after all this, we're still... Well, okay, we're not anymore. Still talking about the potential of round.
Nah, Finesse is stuck alone here. I mean, there's 4 members. They know where he is.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, poor guy.
He was cooked.
And I will say, with that prize, gets to upgrade to that Bulldog. Wait, he doesn't grab it? There was another Bulldog there that he could have taken. I guess he's just too happy about the anti-eco win.
Or busy shooting bodies.
Yeah,
instead,
too busy putting down disrespect. That might come back to bite them. But NRG, they're committing to a lot of this, you know, light armor and the regen armor, and this is something that allowed Cloud9 to bonus them with a lot in the previous series. So they need to be careful here. I mean, the Bulldogs can put in some really good damage against that light armor. And Phantoms across the board on the attacking side.
That's a great start. A main was theirs. They get to pick onto Khalil.
That's the power of the Phantom, man. I mean, you just can't really connect like that on the Vandal. You got to be worried about your tracers being shown. You might get spammed back.
Yeah, this is scary for NRG, though, because you had 5 outside of A at the beginning of the round. Yeah, you get a pick, but now you have to either carefully contact and be ready to trade or invest utility that you would normally not have to invest to take some of that space. If you want to go towards C, you don't know if they've taken C mound. You don't know if they pushed up B. This is a dangerous spot for NRG.
Yeah, and with Heat playing on this Clove, he's able to smoke off C on a repeat.
Look at how far back he has to drone from. And that's a drone that you're going to want to be using to clear C instead of just clearing mound.
It's the correct play, though, to bait out one of those members to fall all the way back. Heat now dragged towards that C site. It should be a 5v3 here at A. These are the best odds, though, that Furia have. All things considered, I mean, you're down 1. You have 3 members here.
5v3, 5v2.5. I mean, Rafa's still on the other side of the door.
That fault line. He gets some mad damage.
There it is, the salvo's hit back sight, the stun comes through. Rafa still waiting on the other side, and Finesse is there to greet him. Prize, they didn't clear it, they didn't clear tree. Now Brock spotting where Prize is, cleans him up. It's Heat and Havoc left. In a 2v1, Finesse, once again, forced into a position where he has to deliver.
There's just no way he's ready for drop.
No, the captain cannot convert. That's another round for FURIA.
And a bonus round. So now NRG's economy, it's done. And FURIA are gonna have so much money, stacks on stacks, to try to close out their first map win.
That's it.
Yeah, just a huge blind spot. And then the bait here as well. Havoc just full committing, letting Prize go down. NRG not relying on those fundamentals. They thought they had the site for free.
You mentioned something a couple of rounds ago about NRG playing up to their competition, because otherwise it seems like teams that play against them smell. There's blood in the water and they know it.
They can just feel it.
It's the fact that Havoc was just out of his seat. Yeah.
With a team that's supposed to be so fundamentally sound, so disciplined, to overlook things like clearing out certain angles.
Those
I mean,
little mistakes.
It just allows a team to get the confidence to actually take a map win against you.
The devil's in the details. And so far, the devil is FURIA. The paranoid through looks like it's going to connect onto both. With the stun on the other side, Snappy out from Heat as he gets another.
Just so ready for the front B peek as well. Heat is going to hold this up down with Havoc. But this pressure at door makes it so one of the members has to fall all the way back. This freeze to the round. Maybe NRG can work something here. Paranoia used to take the actual site. They will have that, but are they aware of Havoc here in the back? Som.
Nice shot out from Som, man. Rafa's on the trade, though.
30 seconds left.
And it seems like they're going to find safe passage out onto C.
Som is the win condition.
That's one kill found. TP to reposition, 86 HP, no armor. And they've left Ethan to his own devices.
Spike
You're on your
planted.
own, a solo mission to get the spike down, and success found.
And he delays in time as well. Tap of the door. It's going to be a 2v2. You have Breach Flash to try to flood out.
20 seconds on Ethan's. Never mind. Forget about the stun. Ethan gets 3 as NRG gets 7.
What great awareness from Som. He is the carry of this map for NRG. 17 and 9. So aware of Havoc being in B. And then turning into the lurk and cutting off rotations himself. Without Som's heroic, this round is surely won by FURIA. And FURIA, they let that one slip away. Now an operator into the hands of Havoc. Let's see what he can cook with this.
Straight into action. He's playing towards A, but the spike, NRG, the rest of the hit is towards C.
A lot of utility used. This operator is going to become null.
Mada has got to be careful. He's a little bit ahead of this. Finds his one on Heat.
Oh, so awkward.
Havoc's just on the other side of the smoke. Again, the tiniest of slivers. Oh. I mean, we're talking a game of inches here. Investing the ult to flush him out of that corner. Spike not playing it yet. Now Brock committing to it as Mada takes a little bit of aggressive space, gets flashed off, and he dies.
What a shot.
The defense bolstered up and reinforced with the numbers advantage, and it's gone bad, from bad to worse. As Brock falls, Finesse and Som trying to hang on to this and white knuckle their way through it. Again, it's going to have to be on to Som, a 1v2 with 37 HP. Can he play hero again? He's done everything that NRG have asked for and then some. Once again, his number has been called! And he delivers the Red Bull clutch for NRG!
A magician on this Omen. His positioning is on point. His reaction time is so fast. And they line up for him here.
One enemy remains.
Beautiful.
Dude, they're so overlaid, you can, I mean.
They tried to double swing him, but that off angle.
Come on.
Just not
Come
expected.
on, they can't stop me.
Yep. They haven't been able to stop him yet.
20-9, a man possessed.
Saving NRG. And Finesse, he liked what he saw at that C site. He sees something abusable.
And he's gonna have to abuse it quick because they're nipping at their heels. FURIA have already taken all the A main space.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They're gonna have to speed up here, but that one clove smoke, enough to delay the rotations to maybe come through in time. But that Vice ultimate and that stealth drone, that makes it so NRG are confident to hit this site.
Part of the problem, though, is that ult shouldn't have hit the other members of FURIA. So they are going to be able to fight back here. Som, again, lighting up the kill feed.
Fatal invested. It hits a lot of members, but I just feel like it's a waste. NRG haven't even tapped Spike yet. They're just holding.
Yeah, but they've got him. I mean, they've got him corralled. They've got him controlled. Now they're going to try to fight back for the site, and Pure Eyes will fall. NRG in a really good position here to tie us up at 9 apiece. Oh. A flawless round as we're tied.
NRG were ready for all that aggression. They used utility to get onto the actual site, and maybe they tapped the Spike once, but they were holding for the walk-in, for the flood. They understand that they had complete advantage here.
Another multi-kill round for Som.
He's nasty right
that's
now.
3 for him. I mean, 23 and 9 right now.
Nice, bro.
Figure out however much he's getting paid and then double it. Because he is, I mean, he has been, he's been a savior for NRG this map.
Yeah, and the last 2 calls have been towards C. Now, a fast tap of the door at A for NRG, baiting out a potential trap play and a freeze again. Should be able to see that the door was tapped towards that C site. I don't think you can commit here if you're NRG. You have to re-clear that C space. 5 members towards this side of the map for FURIA.
This is a tricky spot because much like we were talking about in the previous round, you either accelerate or you have to go back and re-clear, but it seems like NRG are kind of stalling out here.
Yeah, they gotta be careful. They're waiting a little bit too long here.
And you look at the ult, Rafa has his ult. He's got the stun at the ready.
And the problem is they're still showing, so it's not like they've completely cut out noise. But what is this proactivity?
That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt real bad. How much further does Havoc go? In fact, he throws it in reverse. 40 seconds left in the round.
I mean, but that's the breach ult gone, so yeah, delayed. But is it enough? Paranoia now out.
Sada waiting on the other side. The stun, the flash, and Prize fully stunned, gets 2. That's 3 on the round. Khalil gets in on another, and Finesse, in the blink of an eye, is left in a 1v5. 9 bullets left, 13 seconds in the round.
Safe. He's safe.
10
I
seconds
mean,
left.
cosmetic as ever, huh? The neon sliding to it, running through. I mean, Prize, he's been pretty quiet. He looked great against G2. But he's been quiet against NRG here. That might be enough to fire him up. And if he can get online, get into the form that he was taking out head-to-heads against players like Leaf, all of a sudden, maybe you can make a case for FURIA to close this map out. Something that they haven't been able to do yet. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Gotta love that.
Yep.
Maybe next time Mata's gonna have to do a little bit of jumping into smokes, make it a little bit harder for him to get headshotted like that. I mean, that's rough though. Yeah, he made the right play. I mean, what can you do? So NRG will take their last time out of regulation.
You know, there's been a lot of conversation about Mike's and what he's been able to inject into this team. But a lot of that conversation, Dre, has been around his defensive prowess.
Yes.
And how he was the one who was running the defensive side for 100 Thieves when he was alongside Sean. And you kind of wonder what this conversation looks like here, that NRG are down, are on the attack, and they're looking to put FURIA away.
And I think a lot of that conversation has to revolve around the fact that you haven't really played a 4-1 at all, or a 3-1-1. You don't have that info on the extremities to know what's been going on, if util has even been used there in the first place. So I imagine now you're going to see a little bit more of a spread default on the attacking side. We've already seen Finesse call a great attack half with manipulating rotations, weathering the storm of some of these traps from FURIA. But that one small change from FURIA to just get ahead of the curve and understand that NRG don't have somebody on the extremity opposite of where they're showing.
And it did look like a little bit of a 1-1-3 at the beginning. A main claimed by FURIA.
This might be a speed up play, a nice little cheeky set play. Mata's gonna wrap all the way around to that seaside heat. It's only him here.
Brother, you are in trouble.
Great stun.
Suppressed, trying to hold the line. Gets his one, but Finesse is on the trade.
He can't commit the ult.
Oh, he'd have nowhere to go.
Still a deposit front B Som. A lot riding on his shoulders here, but he gets caught.
Meanwhile, Mata's still playing back towards spawn. A little pacey on the other side of this. Finesse is gonna have a lot to do here.
Yeah, that wall did go up, so he does have the info. Someone's here. Brock is there to help him.
Perched over his shoulder, trying to help where he can. But now
Great
he's
paranoia.
flashed. He's got nowhere to go. He gets dealt with. Really nice dink out from Brock. Trying to take a step back, invest a little bit of utility, while Mata, again, trying to patch every single hole he possibly can. Brock left in a 1v4. Dash through as Havoc gets two.
Dialed on, Doug. I thought they nerfed that. Neon sliding accuracy seems to still be in full effect. Havoc just completely decimates that. But the post plants of NRG, it was such a silent retake, clearing out Som front B, understanding that he's gotten so much value from that spot. I mean, it's just tough at that point. Paranoia was perfect onto Finesse. He gets cleared there no matter what. And you can tell now from the emotions of FURIA, they know they got this. A control again early on for FURIA. This time around, NRG's reaction is going to be to take fast C mound. But the problem is when you're running against this Neon, the rotations are so quick. Tap of a door to re-clear some of that space front B. And it's just quiet across the board right now. A is going to have to be re-cleared. Finesse and Brock are working that.
One suppressed.
Khalil.
Cape spotted.
He's got to get out of there.
And seems like he will be able to do so.
Good pushback from NRG.
Rafa has his ult. I mean, his stun. And that will be a problem if they try to. The one benefit is maybe they can contact out, and there's no way Rafa knows.
It's the perfect play.
Perfectly timed. Mata was there to punish. Som will join him. Numbers advantage for the attack.
Now you cannot lose this post plant.
No.
You have to have the trades go in your favor. Get good positioning here, but that 1v1 gives FURIA a way in.
Havoc has to be careful. I know he has an advantage here, but if he overheats, it's gone. And in this instance, so is he. Prize and Khalil left in a 2v4.
Yeah, and then they're getting out of here. Save the guns. Keep your economy looking really good. A great call from Finesse there, re-clearing that A control. You push back the Omen on A rubble. You for sure keep two members there with that door being broken. And the walk into C, that's something that NRG haven't done yet. A very smart play. A lot of it has been using utility, showing and going. And this time, they're the ones that catch FURIA off guard. So we're within one now. NRG, they're gonna have to dig deep, use that experience that they have on this roster of champions to bring this one back. Yeah, Havoc went a little bit too quick here.
Yeah. And that's what we were talking about, right? Like, he had the advantage after the kill onto Finesse, but if you fully oversend that, you're going to lose the advantage you had.
And you still had Paranoia as well. Maybe that could have been used. This time, it's looking like it's going to be a C front B crunch play from FURIA. Let's see if they decide to full send it.
Are they going to be ready for this?
I don't think NRG will be.
The Prowler through, Havoc pops the ult, they're stunned up, they're trying to tuck tail and get away, but Havoc gets two, make that three! Disaster for NRG! Destroyed as Furia get to map point.
Ran down, all 5 members dying in spawn. Not even able to leave the barrier. And that 3rd kill from Havoc, full jumping as well. I mean, the turn of the flash. Oh, man.
What a time for that call. To draw that up at a pivotal round is insane. Now Furia find themselves on map point for the first time that this roster, this Furia roster, not subs in mind, first time they're in a position to win a map since July 7th of last year.
Unbelievable.
And to do it against NRG, no less. But there's still work to be done. 1 kill traded right back. Havoc has to get out.
Yeah.
Dancing around the Armageddon. Meanwhile, Heat has taken a lot of space C. The one benefit for NRG is that there's nobody playing contain on the northern side of the map, so they can flood out.
Finesse has been hunting here. He's taking all this space. He's taking things into his own hands, but somehow Prize knows.
And he gets a kill on the Finesse. Of course he does. It's now Brock, Ethan, and Sam left to try to play Savior. Just 2 now. He drops him. It's all onto Sam, and he will fall. Furia take Lotus.
They figured it out. They weren't able to close it out against G2. But something about Lotus for this Furia roster, they actually maneuver around the map like a cohesive unit. And it's not all just mechanical talent that prevails for them. We saw set plays. We saw good chains of utility. What an impressive win from the side of Furia against NRG. And now NRG are going to Pearl Dug, where they looked lost.
That double duelist comp that I know Sean has a lot to share about, and I know you mentioned a couple things you wanted to talk about as well. Yeah, did not look great. Again, Furia, this roster with Khalil and Havoc just won a map for the first time since July of 2024.
Yeah.
And it was against NRG. We were talking about this prior to the show starting. We thought, okay, let's pretend there's a world in which Furia are able to pull this off. The implications of that would be devastating.
For NRG.
They'd be stunning. And now we find ourselves in a position where, like, oh, holy crap, this might happen.
And confidence right now from the side of NRG, if they do lose this series, is at an all-time low.
We'll see what the Death thinks about Lotus. We'll see what Pearl has in store. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No way. Chat. Did we just come back to Furia winning the first map? And how is it already 1-0 now? And it's not actually closer. How is it not closer to the score? Yo, mad respect to you. Thank you so much. Thank you as well, Toodly. Yo, you guys are definitely loyal. Thank you. Yeah, you guys want to say hi to Daniel? Say hi, buddy. Say hi, buddy. He's still learning how to talk, so he can't really say anything yet. Yeah, you see colors. You see the skin, the Storm Maw skin available. Wait, so what did I miss, chat? Somebody TLDR this to me. How the hell did NRG lose his first map? He's 1 month. 1 month. 1 year. 1 year, like what? 3 months now? Let me just put his shoes outside. Dude, he's getting so big. They get big so quickly. Hey, you liking the Zowie monitor that Zowie gave us? Huh? A little 400 FPS, 400 hertz monitor? You're touching it? Hmm? Oh no, we need to see what the hell happened here. How the hell is it 1-0? What was the half? Let's skim through this.
Not giving Heat that time of day, Ethan. Not dropping there at that baby door area.
2-0, we're at the 2-0 mark. 5-4. So I'm assuming Energy just got toppled during their attack. You're working? Damn. What do you do for work, Q? I told you it was going to be hard for me to control him while he's up here. Low attention span. I mean, it was... I mean, it went back and forth. It's not so bad. 12-10. 13-10 half. Okay, we're going to have to rewatch this for sure. You do admin at a university? That's sick. Hybrid, Friday, you work from home? Let's go. That's what we want to hear. 4-day work weeks? Down for that, you know? Even if today is like a 5th day, but you get to work from home. It's a pretty decent work-life balance, right? Who's that? That's Aldi. That's Aldi, Rivington, and Bill.
For being everyone for keeping everyone hyped.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Awesome. Well, it's awesome to see. Good luck in the second map.
That's right. I'm so happy. Yeah.
Furia up 1.
Oh, Sean Garris is on the desk with So. Let's go.
NRG's map pick. This one hurts, man. This one hurts.
An Ender?
They had the same playbook. They came in swinging once again. They came with those
Oh, dude. Have it all in the... You know what? If anything, the silver lining is by the time all your meetings are done, it's your work day's over, and it's the weekend. You know what I mean?
Coming into this series, right? Like they of course took this map down against great.
Okay.
These frauds.
They're looking like Bloodshot out there.
I don't know that guy.
Wait, no. Literally nobody believed in Energy or Crew. I mean, in FURIA or Crew. That's crazy.
What does it take for
I mean, after seeing how Sentinels played last week, I get it. They actually, they look like they're back. And everyone went Energy against FURIA, yeah. But I'm assuming that FURIA picked the map.
They can make it out of groups if they lose this series today with how quick the season goes.
Yeah, we looked at the schedule, right? They have some tough opponents ahead of them.
Absolutely, and we heard from Mike in the opening interview, right? The head coach.
If my kid walks outside, we have to run after him.
Right? They brought in Brock. It's still a learning process.
What's wrong, buddy?
Like Ender said,
you want your own microphone?
You have to win along the way and get the wins that are
you have your own
easiest.
microphone.
This is
you have to talk on the mic with me.
One of the easier ones for
HyperX
Energy.
microphone.
4 straight wins against Furia.
No way, that was Energy's map pick?
Energy.
Hold on, we need to go back.
Hey, but the details.
It was. Oh no.
Is Furia.
Oh no.
From last week's game against Energy. And
oh no.
Energy plays so passively, especially once
oh
they're
no,
ahead
chat.
in numbers. And in this round, Furia
that is scary.
a player. So what do? They contact out on site. They know that Energy love to play doubled up into
Furia punishes Energy's pistols. So Energy lost both pistols.
Hunting finesse down by
Let's have a
going
look
up
at this.
the rope as well. But again, Energy afford them so much space. So then in the very next round,
oh bro, they lost both
3-on-3.
pistols.
Look at the positioning of NRG.
That's gotta hurt. They lost both pistols and they got bonus, but then they lost 50 here. So, or they won a lower buy here. I'm assuming this is a low buy stinger buy. Let's look at economy. 7.5, $2 signs. Yeah, that has to be a stinger buy.
Right here, he was knocking it out
right?
of the park all game
what round
long.
is this?
Started on the
fourth round of second half.
The opening pistol with that.
Mentioned something a couple of rounds ago about
right here.
playing
Boom.
up to their competition.
Stinger buy.
Otherwise, it seems like
right.
teams that
I think,
at least he capitalized on the stinger buy.
He started 2-9.
What, you want the controller?
First half at a 6-6 game, and he ended second on the scoreboard. 200 damage around in the second half with Havoc. Oh man, it's a disaster class over there at FNS.
Dude, that's insane.
NRG and Co.
Well, let's hear what NRG has to say ahead of this next map.
I am joined with Mike from NRG before we get into Pearl.
Mike's.
Looking at how that worked out, it was close in the end, but they seemed to have your number. Kind of talked about what was going through your mind and the chat with the team in that last time out.
And with Mike's, they got what 6-6 on Lotus, so 6 defensive rounds. That's actually not so bad either. By the way, Chew, did I miss a sub?
just because their C was pretty weak, so that was something that we wanted to keep trying to abuse.
I just noticed that you have a little sub badge. Thank you so much.
Feeling good about Pearl?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Rocket. Good luck in the match.
Oh, dude, that's so nice of you. Thank you so much to you. Welcome to my OnlyFans.
Not super inspiring.
Much love, really appreciate it. I'm so sorry that I missed it before because, as you noticed, I wasn't wearing headphones when Ash raided me, and I was just reading the chat. And then when I left and came back, I was like, wait a minute, you have a little van near your name.
The same blueprint that T1 had to their road to success.
No, they were a lot more passive in their opening defaults on the attack half. When they switched half and they went on defense, I thought they did a really good job of flooding into the.
Oh, dude, that's so jokes.
Quite frankly, being
that means I caught it. That's my observation, you know. Yo, Power Pixel A.
Run to both sites very quickly.
Thank you. It's his mom picked his drip. You know, mom picked his drip. Yo, how you been? Have you all been playing Open Qualifier Split 2?
So it's not like it's required for them to run this double duelist comp. If they run it, though, it's very important that they come out of this map 1 with aggression.
It's clear to me that if
you already qualified, let's go.
Work on their attack side
yeah, what are the how close are we on how close are we for conversations of getting you signed? Lay down on us. Lay down on us.
A little bit more when they have to, you know, take the active plays on the attacking side, things start to struggle. So if they go to this comp again, I want to see them running way
pretty close. Let's go.
Execs, right?
Now, when you say is it like it fell through or it's still in conversations?
Themselves into some art control, some mid space either. I feel like this team was kind
some
of
very interesting combos, as in people are just trying to like contract jail you for like 2 years for one qualifier.
Yeah, it was just like this pacifist strategy almost where they seem to avoid the fighting, except of course one individual, and that is Sam. He's still clicking those heads.
This was going so well for them. When everything else is failing for NRG, Som is still there. At some point, he's like 20 kills, 9 deaths. He's still
that's W Streamer.
Games, but it's got to hurt for him because
that's W Streamer. You know who W Streamer is? That's Som. That's Sam O.
He was winning 1-on-2s.
One of the best controllers we have in Americas right now.
By far the top fragger in the server.
Here, you can play my phone, but don't play with the keyboard, okay? Because you're gonna hit the fast forward button and everything.
Yeah, because the other thing too is you talk about him being in a 1v2 often. He's also abandoned during the round as well. He's usually going to be that anchor over towards the C side of the map, playing on his own, maybe given some Vise utility to work around, but he usually doesn't have players there to trade him out. He's got to get it all done himself, which he's doing.
Oh man, well, is this happening? Can Furia do it? Map 2 is coming up right
chat.
after this.
I think my kid's a little too agitated to be able to hang out with us for a bit. So I think I'm gonna have to send you all over to Mimi. He wants to get picked up right away. Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Mimi. Yeah, what's up? Billy, how's it going, man? Hold on here. Yeah, he's growing quick. He's definitely growing quick. All is good, Billy. Really appreciate it. But unfortunately, I have to leave because my kid is.
Well, just like everyone predicted, FURIA.
My kid's agitated. He's about to leave the basement. I gotta look after him. We're gonna have dinner anyways, and then I'm gonna give him a bath. I'll be back after. I hope to be back for the Sentinels game. If we are, we're gonna go back live. If not, I'm gonna try to be able to watch him tomorrow. Cool. So let me start the raid.
Chrissy talked about it as too. Their Pearl did not look good.
I don't even know how to hit go.
Just no synergy at all. I mean, you saw Ethan and Mata like running in the same spots on the end.
I feel like I always have to rate all the way like at the end of the timer. Yeah, Baby Basic Caster now.
The problem was, what did we do after?
He's Marvel Rivals Extraordinaire and also VCT caster.
Spamming the spike. There was no next step for them, so this is going to be a huge test for them.
Dan, you want to say bye to everybody?
Oh
yeah, early Overwatch. Yeah, so he played early Overwatch, and then he played early Valorant, and then now he's casting.
I mean, they have been looking as good of a cohesive unit.
You want to say bye to everybody?
NRG right now as a team.
It's kind of hard to argue against that.
All right, Chatterinos, I'll catch you maybe a little bit later tonight.
Yeah, here's a change. We're putting Mata on the jet. He was on the.
If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay?
And I think that
and apparently I can't send a raid this way. Yeah, I have to wait for the timer to go down.
Just wasn't quite there.
Let me
so
just
now
go into my
Mata has
channel.
some smokes to use
Say hi to
for
Mimi
himself
for me.
on site.
Appreciate
He
the
can
raid,
use
by the
even
way.
splashes as well. I think it's gonna look a lot better
Ash,
to the side of
much
NRG
love.
with
Thank you
this
all for the
composition.
subs. Thank you as well to you for their
Getting a
support,
little
just
bit
joining
too
the channel and
ahead
already
at times, and
sending
on
a
the
sub.
opposite
So
side
thanks
for
again.
FURIA, more of
Enjoy
a
second
standard
map,
Lich
and then
comp,
hopefully
not
we'll be
running
back
the
for the
check,
second
running
series.
the
But if
yourself,
not, enjoy
but
Sentinels
you
and
still
Crew
have that KO,
with Mimi as well.
tried and true info
Much love.
utility on
See y'all
your
later.
defaults,
Bye
whatever
bye.
it may
Bye.
be. I think Finesse is going to have a lot easier of a time calling against this comp that Furia is running than the one on Lotus. I think the Lotus composition, not a lot of people are running that Clove double controller, you know, pseudo duelist composition. Here, it's a little bit more standard.
I think one of the big points of discussion the last time we saw NRG on Pearl was the double duelist comp, obviously, but the fact that Ethan struggled. He struggled tremendously.
Yeah.
Was there anything that you saw when you're watching
Alright,
the film?
alright,
that
I'm
you're
ready to
looking
see it.
change here.
I'm going to be honest.
Van
I think
Suspect.
a lot of it had to do with what I was
Thank you for the
talking about
24
earlier.
viewer raid.
Sometimes
Welcome,
you
Van
just have a
Sillingtons.
day.
How was your streamer?
I
You gotta
don't
go
think
pick
we're
up the
gonna
kid,
see
I
Ethan
assume?
dropping, you know, a 2-kill half at all this time around. And already a big change from the side of NRG was, in their last match, they didn't have a lot of the C control whatsoever. They kind of played
Come on,
all 5 players on
FURIA.
one side, had no info on the other, much like Lotus. So now that we're seeing them take both extremity controls with that turret in mid, it gives them so much space to be able to make whatever call they want, bait out whatever rotations they want.
And hopefully do so without losing much utility. Hopefully do so while Brock droned towards